231. Another's traditions. Hence they could have brought appeal. Organized colonial resistance to the post-war Stamp Act, which some regard as the first step toward the revolution, centered around Philadelphia, which was also the jumping-off point for the last expeditions against the Western Indians and a point of re-entry for repatriated Indian captives. Philosophically, Philadelphian intellectuals drew on the radical Puritanism of the Quakers and the new rationalism imported from France and Britain. All of these factors led to the production in Philadelphia of one of the most significant studies of wilderness life and warfare, William Smith's historical account of the expedition against the Ohio Indians, 1765. Smith was provost of Franklin's College of Pennsylvania and a prominent member of Philadelphia's intellectual elite. He published theoretical and practical tracts on education, history, liberty, the Stamp Act, and emigration. This book was ostensibly written to advocate new methods of fighting Indians and new procedures for establishing settlements in the wilderness, as well as to give an account of Bouquet's adventures. But the work implies much more. It suggests that the proper way to live in America is to imitate the Indian and, conversely, that the Indian's patriotism, independence, and love of liberty make him the model of the ideal American. Although Smith's primary sources were the journals of Bouquet and his officers, he also drew on traditional and contemporary materials relating to the Indians and Indian warfare. The structure of his book resembles, in several important ways, that of the Puritan sermon narrative, yet the materials are secular, and the image of the Indian is of course antithetical to that created by the Puritan. The wilderness seems, by turns, the Puritan chaos and the pastoral Arcadia. The popularity of the book in America and Europe was notable. It was first published in 1765 by William Bradford, a major printing house in a city that had become the publication and distribution nexus of the colonies. It was reprinted in London in 1766, was bound with the popular edition of Robert Rogers's Journals in Dublin, 1769, and appeared in French in Paris, 1768, 1769, and Amsterdam, 1769. Bouquet's campaign was directed against Pontiac, who, after the French defeat, united the western tribes against the English and nearly drove them back over the mountains. Smith's book is in two parts. The first, by himself, is a brief introduction to the circumstances preceding the campaign, the march westward, the victory at Bushy Run, the treaty negotiation, and the return of the white captives. Following these is a long dissertation on the Indians and a plea for systematic imitation of the Indians by the military and the western settlers. This section was composed by a soldier on the expedition, Thomas Hutchins, later chief geographer of the 232 United States, who had gone on the expedition for his own improvement. The phrase echoes the terminology of Cotton Mather's and Mrs. Rowlandson's captivity narratives, but Hutchins was clearly more concerned with military efficiency than with the salvation of his soul. The description of Indian warfare and the landscape of the wilderness, with which the first part of the book is concerned, resembles closely the Calvinist image of the wilderness. One might expect this, since the account was drawn from the reports of the foreign-born Bouquet, to whom the wilderness was as alien as it had been to the first Puritan settlers. What is striking is that, despite the fact that their perceptions of the wilderness are the same, Bouquet, Hutchins, and the Puritans draw strikingly different conclusions from them. Bouquet portrays the American war as war carried to its ultimate logical development. Compared to it, European war is a species of civilized amusement. The American war has a horrid, unpalliated reality, which in a European war one can at times avoid perceiving or suffering. Those who have only experienced the severities and dangers of a campaign in Europe, can scarcely form an idea of what is to be done and endured in an American war. To act in a country cultivated and inhabited, where roads are made, magazines are established, and hospitals provided, where there are good towns to retreat to in case of misfortune, or at the worst, a generous enemy to yield to, from whom no consolation, but the honor of victory can be wanting. This may be considered as the exercise of a spirited and adventurous mind. By contrast, American wars are a rigid contest where all is at stake, and mutual destruction the object. In an American campaign everything is terrible: the face of the country, the climate, the enemy. There is no refreshment for the healthy, nor relief for the sick. A vast unhospitable desert, unsafe and treacherous. Where victories are not decisive, but defeats are ruinous, and simple death is the least misfortune which can happen to them. 7. It is not hard to imagine Edwards or Mather employing this language to describe the spiritual warfare between sin and goodness. Yet the analogy occurs neither to Bouquet nor to Smith. Rational adjustment to this type of war is shown as the secret of Bouquet's success at Bushy Run. Instead of refusing to enter the wilderness, he follows Church's example and takes his tactics from the Indians. In Hutchins's section of the book, which advocates the forming of a Ranger Corps, this adjustment to the wilderness becomes a kind of virtue as well as a NE 233. Cecity. The section begins with an account of the Indian way of life, emphasizing its independence, and concludes with a program for training white soldiers according to the premises of Indian military discipline. It is interesting, in view of the existence of Rogers's Rangers, that Hutchins chose to call his proposed corps hunters rather than rangers. The choice suggests the close affinity between the hunter and warrior in any Indian war, an affinity that was to characterize the symbolic figure of Daniel Boone, when he emerged as the myth hero of the American frontier. Hutchins sees the faults of the Indians, their supposed laziness and their preference for hunting over the agrarian life, but he portrays them as Rousseauistic patriots, loving liberty more than ease and believing in a religious discipline that puts them in harmony with their world, rather than setting them against it. The love of liberty is innate in the savage, and seems the ruling passion in the state of nature. His desires and wants, being few, are easily gratified, and leave him much time to spare, which he would spend in idleness, if hunger did not force him to hunt. That exercise makes him strong, active, and bold, raises his courage, and fits him for war, in which he uses the same stratagems and cruelty as against the wild beasts, making no scruple to employ treachery and perfidy to vanquish his enemy. 8. The savage, as here described, needs only a bit more sentiment and fellow feeling and a library for his leisure hours to make him the ideal Republican citizen. Hutchins draws further implicit parallels between the Indians' love of independence and private property and the colonists' sentiments in the current crisis over parliamentary taxation. Jealous of his independency and of his private property, he will not suffer the least encroachment on either, and upon the slightest suspicion, fired with resentment, he becomes an implacable enemy, and flies to arms to vindicate his right or revenge an injury. 9. The Indians' defects and advantages are in part racially inherited. Their lively senses and cleverness in woodcraft give them advantages in the woods, while their racial lack of common feelings of humanity renders them monstrous in war. Their acquired advantages, those qualities which they have gained from their life in the wilderness and from their discipline of adjustment, are all depicted as positive and good. They have been inured to bear the extremes of heat and cold, and from their infancy, in winter and summer, to plunge themselves in cold streams, and to go almost naked, exposed to the scorching sun or nipping frosts, till they arrive to the state of manhood. Some of them, 234, destroy the sensation of the skin by scratching it with the short and sharp teeth of some animal, which makes them regardless of briars and thorns when running through thickets. Rivers are no obstacles. They either swim over, or cross them on rafts or canoes, of an easy and ready construction. 10. Their powers of physical endurance and their ability to either find food or endure hunger and thirst on a long campaign are matched only by their spiritual or mental qualities of patience and wood sense. By constant practice in hunting, they learn to shoot with great skill, and to steal unperceived upon their prey, pursuing the tracks of men and beasts, which would be imperceptible to an European. They can run for a whole day without halting. They steer, as if by instinct, through trackless woods, and with astonishing patience can lie whole days motionless in ambush to surprise an enemy, esteeming no labor or perseverance too painful to obtain their ends. 1. They are ascetics, Puritans with a pagan religious zeal. Plain food, constant exercises, and living in the open air, preserve them healthy and vigorous. 12. Their methods in war are perfectly suited to their environment. They do not form columns but snipe at them from the trees, they retreat if attacked but perpetually surround and harass slow-moving troops, compelling them to run or to fight an invisible enemy. Hutchins does not propose that white men become thorough Indians. The white qualities of intellect and sentiment are too precious to be sacrificed for mere prowess. But he does suggest an adaptation of the white, a disciplining to the Indian life as a means of hardening the European into a competent ranger. It is not, to be expected, that those light troops can equal the savages in patience and activity, but, with discipline and practice, they may in a great measure supply the want of these advantages, and by keeping the enemy at a distance afford great relief and security to the main body. 13. Hutchins's prototypal Euro-Indian American hero only gradually took hold of the American imagination. Negative associations with the Indians remained strong, and the traditions of the Indian War and captivity myths determined that white-Indian relationships should still be defined in terms of violence. In Europe, however, the image of the Anglo-Indian caught on rather quickly. One reason for this was the traditional association of colonials and Indians, which had been employed for more than a century by satirists like Ned Ward, Ben Jonson, and Jonathan Swift. Now, however, the Anglo-Indian or Proto-Christian Indian was seen as an admirable rather than a ridiculous or debased figure. This was partly because of the appeal. 235. Of the Indian as an exotic, but more because of the fashionable notion of the good savage and the natural nobility of man, fostered by Enlightenment philosophy. Americans on the make in Europe like Robert Rogers of the Rangers in 1765 and Capt. Gilbert Imlay of the Revolutionary Army at the century's end could cut a swath in Parisian or London society and obtain political influence and favors by playing on the European romanticization of the Indian. Rogers, as we have seen, offered himself to the British public as a white man acculturated to the Indian's world, a man trained from birth as a ranger of the wilderness, finding his life's work in Indian warfare in the Indian's manner. To obtain the position he desired as governor of Michilimackinac, he emphasized the English half of his nature by publishing a tragedy in verse, with an Indian chief, one of his own former enemies, as its hero. Rogers's Indian play, Pont-Each, or The Savages of America, London, 1766, translates the ideas expressed in Hutchins's tract on the Indianization of the American fighting man into conventional European literary terms. It also updates many of the Puritan traditions about the Indians and the Indian Wars by humanizing and even lionizing the savage. Rogers had already written his Indian War narrative, the journals of his Rangers' exploits in the last French and Indian War, included in which was a ranger manual like that sketched by Hutchins. On the conclusion of that war, he came to England, hoping to be named governor of the western post of Michilimackinac at the nexus of the Great Lakes. The Indian play, the journals, and the landscape description in his concise account of North America, all published between 1765 and 1767, were written in order to portray Rogers himself as the great hero of the war and the expert of experts on Indian ways and character, as well as a cultivated man capable of expressing himself in the style and form of an English man of letters. For these reasons he made Pont-Each a strange blend of fact and fantasy about the Indians, drawing both on actual experience and on conventional English and American images of the Indian. He violated English conventions just enough to create a sense that his knowledge and experience were deeper than any Englishman's, but not enough to confuse his audience or strain their credulity. The persuasiveness of his works is perhaps attested by his success in obtaining the appointment. Rogers's own attitude toward the Indians was what one might expect of a frontiersman: personal contempt for the savages as a race, mingled with admiration of their ability as warriors. In his journals he expresses disgust at having to address them with diplomatic courtesy. 1. In Pont-Each, however, the Indians are the heroes. Pontiche emerges as a kind of Arthu. 236. Ryan figure, and the Indian comes to represent a symbolic distillation of actual or potential American virtues. Rogers's view of the whites is correspondingly reversed. The virtues of the white pioneer, as expressed in his concise account, are those of the Arcadian shepherd mixed with those of Rousseau's good savage, simplicity, moderation, and contentment within life's natural limitations. These people, of any upon earth, seem blessed in this world. Here is health and joy, peace and plenty, care and anxiety, ambition and the love of gold, and every uneasy passion seem banished from this happy region. 15. In Pontiche the whites, with a single female exception, are unrelievedly evil. When Pontiche opens, the Arcadian time has already passed for the Indians, although they preserve its memory. The intrusion of the English and French is one source of the decline of the Indian Arcadia. The more intrinsic cause lies within the Indian himself, in the conflict between his stoic ethic and the unruly passions of his untempered, uncivilized heart. This dichotomy, it will be recalled, was precisely that used by the Puritan captivity and war narrative writers to distinguish Puritans from Indians. Rogers, however, employs the Indian as symbolic spokesman for the traditionally conceived Euro-American, thus altering his symbolic function from that of antagonist to that of hero. In so doing he plays both on the traditional European association of colonist and Indian and on the new tendency of colonial writers to portray themselves as Indianized. Accepting the logic of his Indian symbolism, Rogers uses the term Christian as an insulting epithet throughout the play, making it synonymous with cheat, hypocrite, and lecher. The first scene is a dialogue between two white traders, who discuss the technique and rewards of cheating Indians in a fur trade and who practice their technique on a half-drunken brave. In the second scene a pair of white hunters, Osborne and Honeyman, complain that the Indians kidnap all the game, a crime traditionally attributed by the Indians to the whites. Osborne and Honeyman engage in a bloodthirsty dialogue on their hatred of Indians, which reveals them as potential murderers and cannibals. Hell sees their cruel, unrelenting souls. I abhor, detest, and hate them all, and now could eat an Indian's heart with pleasure. 16. Again, these are attributes traditionally imputed to the Indians as signs of their evil nature. Honeyman and Osborne complete the image by murdering two Indians from ambush and stealing their furs, without experiencing the least pang of conscience. I'll strip this fellow's painted greasy skull. It's no more murder than to crack a louse. 17. When Pontiche and his chiefs come to the English officers, Colonel 237. Cockham and Captain Frisk, for justice, Rogers, like Thomas Morton, contrasts the hypocrisy of the British with the tolerance and virtue of the Indian. The contrast is carried through in the scene in which Pontiche accepts treaty gifts from three governors, Sharp, Gripe, and Catcham, who have already engrossed the best of the gifts for themselves and their friends. This trio are caricatures of the Puritan merchant, miserly and hypocritically pious. Christian charity begins at home, says Gripe. I think it's in the Bible, I know I've read it. Sharp justifies the taking of graft, thus dictate nature, instinct, and religion. Gripe replies, with a direct reference to the Puritan sermon we've heard the doctrine, what's the application? 18. By contrast, Pontiche's speech is both open and honest. If honorable peace be your desire, we'd always have the hatchet buried deep. While sun and moon, rivers and lakes endure, and trees and herbs within our country grow. But then you must not cheat and wrong the Indians, or treat us with reproach, contempt, and scorn, else we will raise the hatchet to the sky and let it never touch the earth again. 1-9. After he has been cheated, Pontiche's words echo Shylock's speech in a demonstration of the Indian's humanity and his liberality of mind. We see, we hear, we think as well as you, But I call no man bad till such he's found. 20. The sins of the Christian become more apparent as we get into Pontiche's camp. Chekethan, one of Pontiche's sons, is in love with the fair Munilia, daughter of a neighboring chief. Meeting with his love, he seeks to embrace her, but the chaste creature will not suffer it. She has, she tells him, rebuffed a British officer's attempt to stain my virtue, and she will scorn him if he behaves like a Christian lover. When he swears his love, she warns him not to swear a Christian oath but to be an Indian and prove his love by virtuous action. 21 Rogers here employs Indians with the traditional virtues of Europeans, a feeling for sentiment, chaste virtue, love of honesty as devices to belabor Europeans and Christianity. Here is an extreme form of the Rousseauistic vision of the primitive man as a proto-European. Rogers knew better, but in Pont each he was writing for Europe and not America. In his journals he refers to the Indians with contempt as savages. Further evidence of Christian perfidy is the attempt by the Catholic. 0 Rogers also includes an authentic Indian war dance, complete with masks, an unconscious echo of Morton's revels. 238. Priest of the tribe to rape Monalia. The priest has previously been seen working in conjunction with the tribe's conjurer to promote the war and leading the realistic war dance at the council fire. I must, I can, and will enjoy you now, cries the priest. You must. You shan't, you cruel barbarian Christian, replies Monalia. Chekithan leaps to her rescue, which provokes the usual sentimental scene. Monalia murmurs, "Oh, I am faint, you have preserved my honor / which he, foul Christian, thirst to destroy." The priest responds by claiming he has a special dispensation to quench the fires of love when the need becomes great. Chekithan is furious, none but a Christian could devise such lies. Every Christian is a foe to virtue. 22 The villain of the piece is Chekithan's brother, whose name is of course a Christian one, Philip. It is he who murders Monalia, out of jealousy of his brother, and is finally killed by the maddened Chekithan. Pontich's honesty sets him off from the Christians in the play, but Rogers also sets Pontich off from Chekithan, whose European-like thraldom to the sentimental passions of the heart Pontich finds unmanly and degrading. His own virtues are consciously drawn from those of the Roman Stoic, equanimity before catastrophe and devotion to order and the public good. Here Rogers suggests the outlines of the ethic that the Indian did, in fact, apparently derive from nature, an ethic which strongly suggested that of ancient Romans, to writers predisposed to find the roots of European virtues in primitive man. Thus when the captured Hani man and his wife are tied to the torture stake for burning, Pontich frees the woman and the children because they have not wronged us, can't do present mischief. 23 It is Philip, the son with the Christian name, who enjoys torturing captives. When Pontich shows the body of the murdered Monalia to Chekithan, he primes him with a Stoic injunction, "Be not alarmed, my son, the laws of fate / must be obeyed, she will not hear our dictates." 24 Chekithan, however, is unmanned by the sight, goes mad, and kills Philip, then himself. His final speech reveals him as the slave of a particular passion, a man with no sense of inner order and no belief in the fated order of the world. Monalia's dead, the world is all unhinged, there's universal war. She was the tie, the center of the whole. Where next, Monalia, shall I bend my arm to heal this discord, this disorder still, and bring the chaos universe to form? 25. 239. Pontich, who never loses his sense of universal form, measures his son's fall against this classic standard: "My sons, my name is gone. Are more than murdered, more than lost by death. Had they died fighting in their country's cause, I should have smiled and gloried in their fall, yes, boasting that I had such sons to lose. But thus to die, the martyrs of their folly, involved in all the complicated guilt of treason, murder, falsehood, and deceit, unbridled passion, cowardice, revenge, and everything that can debase the man. This is too much." 26. Unbridled passion was the nemesis of Puritan soldiers in the wilderness, as well as a Stoic anathema, yet here the Puritan and Stoic judgment is voiced by an Indian. Pontich goes further and sets aside his private passion of grief for the public good, a model of republican virtue, but I'm too far, 'tis not a time to grieve / for private losses, when the public calls. 27 The extent of Rogers's departure from pre-Enlightenment European convention can be suggested by comparing his Indian play to Dryden's Indian tragedies of a century earlier. Like Rogers, Dryden ennobled the Indian by viewing him as a fit subject for heroic tragedy. But it is quite clear that Dryden's Indian settings are employed simply to lend an exotic air to the proceedings. The city of Zampala in Dryden's and Howard's The Indian Queen, London, 1664-65, might as well be Moorish Aurangzeb for all the resemblance it or its people bear to their American counterparts. Montezuma, the Aztec hero king, steps to the footlights at the play's end to declare, "You see what shifts we are enforced to try, / to help outwit with some variety." Its sequel, The Indian Emperor, 1667, also treats the Spanish conquest of Mexico in the terms and conventions of Augustan tragic drama. The Indians are moved by conventional passions of love and honor, not torn between the symbolic opposites of stoicism and unrestraint that give Rogers's play its psychological tension and its applicability to the cultural anxieties of the colonial English. Where Rogers's Pont each affirms the Stoic etiquette great emotional cost, Dryden's Montezuma is destroyed for failing to live by the ethic of romantic passion. Expression of feeling, not its restraint, is Montezuma's virtue, for those, that here on earth their passions show / by death for love, receive their right below. 28. 24, 5. Dryden's conquistadores greet the newfound land in the conventional terms of the chivalric romance and the Arcadian myth. Conquest of the New World will bring them renewed strength as men and as lovers. It will also renew the strength and fortunes of Christianity and the Spanish nation. America is the Old World, Europe, purified and regenerated. On what new happy climate are we thrown? So long kept secret, and so lately known. As if our old world modestly withdrew, and here in private had brought forth anew. In Spain, our springs, like old men's children, be decayed and withered from the infancy. Here nature spreads her fruitful sweetness round, breathes in the air and broods upon the ground. Methinks we walk in dreams on fairy land, where golden ore lies mixed with common sand. 29. Conquest and love give the conquerors rights in the land. In the course of the play it becomes clear that New Spain is their proper home and that the Indians are unworthy of it. Just as ore is discovered in the common sand, so the earth of a New Spain has been found, mingled with Indian dust. At the war's end the Indians depart for a land without gold, where they hope the Spaniards will not follow them and from which they will no longer sally to trouble the Spaniards in their inheritance. To the golden men they leave the golden land. Rogers's Pont each, on the other hand, is clearly the rightful possessor of his soil. His characteristic personal virtues are drawn from the land. He is native to it, all others are intruders. Where Dryden's Guiamer, heir to Montezuma, leaves the golden land for a wasteland that is his proper home, Pont each retires to the wasteland simply to recruit his forces. Like Arthur's retreat into westward Avalon, his withdrawal is temporary, for he is the once and future king of the New World. Ye fertile fields and gladdening streams, adieu. I am no more your owner and your king. But witness for me to your new base lords, that my unconquered mind defies them still. And though I fly, 'tis on wings of hope. Yes, I will hence where there's no British foe, and wait a respite from this storm of woe, beget more sons, fresh troops collect and arm. 241. And other schemes of future greatness form. Britons may boast, the gods may have their will. Pont each I am, and shall be Pont each still. 30. Rogers's employment of the Indian as the symbolic embodiment of characteristically American virtues makes the fate of his works useful as evidence of the degree of acceptance this image of the American hero found in America and England. His 3 books were published frequently in Europe and not at all in the colonies. The concise account appeared in London in 1765 and in Dublin in 1769 and 1770, The journals appeared in London in 1765 and twice in Dublin, both editions dated 1769. In 1767 a novel, The Female American, followed Rogers's lead in equating the Indian with all the virtues and offering a white Indian woman as a prototypal American hero. The heroine and putative author of the novel was Unca Eliza Winkfield, supposed descendant of a match between a Virginia-born captive and a proto-Christian Indian princess. Unca is educated in England, is shipwrecked in an attempt to return to Virginia, and successfully converts a tribe of Indian cannibals to Christianity before she is rescued by her future husband. This novel was not reprinted in America, however, until well after the Revolution. Rogers's works, because of his Tory stand in the Revolution, were not published in his native land until he was more than a century in his grave. The American rejection of Winkfield and Rogers is difficult to square with the distinct trend toward general acceptance of the Indian as a kind of model American. In 1773, for example, the Boston Tea Party rebels adopted Indian dress in executing their raid, and the militia at Concord and Lexington fought the regulars in the Indian manner. The first Democratic-Republican political club, founded in New York City in the 1790s, was named after the legendary statesman of the Five Nations, Tammany, Tamenund. The Whiskey Rebels of 1794 likewise adopted Indian war paint at their meetings and stated their case in a mock Indian treaty, employing the Indian as a symbol of their independence, courage, and defiance of authority in devotion to principle. 31 in 1767, however, American readers were not as prepared as the British were to accept the absolute, unqualified equation of Indian and American virtues employed by Rogers and Winkfield. Developments within the colonial literary genres reflect more accurately the pace of American adjustment to the idea of Indianization. Captivity and/or adoption. As we have seen, the literary genres of the colonial period developed around particular kinds of colonial experience. Most prominent among the 242 secular genres were narratives of travel and exploration, of Indian fighting, of captivities, with the closely related genre of religious literature that concerned missionary efforts among the Indians, and of attempts to establish new settlements. Between 1620 and 1750 each of these narrative genres developed particular conventions through repeated and various usage. These conventions were shaped both by the actual experiences of the narrators and by the overall Puritan, middle colony or Southern frame of mind. This process of development did not end with the relaxing of Calvinist hostility to literary fiction in New England and the concurrent development of literary presses and large reading publics in the other colonies. On the contrary, these two developments led to an increased demand for more, and more sensational, narrative literature derived from American experience, as the continuing growth of American almanacs and periodicals, rich in narrative and anecdote, and the persistent popularity and increased variety of works in the traditional genres suggests. More authentic narrative was wanted for publication than could have been supplied by fortuitously appearing Mary Rowland's sons, equipped with both genuine experience and the skill to tell their own stories. The result was a tendency toward fictionalization of narratives, beginning with second-hand recastings of authentic experiences and ending with the fabrication of imaginary adventures. This process led to a gradual acceptance of literary forms as valid vehicles for statements about the American experience. At the same time, it led to the emergence within each narrative genre of prototypal American heroes, serving as participants in the narrative or as personas of the narrator. The Indian war narratives, the genre preferred by American writers, developed such a prototype in Smith's image of the American soldier hero as an Indian-like hunter. The Indian study treatises, travel and exploration narratives, and captivity narratives underwent a similar development between 1765 and 1790. The gradual dominance of literary forms and a literary attitude toward the narrative art meant that correspondingly less value was placed on direct experience with the frontier, or even on an acquaintance with reliable second-hand information. The literary author is permitted to work in the realm of his own imagination. Since his aim is to be plausible, rather than necessarily truthful, he can pay more attention to his audience's conventionalized conception of reality than to the thing itself. Where the Puritan chronicler had to work from experience or recorded fact as seen through the sharply focused lens of his theology, the writer of the late 18th century could work from a more diverse heritage of myths. 243. Philosophical premises, literary forms, and conventions. This diversity made possible a more direct approach to the expression of individual vision and experience in forms that were explicitly literary. The Indian war narratives, for example, had been based on genuine experiences which seemed to follow a formulaic pattern of cultural conflict and reconciliation, in peace or in death, between Indian and Christian. Missionary treatises and studies of Indian life, on the other hand, had developed a conventionalized image of the Indian as an incipient Christian. Writers of fiction, poetry, and drama in the latter half of the 18th century, both American and European, worked from these conventionalized portraits, eschewing exploration of the reality for exfoliation and development of the images inherent in their own minds. An early result of this exercise of the literary imagination was the development of a standard, distinctly myth-like narrative for each genre. Each of these narrative types suggested a particular approach to the experience of America and the figure of an American human hero appropriate to that experience. Ultimately, these several generic visions and literary forms merged in the narratives relating to the Boone legend. The early narratives of travel and exploration had acquired distinct literary conventions in the same way that the earliest captivity narratives did, through similarities in the actual experiences of generations of travelers and explorers and through the operation of the Puritan mind on literary materials. Where the captivities defined the relationship between whites and Indians, the accounts of the first explorers of New England and of the first Puritan planters dealt with the relationship between man and the land or the natural world. The typical narrative begins with an image of the happy, peaceful life in England and the intervention of some spirit or force, love of adventure, or the malice of prelates that impels the narrator to his voyage. He embarks on the sea, which tests his mettle with a fierce tempest, lands in the New World, and is further tested by the hostility of the climate and the natives. He perseveres, trusts in God, and is vouchsafed a vision of his future success, which he shares with his reader by way of encouraging him to come out. This pattern of events expresses the psychological anxieties which the Puritans experienced in emigrating. The tempest at sea and the hard times ashore served as self-mortifications or purification rites, making them worthy of their future success, and, perhaps, of their happy return to England. These conventions, like those of the captivity narratives, were employed by secular-minded writers in the early 18th century. Two English satirists, for instance, Ebenezer Cook and Edward Ward, follow the pattern only to mock it. They show 244. Their protagonists fleeing merry England to escape the bailiff or paternity charges, heaving hilariously into the scuppers during the tempest, and railing at the climate and the natives as soon as they step ashore. The colonists, however, had more liking for works that treated the form with a seriousness appropriate to its underlying significance. Such a work is Jonathan Dickinson's account of his shipwreck and travels in Florida in the latter part of the 17th century, an account which melds the genres of the travel and the captivity narrative. Dickinson is the human hero of the catastrophe, the leader of the party in its trials and its eventual rescue. In good Puritan fashion, he gives all the credit to God and effaces himself in the presence of Robert Barrow, the great Quaker missionary who is with the party. The title suggests the thesis of the account. God's protecting providence, man's surest help and defense in the times of the greatest difficult and most imminent danger, evidenced in the remarkable deliverance of divers persons, from the devouring waves of the sea, and also from the more cruelly devouring jaws of the inhuman cannibals of Florida. It was first published in Philadelphia in 1699, became a bestseller for its time, more than 2,000 copies within a year, and was frequently reprinted into the 19th century. 32. As the narrative begins, Dickinson, his wife, and their infant son are sailing from the West Indies to Philadelphia when a tempest arises that wrecks them on the Florida coast. Immediately they fall into the hands of the Indians, whom Dickinson styles cannibals on the basis of tradition rather than the evidence of his eyes. Although the Indians mistreat and rob them from time to time, they also aid them in their rescue. Their humanity toward Dickinson's child is particularly striking. The cacique's wife, having a young child sucking at her breast, gave it to another woman, and would have my child, which my wife was very loath to suffer, but she would not be denied, took our child and suckled it at her breast, viewing and feeling it from top to toe. 33. The Indian women would take our child and suckle it, for its mother's milk was almost gone that it could not get a meal, and our child, which had been at death's door from the time of its birth, began now to be cheerful, and have an appetite to food. 34. Later Mrs. Dickinson has an opportunity to return the favor. Despite this intimate exchange, Dickinson persists in seeing the Indians as subhuman, comparing them to animals dwelling in a hideous wilderness. His presence among them is providential or accidental, and his whole desire is to return to civilization. 245. Although Dickinson's account continued to be popular, changing attitudes toward the Indian and the landscape produced significant changes in the genre. In the second decade of the 18th century, William Byrd, as we have seen, portrayed himself as an heroic surveyor naturalist, exploring the wilderness by choice and comparing that exploration to sexual union. The surveyor naturalist, who enters the wilderness in the name of science and civilization, became an increasingly acceptable type of mediating figure. John Bartram's accounts of his explorations gave him an admirable reputation in both Europe and America, and Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia, 1781, a geographic, political, and naturalistic description of the colony, was the making of his great reputation in European letters. Jefferson's descriptions, as of the Natural Bridge and the Potomac River Gap, abstract the narrative movement of the travel or exploration narrative, reducing it to a visual image. Instead of describing a character moving through the several stages of a narrative, he carries the reader's own eye and sensibility through an analogous sequence of impressions, experiences, and sensations. The philosophical charge of Jefferson's descriptions sets them above those of men like Rogers, who employed Rousseauistic imagery in an unsystematic way, simply as a device for rendering themselves and their product appealing to prospective buyers. Jefferson adopts as his vision neither the pastoral nor the sublime extreme. Rather, he combines the two into a vision of a land which both excites and soothes the soul, which stimulates the mind with terrors and drama and sates it with bounty and beauty, which exhibits both the ruinous force and the creative power of time and nature. His description of Virginia's natural bridge is the most characteristic. He views the bridge from 2 points of view, one of which harrows him with sublime terror, while the other soothes him with visions of harmony. Both experiences, he suggests, are necessary to a true sense of the land and its meaning. The natural bridge, the most sublime of nature's works, is on the ascent of a hill, which seems to have been cloven through its length by some great convulsion. Though the sides of this bridge are provided in some parts with a parapet of fixed rocks, yet few men have the resolution to walk to them, and look over into the abyss. You involuntarily fall on your hands and feet, creep to the parapet and peep over it. Looking down from this height about a minute, gave me a violent headache. If the view from the top be painful and intolerable, that from below is delightful in an equal extreme. It is impossible for the emotions arising from the sublime to be felt beyond what they are here, so beautiful. 246. Full an arch, so elevated, so light, and springing as it were up to heaven. The rapture of the spectator is really indescribable. 35. It is the contrast between terror and order that gives Jefferson this emotionally rapturous sense of the beauty of his land. His description of the Potomac Gap also combines the pastoral and sublime visions of American nature and hints at the fundamental peculiarity of American landscape. Because it so openly shows the marks of natural forces and processes, the American landscape contains symbols of the whole motion of time from creation to conclusion. For Europeans like Volney, the presence of human ruins marked the passage of time and the natural rise and decay of human empires and civilizations, A shattered temple was the memento mori, the symbol of human tragedy. But the American ruin was not man-made but God or nature-made. It intimated the waxing and waning of the world itself, over geological epochs of time. Thus Jefferson uses an item of landscape as his memento mori, his symbol of the threatening aspect of America, and a symbolic equivalent of the Puritan captivity which reminds man of his bondage to sin and death. The change is significant. A death symbol in the landscape can be sought out and figuratively embraced and accepted willingly by a man, while a captivity is an undesired experience, with the power to make him a ruin. Jefferson's death reminders humble and terrify the soul, but they are rendered as positive forces by their juxtaposition with the pastoral, promising element in the landscape. What emerges is an experience of the destructive and creative powers of the land, a sense of the land which is based on its realities and which is neither despairing nor naive. Thus his Potomac Gap landscape is composed of both shattered rocks and serene, distant skies. It begins with a view of the destructive force of the rivers. The passage of the Potomac through the Blue Ridge is, perhaps, one of the most stupendous scenes in nature. You stand on a very high point of land. On your right comes up the Shenandoah, having ranged along the foot of the mountain an 100 miles to seek a vent. On your left approaches the Potomac. In the moment of their junction, they rush together against the mountain, rend it asunder, and pass off to the sea. This vision immediately evokes the sense of the vast sweep of the current of time. The first glance of the scene hurries our senses to the opinion, that this earth has been created in time, that the mountains were formed first, that the rivers began to flow afterwards, that in this place they have been dammed up by the Blue Ridge, and have formed 247. An ocean which filled the whole valley, that continuing to rise they have at length broken over at this spot, and have torn the mountain down from its summit to its base. The piles of rock on each hand, the evident marks of their disrupture and avulsion from their beds by the most powerful agents of nature, corroborate the impression. But this vision of nature's destructive force does not dizzy or upset the viewer on his peak, for he is able to comprehend the scene as a natural metaphor of the course of American history, from threatful present to promising future. But the distant finishing which nature has given to the picture, is a true contrast to the foreground. It is as placid and delightful as that is wild and tremendous. For the mountain being cloven asunder, she presents to your eye, through the cleft, a small catch of smooth blue horizon, at an infinite distance in the plain country, inviting you from the riot and tumult roaring around to pass through the breach and participate of the calm below. Here the eye ultimately composes itself, and that way, too, the road happens actually to lead. 36. Thus for Jefferson the ideal experience of America is one which enables a man to immerse himself temporarily in the wild landscape and then to emerge on a high plane of thought, from which he can analyze the significance of the spectacle below him. The captivity narratives underwent a development analogous to that of the exploration narratives from Dickinson to Byrd and Jefferson. Captivity or the undertaking of a mission had been for the Puritans the only acceptable terms on which white and Indian could live together in the wilderness. Just as the idea of seeking greater intimacy with the natural landscape emerged in the exploration narratives, the idea of accepting greater intimacy with the Indians gained ground in the captivity narratives written between 1750 and 1800. Indeed, the very nature of the captivity narrative began to alter, until the line separating captive from Indian blurred and the captive provisionally accepted adoption into the Indian tribe. Accounts of Indian traders and diplomats, like James Adair and Henry Timberlake, who had lived with the Indians on terms other than those of captive or missionary, merged with the captivity narratives. Finally, as the narratives became more overtly fictional in response to the changing demands and tastes of the reading public, the Indian's symbolic function was heightened and altered, both to make him a fit brother or consort for his Christian counterpart and to make more comfortable the Christian's acceptance of that brotherhood. The captivity experience itself became an experience of adoption or initiation into the Indian's world. 248. Robert Eastburn's and John Malam's captivity narratives of 1758 reflect some of these changes in the genre and suggest the direction its development was to take. Eastburn's narrative ought to have been very much in the tradition of Mary Rowlandson and John Williams. The narrative was solicited by Gilbert Tennant, who promoted the Great Awakening in the Middle Colonies and was a colleague of Jonathan Edwards in the attempt to promote revival in New England. Tennant's preface to the narrative, however, is not at all like those affixed to Mrs. Rowlandson's and Hannah Dustin's. No doctrine is developed, no theological issues are underscored. Tennant simply vouches for Eastburn's veracity and piety, and hopes the reader will find the narrative entertaining and improving. Eastburn himself employs some of the traditional devices of the missionaries, drawing unfavorable comparisons between Indian piety and Pennsylvanian backsliding. The difference lies in the fact that Eastburn's Indians are, not converts to Protestantism, but either Catholics or downright pagans. His observation that they have made better use of a bad religion than we of a good one thus smacks of a kind of cultural relativism. 37 And although his outbursts against his sinfulness and that of his people are what one has come to expect in captivity narratives, they have a more rhetorical than theological function here. He employs these expostulations as an effective literary device, adding dramatic value and a novelistic air of immediacy to the account by shifting quickly from the past tense in the expostulation to the present tense in recording his adventures. John Malam's Gallic Perfidy, Boston, 1758, is even more overtly literary, since it casts the captivity as a long narrative poem. Malam recounts his experiences after the fall of Fort William Henry to the French in 757 when the Indians, in violation of the surrender terms, attacked and massacred the British troops and their families as they marched out of the fort. The poem roughly approximates the sermon-like narrative form favored by writers of captivity narratives. It begins with a thesis that is suggested by the title, proceeds to a narrative, and concludes with an exhortation. Yet Malam's values are clearly those of the Enlightenment, his standard of morality is the laws of nature, and his view of wilderness horror is more akin to that of sublime painters than to that in the Puritan martyrologies. The poem begins with a statement of Malam's theme or thesis. I mean to sing but breach of plighted faith, and violation of the sacred laws of nature and of nations. 38. 249. He takes a negative view of the Indians, as did M'Fon and Depow, but the sign of their degeneracy for Malam is, not their closeness to primitive nature, but their violation of the natural laws of human kindness. Echoes of Mather and Hubbard creep into his portrayal of the Indians, indicating the persistence of Puritan imagery. He calls them hell's swarthy allies, with visage foul, and horrid awful grin. Red, black and green besmeared their mighty fronts, with snaky braids, and dreadful ornament, and pitchy feathers plait on their hair, obscene and naked, daubed with various paints. Like fiends of hell, or worse, if possible. With fearful yell, to raise the hell below. To th assistance of the hell within rush on their unforewarned defenseless prey. 39. Yet in his invocation to the Muse, Malam calls on God to fill his own heart with that same hell and fury that motivates his Indians. Yet powers of fury lend some mighty frenzy to enrage my breast. With solemn song, beyond all nature's strain. 40. This sentimental egocentricity so antipathetic to the Puritan ethic of self-abnegation makes Malam's own sensibility and emotional response the central theme of the poem, eclipsing its ostensible subjects, Indian barbarity, French treachery, and the moral confrontation between English Christian virtue and the hellish fiends of the wilderness. We are as much aware of Malam's struggle to master his emotions long enough to write the poem as we are of his struggle with the savages. My labyrinth muse swells with the raving god. I feel him here. My head turns round. 'Twill burst. 4-1. My numbers fail me. Oh. It is too much. But up, my soul, and take another view. 42. Malam's landscape is no more a realistic notation than are the hellish landscapes of Bradford and Mather or the pastoral vision of Wolcott. Rather, it is a landscape designed to evoke in Malam's persona the sublime emotions his egotism requires. Symbols of spectacular decay and destruction abound: blasted pines, bogs, mountains that appear splintered by a mighty force, serpents and toads, the whole seeming to be an exile of the damned. 43. Cannibalism is imputed to the Indians, who ripped up the bowels of a prisoner, gobbled them, and swilled the blood. 44. Yet may. 250. Lem never echoes the Mathe-Ryan dictum that if the wilderness is hell, Christians ought to avoid it. Rather, he declares his intention to return as an explorer, once English victory has restored order by purging the forest of its demons. Nor do his powerful sensibilities render him incapable of independent action. Although he praises, in a formulaic way, the stupendous love of God to man, as evidenced in his being spared the stake, 45. His final prayer is addressed not to God but to the English generals, of whom he begs only sufficient force to go and harry the Indians and explore and enjoy their country. O chief in war of all, young, Albion's force, invest me only with sufficient power, I, yet a boy, will play the man, and chase the wily savage from his secret haunts. Not alpine mounts shall thwart my rapid course, I'll scale the crags, then, with impetuous speed, rush down the steep, and scour along the vale, then on the seashore halt, and last, explore the green meanders of eternal wood. 46. Malam, like most writers in Europe and America, valued the order and form of civilization. As a frontiersman of sorts, he recognized the incongruity between the reality and the pastoral vision. He did not reject the American wilderness, however, even though it did not prove amenable to pastoralization. Rather, the uses section of his poem emphasizes his desire to live in the wilderness. Yet Malam, as his second poem, The Conquest of Louisbourg, reveals, could not find a hero who could properly embody this dual vision of America. Instead, he here chooses George II and the elder Pitt as his heroes, and he concludes with the savages being chased out of their Eden and replaced by the symmetry of civilization. Now a smooth surface all along is seen, and white tents harmonious intervene, with gay decorum to enhance the shoe. 47. Both Eastburn and Malam preserve one cardinal feature of the traditional captivity narrative in regarding the Indians as fiends incarnate and opposing them to the worthy English and Anglo-Americans. Benjamin Franklin's narrative of the late massacres, Philadelphia, 1764, written contemporaneously with the violent outbreak of Pontiac's rebellion, reverses the traditional roles of Indians and whites in recounting the massacre by the Paxton Boys of some Moravian praying Indians in Pennsylvania. Here it is the white frontiersmen who behave like fiends, violating natural law in their disregard of age, sex, and innocence and breaking a treaty. A gallery of Tijbs 251. Which dates to Penn's time and has been rigorously adhered to by Indians and Quakers. The Indians are described in terms usually reserved for the good Quakers of Enlightenment mythology. They have lived many years in friendship with their white neighbors, who loved them for their peaceable inoffensive behavior. Of these, Sheehes was a very old man, an exceeding good man, being naturally of a most kind, benevolent temper. Peggy was Sheehes's daughter. She worked for her aged father, continuing to live with him, though married, and attended him with filial duty and tenderness. 48. Here the Indians represent the classical customs of hospitality, simplicity, benevolence, filial piety, and human kindness. The whites, on the other hand, are butchers and scalp takers. On Wednesday, the 14th of December, 1763, 57 men from some of our frontier townships, who had projected the destruction of this little commonwealth, came, armed with firelocks, hangers, and hatchets. These poor defenseless creatures were immediately fired upon, stabbed and hatcheted to death. The good Sheehes, cut to pieces in his bed. All of them were scalped and otherwise horribly mangled. 49. The revolutionary hero Ethan Allen, writing an account of his captivity with the British in 1778, makes a further change in the personages of the captivity drama, all but replacing the Indian fiend with a British fiend. Allen was captured by the British and Indians in a foolhardy attack on Montreal in 1775 and was exchanged after 3 years in Canadian, English, and American prisons. He begins his narrative with the formulaic phrases of the traditional captivity narratives, declaring his work to be a true narrative of the extraordinary scenes of my captivity, and the discoveries which I made, of the cruel and relentless behavior of the enemy toward captives. Allen is first seized, according to this account, by a typical captivity narrative Indian. A savage, part of whose head was shaved, being almost naked and painted, came running to me. With more than mortal speed, as he approached near me, his hellish visage was beyond all description, snake's eyes appear innocent in comparison of his features extorted, malice, death, murder, and the wrath of devils and damned spirits are the emblems of his countenance. 50. Among the British he is treated with cruelty, mocked, and derided, and his patriotism, rather than his religious faith, is severely tested. Instead of replying with homilies in the manner of Mrs. Rowland's son, Allen vaunts the 252 superior character of his countrymen. At length, after long starvation and privation in the prisons and hulks of New York, he is liberated. His first act is to declare his discovery of the hellish, devilish nature of the British, beside whose actions those of the serpent himself would be deemed merciful. 51. Franklin and Allen, like the Puritans before them, are projecting the forces that threaten their society onto the captors and assailants in the captivity myth. Franklin merely substitutes the unruly lower classes of the frontier for the Indians, and Allen substitutes the European enemy. In both cases the Indian remains an enemy, but he now shares that role with others, who are seen as being in many ways more inimical to the colonies. Franklin's choice of villain is remarkably like that of the Puritans, who emphasized the tendency of the frontiersmen to degenerate and of the better classes to remain pure. William Smith's account of the return of the Indians captives after Bouquet's campaign reveals a similar bias, but it also makes significant changes in the return motif that was so essential to the captivity narrative. Mrs. Rowland's son and her sisters, throughout their stay with the Indians, dreamt only of returning to civilization. The thought that they might remain forever in the Indian camp was the source of their deepest despair. Nor did the Puritan ministers who improved their narratives treat with any sympathy at all the suggestion that one might marry and remain among the Indians. Smith makes much of the conventional pathos in the return of the captives. There were to be seen fathers and mothers recognizing and clasping their once lost babes, husbands hanging round the necks of their newly recovered wives, sisters and brothers unexpectedly meeting together after long separation, scarce able to speak the same language, or, for some time, to be sure that they were children of the same parents. Feelings of a very different nature were painted in the looks of others, flying from place to place in eager inquiries after relatives not found. Trembling to receive an answer. Distracted with doubts, hopes and fears, on obtaining no accounts of those they sought for. Or stiffened into living monuments of horror and woe, on learning their unhappy fate. 5-2. However, he sees equal pathos in the separation of the captives from their Indian masters, husbands, and adopted parents, who had grown to love their white captives. They delivered up their beloved captives with the utmost reluctance, shed torrents of tears over them, recommending them to the 253 care and protection of the commanding officer. Their regard to them continued all the time they remained in camp. They visited them from day to day, and brought them what corn, skins, horses and other matters, they had bestowed on them, while in their families, accompanied with all the marks of the most tender affection. 53. One young brave exposes himself to death and torment at the hands of the frontiersmen by accompanying back to the settlements his most beloved captive, a young woman for whom, as Smith euphemistically puts it, he had formed so strong an attachment as to call her his wife. Smith goes so far as to admit that the action might make the brave a figure even in romance. 54. This implicit acceptance of the Indian and his way of life would have been impossible for the Puritans. Although Smith does not say so in this initial view of the scene, further examination of the Indian treatment of their captives and of the captives' response to their return to civilization reveals that many captives preferred the Indian life. This had always been a tendency on the frontier and was greatly feared by the Puritans, as we have seen. But in the traditional exhortation, Cotton Mather and his colleagues usually were careful to distinguish those frontiersmen who lived like Indians from those who actually became Indians. The latter are rarely, if ever, mentioned before 1750. In 1765, however, Smith acknowledges this phenomenon, though he finds himself hard put to explain the great appeal of the Indian's way of life for certain Americans. Part of his answer he finds in the Indians' humanity and tenderness when not enraged by liquor or the desire for revenge. When they once determine to give life to a captive, they give everything with it, which, in their apprehension, belongs to it. To women who are willing they give husbands, to children parents, to warriors wives and arms. No women need fear the violation of their honor. Nor do they feel less affection for adopted members of a family than for those belonging to it by blood. Every captive whom their affection, their caprice, or whatever else, leads them to save, is soon incorporated with them, and fares alike with themselves. 55. But these reasons are not, to Smith's mind, sufficient to explain why many adults and children preferred to remain Indians. The children, who had been weaned away from civilized habits in their years of innocence, he can excuse. The adults astonish and frighten him. But it must not be denied that there were even some grown persons who shewed an unwillingness to return. The Cheyennes were obliged to bind several of their prisoners and force them along to the camp, and some women, who had been delivered up, afterwards found 254 means to escape and run back to the Indian towns. Some, who could not make their escape, clung to their savage acquaintance at parting, and continued many days in bitter lamentations, even refusing sustenance. 56. Although Smith goes beyond the traditions of the captivity and Indian war narratives in admitting that an Indian might love a white child or woman, he cannot countenance the converse. This love of whites for the Indians must therefore be a sign of degeneration. Significantly, Smith, like Franklin, gives a class-oriented interpretation of the source of their degeneracy. For the honor of humanity, we would suppose those persons to have been of the lowest rank, either bred up in ignorance or distressing penury, or who had lived with the Indians so long as to forget their former connections. For, easy and unconstrained as the savage life is, certainly it could never be put in competition with the blessings of improved life and the light of religion, by any persons who have had the happiness of enjoying, and the capacity of discerning, them. 57. Henry Timberlake, a Virginia lieutenant and negotiator with the Cherokee, carries the argument a step beyond Smith. Writing in 1765 of his mission to the Cherokee, a confederation somewhat like that of the Five Nations of New York, Timberlake finds the Indian way of life is, in some special respects, more improving than that of his own society. Like Smith, he dwells on the love of Indian mistresses for their English soldier loves, finding in their fidelity further proof of the sense of sanctity with which an Indian woman regards her marriage, in which she is at least equal and perhaps superior to her white counterpart. 58. Their government as Timberlake describes it is a mixed democracy and aristocracy. Clearly he has Locke's definitions in mind, and perhaps Colden's Iroquois as well. Their method of succoring the poor is infinitely superior to the English dole and almshouse. Their fierce enmity in war is matched by the full friendship with which they regard Timberlake on the conclusion of peace, and this contrasts strongly to the continued bigotry and suspicion of the whites. Indeed, Timberlake, obviously a member of the better classes in Virginia, returns from his embassy to grow disillusioned with his countrymen, partly because of their suspicion of him as an Indian lover and their refusal to pay him for his service. When the Cherokee offer him refuge from the persecutions of society, Timberlake seriously contemplates accepting asylum among them, despite the possibility that a renewed Indian war would lead to his proscription as a traitor. The Indians expressed the highest grief for my misfortunes. All the recompense they could offer was an asylum in their country. / 255. Which I declined, since their murmurs convinced me they would not fail at their return to spirit up their countrymen, to vindicate their right by force of arms, which would infallibly have been laid to my charge, and I perhaps be reputed a traitor to my country. My circumstances, however, are now so much on the decline, that when I can satisfy my creditors, I must retire to the Cherokee, or some other hospitable country, where unobserved I and my wife may breathe upon the little that yet remains. 59. He died, however, shortly after the narrative appeared. Timberlake's presence in the Indian camp and his long stay with them were the result of his own choice and his profession of military diplomat, not the result of a providential calling, as in the narratives of captivity and Indian missions. The diplomat joined the Indian trader and the naturalist surveyor as new images of men, perhaps heroes, whose intimacy with the Indian's world was psychologically acceptable, even laudable. Their opinions about the Indians, although differing sharply from the traditional views, were likewise acceptable. James Adair, an Indian trader, picks up where Timberlake and Smith leave off. His treatise of 1775, The History of the American Indians, revives the old speculation that the Indians are the 10 lost tribes of Israel and systematically justifies it by comparative philology and anthropology of a rather dubious sort. Adair relies chiefly on analogies between biblical religious customs and political practices and those employed by the Indians. In so doing, he establishes the same scriptural grounds for Indian government that Puritan sages had claimed for their Bible commonwealth. Moreover, Adair's Indians share with the English Israel the common root of descent from a chosen people. Indeed, the Indians' claim, being founded on blood rather than on postnatal conversion, is the better. This investment of the Indians with a symbolic mantle out of Puritan mythology and Lockean thought is typical of the tendency of American writers, in the latter part of the 18th century, to become more overtly literary in their depiction of the frontier. This necessarily entailed a heightening of symbolism and an inflation of rhetoric and pathos for the purpose of playing on the sentiments of a literary audience. Eastburn does this skillfully, as does Smith in his account of the captive's return, but they are essentially reporters rather than artists. The writer of literary fiction works primarily from the materials of his own consciousness, and perhaps his unconscious mind as well. This consciousness, as it applies to literary endeavors, is shaped by literary and social conventions, as well as by personal experience and psychological factors. Thus all literature partakes of 256. The nature of myth, since it embodies the consciousness and memory of both individuals and the society in a traditional, imagination and sentiment-stirring form. As American writers moved deliberately toward the writing of fiction in the traditional genres of the captivity, Indian war, and travel narratives, the mythological elements in their subject tended to emerge more sharply from their background. The artistic pursuit of the Puritan profession of systematic introspection is partially responsible for this, a tendency which became increasingly important once literature itself became a profession in America after 1800. In the last decades of the 18th century, however, the emergence of archetypal motifs was primarily a result of the conventionalization of the literary genres and the abstraction of their narratives into formulaic patterns that no longer needed to have reference to actual experience. The most important early example of this myth-like form of narrative is a fictionalized captivity by a writer whose pseudonym was Abraham Panther. His narrative, purporting to be an account of an interview with a genuine captive, was published under numerous titles and enjoyed great popularity and wide circulation. It was almost certainly a source for Charles Brockden Brown's Gothic captivity novel, Edgar Huntley. First published in Middletown, Connecticut, in 1787, it was reprinted that same year in New York City and in a popular almanac in Norwich, Connecticut. Between 1790 and 1814 it was reprinted in Bennington, Rutland, Putney, and Windsor, Vermont, New York City, New Haven, Leominster, Massachusetts, and Augusta, Maine, some 16 times in all. The narrative itself is a blend of the sentimental romance, Hannah Duston's captivity, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, and archetypal motifs as ancient as human mythology, including the Indian myths of the sacrifice of the corn god. Like the Edward Sheehan revival sermon, it employs symbols drawn from the experience and traditions of its audience to evoke in that audience the sensations and emotions of a quasi-religious experience. The narrative is cast as a letter, describing the discovery of the captive by the author and including her own version of her story. The narrative begins with the author and a companion wandering deep in the wilderness, in Indian country. They are surprised to hear a voice, which may be either human or bird, singing from a thicket. They cross a brook, climb a hill, and discover a large dell, with a cave at one end and a most beautiful young lady sitting before the cave mouth singing. After swooning and being revived, she tells her story of her star-crossed love for her wealthy father's clerk, their elopement to the frontier, and her lover's brutal murder by Indians. She herself escapes from the Indians and becomes lost in the 257 wilderness. On the 15th day of her wandering, an Indian of gigantic figure surprises her, succors her, and takes her to the cave. He insists that she share his bed, and when she refuses, he binds her and gives her till sunrise to choose between love and death. She bites the bark withes that bind her, takes up the Indian giant's sword and hatchet, and dispatches him, as Hannah Duston did her captors, with a blow on the head. Her disposal of the body, and the results of that disposal, are somewhat extraordinary for a young lady of good breeding, although, the author suggests, they would not be so for a priestess of some abominable Indian cult. I then cut off his head, and next day, having cut him in quarters, drew him out of the cave about half a mile distance, when, after covering him with leaves and bushes, I returned to this place. I here found a kind of Indian corn which I planted and have yearly raised a small quantity. Here have I existed for 9 long years. 60. Her murder and mutilation of the giant thus lead to her discovery of the corn and her decision to remain in the wilderness alone for an indefinite period. Her eventual return to her father's house is marked by a similar pattern of events. After being reconciled with the aged, ailing man, she watches him die also and inherits his wealth and lands. The panther captivity offers several levels for interpretation. In its overall form it follows the classic pattern of the captivity narrative, save that sentimental passion replaces religious passion as the motive for the girl's desertion of the parental home. Moreover, the desertion is here an explicit part of the tale, rather than an implicit part of the psychological and social background. The tale begins with the girl safe and happy under the paternal roof, until the strong motive of love forces her to violate the filial bond by moving to the wilderness. The Indians visit the lovers with punishment in the form of captivity. The girl resists further sexual temptation, preserves her virtue, serves a term of exile and abstinence, and is restored to the parental domain. The Puritan myth of reconciliation with a deified father is counterpointed by the primitive fertility rites in which the girl engages with the giant. The giant dies, and she discovers corn in consequence. Moreover, her ordeal by Indian captivity, the sexual temptation of the giant, and the heroic act of slaying him have made her worthy of living in the giant's world and possessing his corn, land, and weapons. Likewise, her term of penance makes her worthy of replacing her dying father when she returns to his land. The ritual slaying of a vegetation god, like the ritual coupling of the 258 king hero and the earth goddess, was a primitive ceremony aimed at restoring fertility to the soil. In some instances, the slaying of the king or tribal father might be enacted as a fertility rite, the king's body going to fertilize the ground and his potency and powers passing to the new generation, his heir. Several Indian tribes had a corn ritual much like the girl's slaying of the giant, but these were not printed until the 19th century, when Heckewelder's and Schoolcraft's Compendia of Indian Mythology appeared. Longfellow's Song of Hiawatha, based on Schoolcraft, contains a ritual slaying of the corn god that is remarkably similar to the action in the Panther captivity. 61. The author of the Panther captivity may or may not have been acquainted with Indian legends, which were not widely available in print before 1787. Since the author's identity and hence his degree of acquaintance with the Indians is unknown, this particular problem is insoluble. He does, in any case, employ mythic motifs that have been part of literary mythology for ages. The confusion of the girl with the singing bird at the beginning of the narrative, for example, is a mingling of human and bestial natures typical of myth literature. The cave in the dell bears a peculiar resemblance to the chapel of the Green Knight in Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. The narratives too are similar. The Green Knight is a giant, who asks Gawain to cut off his head. When Gawain complies, the giant picks up his head and rides off laughing. When next they meet, the head is restored, and the green giant is whole. Gawain is forced to undertake a quest for the Green Chapel to submit himself to the Green Knight's sword. The knight tests Gawain, preparing him to be worthy of a final test. Sexual temptation by the knight's wife is the most important feature of that test, which Gawain passes by abstaining from taking her. The Green Knight's powers and coloring mark him as a kind of earth god, whose annual sacrifice is necessary to the maintenance of the crops and the renewal of spring, thus he insists that Gawain come to him at the turn of the year. It is impossible to say whether the author of the Panther narrative was acquainted with Arthurian myths. The most important point is that any writer who involves his imagination in the literary exploitation of such mythi-material as the captivity narrative seems bound to uncover the archetypal patterns concealed deep beneath the conventionalized surface form of the narratives. Although derived from a Puritan genre, the Panther captivity was nationally popular because its strange and exotic action touched chords of memory and anxiety of which the readership was perhaps only partly aware. The tension between the traditional captivity pattern, which M259 emphasizes filial reconciliation, and the fertility myth pattern, which emphasizes the preparation of the new generation to destroy and replace the old, expresses many levels of human and colonial anxiety in a single, emotionally evocative, symbolic drama. On the level of universal human psychology, this tension between the two patterns expresses the dilemma of all men coming of age, inheriting their parents' world, and replacing their sires as the shapers of that world. In the particular context of colonial history, it expresses the alternatives open to the American generations: a. to be reconciled with Europe and the culture of the first founders, or b. to acculturate, to adapt to the Indians' wilderness. The earlier generations clung to their heritage, the Puritans most ferociously, as the captivity narratives reveal. Later generations, as we have seen, tended toward acculturation. The Panther captivity chooses neither alternative and excludes neither, rather, it expresses the full mind of the colonists by containing both alternatives and weaving them into a unified, convincing drama. The heroine of the captivity is prepared for, or initiated into, the life of the Indian giant and attains the right to his domain, but at the same time she is initiated into the Indian's world and prepared to inherit from her blood father in the civilized world. Although it fulfills most of the requirements for myth literature, the Panther captivity was not in fact the version of the American myth that attained the widest currency in America and Europe. John Filson's account of the adventures of Daniel Boone, published 3 years earlier, was far more effective in impressing on the American and European mind a particular image of an archetypal American hero. But although the figure of Boone proved more compelling, the narratives that gave him his stature operated through the same means as the Panther narrative. They appealed to the emotions, memories, and anxieties of their readers through the construction of a symbolic drama, whose terms are drawn from American narrative traditions and more fundamental archetypes, in which the dilemmas of the human psyche and the American culture are resolved. American hero types in the 1780s. The desires of European readers, by contrast, could be more easily satisfied by a clarification of their preconceived notion of the variety of American types. Unity dramatic, mythological, or cultural was not essential to the success of a European attempt to mythologize America, to find an appropriate image for the new nationality. Crevecoeur's Letters from an American Farmer, published in 1782, has a particular interest in 260. This connection, since it was written by a man who belonged to both the French and American cultures, the former by birth, the latter by adoption and temporary residence. His book is useful at this point as a summary compendium of the variety of American heroes, as seen by both Europe and America. In addition, it suggests the nature and extent of the vocabulary of symbols on which the creators of the Boone legend were able to draw for their version of an American myth. Crevecoeur's letters are a kind of epistolary fiction. Their ostensible author is a persona, behind whose features Crevecoeur himself is very thinly disguised. The other correspondents, whose letters the American farmer passes on to his English acquaintance, are also fabrications. The book is artfully constructed to lead the reader into agreement with Crevecoeur's central thesis that human characters and the characters of religious and political institutions are the products of particular natural environments. Since nature is assumed to embody the principles of natural morality, a people like the Americans, who benefit from both wild, untrammeled nature and civilized arts, are bound to exhibit the rudiments of both superior characters and superior institutions. The first letters set the reader within Crevecoeur's frame of reference. The American farmer attempts to give his European friend a full account of his nation, humbly expressing his sense that his productions will be too rudely simple for a sophisticated man of letters, but relying on his natural gifts rather than the refinements of art. Crevecoeur thus establishes the first point of his argument by reference to convention: Americans live close to nature and are natural, while Europeans lie far from it and are artful. The simplicity of the American is not offered up for the European's amusement, as in the satires of Ward and Cook. Rather, by having his farmer speak at times in the Quaker manner, Crevecoeur reminds his reader that the good Quaker of Voltaire exalts simplicity of life into the highest of religious virtues. The description of the life of the farmer himself, in the second letter, underlines the simplicity and naturalness of his situation. He all but weeps with happiness when he views his peaceful farm, his happy animals, his snug hearth, and his wife suckling their babe before the fireplace. From the behavior of his cattle and bees he draws moral and political lessons of great pith, such as a scholar or philosopher might wear out the catalogues for and never discover. 62. Having thus evoked the myth of the good Quaker, he proceeds to a systematic discussion of the question, what is an American? For Crevecoeur, the answer is to be found by observing the way in which the environment of America works on the characters of its people. Acculturation. 261. The process by which the diverse races of Europeans have become unified into a single, international nationality is therefore the first of his major themes. These are people whom Europe has betrayed, and since their environment has turned them out and America has taken them in, they have naturally exchanged their European for American characters. Crevecoeur himself is an example of this proto-American, but to point up the process, he resorts to fiction again. He recounts the tale of Andrew the Hebridean, a Scotsman who emigrates to America and, after trials and misadventures, prospers in the virtuous bucolic profession. His fortunes are improved and his character is strengthened anew by this change of identities and initiation into a new life. Within the ranks of the acculturated Americans, however, the varieties of American environment provide a variety of types. In the coastal cities, the accessibility of trade routes to the ports of Europe inclines men naturally toward commerce and the arts. Outside the commercial cities dwell the farmers, whom Crevecoeur styles the true Americans. 63. These are conceived in terms of the good Quaker image propounded by Voltaire. The whalemen and fishermen of the New England coast are included in this class, since they are farmers of the sea. Crevecoeur uses the Quaker whaling island of Nantucket as the type and image of a community established along lines suitable to the notion of the good Quaker. The Nantucketers have derived their republican form of government from their natural response to the necessities imposed on them by the environment of the island, not from any art. As a result, they have prospered and prospered righteously by any standard. The first founders knew nothing either of Lycurgus or Solon, for this settlement has not been the work of eminent men or powerful legislators, forcing nature by the accumulated labors of art. This singular establishment has been effected by means of that native industry and perseverance common to all men, when they are protected by a government that demands but little for its protection, when they are permitted to enjoy a system of rational laws founded on perfect freedom. The mildness and humanity of such a government implies that confidence which is the source of the most arduous undertakings and permanent success. 64. The Nantucket Quakers, abandoning a rich continent to farm a sterile sandbank and the fertile sea, have dared and attained what no comparably established group of European fishermen, dwelling on the borders of a monarchy, could have imagined. Very different are the denizens of the frontier. Men are like plants. 262. The goodness and flavor of the fruit proceeds from the peculiar soil and exposition, in which they grow. 65. As the Puritans noted, the frontiersmen had long been rooted in the Indian soil and partaken of the Indian's sacramental dish. Crèvecoeur sees the frontiersmen as lawless, idle, irreligious, rude, and barbarous because they are removed from the area of commerce and government and plunged into the midst of savage men and beasts. Man dwells there, not as a peaceful Quaker, but in a perfect state of war. He becomes merely a carnivorous animal. Of a superior rank, living on the flesh of wild animals, and eating of wild meat, whatever you may think, tends to alter their temper. 66. The steps of this alteration follow the pattern dolefully sketched by the Puritans. The pioneer farmers fall under the spell of the woods because of proximity and the constant intrusion of wild plants and animals into their gardens and fields. The hostile environment compels them to arm and become hunters, like the Indians, and once hunters, farewell to the plow. Personal and social degeneration follow. The chase renders them like the Indians ferocious and gloomy and unsociable. A hunter wants no neighbor, but rather hates them. In a little time their success in the woods makes them neglect their tillage. Their wives and children live in sloth and inactivity. They grow up a mongrel breed, half civilized, half savage, except nature stamps on them some constitutional propensities. 67. Crèvecoeur thus invokes the classic bugbear of colonial mythology, the half-breed, the white Indian. He takes pains, however, to point out that the tendency of such men to degenerate a little is, all things considered, less widespread than it might be, because of the influence of Quakers and Moravians, who settle the frontier in congregations rather than as family clans or single individuals. Moreover, his bad people are described not as half Americans but as a blend of the Indian and the European, echoing the symbolism of Allen's captivity narrative. Thus our bad people are those who are half cultivators and half hunters, and the worst of them are those who have degenerated altogether into the hunting state. As old pluff men and new men of the woods, as Europeans and new-made Indians, they contract the vices of both. They adopt the moroseness and ferocity of a native, without his mildness, or even his industry at home. 68. For a white man, the pursuit of hunting is a fall from grave into licentious pursuits. Crèvecoeur says with Cotton Mather, after this explanation of the effects which follow by living in the woods, shall we yet vainly flatter ourselves with the hope of converting Indians? We should rather begin with converting our back settlers. 69. 263. For the Indian, the natural product of the woods, the pursuit of hunting is a custom that necessity and ignorance have imposed on him. Even though he cannot escape the defects of character and society that follow from his environment and hunting economy, he cannot be held to blame for them. Further, like the Euro-Americans, he has acquired certain admirable attributes from his contact with the New World. Crèvecoeur, like any writer of the period dealing with America, must somehow work the character of the Indians and the closeness of the new American race to the Indians into his story. He approaches the problem through the European figure of the good savage and two of the conventional heroes whose evolution we have been tracing, the naturalist surveyor and the captive adopted by the Indians. William Bartram, the celebrated Pennsylvania botanist, is Crèvecoeur's naturalist hero. He recounts an interview between Bertram and a fictitious Russian gentleman, IWN Alzy, and begins by invoking the name of the original good Quaker, the simple but illustrious citizen. Penn. Like Penn, Bartram is a Quaker and entertains his guest with Quaker simplicity. His house seems small but decent, and every disposition of the fields, fences, and trees seem to bear the marks of perfect order and regularity, which in rural affairs, always indicate a prosperous industry. 70 Bartram, although he rambles extensively abroad, even among the savages in the wildest parts of the South and West, never neglects his husbandry. To the Russian, as presumably to the Indian, he brings the Quaker virtues of simplicity, industry, humility, and contentment with the gifts of the Creator. To make the picture complete, Bartram exhibits his only vanity, if it can be called that, a coat of arms, revealing that he is of gentle lineage, and one can imagine the satisfaction of Crevecoeur's Paris audience, of French ancestry on the paternal side. Like that other Pennsylvania Quaker so loved by the French, Benjamin Franklin, Bartram is a kind of ideal American figure, mediating between the highest refinements of European science and art and the simplicity of manners and morals of the American good Quakers and husbandmen. Similarly, although Crèvecoeur does not emphasize the point, he mediates between the wilderness and civilization, sallying into its precincts to gain knowledge for the more perfect pursuit of farming. Crevecoeur's last letter, Distresses of a Frontier Man, brings his book to an ominous close. War, the ultimate insanity of civilization, threatens his rural haven with destruction. In desperation, the American farmer prepares to flee back to the barbarous world of man's prehistoric origin, the world of the Indian camp. Like the 17th-century Puritan emigrating to Massachusetts, he does not submit to this exile and potential. 264. Degeneration willingly, he is compelled to it by the natural motive of self-preservation. Crèvecoeur employs this chapter as the ultimate characterizing stroke in his portrait of the American farmer. His response to the evils of civilization is not to withdraw behind the hedge of civilization, rather, his sufferings determine him to move still more deeply into the land. The solution to the problems and distresses of living in a wilderness America is, not a return to Europe, but a move outward to a frontier less trammeled by Europe and civilization. Crevecoeur's farmer seeks to acquire the Indian's sense that the hardship of life on nature's frontiers is as right for the improvement of the soul as life in civilization. He seeks to acquire the qualities of mind and heart that mark the good savage, an ability to derive from harsh nature a stoic code of personal and public ethics, a natural, humane morality, and the power to hold himself and his passions in hand with great dignity and nobility under the most sordid and painful physical circumstances. The farmer lacks the self-possession before his removal. He portrays himself as sentimentally overwhelmed by the terrors of his situation, when, oppressed by painful recollection, I contemplate my situation, and the thousand streams of evil by which I am surrounded. I am convulsed. Sometimes to that degree, as to be tempted to exclaim, why has the Master of the world permitted so much indiscriminate evil throughout every part of this poor planet? I bring that cup to my lips, of which I must soon taste, and shudder at its bitterness. What is life then, I ask myself, is it a gracious gift? No. We are born to be victims of diseases and passions, of mischances and death, better not to be than to be miserable. Thus impiously I roam, I fly from one erratic thought to another, and my mind is ready sometimes to lead me to dangerous extremes of violence. 71. His reaction at this point is precisely that of the Puritan captive, faced with the alternatives of resignation to Providence or crying out against God for imposing the trial upon him. But where the Puritan sees hope in the possibility of rescue from the Indians, Crevecoeur's farmer sees hope in the Indian himself. The Indian offers an image of man inured to terrors and hardships by discipline, a free soul bound only by his own nature, yet living in a society which admits its members more ease, decency, and peace than you imagine, where, though governed by no laws, they yet find, in uncontaminated simple manners, all that laws can afford. This is precisely the encomium that Crevecoeur's IWNA1Z bestows on the good Quaker, John Bartram. Like Bartram, the Indian is a symbol of redemption for the frontier man. Yes, I will cheerfully embrace that resource, it is an holy inspiration. 72. 265. Despite his warnings against the degeneration undergone by those who eat the wild meat of the Indian hunter, the distressed frontier man does not fear that his own children will lose their European nature and become Indians. In the Indian camp one is free to be what one chooses. Although his children will have to learn Indian skills, so as not to seem out of place in their chosen environment, and although he himself will have to hunt with the hunters, it will be possible to avoid the imperceptible charm of Indian education that might give them such a propensity for that mode of life, as to preclude their returning to the manners and customs of their parents. The remedy is to turn his family again to the sacred calling of the farmer, to employ them in the labor of the fields as much as I can. As long as we keep ourselves busy tilling the earth, there is no fear of us becoming wild. It is the chase, and the food it procures, that have this strange effect. 73. Yet within Crevecoeur's breast another vision of the woods life is discoverable, one in which the life of the hunting Indian is a romantic substitute for the farmer's labor. The frontier man emphasizes that he does not seek a temporary haven in the wilderness, nor to live among the Indians without being touched by them. Previous white observers of the Indian went there to study the manner of the aborigines, I to conform to them, whatever they are. Some went as visitors, as travelers, I as a sojourner, as a fellow hunter and laborer. 74. Crevecoeur consequently places a very different interpretation on the choice by some captives to stay with the Indians from that offered by William Smith in 1766. For that matter, it also contradicts what he himself has said in What is an American? The captives' choice was freely made, the Indians gave them their choice, and without requiring any consideration, told them, that they had been long as free as themselves. They chose to remain, and the reasons they gave me would greatly surprise you: the most perfect freedom, the ease of living, the absence of those cares and corroding solitudes which so often prevail with us, the peculiar goodness of the soil they cultivated, for they did not trust altogether to hunting. 75. Those who dwell among the Indians are not the dregs of society. On the contrary, they may have intelligent grounds for their choice. Since it is freely chosen, the life of the Indian cannot be so bad as we generally conceive it. There must be in their social bonds something singularly captivating, and far superior to anything to be boasted of among us, for thousands of Europeans are Indians, and we have no examples of even one of those aborigines having from choice become Europeans. 76. 266. In short, Crevecoeur's Indian village is simply a more extreme form of that New World society into which he symbolically inducted Andrew the Hebridean. Freedom, ease of living, easy admission to the full rights of the citizen, the advantage of a society that has been freely and rationally chosen and not thrust on one at birth, all await the immigrant to the Indian world. Crevecoeur's Indians in this last chapter bear no resemblance whatever to the Indians of his earlier chapters, and his genial attitude toward the Europeans who become Indians is nowhere else to be found. The adoption of Indian ways is roundly condemned in What is an American? Crevecoeur there declares that whites who merge with the Indians are not true Americans but merely the base forerunners of others who will remain true to the ideal type. For Crevecoeur himself, the idea of seeking refuge among the Indians was unthinkable. His natural impulse was to flee to the salon rather than the wigwam. When the proximity of revolutionary armies made his situation precarious, he abandoned his family and bucolic retreat and fled to New York, London, and ultimately Paris. His great book, like the letters with it, was addressed to Europeans and first saw print in Europe. The Indians of his last chapter are simply another portrait in his gallery of American types. They are drawn to suit the conventional image of the good savage. If this image contradicts the values implicit in the other conventional portraits, those of the farmer and the good Quaker, Crevecoeur and his audience remain untroubled. Unlike the Americans, they had no need to approach or deal with him firsthand. Similarly, European readers had no psychological or social need for a single, unified vision of the American character and experience. No need to reduce that experience to coherence and create a national myth capable of evoking a sense of patriotism and common national destiny. A portrait gallery of American types, with any number of internal inconsistencies and contradictions, could content the Europeans as well as a single myth. In fact, the flexibility of interpretation that a gallery of heroes made possible suited their various requirements far better than any single type could have done. In some contexts, as Krieger demonstrates, it was well to portray the hunter, whether Indian or white Indian, as a degenerate type. In others, it was politic to show him as the repository of virtues lacking in the war-making civilizations of Europe. The frontier man's turning to the Indians is clearly meant to be taken as a desperate measure, like that of Timberlake, one which no Christian ought to take save under the direst necessity, but the step itself, since it puts the European more firmly within the natural environment, need not necessarily degenerate him. With his 267 superior wisdom and strength of character, he can derive strength from the Indian's world without becoming, like the Indian, a solitary hunter and nomadic wanderer in the wilds. Here is the gesture which reveals the extent of colonial acculturation to the American wilderness from Puritan to revolutionary times. The characteristic American gesture in the face of adversity is seen to be that of immersion in the native element, the wilderness, as the solution to all problems, the balm to all wounds of the soul, the restorative for failing fortunes. If the woods hold terrors, embrace them as signs of nature's power and God's. Do not flee from them, but master them, and make them your own powers. And if this requires that you become an Indian, then do so. It is this gesture that characterizes the legend of Daniel Boone, whose adventures among the Indians and in the wilderness made him the hero of a nationally viable myth of America. Moreover, it was as a hunter that Boone achieved his heroic stature among Americans, while Europeans persisted in regarding that type in Crevecoeur's terms, as the most degenerate form of American character. The resolution of a multiplicity of individual and cultural problems, of a variety of ambivalent literary and mythological traditions, and of a gallery of particular hero types into a single dramatic unity is the essential element in the creation of a viable national myth. The need for a symbolic hero, so evident in the writings of Wolcott, the Lovewell Balladeer, and the eulogists of Braddock and Wolfe, would have to be satisfied by this myth, as would the desire for a coherent expression of the new sense of national, and sectional, identity, a sense spoken to by Chauncey's eulogy of the New England soldiers' superiority to the British and Virginians, by Allen's linking of the British with the Indians as hostile aliens to an American way of life, and by Franklin's and Smith's substitution of class, sectional, and environmental distinctions for the racial and cultural distinctions that had been the basis of the early Indian War literature. To succeed in America, such a myth would have to combine the heroic attributes of the several hero types that had already emerged from the several genres of colonial writing: the explorer, the naturalist surveyor, the farmer, the military hero, ranger or soldier, the captive partially adopted by the Indian, and the hunter of beasts and men. Chapter: Narrative into Myth. The Emergence of a Hero, 1784. There was, thank God, a great voluptuary born to the American settlements against the niggardliness of the damning puritanical tradition, one who by the single logic of his passion, which he rested on the savage life about him, destroyed at its spring that spiritually withering plague. For this he has remained since buried in a miscolored legend and left for rotten. Far from dead, however, but full of a rich regenerative violence he remains, when his history will be carefully reported, for us who have come after to call upon him. William Carlos Williams, in the American Grain. In 1784 John Filson, a schoolmaster turned surveyor and land speculator, returned from 2 years in Kentucky. In Wilmington, the metropolis of his home state of Delaware, he published The Discovery, Settlement, and Present State of Kentucky, an elaborate real estate promotion brochure designed to sell farmlands in the dark and bloody ground to Easterners and Europeans. Sales resistance was likely to be high. The revolution had just ended, and the bloody Indian wars which had decimated the Kentucky settlements were still sputtering out in petty raids and secret murders. Thus Filson faced the classic problem of writers about the frontier since Underhill's time: how to portray the promise of the frontier without destroying his own credibility by glossing over the obviously perilous realities of the pioneer's situation. Filson attempted to persuade his audience by composing, as an appendix to that book, a literary dramatization of a hero's immersion in the elemental violence of the wilderness and his consequent emergence as the founder of a nascent imperial republic. In the adventures of Col. Daniel Boone, Filson created a character who was to become the archetypal hero. 269. Of the American frontier, copied by imitators and plagiarists and appearing innumerable times under other names and in other guises in literature, the popular arts, and folklore as the man who made the wilderness safe for democracy. The Boone narrative, in fact, constituted the first nationally viable statement of a myth of the frontier. A myth is a narrative which concentrates in a single, dramatized experience the whole history of a people in their land. The myth hero embodies or defends the values of his culture in a struggle against the forces which threaten to destroy the people and lay waste the land. Myth grows out of the timeless desire of men to know and be reconciled to their true relationship to the gods or elemental powers that set in motion the forces of history and rule the world of nature. In the case of the American colonies, whose people were not native to the soil, this desire took the form of a yearning to prove that they truly belonged to their place, that their bringing of Christian civilization to the wilderness represented the fulfillment of their own destiny as children of Jehovah, rather than a perversion of that destiny, and of the land's destiny as the creation of God. This yearning, common to all the colonies, was most clearly and intensely articulated by the Puritans. Filson's narrative, then, to qualify as myth, would have to draw together all the significant strands of thought and belief about the frontier that had been developed in the historical experience of the colonies, concentrate those experiences in the tale of a single hero, and present that hero's career in such a way that his audience could believe in and identify with him. Moreover, the tale would have to be constructed in such a way that it could grow along with the culture whose values it espoused, changing and adjusting to match changes in the evolution of that culture. Otherwise the tale would lose that essential quality of seeming to be drawn from the original sources of cultural experience. Ultimately, Filson's tale would have to dramatize convincingly the interdependence of Boone's destiny, the historical mission of the American people, and the destiny appointed for the wilderness by natural law and divine providence. The evidence suggests that the Boone legend first put before the public by Filson did, in fact, fulfill these requirements. John Filson and the structure of Kentuck. Filson's achievement raises some important questions about the sources of myths, the reasons for their success in particular cultures, and the processes by which narrative becomes myth. Was Filson's myth an art? 270. Full fabrication, or was it simply a fortunate coincidence of the circumstances of Boone's career and the pattern of American history? How aware was Filson of his role as myth-maker? How did he transmute the plain experiences of his own and Boone's lives into the visionary and prophetic utterance of Kentuck? The details of Filson's life before 1784 are shadowy and vague. Even the date of his birth is uncertain, although his most recent biographer, John Walton, estimates it as 1753. He was a schoolmaster in Brandywine, Pennsylvania, and apparently spent the years of the Revolution in his schoolroom, since no record of military service by him has come to light. Other details of his background can be pieced together from the little that is known of his family and career, his personal library, and the literary sources and values inherent in his book. The Puritan Calvinism of the Great Awakening seems to have influenced him through his family, who were New Side Presbyterians and supporters of the revivalism of the tenets. But his writings indicate a profound interest in French and American deism and, in fact, a preference for the concept of natural law and the religion of reason espoused by Jefferson and Franklin and by the French naturalist Buffon. In literature, Filson apparently felt drawn to the melancholic sentimentality of early romantic fiction. His personal library contained an old, pocket-sized anthology of fictional confessions, admonitions from the dead, steeped in the romantic spirit of the late 18th century. 2. Walton speculates that Filson thought of himself as an exemplar of the somewhat necrophilic Gothicism that these epistles from the grave embody. He offers as evidence a pencil and ink wash sketch of a man, apparently a self-portrait of Filson, who was a skilled draftsman, that appears on the flyleaf of Filson's copy of the book. So sepulchral is the aspect of the man that he could well be one of the spirits whose admonitions are included in the book. The face is neither handsome nor prepossessing, and the mournful eyes bespeak a hopeless despair. Incongruously, the man is a dandy. Stiffly bound up in a high-buttoned vest, a cravat, and a coat in the style of pre-revolutionary France, this melodramatic little man bears slight resemblance to the stereotype of the American frontiersman. 3. It is hard to justify so detailed a character analysis on the basis of an untitled drawing by an artist of limited ability. But one of the major themes of Filson's Boon narrative is, in fact, the ability of the wilderness to redeem man by liberating him from melancholy. Filson's portraits of frontiersmen dwell on stoic patience and temperate passions as heroic virtues. 271. He decries excessive emotionalism and melancholy preoccupations as destructive of man's ability to resist the brutalizing forces of the wilderness. His own end, as we shall see, may have been due to his failure to overcome the melancholic side of his own nature. The outlines of his career can be briefly stated. After spending the Revolution in the peace of a Pennsylvania schoolroom, he suddenly left for Kentucky in 1782 for reasons which are difficult to determine. Walton rejects the notion that Filson might have been suspected of Tory or neutralist sympathies. He speculates that land hunger drew him to the West. It is certainly true that as soon as Filson arrived, he began to lay claim to large tracts of land. For it also seems likely that Filson anticipated publishing some kind of study of Kentucky, for he began surveying land for a map and questioning the inhabitants on details of Kentucky history not long after his arrival. He also returned to the classroom, teaching school at Lexington in 1782 and returning to found an academy there after the publication of his book. Although Kentuck made a hero of the poorly educated backwoodsman Boone, Filson's prospectus for his academy emphasizes his belief in the necessity of a town-centered education as a means of saving the Kentuckians from becoming boorish recluses. 5. Even in the Boone narrative, he puts classical allusions and references to city life into the mouth of the old hunter, in order to impress us with the civility of the hero's mind. Despite his training and cultural pretensions, Filson was not a professional dude, come to mock the frontiersman for his ignorance. While in Kentucky he sought a second education in the knowledge of the wilderness, and his acquaintance with frontiersmen was as large as he could make it in 2 years of almost constant travel. He spoke to all the prominent pioneers and made his name a byword for inquisitiveness. 6. His guide on surveying trips was Daniel Boone, and they grew close enough for Filson to credit Boone as the first person to whom he confided his plans for the book. 7. Filson's background thus gave him a broad, if not profound acquaintance with the major intellectual currents that had determined the evolution of America's vision of the frontier: Puritan Calvinism, Deism, and the basic tenets of the physiocrats. His use in Kentucky of the conventions of form and attitude common to the writings of the Puritans and the philosophies suggests that he had access to their writings and carefully adapted them to the requirements of his own literary ideas. His knowledge of the frontier and respect for the ideas of frontiersmen like Boone gave his book a grounding in the dynamic and still growing body of frontier legends that were being created by men living in the wilderness itself. His reading and 272. His intellectual interests enabled him to embody the frontiersman's vision in terms acceptable to intellectuals of the American and European Enlightenment and to early Romantic literary figures. Filson also possessed the literary skill to weave these various sources into a coherent pattern, imparting a mythic quality to the central Boone narrative by making it refer to a broad range of literary, philosophical, and cultural traditions. Kentucky roughly follows the sermon form favored by the Puritans, in which narrative passages are set within a logical framework as circumstantial demonstrations of the truth of the author's thesis. But where the Puritan form relies on a carefully articulated process of abstract logic to convince the reader, Filson's book relies on a narrative-like movement of images resolving themselves into a dramatic unity. Boone's initiation into the wilderness becomes the reader's own experience, as each chapter of the book carries him deeper into the wilderness, into a more intimate knowledge of the life of the pioneer and the Indian. This quality of narrative unity helps to give the Boone narrative its aura of myth by making it easier for the reader, and prospective settler, to identify with Boone and to accept Boone's adventures archetypal of the frontier experience. Because he was so careful in working out the context in which the Boone narrative was set, Filson was able, in the narrative itself, to concentrate wholly on the drama of Boone's character development and the enriching of his wisdom and sensibilities. Thus later writers were able to take the Boone narrative out of its original context and use Boone's character to sanctify their own visions of the West, and the Boone myth was able to grow and change with the development of American culture. The structural plan and argument of Kentucky are modeled on those of the Puritan narratives and histories. But where the traditional sermon form begins with a biblical text, Filson takes the map of Kentucky for his text. His plan is to develop the meaning inherent in the land in much the same way that the Puritan sermon exfoliates the meaning in the biblical passage. The map itself is watermarked with a plowshare and the words "work and be rich." By holding the map up to the light, the alert reader can thus see behind the pattern of the map the substance of Filson's doctrine. He develops this thesis in greater detail in the preface and in the opening section, which treats the history, politics, and natural history of the province. Like Jefferson and the physiocrats, Filson reads nature as a Bible in which facts imply moral judgments or grounds for prophecy. Thus the configuration of Kentucky, the richness of her soil, and her location at the headwaters of the Ohio suggest the prophecy that whoever holds Kentucky 273 holds the key to Western Empire. At the same time, the facts of Kentucky's natural endowment suggest that nature itself has intended, hence sanctioned, the imperial role for those who hold Kentucky. One moral drawn from nature is, therefore, the recommendation of a specific policy to the federal government: gain control of the rivers, beginning with the Ohio Valley. In addition to imperial power, nature in Kentucky induces the growth of admirable institutions among those who emigrate thither. The growth of political democracy among the inhabitants is seen as the product of a happy conjunction of their preparation by Anglo-American political institutions and the environmental advantage of rich farming soil. The Kentuckians' background makes them capable of forming social organizations, and their soil enables each farmer to be relatively independent and self-sustaining. Filson augments the impact of this physiocratic vision of the land by throwing a romantic and mysterious aura over many of the details of his landscape. He emphasizes exotic natural formations, such as the Great Limestone Caves, and exotic plants and animals peculiar to Kentucky or the Western Hemisphere. He also emphasizes relics of past civilizations, mysterious sepulchres of unspeakably ancient human bones, which imply that America has seen the rise and fall of unknown empires. Mingled with these images of Kentucky's exotic present and mysterious past are brief, matter-of-fact treatises on agronomy, local history, and the laws of land tenure. These treatises foreshadow Filson's utopian vision of Western agrarian democracy and contain hints that Kentucky will be the seat of an American Republic empire in the West. Throughout we see his imagistic logic at work, creating in the reader's mind a series of associations which connect agronomy with utopia, Indian wars with the establishment of empire, and all aspects of Kentucky with romantic images of beauty and mystery. These first chapters also introduce the two themes which will create a dialectic within Filson's narrative-like structure: history and geography, the efforts of men to impose their will on the land and their submission to its conditions. These conflicting themes are eventually resolved in a succession of semi-prophetic statements which offer a single, coherent vision of the interdependence of the people's will and the land's requirements. Thus the first section concludes with an assertion that geographic advantages and the settlers' political and economic necessities will determine American domination of the Mississippi Valley. Similar prophecies follow the Boone narrative and the essay on the Indians, each new conclusion voicing a more sweeping vision of American glory. 274. The Boone narrative, which is the next section of Kentuck, epitomizes Filson's method of proving his thesis and justifying his affirmative prophecies through dramatic action rather than abstract logic. The narrative presents Boone as the embodiment of the historical purpose of the American frontiersman, and his adventures are arranged to bring him into close acquaintance with the dual nature of the wilderness. Filson here repeats his dialectic structure in the conflict between Boone's will and the conditions of the wilderness, leading ultimately to a reconciliation of man and land. In addition, the Boone narrative is a stylistic and thematic antithesis of the first section on history and natural history. The narrative takes us back through the landscape we have been viewing as objective scientific observers, showing it to us this time from the highly subjective point of view of a white frontiersman who is emotionally committed to exploring Kentucky and developing its resources. Where the first chapters dwelt on the bounty of the soil and the peaceful growth of democratic institutions, the Boone narrative deals with war, famine, loneliness, and destruction. The Boone narrative provides Filson's sermon form structure with its reasons, its circumstantial justification of doctrine. Boone undergoes a series of initiations which give him progressively greater insights into the life of the Indians, the peculiar necessities imposed by the wilderness, and the natural laws which govern life. Through his attempts to interpret these initiations, Boone attains a higher degree of self-knowledge and self-discipline and an ability to impose his own order on both the wilderness and the settlement. The conflict between the influence of the wilderness environment and the creative postulations of Boone's mind is finally synthesized in Boone's concluding vision of Kentucky as a potential utopia and of himself as the chief architect of its triumph. The dialectic of the Boone narrative thus follows that laid down in the first section on history, government, and natural history, a dialogue or conflict between the men and the land of Kentucky, resolved by a visionary statement prophesying the direction of their common destiny. In the opening section, this visionary statement is merely a policy recommendation: domination of the river valleys. In the Boone narrative, the dialectic is resolved by a venture into social theory and metaphysics. Apparently Filson means us to view the process of Boone's spiritual awakening as a Rousseauistic allegory in which the instinctually perfect Republican citizen is seen emerging, by natural processes of perception and experience, from a primitive world. The history of the Indian, which is Filson's next subject, is the thematic antithesis of the Boone narrative, showing the power of nature to de 275. Destroy a people's capacity for civilized sentiment and social forms. In the partial transcript of a treaty negotiation that begins the section, Filson, unlike his Puritan forebears, allows the Indians to speak for themselves, revealing both natural dignity and oratorical gifts along with a great moral weakness: God made the white flesh masters of the world. And we all love rum. 8. Like his French and Puritan predecessors, Filson discusses the origins of the Indians, dwelling on each of the idle speculations put forth by various American and European scholars. But he is less interested in scientific debate than in developing a series of images and associated ideas about the Indians that will contribute to his active picture of Kentucky. Before he has done with his theorizing over Indian origins, he has populated an apparently primitive continent with lost races of Carthaginians and Viking Danes, as well as the medieval Welsh. He returns to the ancient sepulchre full of bones, at which he glanced in his opening chapters, and discovers mines of potsherds and the remains of an ancient fortification of a style unknown to the present inhabitants. Filson believes that he has discovered in America the picturesque ruins of empire which Volney employed as symbols of the rise and decay of great civilizations. The implication of these speculations is that the Indians represent the remnants of a fallen or degenerated race. The American landscape, which is the scene of Boone's renewal of hope and moral strength, has also been the scene of a great failure. 9. The Indian for Filson, as for the Puritans and for Buffon and DePauw, represents a memento mori, a warning of the power of the wilderness to kill man's better nature. Like Boone, the Indian is the product of a wilderness environment, but his politics lack the inner controls, the self-restraint, necessary to the citizen of an ideal republican democracy. The Indian is an instinctive democrat but without a sufficient sense of civic responsibility and of the need for law. Lacking the sentiment which binds Euro-American societies together, the Indians are unnecessarily cruel and revengeful in war, prone to mindless rages, and lacking in a proper sentimental feeling for white and Indian woman. 10 Thus Filson implies that the Indians, because of their defective racial character, failed to learn from the Carthaginians and Welsh the improved customs and institutions of civilization. Hence they may not be destined, as Rousseau suggested they might be, to emerge from the wilderness to live as good Quakers and dutiful republicans. The course of their evolution rises only briefly towards civilization before curving backward to savagery. While Filson implicitly sees the Indians as racially inferior to the white Americans, and therefore as a people whom it is right to displace. 276. He never condemns them with the moral rancor of a Mather. Anthropological and historical research are invoked as proofs of the defects of Indian society, but the moral premises inherent in Filson's analysis are tacitly assumed rather than articulated. With Colden and Rousseau, Filson uses the Indian as proof that the natural man instinctively works toward the ideal in morals and government. But like his great predecessors, he is aware that despite this basic worthiness, man's history is one of decline from freedom to oppression, from purity to corruption of social relationships and institutions. If they are unable to learn from the historical experience of European man, the Indians will simply repeat Europe's historical degeneration and so become increasingly intolerable to the progressive society on their borders. Filson and his readers, standing between the Indian image of man's natural potential for good and the European image of civilization's historical failures to realize that potential, have the opportunity to shape their own future with full awareness of their possibilities for good and evil. Filson finally restores the reader to a sense of his own place, his own difference from the Indian, by returning him to a figurative mountaintop from which he can again view the whole scene objectively. Filson's conclusion completes the cycle of experience that Kentuck traces. We end as we began, outside the wilderness, but because we have experienced the wilderness way of life with the Indian and the frontiersman, our perception of the landscape has been enriched. The conclusion corresponds to the uses section of a sermon, but it offers neither the ethical imperatives of the Puritan application nor the practical advice with which narratives like William Smith's concluded. Instead, it resolves the dialectical tensions of the book with another imaginative prophecy, a visionary statement of the idea of manifest destiny, which makes a coherent synthesis of geographic necessities and American historical aspirations, just as Boone's evocation of a pastoral utopia imagistically reconciled, or at least terminated, the conflict between Indian and white man, wilderness and pioneer. The conclusion is a novelistic rather than a logical one, depending as it does on the recall of images that have acquired some emotive power through their use in the earlier chapters of the book. Filson imperceptibly slips into the pose of addressing the reader as if he were already a citizen of Kentucky, receiving the encomiums of history, rather than merely a prospective emigrant. The language blends the spiel of the land promoter with the idealism of the Declaration of Independence and the ironic view of European civilization characteristic of Rousseau and Voltaire. This fertile region, abounding with all the luxuries of nature, stored with all the principal materials for art and industry, inhabited by vir 277 and ingenious citizens, must universally attract the attention of mankind, being situated in the central part of the extensive American empire. Where nature makes reparation for having created man, and government, so long prostituted to the most criminal purposes, establishes an asylum in the wilderness for the distressed of mankind. 1-1. In this Enlightenment utopia, the guardian spirits are those of the good Quaker Penn, the exponent of brotherhood, Washington, the defender of liberty, Locke, the rationalist and preacher of toleration, and Lycurgus, embodying the republican spirit of ancient Rome. Filson's peroration links Kentucky directly to the notion of the New Eden, the antithesis of the dark and bloody ground, the wilderness. In your country, like the land of promise, flowing with milk and honey, a land of brooks and water, of fountains and depths, that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, and all kinds of fruits, you shall eat bread without scarceness, and not lack anything in it. Thus your country, favored with the smile of heaven, will probably be inhabited by the first people the world ever knew. 1-2. This conclusion anticipates Whitman's call for a new race of men in America, and the phrase "the first people the world ever knew" suggests both a race of unquestioned superiority and a race closely resembling the idealized primitive man of Rousseau. The conclusion is not in itself extraordinary, despite the fact that it anticipates so many motifs of Jacksonian culture and politics. What sets it apart from other descriptions of America as a New Eden is the fact that the final vision of paradise is seen growing out of a savage combat and a descent into the wilderness and the world of the Indian. Filson does not attempt to convince his reader of the truth of his vision by eliminating horror from the landscape. Rather, through the medium of the Boone narrative, he conducts his readers through an experience of a range of wilderness emotions and sentiments, hoping to awaken in the reader the sense that only on the frontier could he completely utilize all the emotional and intellectual powers that make him a man. In this Filson stands with both Mather and Jefferson. He says that in the wilderness man is subjected to the naked power of the gods that rule the forces of nature. The effectiveness of Filson's presentation hinges on the degree to which his reader is emotionally convinced that Boone was a real man, a hero produced by his intimacy with the wilderness, and that his experience could therefore be duplicated to some extent by any man emigrating to Kentucky. 278. Filson's Boone narrative. The Adventures of Col. Daniel Boone is the key to the immortality of Filson's vision of the West and of the fame of his hero, Daniel Boone. This chapter of Kentucky proved far more popular than the rest of the book. It was lifted out of its context and reprinted as a separate pamphlet, in anthologies of Indian war narratives and captivity narratives, and in popular literary periodicals in both Europe and the United States. It became the vehicle by which Filson's version of the frontier myth was transmitted to the literary giants of the American Renaissance and to the European Romantics. The narrative crystallizes everything that Filson had to say about the West, echoing his vision of its utopian future and paralleling the narrative movement into the wilderness that Kentucky as a whole follows. The Boone narrative does not state Filson's ideas explicitly. This is left for the conclusion. The ideas are implicit within the drama of its events. This structuring of the book permitted Filson to concentrate on the depiction of Boone's character and allowed later writers to change the context in which the narrative was set, in accordance with changing interpretations of the frontier. For this reason, and because Boone himself was the sort of figure who continued to generate popular legends, the Boone narrative finally proved pregnant of more meanings than its author could have intended. The Boone narrative, though ostensibly Boone's own narration of his adventures, is actually Filson's careful reworking of Boone's statements and of the legends that Filson had heard about Boone from his fellow frontiersmen. The narrative is a literary myth, artfully contrived to appeal to men concerned with literature. It is not folk legend. Filson selects incidents for portrayal and breaks into the strict chronology of events in order to establish in his reader's mind a sense of the rhythm of Boone's experience and to emphasize certain key images and symbols that define the meaning of Boone's experience. Boone's adventures consist of a series of initiations, a series of progressive immersions that take him deeper into the wilderness. These initiations awaken Boone's sense of his own identity, provide him with a natural moral philosophy, and give him progressively deeper insights into the nature of the wilderness. Each immersion is followed by a return to civilization, where Boone can apply his growing wisdom to the ordering of his community, and by a momentary interlude of meditation and contemplation, in which Boone can review his experience, interpret it, and formulate the wisdom gained from it. As a result of these rhythmic cycles of immersion and emergence, he grows to become the 279 commanding genius of his people, their hero chief, and the man fit to realize Kentucky's destiny. Filson casts Boone's adventures as a personal narrative, developed by the Puritans as a literary form of witness to an experience of God's grace. The Adventures of Col. Daniel Boone combines the conventions of form and substance of three types of personal narratives: the conversion narrative of the type written by Jonathan Edwards in his personal narrative, the narrative of personal triumph in battle, as written by Mason and Church, and the captivity narrative, the account of ordeals suffered at the hands of the wilderness's human children, the Indians. But Filson revolutionizes the Puritan forms by substituting nature or the wilderness for Jehovah as his symbol of deity. The impression conveyed by the Puritan personal narrative is that of a tightly closed, systematic, intimate universe, bound together by explicitly articulated, organic bonds between God and man, a universe manageable in size but containing all important things. The wilderness is the realm of chaos, impinging on the ordered cosmos but somehow outside the world protected by God. Filson, however, substitutes all of the wilderness landscape, its ambiguous and even hellish elements as well as its pure and paradisiacal qualities, its wigwams as well as its settlements, for the Word of God in the symbolic universe of Boone's personal narrative. He thus expands the boundaries of that universe to include the wild continent as an integral and vital part of the divine plan for the regeneration of man. At the same time, by retaining the individual experience as the central focus and source of perspective in his narrative, he preserves the sense of organic unity and order that the Puritan form possessed. The Boone narrative begins with an account of and an apology for the hero's motivation for leaving his family and moving to Kentucky. The account is carefully calculated to overcome the objections made by opponents of emigration from Increase Mather to Buffon. If a man is civilized, why would he leave society for the savage solitude of the forest? And if he is not civilized, how can he be set up as a hero for civilized men to emulate? Boone's justification is largely pragmatic, the final results of his act are good, whatever his motives. He creates a new society through his emigration, and he does not destroy the existing society by leaving it. He returns in the end to his family. Thus the trinity of values on which Anglo-American society is based, social progress, piety, and the family, is invoked at the outset as the basic standard for judging Boone's actions. But Filson reinforces this defense by having Boone present himself as a man nurtured in the values of the 18th century, so that he can further justify his emigration by appealing to the divinities of natural religion. 280. Natural law, human reason, and the desire for knowledge, and divine providence. Curiosity is natural to the soul of man, and interesting objects have a powerful influence on our affections. Let these influencing powers actuate, by the permission or disposal of Providence, from selfish or social views, yet in time the mysterious will of heaven is unfolded, and we behold our own conduct, from whatever motives excited, operating to answer the important designs of heaven. Thus we behold Kentucky, lately an howling wilderness, rising from obscurity to shine with splendor, equal to any other of the stars of the American hemisphere. 13. This passage provides a major insight into the pattern of experience that is rhythmically repeated throughout the Boone narrative and the whole of Kentucky. Boone enters the wilderness in a state of innocence and naivete, unsure of his own motivations and of the ultimate outcome of his adventures, but trusting in the strength of his own character and the goodness of nature to create ultimate good out of present confusion. This trusting immersion in the wilderness ultimately results in the attainment of self-knowledge and an understanding of the design of God, a state of awareness which Boone attains when he is able to stand above his experience, view it from outside, and exercise his reason upon it in order to reduce it to its essential order. This pattern of experience is followed in the first crucial section of the narrative, in which Boone is initiated into a knowledge of the wilderness of Kentucky. With 4 friends, he enters Kentucky in 1769, after a fatiguing journey and uncomfortable weather, as a prelibation of our future suffering. The naive hero is exposed to a series of experiences that give him direct knowledge of both the terror and the beauty of Kentucky. His arrival is a pastoral idyll, in which the wilderness appears to be the bucolic retreat of a divine country squire. Even the buffalo are compared to domesticated cattle. Behind the picture of peace there is a bare suggestion that the violence of man may disrupt the natural harmony. The buffaloes were more frequent than I have seen cattle in the settlements, browsing on the leaves of the cane, or cropping sick the herbage on those extensive plains, fearless, because ignorant, of the violence of man. 14. But Boone himself is as ignorant of the threat as are the buffalo. Boone's description of the wilderness has a peculiarly neoclassic flavor about it, with nature appearing as an artful landscape designer and master gardener, the creator of the well-wrought forest. At another level, nature is Boone's hostess, welcoming him into a formal garden planted with an eye. 281. Toward elegance of form and color, with animals provided apparently for the amusement of the guests. We passed through a great forest, on which stood myriads of trees, some gay with blossoms, others rich with fruits. Nature was here a series of wonders and a fund of delight. Here she displayed her ingenuity and industry in a variety of fruits and flowers, beautifully colored, elegantly shaped, and charmingly flavored, and we were diverted with innumerable animals presenting themselves perpetually to our view. 1-5. In the eyes of Filson's Boone, the beauty of wild nature lies in the extent to which it imitates cultivated nature and implies that civilization is itself the crown of natural evolution. Into this idyllic and civil landscape the violence of man intrudes, catching the innocents unaware. Boone and one companion are captured, their other friends driven off, their camp and furs plundered. The two men manage to escape their captors and return to camp, where they find Boone's brother Squire arrived before them. This coincidence provides Boone with an opportunity for one of those philosophical asides in which he finds the essential meaning of his experience and derives from that meaning a practical wisdom. In this case he discovers that friendship and human society are balm for the hurts inflicted by human enmity and evil. Our meeting so fortunately in the wilderness made us reciprocally sensible of the utmost satisfaction. So much does friendship triumph over misfortune. And substitute happiness in its room. 16 Soon his companion is killed by Indians, and Boone and Squire are left alone in the wilderness. Yet he can still maintain his cheerfulness and confidence, indulge in civilized conversation, and articulate a stoic philosophy of asceticism and self-control. Thus situated, many hundred of miles from our families in the howling wilderness, I believe few would have enjoyed the happiness we experienced. I often observed to my brother, "You see now how little nature requires to be satisfied. Felicity is rather found in our own breasts than in the enjoyment of external things. It requires but a little philosophy to make a man happy. This consists in a full resignation to the will of Providence, and a resigned soul finds pleasure in a path strewed with briars and thorns." 1-7. Boone's initiation into knowledge of the wilderness cannot be accomplished, however, while even one civilized amenity remains to him. He must be stripped to the barest essentials for survival, in order to meet nature directly and without encumbrances. Thus, when their supplies run 282 low, Squire returns to the settlement, leaving Boone with no trace of civilized life except his rifle without bread, salt, or sugar, without company of my fellow creatures or even a horse or dog. The dark elements in the wilderness have all but subdued the light. Death has nearly triumphed over life, loneliness has succeeded companionship, and melancholy passions have all but toppled the controlling power of philosophy and fortitude. 18. But at this point the narrative takes a sudden turn, and Boone's melancholy is converted into a vision of the beauty and order of nature, which strengthens his spirit and gives him the determination to settle permanently in Kentucky. Boone's melancholy takes the form of a morbid introspection, a dwelling on the insecurity of his position and his separation from his wife and family. This melancholy nearly destroys him and is overcome only when the beauty of the natural landscape forces him to turn his eyes outward. In the Puritan narrative of life in the wilderness, salvation depended on the opposite process. The Puritan needed the sense of insecurity to make vivid his dependence on God, and he pursued a course of rigorous introspection precisely in order to develop that sense of personal weakness. Where the protagonist of the Puritan captivity, yearning for God's felt presence, hearkened to a voice from the church or from his Bible, Filson's hero hears the voice of God calling him deeper into the wilderness. Filson's God makes himself apparent through the landscape, and the word of God becomes apparent to the reader as the landscape alters Boone's attitude gradually from gloom to light and peace. Boone ascends from the wilderness to a commanding height, from which he can view the wilderness at a distance and, figuratively, take in the whole vista of Kentucky. The scene serves to comfort him, as biblical texts comforted the Puritan. One day I undertook a tour through the country, and the diversity and beauties of nature expelled every gloomy and vexatious thought. Just at the close of day the gentle gales retired and left the place to the disposal of a profound calm. Not a breeze shook the most tremulous leaf. I had gained the summit of a commanding ridge, and, looking round with astonishing delight, beheld the ample plains, the beauteous tracts below. On the other hand, I surveyed the famous river Ohio that rolled in silent dignity, marking the western boundary of Kentucky with inconceivable grandeur. At a vast distance I beheld the mountains lift their venerable brows, and penetrate the clouds. All things were still. I kindled a fire near a fountain of sweet water, and feasted on the loin of a buck, which a few hours before I had killed. The sullen shades of night soon overspread the whole hemisphere, and the earth seemed to gasp for the hovering moisture. I laid me 283 down to sleep, and I awoke not until the sun had chased away the night. 19. This scene is the crisis of the book, for from this first initiation into the knowledge of nature Boone derives the philosophy and fortitude and the vision of future paradise in Kentucky which enable him to emerge from the later ordeals he must face. The scene is crucial to the successful operation of the narrative as a myth, since it is here that the human hero achieves communion with the gods of nature. Filson's method of conveying this special relationship between man and God through the mediation of nature differs substantially, however, from that used by his cultural ancestors, and this change signifies an important shift in Americans' conceptions of their place in the wilderness. Filson's symbolism is implicit in his landscape and is communicated to the reader only in terms of Boone's changed perception of the objects around him. Both Edwards in his personal narrative and Jefferson in his descriptions in Notes on Virginia isolated the elements of divinity or of natural law which are present in the landscape and described them explicitly to the reader. To Jefferson such scenes were the basis for theories of natural evolution and geologic change. Edwards prepared for his vision of God in nature by reading his Bible, and he gained his first insights from a text, "I am the rose of Sharon and the lily of the valleys," rather than from a direct view of nature. It was only after he had read his Bible that the appearance of nature altered for him and there seemed to be a calm, sweet cast, or appearance of divine glory, in almost everything. The God in Edwards's landscape is a transcendent being, whose nature makes itself apparent in the landscape but whose essence is not the landscape. And where Filson's Boone does not mention God once in this description, as if to imply that nature is God enough, Edwards noted each of the several specific aspects which make up God's nature, his excellency, his wisdom, his purity and love, and his biblical role as the Redeemer. 20 Boone's, or Filson's, vision is closer to the Indian vision of nature, as expressed, for example, in the conversion of the Sioux priest Black Elk, in which the seeker or hunter achieves a sense of kinship with all nature and nature's creatures and, through this natural kinship, a kinship with the gods. However, there remains a vital difference between Boone's and Black Elk's visions. In Filson's account, nature is not as concretely seen as in Black Elk's. Conventions of landscape portrayal intervene, to give Filson's descriptions a slightly abstract quality, and where he does go into detail, in the sections on Kentucky flora and fauna, the tone is scientific and 284. Impersonal. Boone appreciates the wisdom and moral intention of the God of nature through his intimacy with the landscape. For Black Elk, the intimacy is so intense that the gods become his grandfathers, the beasts his brothers and sisters and gods by turns, and he himself both God, man, and beast. Later writers, such as Timothy Flint and Fenimore Cooper, who developed the implications of Filson's narrative to their ultimate point, came closer to expressing in convincing and evocative terms the character of this hunter's vision of man's and God's places in the cosmos. Filson's vision is still bound to the conventions of description favored by the landscape artists and writers of the early Romantic period. God's nature becomes apparent through man's perceptions of symbolic relationships within the real world, rather than through direct supernatural revelation or mystical insight. These patterns of symbolic relationship in the natural world are then interpreted with a high degree of artifice, of intellectual plan, as in Jefferson's Natural Bridge and Potomac Gap. 21. The spiritual impact of Boone's experience, as Filson sees it, is to make him the perfect stoic patient as an Indian, indifferent to danger, fearless, and content to live as the wilderness demands, by hunting and hiding in solitude. Moreover, Filson enables him to articulate his philosophy in a series of maxims and observations on social order and personal self-reliance. He does not, like a painter, leave the meaning implicit in his symbolic experience. Rather, he draws applications from his experience as a Puritan would, deriving practical standards of behavior and judgment. Thus he generalizes from his own stoic calm, how unhappy such a situation for a man tormented by fear, which is vain if no danger comes, and if it does, only augments the pain. It was my happiness to be destitute of this afflicting passion, with which I had the greatest reason to be affected. Nothing in nature can hold fear for him now, even the prowling wolves and their perpetual howlings merely diverted my nocturnal hours. But human institutions could never create in him this sense of inner peace and self-possession. Boone rejects both the comforts of civilization and the commercial values which characterize established urban societies like that of England. I was surrounded with plenty in the midst of want. I was happy in the midst of dangers and inconveniences. In such diversity it was impossible that I should be disposed to melancholy. No populous city, with all the varieties of commerce and stately structures, could afford so much pleasure to my mind, as the beauties of nature I found here. 22. Before Filson's Boone moves deeper into the wilderness, his second paradise. 23. He returns to the east to tell his family and friends his vision of the West and to convince them to organize a settlement in Kentucky. 285. This return marks the end of Boone's first initiation into the wilderness and starts him on another series of initiations, which will make him a political and military leader capable of organizing and defending a civilized community in the wilderness. His first attempt ends in failure, when Indian attacks and the difficulty of the season force his emigrant caravan to turn back to the settlements on Clench River. Boone's meditation on this failure calls up a vision of the mountain pass in which disaster has overtaken the party. As in the earlier landscape, this description is a blend of symbols which define the divine truth implicit in the scene. But where the earlier description saw nature as a pastoral realm of order and promise, the description of the pass is more akin to sublime than to pastoral painting. Disproportionately huge rocks, shattered by wind and water, images of ruin and destruction and human weakness, embody a vision of the dark power of nature. The vision calls up in Boone a sense of the mortality of all natural things, the geologic cycles by which mountains rise and fall and the convulsions in which the civilizations of men are destroyed. The aspect of these cliffs is so wild and horrid it is impossible to behold them without terror. The spectator is apt to imagine that nature had formerly suffered some violent convulsion, and that these are the dismembered remains of the dreadful shock, the ruins not of Persepolis or Palmyra, but a world. 24. The theme of this section of the narrative is the antithesis of the first. Nature is now seen as uncontrolled and callous of human sentiments and concerns. The institutions of man, though subject like Persepolis and Palmyra to natural decay, offer the only hope of succor and moral order. The wild disorder of the natural scene is contrasted with a little fable of the social contract. Boone, having been aided by his countrymen at Clench River, sets aside his own plans and instead serves his people as an officer in Lord Dunmore's War of 1774. As a consequence of this service, Boone becomes a partner of Henderson's Transylvania Company and takes a party west to survey the Wilderness Road and establish the settlement of Boonesborough on the Kentucky River. In the rest of this section of the narrative, Boone experiences a series of similar initiations into the various societal arrangements and value systems then contending for mastery in the West. The narrative continues to suggest that sentiment is the bond which seals the social contract. Filson has Boone mention pointedly that his wife and daughter were the first white women to settle in Kentucky, as if this is the sign of civilization. Sentimental concern for women and children, as Filson points out in his discussion of Indian manners, is the quality which distinguishes the white from the Indian society. Thus it is inevitable. 286. That one of the tests in Boone's initiation into the responsibilities of civilized leadership should involve the rescue of 3 young girls, including his own daughter, from the ungentle hands of Indian raiders. This incident was to be developed in elaborate detail by many later writers of the Romantic period, Cooper in The Last of the Mohicans and other of the Leather Stocking Tales, Imlay in The Emigrants, and Brown in Edgar Huntley, but Filson treats it rather briefly. He was not, after all, writing a novel. It was enough for his purposes to suggest that the Indians had no sentimental regard for the female and that Boone did. An audience raised on captivity narratives could fill in the blank spaces from memory. The differences in social values between the frontiersmen, the Indians, and the commercial civilization of Britain and the eastern states are clarified for Boone in the course of his capture by the Shawnee, his march with them to the British Fort Detroit, and his adoption into the tribe. Like the hero victim of the captivity narrative, Boone is tempted to turn apostate and become a Shawnee or British subject. His captivity forces Boone into acquaintance with the serpent in his garden of Kentucky. If he adopts the standards of the British or the Indians, Boone will incur a second fall of man. He will prove himself a new Adam with the identical weaknesses of the old. The Indians represent a fallen race, a people who have failed to realize the Arcadian possibilities of the land and their own human capacity for civilized behavior. The white scalp buyers and renegades like Simon Girty, against whom Boone was later to fight, also succumb to the evil temptation of the wilderness and realize their potential for evil and inhuman rapacity, rather than sentiment and humanity. Boone resists the temptation to become an Indian or a scalp hunter because he brings to his ordeal the mind and heart of an 18th-century gentleman philosopher, albeit in rudimentary form. For the Puritan, resistance to temptation depended upon the degree to which man subordinated his will, intellect, and emotions to the revealed Word of God. In the conversion experience and the captivity narrative, this sentiment of subordination is evoked by an unanticipated and overwhelming providential event, which mere reason proves incapable of predicting or fully explaining. Heart, mind, and spirit are regenerated or created anew, and the premises of reasoning as well as the motives of willful action are so altered by their purification as to be unintelligible to the unregenerate. The mind and heart of Filson's Boone, on the other hand, are sequentially rather than apocalyptically educated. His reasoning mind accumulates and analyzes a continually accreting store of experience, both immediate or personal and traditional or historical. Where the Puritan is. 287. Saved from sin by the infusion of sudden grace in an uninformed, or misinformed, spirit, Boone is saved by the power of his mind and the growing store of experience on which his reason operates. In Filson's work, this contrast between Boone's rationalism and the Puritan insistence on a mystical immediacy of revelation as ways of approaching knowledge of God appears as a contrast between Boone's rational and the Indian's mythopoeic and superstitious apprehension of nature. After his capture, Boone is carried by the Indians to Fort Detroit, where Governor Hamilton treats him with great humanity and offers the Indians £100 to release Boone. A group of English gentlemen, disturbed by Boone's situation, offer him a purse of money for his wants. In these brief incidents Filson sketches a caricature of English social values. Hamilton and his fellow gentlemen are courteous and generous to the captive, but at the same time they are engaged in buying scalps and captives from the Indians. Their values are largely commercial, and their valuation of Boone is purely monetary. The Indians, on the other hand, have none of this British hypocrisy. They refuse the price offered for Boone, despite the fact that it represents a king's ransom. Similarly, Boone refuses the offer of a purse because to accept it would be inconsistent with the honor of an independent man. I refused, with many thanks for their kindness, adding, that I never expected it would be in my power to recompense their generosity. 25 While the Indians do not offer Boone money for his comforts, they recognize his worth as a man and a hunter and adopt him into the tribe as an equal. Where the British are hypocritical in their courtesy, the Shawnee are affectionate and loyal within their family bonds. They accept their adopted brother as virtually a blood member of the tribe. I was adopted, according to their custom, into a family where I became a son, and had a great share in the affection of my new parents, brothers, sisters, and friends. I was exceedingly familiar and friendly with them, always appearing cheerful and satisfied as possible, and they put great confidence in me. 26. Yet Boone remains superior to the Indians. He masters their technique of living, without surrendering his consciousness of white social values or his personal philosophy of self-reliance and self-restraint. Thus he plays cleverly on the childish vanity of his adopted brothers and stays clear of their jealousy of his skill with the rifle. I often went a-hunting with them, and frequently gained their applause for my activity at our shooting matches. I was careful not to ex. 288. Seed many of them in shooting, for no people are more envious than they in this sport. I could observe, in their countenances and gestures, the greatest expressions of joy when they exceeded me, and when the reverse happened, of envy. 27. Boone can become as intimate as an Indian with the conditions of wilderness life, engage in long solitary hunts, and even allow his soul to be harrowed by the terrors of the wilderness landscape without succumbing to the Indian's debilitating religious terror. His prowess and his dispassionate, calculated personal diplomacy quickly make him one of the most prominent and respected braves in the tribe. The Cheyennes king took great notice of me, and treated me with profound respect, and entire friendship, often entrusting me to hunt at liberty. I frequently returned with the spoils of the woods, and as often presented some of what I had taken to him, expressive of duty to my sovereign. My food and lodging was, in common, with them, not so good indeed as I could desire, but necessity made everything acceptable. 28. If Boone is allowed the liberty of hunting by himself, why does he not immediately seek his freedom? The question was to perplex many later writers, who assumed that Boone stayed because he found the Indian life very much to his liking. Filson does not explain the considerations which in fact determine Boone on staying with the Indians for a long period of time, but most likely they are pragmatic. Boone is fairly deep in Indian country and would run very grave risks in escaping by himself because of the winter season and the scarcity of game. Later he becomes aware that an assault on Boonesborough is being planned, and he waits to spy out the Indians' plans as they mature. In addition, he needs time to lull the Indians' suspicion of him. Filson's reasons for omitting Boone's motives for staying were based on literary considerations. To detail Boone's calculations would have vitiated Boone's initiation into knowledge of the Indian way. In order for Boone to know the Indian's life, he has to be truly immersed in it, accept, however temporarily, all of its assumptions and manners, and set aside the moral and political predilections of his own people. During the course of his life with the Indians, the values that belong to Boone as a white frontiersman gradually assert themselves, and this is a sign that his acceptance of the Indians has been simply another step in the larger initiation into his knowledge of himself and his own people's essential values. In the world Filson creates for Boone, knowledge and values proceed always from experience. Only when experience is completed does Filson's hero formulate its philosophic meaning. 289. The first sign of Boone's awakening sense of his true nature is his observation that the Shawnee lands have great potential for farming. I hunted some for the Indians, and found the land, for a great extent about this river, to exceed the soil of Kentucky, if possible, and remarkably well watered. He sees the land as a husbandman, not simply as a hunter, a perception which sets him off from the Indians. His sentimental feeling for his family's situation, another sign of his difference from the Indians, revives when he notes the gathering of an army of warriors, armed and painted in a fearful manner for an attack on Kentucky. Boone's reaction to these perceptions is swift. He makes his escape, despite the season, and returns to Boonesborough after a foodless march, a sort of purification ordeal by hunger. 29. On his return Boone first leads the settlers in their successful resistance to a prolonged siege by 400 Indians and 11 French-Canadian officers. Then he makes a circuit to Carolina and back to retrieve his wife and family, who had returned to their home thinking Boone was dead. The events of this section reveal Boone's ability to apply the knowledge of Indian psychology, the wilderness environment, and the principles of political organization which he has gained in his several initiations. Boone's skills include his leadership of a reconnaissance raid deep into Indian territory around the flank of the approaching army, the clever diplomacy by which he delays the Indians' attack, and his grasp of military measures to thwart their attempts to undermine the palisade. Despite the fact that the French were about to enter the Revolution on the colonial side, the Indian-Canadian Army flew French colors next to British as they marched against Boonesborough, a fact which Filson's Boone notes without comment. Apparently the French of Canada regarded the British as temporary allies in their continuing struggle against the Anglo-Americans of the 13 colonies. Boone's triumph over the Indians is only temporary, and after his return from Carolina he and his colony face the darkest period of their history. In this last adventure in the narrative, Boone receives his final test, his final initiation into self-knowledge and the wisdom and power of leadership. The prowess which he has gained in his initiations into the knowledge of nature and the techniques of Indian war is not enough to make him leader of a civilized community. Simon Girty and Alexander McKee, the two abandoned white men who lead the next Indian assault on Kentucky, have as much prowess as Boone, but the civilized leader must possess those sentiments and sympathies which are at the basis of social cohesion, and these qualities the renegades have abandoned. In his last ordeal, 290. As Boone experiences the depths of defeat and personal misery, his powers of rational control are all but overthrown by the tragedies which overtake his family and his nation. The land itself, as if in sympathy with the state of Boone's soul, goes through a period of barren fruitlessness and famine. It renews its vigor only when Boone renews his powers of self-control and his hopeful vision of the future. The dark chapter begins with a disastrous hunting expedition. Boone and his brother, hunting food for the settlers, whose grain and crops have been mined by Indian raids, are attacked by Indians. The brother is killed, and Boone himself is hunted through the woods by the Indians and their hunting dogs. The paragraph which recounts this misadventure ends with the observation that winter soon came on, and was very severe. Thus Filson directly associates Boone's personal tragedy with the state of the land. The severity of the winter and the Indians' attacks force the settlers to abandon their reliance on the products of husbandry, corn and wheat, and turn to hunting buffalo for their sustenance like the Indians. But the Kentuckians have a philosophy which enables them to resign themselves to hardship. Being a hardy race of people, and accustomed to difficulties and necessities, they were wonderfully supported through all their sufferings, until the ensuing fall, when we received abundance from the fertile soil. 30. The Puritans were wont to claim that they were wonderfully supported in their sufferings, but where the Puritans' support came from the transcendent Jehovah, the Kentuckians' support derives from their belief in their own hardihood and in the coming renewal of the land's fertility. The Kentuckians thus adopt the philosophy which their culture hero Daniel Boone discovered in his first initiation into the wilderness. With the coming of spring, all the powers of darkness seem to gather for a last effort at destroying Kentucky. In 1782 the Indians and their British masters were to make a last effort to throw back the frontier and render invalid all American claims to the West. While Boone, in Filson's account, is apparently unaware of the threat to the nation at large, he knows that the year will see Kentucky saved or destroyed. To prevent the settlers from planting the corn that could carry them through another dark winter, the Indians send numerous raiding parties ahead of their main army and inflict a series of defeats on the settlers. Under McKee and Girty, all the tribes of the Ohio country gather against Kentucky, as in Puritan times French officers mustered all hell and Canada against New England. Their rage and bloodthirstiness are excited to fever pitch by the monstrous sadism of the renegades, men who had abandoned both those human sympathies and 291 sentiments which mark the civilized man and the tribal loyalties which ennoble the Indian. 31. McKee and Girty are Boone's antitypes, men who have experienced the same initiation into the wilderness that Boone underwent but who were degraded by the experience. They embody all the negative, evil possibilities inherent in the emigration to the wilderness. At the climactic Battle of Blue Licks, Boone and the renegades meet head-on, and the result is a tragic setback for Boone and his countrymen. Filson's account of the battle is brief and incomplete. He neglects to explain how so canny a frontiersman as Boone comes to fall into Girty's trap at Blue Licks, although such an explanation would certainly have enhanced his hero's reputation for prowess. Filson is not interested here in showing us more of Boone's skill. Instead, the Battle of Blue Licks gives him an opportunity to show Boone under the stress of strong passions and at last victorious over them. This is Boone's decisive struggle between the newly awakened sentiments of grief and his philosophy of rational self-control and attention to duty. According to Filson's account, the Kentuckians under Boone and two other militia colonels, Todd and Trigg, pursue Girty's army on its retreat from an unsuccessful siege of Bryant's Station and assault a small party, on the other side of Licking River, which they take to be a rear guard. But this small rear guard is bait for a trap, which Girty springs when the Kentuckians cross over. In historical fact, Boone and his fellow colonels were not deceived by the ruse. They had decided against attacking, but when Major McGarry went berserk with battle madness and precipitated the assault, Boone and the others could only join in and make the best of a desperate situation. The Indians fire from their hiding places in brushy ravines on the riverside hills, and an exceeding fierce battle immediately began, for about 15 minutes, when we, being overpowered by numbers, were obliged to retreat. Among the dead are Colonels Todd and Trigg and Boone's second son, killed at his father's side at the height of the assault. 67 other Kentuckians are killed and 7 captured, 4 of the latter are tortured to death in a most barbarous manner, by the young warriors, to train them up to cruelty. 32 The horrid details of the assault and the retreat do not emerge till Boone returns to the field some days after the battle, with Logan's relief force, to bury the dead. Then the terror and grief of his recollections shake him, and the dreadful scene before him is made still more poignant by the fact that his son lies among the mutilated dead. We returned to bury the dead, and found their bodies strewed everywhere, cut and mangled in a dreadful manner. This mournful 292 scene exhibited a horror almost unparalleled, some torn by wild beasts, those in the river eaten by fishes, all in such putrefied condition, that no one could be distinguished from another. 33 Yet from the scene of desolation new hope is born. As in Rogers's Pontiche, the hero's powers of reason triumph over grief by subordinating his emotions to the moderate level necessary for an efficient discharge of his duties. He accompanies Clark's punitive expedition against the Shawnee towns and, as he sees again the land that he found so fertile even in his captivity, he experiences a revival of his hopes for its agricultural development. His ordeal and Kentucky's are over-registered. Both have emerged wiser in the ways of the wilderness, better able to organize and control their own affairs, and emotionally awakened to the bonds of sympathy and sentiment that hold civilization together. Boone signifies his emergence in a concluding review of his adventures, in which he interprets the meaning of his part and projects a vision of the future. It is in this conclusion that his ultimate character as a hero emerges. The section vaguely resembles one of those improvements that Cotton Mather attached to Hannah Duston's captivity narrative, but its substance is not abstractly philosophical or theological. Filson has Boone recount his vision in a series of images and incidents drawn from the drama of his experiences. The symbols which give meaning to this vision derive their primary significance from the narrative alone, not from some biblical or other source outside the narrative. This self-contained quality and the fact that Boone's philosophic principles are voiced primarily as perceptions and experiences, rather than as abstract lessons or messages, make the Boone narrative the nearest approach in the 18th century to a truly novelistic treatment of the myth of the frontier. Boone begins his concluding statement with a text, drawn from the words of an Indian chief rather than from the Bible, to conclude, "I can now say that I have verified the saying of an old Indian who signed Col. Henderson's deed. Taking me by the hand, at the delivery thereof, 'Brother,' says he, 'we have given you a fine land, but I will believe you will have much trouble settling it.'" 34 Witnessing to the truth of this prophecy, Boone laments his losses and troubles, the hardships he has suffered at the hand of nature and the Indians. But the lament, like each of Boone's initiations, ends with a vision of the good that arises from the cruelties and hardships of the wilderness. 0 Just as the sorrow of widowed women and the death of children in battle signify the dark moment of Kentucky's history, the renewal of Kentucky's hope and commitment to civilized, agrarian values is heralded by Filson's tale of a woman's successful defense of her home in Crab Orchard against an Indian attack. 293. My footsteps have often been marked with blood, and therefore I can truly subscribe to Kentucky's original name Dark and Bloody Ground. 2 darling sons, and a brother have, I lost by savage hands, which have also taken from me many horses and abundance of cattle. Many dark and sleepless nights have I been companion for owls, separated from the cheerful society of men, scorched by the summer's sun, and pinched by the winter's cold, an instrument ordained to settle the wilderness. But now the scene is changed, peace crowns the sylvan shade. 35. Boone's lament bears a close resemblance to Mary Rowlandson's concluding plaint, dwelling on the sleepless nights, the loneliness and the discomfort experienced in the wilderness sojourn. But where the Puritan Mrs. Rowlandson believed that her captivity represented God's intention to chastise her and make more taxing the settlement of the wilderness, Boone claims that he is an instrument ordained by God to settle the wilderness. Even in suffering, Boone is essentially the hero, the man of power. The Boone narrative establishes its meaning through a rhythmic repetition of a single pattern of experience, reinforced by an imagistic connection between the state of Boone's mind and the state of the real landscape. This pattern of experience constitutes the essence of Filson's myth. It begins with a total immersion of Boone in an experience of the wilderness, continues with his tasting both the promise and the terror of the Indian's world, and culminates in his achievement of a deeper perception of the nature of the wilderness and of his own soul and his assertion of rational control over his environment. The reader is led to assume that the result of this assertion of control will be to realize, through agrarian cultivation, nature's inherent power to sustain civilization. But in the narrative itself this result is seen only through Boone's perceptions of the land. It is the imagistic logic of literature that leads the reader unconsciously to draw a causal connection between Boone's perception of Kentucky's promise and the realization of a Western Arcadia. If Boone sees Kentucky as paradise, one feels, then it really is, or may really become, a paradise. What is extraordinary about Filson's handling of this literary logic is that he portrays Boone's Arcadian vision of the West as emerging from a thorough grounding in the evils and hardships of the wilderness, implying that these very evils are productive of the highest good for Boone's character and consequently for the character of the Kentucky settlements. The passage in which he describes his footsteps as marked with blood is followed by a vision of peace. What thanks, what ardent and ceaseless thanks, are due to that all-superintending providence which has turned cruel war into peace. 294. Brought order out of confusion, made the fierce savages placid, and turned away their hostile weapons from our country. May the same almighty goodness banish the accursed monster war, rapine, and insatiable ambition. Let peace, descending from her native heaven, bid her olive spring amid the joyful nations, and plenty, in league with commerce, scatter blessings from her copious hands. 36. To Filson this vision represents Boone's realization of his true character and his true vision of the West. As a hero of the Enlightenment, enamored of peace and order, Boone views the promise of the West as dependent on its ability to produce an agrarian Arcadia, cultivated to a symmetrical and orderly beauty, offsetting the sublime and terrible picture of what convulsions man and nature are capable of producing. Beyond the liberty to delight in this promise in peace and safety. With my once fellow sufferers, to enjoy the gratitude of his countrymen for his services, and to contemplate the prospect of Kentucky's becoming one of the most opulent and powerful states of North America, Boone requires nothing further of nature. With this statement his narrative concludes. The Boone narrative as myth. Myth, as I have defined it, is a narrative formulation of a culture's worldview and self-concept, which draws both on the historical experience of that culture and on sources of feeling, fear, and aspiration, individual and universal/archetypal, deep in the human subconscious and which can be shown to function in that culture as a prescription for historical action and for value judgment. The adoption by the national reading public of the myth of Daniel Boone implied their acceptance of a certain myth scenario of interaction between themselves, their land, and the dark races belonging to their land. In Filson's legend and in the myth that grew out of it, the roles and characters of hunter and husbandman are ambiguously equated through the association of the hero's career of semi-nomadic wandering, violence, and opportunity-seeking with the agrarian imagery and morality expounded by Jefferson and Creve Coeur. Implicit in this ambiguity is a scenario of national progress in which the land and its resources are to be cultivated through their quick exploitation and given their improved value by speculation, and in which the Indian is to be redeemed through the expropriation of his land, physical removal to desert and inhospitable regions, or, if necessary, extermination. In view of these consequences, it is necessary that we understand the basis of the Boone myth's appeal, as well as the processes by which it 295 gained credence as a national myth. Filson was not the first writer to offer a hunter and warrior of the frontiers as an image of American heroism. However, he was the first whose efforts met with a positive, general response throughout the several sections of the country over an appreciable period of time. Filson's success depended in part upon the existence of an intercolonial book trade which had not been available to Benjamin Church, Roger Wolcott, or the eulogists of Captain Lovewell. But the practicality of wide distribution merely facilitated the circulation of a work whose potential for success as myth was different from that of any generic predecessor. The reasons for its impact can be summarized. 1. Filson convincingly portrays his hero as a contemporary man, extraordinary in his skill and fortitude but still believable, a great man rather than a semi-divinity. Moreover, he portrays a living man, whose continuing adventures could be reported by others to confirm and develop Filson's image of him. 2. Boone's adventures are shown as instances relevant to a range of metaphysical, moral, and historical questions that the enlightened reader would be sure to regard as having the highest level of philosophical and social importance. 3. The narrative, drawing on two levels of mythology, supports its rationalization of the westward movement by basing it on the deepest unconscious assumptions of the culture about its place, destiny, and value in the world. The first level is that of culture-bound mythology, as expressed in the several genres of colonial narrative which had earlier functioned as a myth literature. The second is that of archetypal myth, which Filson unconsciously evokes. Filson's generic predecessors had each lacked one or more of these basic elements. Thomas Morton had portrayed himself as a hunter and lord of misrule, invoking the ancient British myths of Robin Hood/Robin Wood, but his very success in conveying this image of himself put him drastically out of step with the dominant population of the colony, the Puritans. Benjamin Church's book was prophetic in its depiction of a hunter-hero gaining initiation into a symbolic kingship of the woods through his killing of an Indian ruler, but the work lacked the kind of unifying philosophical and moral framework Filson provides for Boone. Most of the reprints of Church's book appeared in the early 19th century, after the popularity of hunter heroes was well established. The John Mason of Wolcott's Epic and Prince's narrative was an anachronism at his appearance, and Mason, like Captain Lovewell, was a purely local hero in a war of concern to New England alone. Although Robert Rogers was a hero in a 296 war of significance to all the colonies, his adventures too were not given a moral or symbolic dimension, and his works, like Creve Coeur's, were not published for American consumption. His later career as a loyalist, unlike Boone's, utterly destroyed his image as an American hero. The captivity narratives in their heyday had possessed all the needed qualities to such an extent that they virtually overcame the disadvantages of the rudimentary book trade, appearing everywhere but the South. But captivities lost some of their impact as the demand for an image of emergent American power and dominance grew. Part of Filson's success can be attributed to his conscious artistry in altering and ordering his raw materials for literary presentation. He departed in a number of ways from the facts of Boone's career in order to fit him into the necessary mold of hunter-husbandman philosophy. Boone was 50 years old when Filson met him, the patriarch of a large and still expanding family and the possessor of a great reputation among his fellow frontiersmen. To characterize him as a novice receiving his initiation into the ways of the wilderness, Filson had to suppress the facts that Boone was in his late 30s when his adventures began, that he had long been familiar with the conditions of life in the wilderness, and that he had already developed the mental attitude and physical prowess needed for survival. But Filson was also fortunate in that the real Boone's character and activities contributed to the legend's credibility over the next 40 years of Boone's, and the legend's, life in large and even small ways. 37 By an uncanny coincidence, Boone's personal history embodied the symbolic patterns of Voltaire's and Rousseau's imagery. Boone was born of good Quaker parents in Pennsylvania and was formally adopted by the good savages of the Shawnee Nation. His personal philosophy of life apparently combined the Indian love of hunting, personal freedom and combat with the Quakers' scrupulous morality, disapproval of cruelty and waste, and gentleness toward the helpless. It was part of the legend that developed early in his life that he killed neither Indian nor animal, except when compelled by necessity, and that he took no scalps. Filson's portrayal of Boone as a hunter-husbandman is accurate as far as it goes, but it falls short of depicting Boone's real attitude toward farming. Although Boone did stake out and work a subsistence farm in the manner of the physiocratic yeoman, he never did fit into the yeoman's mold. He was primarily a hunter and trapper, who cleared only as much of his land as was needed for kitchen crops and a little saleable tobacco to keep his family fed during his long absences. Most of the wealth the Boones had came from the bales of deer and beaver skins he brought back from the 297 wilderness. Skins provided a substantial but unsteady source of income, and Boone supplemented his pelt money by serving as a guide to surveyors like Filson, bidding for government war contracts, serving in the militia and the Virginia legislature, and speculating a bit in land. 38 But he was not content to make a place for himself in the middling classes of the frontier. He became the business partner of Col. Richard Henderson, a land speculator who owned a vague grant from the Cherokees and attempted to establish a personal empire in Kentucky. Henderson provided the capital and organized support for a settlement. Boone was to explore the ground, lay out divisions of land, and lead the settlers west. Boone claimed land for himself, his family, and his near relations on a baronial scale, intending to take advantage of the rise in land values when Western emigration finally began to fill up the dark and bloody ground. Until then he hoped to use his vast claims as a personal hunting park, rich in deer, beaver, and buffalo. 39 As these large claims suggest, Boone was not without a good share of unyeoman-like vanity, a sense of personal grandeur that was fed by the legends of his fellow frontiersmen and later by the international reputation he acquired through Filson's book. Unfortunately for Boone's business projects, his financial shrewdness was never proof against his boundless enthusiasm for the Western land and the freedom from social restraints and obligations which it offered. After returning from his exploration of Kentucky for the Transylvania Company, he found that the British had tightened controls on emigration, making it impossible for Henderson to support an attempt at settlement. Despite the lack of the promised backing, Boone's impatience to return to Kentucky impelled him to attempt the settlement alone. It was a sign of his high reputation that his neighbors followed him in the venture and continued to follow him, even after their first attempt to cross the mountains was turned back by the Indians. 40 In addition to his enthusiasm for free land, hunting, and the chance of wealth, Boone was motivated by a mild but definite hostility to the civilization represented by the eastern settlements. Filson portrays this hostility in the terms of Jefferson's Notes on Virginia, as a dislike of the commercial values and clutter of an urban mercantile civilization. For the real Boone the terms were somewhat simpler. He disliked the complexities of legal obligations and involvements that attended land ownership in those litigious days. As the Puritan sought the pure and unadulterated gospel, Boone sought the simple and uncluttered freehold, the ownership of land based on personal discovery and use of the land's resources. Even his baronial claims were less important to Boone than freedom from the pettifogging. 298. Intervention of lawyers and sharpers between a man and his land. When strangers from the East challenged the validity of his leases or sued him for surveying claims so poorly that they wildly overlapped, he refused to become involved in litigation. He surrendered his lands to all claimants, sold what was left, and went west to Missouri, where he became the syndic or governor of a Spanish province and dispensed law himself to his fellow settlers, most of whom were relatives of his. Even in the West he was bothered by the knowledge that old debts still tied him to the settlements, and to cut these ties, he returned to Kentucky with the proceeds of years of hunting and paid off every man who claimed Boone owed him a debt. He asked no questions of the claimants, and his pockets were emptied by the time he had made the circuit of Kentucky and his old hometowns in the East, but he was free of his last bonds to Eastern society. 41. Although Boone was by no means a well-educated man, there is no reason to suppose that his attitude toward the settlements was simply the product of his economic resentments. One of his favorite books was Gulliver's Travels, a copy of which accompanied him on one of his early exploring trips. Lulbegrud Creek in Kentucky got its name when his reading of the book aloud was interrupted by an Indian attack. Boone and his comrades beat off the attack, and one of Boone's companions remarked that they had taken care of the Lulbegruds, referring, somewhat inaccurately, to the inhabitants of a city in Swift's Brobdingnag. The creek name immortalizes the hunter's witticism. After the publication of Filson's book, Boone went so far as to model his public statements on Filson's characterization of him. His famous remark about leaving Kentucky because he needed more elbow room was probably Boone's little jest at an overly inquisitive tenderfoot, who obviously expected to find in him an arch opponent of civilization. The irony of his remark lies in the fact that he was then on his way to take up his post as syndic of the Femme-Osage district, hardly the occupation of a man opposed to society per se. 42. The most distinctive trait of Boone's character was his love for the wild land. He reveled in the pleasures of discovering new trails through the wilderness, of recording a good day's hunt by carving his name on a tree, and of naming creeks and geographic features after particular experiences of his own. Thus he gave Dreaming Creek its name because he had had a peculiarly impressive dream while sleeping beside it. He seemed to enjoy the idea that his name and experiences would become permanently identified with the land, and on his return to Kentucky from Missouri he spent some time hunting up his initialed trees and uncovering the letters that had grown into the bark. 43. The most significant of the legends that had Gath 299 aired around Boone before Filson met him centers on this sense of identification with the land and constitutes an 18th-century Kentucky equivalent of the primitive divine king and sacred marriage myths, in which a tribal hero meets and cohabits or weds with an avatar of the feminine nature spirit, thus ensuring renewed life to both tribe and land. This legend concerns Boone's courtship of his wife, Rebecca Bryan. He was fire hunting one dark night, stalking the forest with a blazing torch whose light was supposed to attract a deer to his stand. The deer would have to be killed by a shot aimed between the 2 points of reflected firelight that would mark its eyes, because the animal would be otherwise invisible. After a long wait, Boone saw the double gleam and prepared to fire, but some intuition stayed him. He moved toward the gleams, pushed aside the brush, and discovered Rebecca, who turned and fled home. According to the legend, she told her family she had been scared by a painter, or panther, and soon afterward Daniel came courting. 44. The outline of this legend closely follows the primitive rituals which were derived from the divine king myth. The king, whose health was supposedly interdependent with the fertility of the land, had to engage in a ceremonial sexual union with the goddess of the woods to induce a renewal of fertility after the barrenness of winter. Often this ceremonial union took the form of hunting some animal deemed to be the goddess's avatar. Out of this primitive myth grew the Greek and Roman myths of metamorphosis, in which gods become animals, virgins become trees, and young men become stags. There is an American Indian love chant which hinges on this same myth of metamorphosis. Early I rose. In the blue morning. My love was up before me. It came running up to me from the doorways of the dawn. On Papago Mountain. The dying quarry looked at me with my love's eyes. 45. Boone and his doe/spouse conform to this archetype, which thus offers an implicit vision of Boone as the divine king, the hero whose body and spirit nourish the land and enable it to fulfill the role destined for it by the law of nature. Equal in importance to the fact that the archetype is invoked are the characterizations of the participants in the mythical event, for the nature and direction of the shift in American attitudes toward the wilderness can 300 be measured by the progressive changes in the sexual imagery of the white man wilderness confrontation. For Bradford and Mather, the wilderness is the proto-renegade strange bride or a male captor violator of female avatars of Christian culture. For Edwards, nature is the male thunder god or the sweet spirit that murmurs to Sarah Pierpont as she walks amid groves and fields. For Boone, the spirit df nature is feminine, and his relation to it is that of panther to deer, hunter to prey, sexual aggressor to coy, amenable victim, and both are beings of the wild. The fire hunt legend was well known to the Boones themselves, and they often repeated it to their children, who refused to believe it. Yet this legend and others which show Boone as the wild, lonely hunter were neglected or omitted by Filson. Later, Western writers like Timothy Flint and romantics like Fenimore Cooper rediscovered them and worked them into the literary versions of the Boone myth. Filson wished to retain the idea that Boone's hunting trips initiated him into a deep intimacy with the powers of nature and that the health of his spirit was essential to the realization of nature's plan for the Kentucky land. Being committed to the philosophy and pastoral imagery of physiocracy, he would have wished to deny that the wild, man-shy spirit of the deer symbolized nature in Kentucky, or that the symbolic hero of the American frontier had the lonely, restless spirit of the hunting panther, rather than the virtuous placidity of the yeoman. Filson made other important alterations of the facts in his new images of Boone, Rebecca, and wilderness. Rebecca underwent the most considerable change. In life a strong and intelligent woman, she stood almost as tall as Daniel Boone, who was himself over the average in height. It was she who held their large family together while he vanished on long hunts, which might last a season or a couple of years. When he was taken by the Shawnee and presumed dead, she packed up her family and moved it east to Carolina by herself through Indian country at the height of the Indian Wars. When he grew old and was attacked by rheumatism, she accompanied him on hunts, helped him kill game, and was accounted a fair shot. 46 Filson all but eliminates Rebecca Boone from his account. She appears only as my wife, never by name, and no attention is paid to her considerable accomplishments as provider and protector. She first appears in Boone's meditation on his loneliness during the first exploration of Kentucky. In this passage the thought of his family far away in the settlement inclines him to melancholy, and he has to put aside the sentiment. Next she appears as the first white woman to stand beside the Kentucky River, a symbol of the establishment of civilization on the river and of the Settle 301. Merits weakness and exposure to the savagery of the wilderness. She does not appear again until after Boone has returned from his Shawnee captivity and beaten off the Indian attack on Boonesboro. Then the reader learns that she has returned to Carolina, heartbroken over the thought of his death. For Filson, Rebecca is simply a generalized amiable spouse, subject to the conventional weaknesses of the sentimental heroine, suffering deprivation and heartbreak without acquiring, in the narrative, a personality of her own. Even in Filson's account, Boone's wife remains a symbol of the spirit of nature. But where the folk myth emphasizes her wildness and freedom and shyness of man, Filson's myth emphasizes her civilized qualities, her conformity to the conventional idea of woman in Anglo-American society, a morally strong but physically weak creature in need of a hero's protection, a victim suffering dutifully under physical discomfort and the pangs of womanly sentiment, so completely identified with her role as wife and mother that she has no identity independent of her social role. Two opposed visions of nature are thus embodied in these two versions of Rebecca's character. The folk legend, accepting the wilderness for what it is, deifies its wild qualities. The Filson legend, following the Jeffersonian view of natural law, sees civilization, female spirit allied to male power, as the inevitable product of natural law, the realization of its inherent purpose or design. For Filson, as for Jefferson, the God who created nature was an artist, and within the fabric of the wilderness the symmetry of purpose and design could be perceived. Therefore civilization, the ultimate embodiment of design and symmetry, was immanent in the wilderness for the Jeffersonian, just as a nature goddess or earth mother was always invisibly present in the woods for the Indian or pagan. By the same token, Boone's self-realization, the discovery of identity which is the outcome of his initiation, involves, in Filson's account, his discovery of the husbandman and agent of civilization within the husk of his hunter's identity. In the primitive initiation ceremony, on the other hand, the novice Indian brave would spend an appointed exile in the woods, discover the hunter and the warrior within his effeminate boy's body, and take as the totem or symbol of his identity the panther rather than the plowshare. This brings us to the third crucial element in the efficacy of Filson's narrative as an American myth, the resemblance between the structure of the Boone narrative and that of the archetypal hero myths which are found in all human cultures. This resemblance confirms the mythological credibility of the real Boone. Only a true hero could evoke a response whose pattern is drawn from such profound levels of the human mind. At the same 302 time, the legend's resemblance to the archetype helps to assure its continuing viability. The archetypal hero myth narrates a journey into the kingdom of death for the purpose of extracting some power or secret, a boon, which will enable man to dominate his mortal fate. Although the pattern of the quest is archetypal, the symbolic items employed and the personages met during the quest vary from culture to culture, and a limited number of alternative paths to ultimate triumph or defeat are exhibited. The particular varieties of the archetypal hero myth or monomyth, as Campbell terms it, are virtually infinite, but the structural formulas of the myths are virtually identical, since the myth is created as a response of the human psyche to the condition of mortality. All men fear and seek to overcome the death that arrives for all things that are born or created, men, families, kingdoms, and tribes, dynasties, religions, the planted crops in the fields, the woods that grow, bear fruit, and die. The hero myth is based on a universal world perception and a universal anxiety inherent in the human mind and situation. The archetypal hero begins in a state of innocence or unawareness of the powers that are latent in himself and in his environment. He worships gods but does not know their true power. Then something arises to trouble the state, and he embarks on a quest. The motive for the quest varies. In Campbell's formulation of the archetype, the hero is lured, carried away, or else voluntarily proceeds to the threshold of adventure. At the threshold of the dark land in which his adventure will be played out, he is challenged by a shadow presence. He may conciliate the presence or fight and defeat it, either way passing alive into the underworld, or he may be defeated by it and pass into the underworld either as one of the dead, as did Christ, or as a captive of the power. The crossing of the threshold takes many forms, as does the shadow presence. The passage may be a battle or a sea voyage. The opponent may be a brother of the hero, a reflection of some dark power within himself that he must conquer. The dark world beyond the threshold is Death's dream kingdom, resembling in many respects the hidden world of the human unconscious as well as that of the afterlife. It is peopled with unfamiliar yet strangely intimate forces that either aid the hero or impose a series of tests and initiatory ordeals upon him. After a supreme ordeal, he gains the object of his quest, the fire or other boon which embodies the power or light of wisdom he has come seeking. Depending upon his personal qualities and his relationship to the divine powers, as revealed in the manner of his passing the various tests, the culmination of the hero's quest is one of several alternative triumphs. He may attain sexual union or sacred marriage with the 303 Earth goddess, her priestess, or an avatar. He may become reconciled with a paternal divinity, or he himself may become divine or semi-divine, apotheosis. If the gods are unfriendly, he may steal the goddess bride or the boon and flee with it to the threshold of his own world. There he again experiences transformation, is reinitiated into his old world, and becomes the agent of its restoration or renewal. 47 Filson's boon narrative fits the archetype rather closely. In the first cycle of adventures, Boone begins by dwelling on a peaceful farm. Curiosity and the spirit of adventure lure him willingly to the threshold of Kentucky. After preliminary struggles with the Indians and his own melancholy fears, he descends into the western wilderness, which, as we have seen, is archetypal of the unconscious hidden mind, the kingdom of dreams, death's Valhalla. He submits to the ordeal of captivity and battle with the Indian presence and is initiated in the wilderness life by means of hunting the deer. He tastes the land's sweetness and returns with his vision to the world of his past, there to quicken the frontiersman's ambition and aspiration. Next, in the captivity cycle of his adventures, he leaves the peaceful island of Boonesborough to hunt deer and salt, is carried over the threshold of the Indian's world in defeat and captivity, is initiated and adopted into the tribe, resists a series of temptations that test his character, and returns with the new wisdom to become the war chief of his people. His return is at once a resurrection, his wife has thought him dead, and a transformation, he has become a hero and chief. In a final test, he goes forth to battle, is plunged into misery and despair by his son's death, but returns to the land of death to retrieve and appropriately inter his son's body. He emerges with renewed strength, a superhuman strength from which his land and people will draw sustenance and which they will employ to achieve peace and to establish their settlements in the land. Apotheosis. Equal in importance to its resemblance to the monomyth is the resemblance in structure between the Boone myth and the other myths that had developed out of the particular anxieties and experiences of the American colonists and had found expression in the conversion narratives, the captivity narratives, and the discovery emigration narratives. The Boone narrative draws on the traditional beliefs, evocative symbols, images, and narrative structures of these earlier myth forms, reconciling their contradictions of value and inconsistency of subject matter. At the same time, Filson alters their character by absorbing them into the myth of the hunter and warrior. The narrative of Boone's adventures recapitulates the experiences portrayed in the several narrative genres of colonial literature about the 304. Frontier. Boone is sequentially the emigrant, the explorer, the captive, the convert, the hunter, and the hero. In each case, the protagonist of the narrative lives in an initial state of innocence on a, literal or figurative, island of sheltered light, walled in from the dark power of the sea or the wilderness, unaware of the powers within himself and in the God of this world. This passive state of happiness is disrupted, in the convert's case, by his discovery of the corruption in his native island, England, in the captive's case, by Indians who symbolize the sinful potential of his own soul and who drag the protagonist across the threshold and into the wilderness. In all four myth forms, the journey leads to the discovery of a dark land and the illumination of the dark land in the protagonist's own soul. For Boone, as for the captive, the emigrant, and the convert, it is necessary that he abandon family ties to embark on the quest. The trial of his ability to bear and justify this disruption of family as well as the deaths of other relatives and companions during the adventure is the most important test in his ordeal. In each case the protagonist achieves a return from the land of his quest, bearing a message or a gift that will enlighten and redeem his people. There are, however, crucial departures from the earlier myth forms in Filson's myth of Boone the Hunter. The captive, emigrant, and convert are either lured or abducted into their adventures, each is thrust unwillingly into the hero's role by Providence. Boone openly avows that his motivations re chiefly curiosity and a love of adventure. Unlike the Puritan, he does not deny the lure of the wilderness or succumb to that lure as a sinner to temptation. Rather, he reads in that lure the call of nature to his nature, and he follows the lure to its source as a hunter follows the track or scent of deer. The Kentucky forts are a new version of the theme of the walled gardens or islands of the West. The pre-colonial vision saw the West as a cluster of paradises in miniature, thrust above a dark ocean. The Puritan saw his settlement in the forest as a beleaguered island of light in another kind of sea. In Boone's Kentucky there are many isles of refuge, not all of them walled. Boone moves freely from walled fort to Indian town and even into the formless ocean of the forest itself, to discover the power to make a refuge within his own mind. Thus the commanding ridge, like the fort or the town, is for Boone in effect a blessed isle. The conclusions of the earlier myths and the Boone myth also differ. The culmination of each cycle of the Boone narrative is always an act of creation, the attainment of a new heroic identity for the hero, the establishment of a settlement, the saving of the harvest. The structure of Kentuck as a whole emphasizes this pattern by its arrangement into descript 305. Tiv, narrative, and prophetic sections. In the other myth narratives, this kind of creation myth is suppressed. The hero does not follow the wilderness spirits, the Indians or beasts, as the hero lover does his goddess, and the end of the conversion or captivity experience resembles a reconciliation with the Father Creator rather than a sacred marriage, to use Campbell's terms. A new self is created in these narratives, and the hero does bring light to his people, but because the motive, the path, or method, and the conclusion or goal of his quest are different, the light he brings is different from that brought by Boone the Hunter. The significance of the difference is suggested by the changes which the rest of Filson's Kentuck makes in the classic pattern of the emigration narrative. Instead of positing reconciliation with the Old World through an actual return to Europe or through the recreation of a renewed Europe in the New World, he prophesies the creation of a new race and a new nation through a more profound penetration by the Americans into their wilderness continent. It was Filson's implicit vision of Boone the Hunter as the central figure in a creation myth that later chroniclers and commentators emphasized in dealing with the theme of Boone's career and the development of the nation. But although Filson's account was the first published work to express this vision, it did not by any means originate it. Since the pattern is archetypal, it is no surprise to find myths of the primitive Indians and folk tales of the frontier contemporaries of Boone that embody essentially the same vision. What is remarkable is the degree to which the American legends strike through the conventions of literary mythology and Christian theology to expound the myth in its simplest, most primitive terms. A comparison of one of the Indian myths, the fire hunt legend that circulated among Boone's contemporaries, and the Filson narrative suggests a fundamental kinship in the minds of the Indian, the American frontiersman, and the middle colony schoolmaster. The creation myth of the Delaware Indians begins with the people dwelling in an underworld beneath a great lake. One of their heroes discovers a hole through which he journeys to the surface, crossing the threshold of the womb-like underworld into the realm of his quest. On the surface he spies a deer, hunts, kills, and eats it, and returns with its meat to the underworld. His people find the meat so good that they follow the hero out through the hole to where they can enjoy the light of heaven and populate the world. The Mohawks had a similar legend, in which the people live under the earth until the hero Ganawega discovers the hole, finds the deer, and brings it back to the people. And the favorable description he had given them of the country above and on the earth, their mother. 306. Concluded it best for them all to come out, and accordingly they did so, and set about planting corn, NC 48. The imagery in both accounts emphasizes that the deer hunter's quest is a metaphor for human birth and the birth of the human race. The Mohawk version adds a second element, the discovery of the mother goddess, the earth, and of the sacred marriage that produces crops from her body. The pattern of both myths relates closely to Campbell's version of the monomyth. One of the standard motifs to depict the hero's crossing of the threshold of adventure is that of a journey through the night over seas or large bodies of water. The analogy between this pattern and that of the transatlantic emigration narrative, the ancestor of Filson's discovery emigration narrative, is also readily apparent. The fire hunt legend and the Filson version of Boone's career recast the pattern of the emigration narrative in such a way as to develop or emphasize its resemblance to these primitive creation myths of the Indians. The fire hunt folktale is the more overtly mythical of the two, its symbolic elements and dramatic events are presented with primitive clarity. Boone is hunting at night, afloat, by some accounts, on a large pool of water or, by others, at rest in a clearing. He sees two gleams of light in the darkness and, in his innocence, believes them to be those of a deer. He is tempted to shoot but restrains himself, sensing a mystery. He pursues the deer and discovers that it is, not a deer at all, but a woman. The tale culminates in his marriage to the woman and the commencement of his heroic career. Thus, like the Mohawk hero, the Boone of the folktale follows the track of the deer into a new plane of existence and acquires the power to sow seed and reap the fruits of the earth as a hero and king. But instead of the quasi-sexual violence and cannibalism of the Delaware deer hunting creation myth, the Boone tale culminates in sexual union, which sublimates the violence and blood hunger of the ritual hunt. The Filson narrative does not touch on these psychologically uneasy grounds. It does not play with the loaded issues of sexual desire, violence, and literal or figurative cannibalism. Boone dwells in a peaceful river valley below the mountains until the call of nature to his spirit summons him to leave the valley and cross the mountain threshold. He discovers a gap in the ridges and through it enters the dark and bloody ground. Assailed by real Indians and by the melancholy fantasies of his solitary, kinless soul, he hunts a deer and brings it to the top of his commanding ridge. There he kills the deer and discovers the beauty of the landscape, whose power works on him to chase his melancholy. Strengthened and renewed by the sweet meat of that land, he returns through the gap, reveals the beauty and 307. Plenty of the land to his people, and leads them back through the mountains into the land of Kentucky. It is striking that the American myth of the hunter so closely resembles the creation myths of the Indians. This resemblance becomes even more striking when one notes that it represents a distinct departure from the European mythology of huntsmen and sacred beasts. There the hunter, at least in the Christian era and in several pre-Christian cultures, has traditionally been regarded as an accursed being. His pursuit of beasts makes him bestial, a figure of lust, rapacity, and materialism. Esau, Nimrod, and Ishmael were proscribed in the Bible as hunters. One of Dionysus' names was Zagreus, great hunter, which was interpreted by early Christian scholars as symbolizing insatiable incontinence. The Norse mythology and the Arthurian legends deal frequently with the figure of the accursed hunter. The Greeks Orion and Actaeon also come to mind. Most significant is the Christian tradition in which the hunter is regarded as deserting the central, spiritual quest in order to pursue ephemera on the endlessly turning periphery of the wheel of phenomena. 49. This was precisely the light in which the Puritans of the 17th century and Europeans of the 18th century regarded the colonists' pursuit of life in America. The American Indian hunting myths have not the slightest tinge of moral disapproval of the hunter. The escape of the Indians from the underground and their spreading out over the face of the earth are not, as in the Judeo-Christian Eden myth, a fall from grace and an enforced exile from a womb-like garden. On the contrary, only when the Indian has escaped into the light can he perceive and love his good mother goddess, the earth. For Boone and his predecessor church, as for the Indian, the hunting of the beast is an initiation into a higher state of being. This American rejection of the European and Christian myths of the hunter and movement toward that of the Indians suggests a shift in the colonists' attitude toward their land and perhaps toward their own hidden minds and passions as well. But the colonists were not Indians born, and although they became like the Indians in some ways in the process of acculturation, they did retain the traditions of European mythology, particularly the traditional opposition in European hunter myths between the active, physical life of the hunter and the life of contemplation essential to the saint and the intellectual. Acceptance of the hunter as the archetypal American hero reversed these values. It meant adopting the hunter's anti-intellectualism, his pursuit of the material and ephemeral, and his love of exploit and violence for the sake of their blood-stirring excitement. 308. Love akin to the insatiable incontinence dreaded by Puritans. It is significant that Franklin, Jefferson, and other intellectual leaders of the nation-building epoch portrayed America's natural genius as essentially materialistic and practical, rather than theoretical, and as active rather than contemplative. This symbolic rendering of the American character was sharpened and exaggerated by succeeding generations. Jefferson's belief that democracy is best run by intellectual aristoi, in whom the man of affairs is tempered by the man of contemplation, gave way to the radical democratic belief of the Jacksonians, who held that any man competent to practice his personal affairs is competent to administer those of the nation. 50. Similarly, Filson's contemplative Boone gave way to the violent, garrulous, slaughter-loving hunter buffoon, David Crockett. It is vital to note that of these three analogous versions of the hunter myth, Filson's artifice-ridden version, the one furthest removed from the original, primitive, experiential source, was published first. Later generations, exploring the nature of the frontier hero in search of his sources and motivating principles, unearthed the Indian myths and the fire hunt legend. The former were published in the first decade of the 19th century by Father Heckewelder and became one of Fenimore Cooper's sources. The latter first appeared in the 1830s in Timothy Flint's popular biography of Boone. The kinship of the American frontier hero and the Indian, on a spiritual or mythological plane, was thus increasingly emphasized as the initial image of Boone was developed by Filson's imitators. In effect, the literary exploitation of Filson's myth took the form of a progressive clarification of those archetypal patterns and symbols which Filson had obscured beneath fashionable artifice. This literary evolution reflected a popular preference for a primitive, mythopoeic mode of perceiving America and all things and persons pertaining to America. When American fiction emerged in the 19th century, the heroes of epics, novels, and tales devoted to illuminating the American condition would be seen embarking on quests very like those of Filson's and Flint's Boone, Heckewelder's Indians, and the Puritan captives. Brockton Brown's Edgar Huntley, Cooper's Leatherstocking, Melville's Ishmael, Hawthorne's Reuben Bourne, Thoreau at Walden each embarks on a quest that takes him, figuratively or literally, back in time into a primitive world and downward into his own consciousness, until the basic or primitive core of the psyche is revealed. Ultimately, then, the efficacy of Filson's narrative as, in Wheelwright's term, a consummatory myth depended on its synthesis of archetypal elements with the various forms of culture-bound myth that had to 309. Developed out of the historical experience and literary interests of the colonies. Its power within its own immediate time and place of appearance, however, derived from less profound sources as well. Filson employed most of the fashionable conventions and devices available to him, placing his hero in several different frames of reference, offering the reader any one of several ways of identifying with his hero and interpreting his adventures. This variety was the secret of its immediate popularity, and popularity was the only guarantee of its seeing print frequently enough to impress its image gradually on the established literary conventions and habits of thinking. It could be read by a conservative New Englander as an echo of the traditional Puritan myth of the soul's regeneration, yet it also paralleled the Rousseauistic vision of man redeemed by contact with primitive nature, and it anticipated the myth of the American Adam that would preoccupy the writers of the Romantic period. As a hero, Boone himself displays a wide range of qualities. After his first initiation into the laws of nature, he achieves the stoic resignation to circumstance that characterizes the idealized image of the Indian on which Rogers drew in creating Pontiche. After his successive initiations into the social orders of the Anglo-American frontier, the British at Detroit and the Shawnee, he emerges as a close parallel of Wolcott's Governor Winthrop, well versed in political lore, wise, tactful, shrewd in war and diplomacy, and able to lead men with skill and good sense. The tragic events of the latter half of the narrative make him for the moment a sentimental hero, related to the Puritan victim hero of the captivity narratives, to Rogers's Chequithan, and to the romantic hero of the sentimental novel. As Boone's character changes, so does the landscape. At first it is a neoclassical Arcadia, a pastoral paradise of artful symmetry and contrived beauty. When harsh reality breaks in, it acquires the violent disorder of the sublime landscape, anticipating the tortured alpine landscapes of Byron. From this welter of apparently contradictory images, a definite pattern does emerge. The picture of the western landscape which is ultimately left with the reader fits into neither the pastoral nor the sublime vision of nature. Like Jefferson in his description of the Virginia landscape, Filson blends images of order and disorder in his depiction and allows the eye to move toward his images of peace and order through a landscape littered with images of death and destruction. The character of Filson's Boone, similarly, lies somewhere between the brutality of the savage and the passive orderliness of the good Quaker. Like Filson's savages and the later romantic hero, Boone seeks in solitude a personal contact with the elemental forces of nature that are immanent in the landscape. But 310. Where the savages and the romantic become devotees of the primitive passions engendered by contact with wild nature, Boone abstracts a code of natural laws from the wilderness and brings these laws and his own passions under the control of his own civilized reason. These laws turn out to be synonymous with the virtues of the Republican citizen, If he and his people would survive and prosper in the world, they must be self-disciplined, reasonable in response to their environment, respectful of the female, and fierce in both personal independence and tribal or patriotic loyalty. Even the base Indian, as William Smith and Colden also tell us, attains to virtue by his obedience to these laws. The Euro-American may attain utopia through them. Although Filson's Boone has the romantic's emotional rapport with nature, trust in intuitive wisdom, and ability to feel strong passions, his greatest need is for order. Thus he modulates his passions to the controllable level of sentiments by the exercise of reason. Although moved by the ruins of a world which greet him in his first attempt to cross the mountains, Boone, like the Hudson River school painter, is more moved by the sunlit vistas from his sweet spring on the mountaintop. Great passions are necessary to his realization of his full potential for human feeling, but in order for him to attain heroic stature, he must restrain his passion, forget private grief, and attend to the public good. For Filson, Boone's solitary hunting trips are, not ends in themselves, but means to a social end. Solitude has value in the Boone narrative only insofar as it contributes to the ultimate creation of a better society. Hunting is noble only insofar as it clears the way for husbandry. Sentiments are of use only because they lead to self-knowledge and consequently to a higher quality of self-restraint. Here Filson echoes the Puritan insistence on self-restraint and attention to duty and opposes the romantic tendency to luxuriate in strong passions, in images of darkness and chaos, in the symbolic toppling of ancient dynasties, worlds, and gods. The lesson of the frontier experience was that the maintenance of civilization against the powers of the wilderness was possible only through complete knowledge of one's own capacity for good and evil and of the wilderness's inherent threats and promises. Too much preoccupation with darkness would have weakened Boone's ability to resist the terrors of his environment and construct a viable social order. He had to retain a positive vision of a perfected civilization as his final goal. In this concern Filson's Boone prefigures that peculiar sense of social place, mission, and obligation that informs the characters of Cooper's Leatherstocking Tales and the works of Emerson, Whitman, and their generation. Even in the darker writers of the American Renaissance. 311. Like Hawthorne and Melville, who did not put forward positive visions of an ideal America, the sense of obligation to society or civilization appears as a feeling of spiritual malaise or guilt for having pursued art into an antisocial wilderness of darkness, chaos, and blood. Like Crevecoeur's study of American character, Filson's Boone narrative offers a kind of composite portrait, containing many possible hero types, some themselves expressing antithetical values within a single figure. Filson's Boone, however, is more hunter, warrior, and wanderer than he is farmer, while Crevecoeur's farmer enters Boone's world only by compulsion. Filson's hero is also more clearly personalized than Crevecoeur's posturing farmer. He is, after all, based on a living man. Nevertheless, as of 1784, Europe and America have each accumulated a gallery of stock figures and melded them into a composite image of an American hero, though each took a very different path in refining that composite into a single archetype. For the Americans it was the hunter who proved the most appealing figure. Writers working in the frontier vein gradually brought that figure forward and explored and described the depths of significances of his mind and heart. Boone's personal myth continued to grow, as the old hunter continued to pursue his seasonal hunting and exploring expeditions until he was well into his 80s. Filson ceased to control his version of the myth not long after he had written it, and the literary version of the myth embarked on a long career of modification by European rationalists and romantics and by American spokesmen for the northeastern, southern, and western sections of the new nation. Several distinct but related variations resulted, the peculiar emphasis and direction of each determined by the cultural needs and prejudices of the different sections and intellectual periods. Through them all, two major themes persisted: the Filsonian vision of the frontier hero as an untutored Republican gentleman philosophy and the folk vision of Boone as the mighty hunter, child of the wilderness, and exemplar of values derived from sources outside Anglo-American civilization. Having begun to propagate his vision by distributing copies to Washington and the diplomat Barbe Marbois and through the latter to Jefferson, the French court, and the Parisian intellectuals, Filson gathered his belongings and returned to Kentucky. 51. True to the principles of his book, he attempted to assert rational control over the affairs of Kentucky by establishing an educational academy and laying out the site of a new metropolis called Lausanne-Vivoli, later renamed Cincinnati. On a journey down the Wabash he was ambushed by the Indians but escaped by an exercise of the woodcraft he learned from Boone. In the end, however, the terrors of the 312 forest prevailed over his powers of reason and self-control. On a surveying expedition in 1788 his party tangled with a roving band of Miamis. Apparently the Kentuckians were mutinous and insisted on attacking the Indians against the advice of Judge Sims, their leader. There was a skirmish, a retreat, and a nagging pursuit by the Indians, which caused the Kentuckians to break up and desert the main body. Somewhere in the Miami country, Filson's blue devils of melancholy and sentimental terror found him again. Poor Filson had no rest after the battle, for fear of the Indians, and at length attempting to escape to the Ohio, he was destroyed by the savages. 52. When he died, his book had already gained a hearing in Paris and London and in the literary press of the former colonies. Chapter: Evolution of the National Hero. Farmer to Hunter to Indian, 1784 to 1855. Fair Europe's noblest pride, when future gales shall wing them o'er the tide, a ruddier hue and deeper shade shall gain, and stalk, in statelier figures, o'er the plain. The sage, the chief, the patriot, unconfined, shield the weak world and counsel for mankind. Joel Barlow, The Vision of Columbus. The power of Filson's myth lay, not in an ability to alter existing conceptions of the frontier drastically and suddenly, but in the ease with which it could be assimilated to such preconceptions and made to adjust to new fashions, conceptions, and ideological requirements. In England, France, and Germany and in the several sections of the United States where the Boone narrative captured public attention, it became a barometer of developments in cultural history. In each case, the image of Boone was made to serve as the embodiment of local values or cultural assumptions and as the vicarious resolver of the dilemmas that preoccupied that culture. In the development of these variant images of Boone we can trace the emergence of American national consciousness, the process of cultural differentiation that finally divided the Euro-Americans from the Europeans. This process of cultural differentiation is visible on two levels in the content of the variants of Filson's myth, that is, their treatment of the Boone figure, and the manner in which the variants were printed and distributed, that is, the way in which they reached their audience. It is at the latter level that major differences appear earliest. In Europe the Boone narrative became the literary property of various intellectual coteries and went through various metamorphoses as a result of the arguments and rec. 314. Conciliations, among them arguments arising from the philosophical debates of the French Enlightenment and later from the social crisis of the French Revolution. In America the narrative was seized upon by the popular press as ideally suited to the requirements of its audience, an American tale, at once entertaining and relevant to the American concern with cultural self-definition. Most important to the Americans was the supposed reality of Filson's heroes' adventures, for it was felt that a truly independent American culture could only emerge from the dialectic between the people and the reality of their unique environment. The Boone figure would have to conform credibly to what their literature had already taught them about the wilderness and to whatever new knowledge arriving from the West might teach them. In Europe the reality of the West was less important than the dialectic of liberals and conservatives, revolutionaries and reactionaries. The figure of Boone was merely a convenient symbol, an Emile in buckskins. The Boone narrative in Europe, 1785 to 1800. The Americanist coteries of Paris were chiefly responsible for the wide currency of Filson's hero in Europe and for the conventionalized image of Boone that characterized pre- and early revolutionary literature. The Americanists met to discuss the politics, geography, and natural history of the New World which Crèvecoeur, Franklin, and the Battle of Saratoga had rediscovered to them. They also circulated American manuscripts and books among themselves and published volumes by American authors, as well as studies of America by their own members. Through Franklin's contacts with these circles, French advice and promises of aid had reached Philadelphia during the Revolution, and conversely, the wise sayings, scientific speculations, and liberal political philosophy of this supposed good Quaker were transmitted through the coterie to the court and the political reformers among the upper classes. One personal recommendation of Kentuck by influential Americanists and their correspondents was the key to its success in France, and later in England and Germany. The book was enthusiastically recommended to Ambassador Jefferson, and the Comte de Vergennes by Barbe Marbois, the young French diplomat in America whose queries had led Jefferson to write his much-acclaimed Notes on Virginia. By the time Jefferson arrived in Paris, Kentuck had begun to make the rounds of the Americanist salons. Crèvecoeur, a lion of the salons as the inimitable cultivateur américain, sponsored a translation of the work. 315. By Parrott in 1785 and used Filson's material in his own Esquisse du Fleuve Ohio in the 1787 edition of the Lettres. 2. The coterie atmosphere assured Kentuck a sympathetic hearing by the intellectual and to some extent the political elite of France. The Americanist salons were presided over by some of the most brilliant women in Parisian society, among them Madame de Houdetot, the former patroness of Rousseau, who was also intimate with Crèvecoeur. Members of the circle included political leaders and leaders to be like Lafayette, Brissot, Mirabeau, and Condorcet, Dupont de Nemours, Jefferson's friend and later an emigrant to America, Buffon, who had propounded a theory of American biological degeneration, Houdon, sculptor of an heroic bust of Washington, and La Rochefoucauld d'Anville, the philosopher to whom Crèvecoeur particularly addressed a copy of Kentuck. The Encyclopédiste de Munier, on the advice of Crèvecoeur and Jefferson, used Kentuck as a source for his American articles, and the poet André Chenier began composing an epic called L'Amérique inspired largely by Filson's Boone narrative. 3. It is worth noting that the circle included all those figures for whom the idea of America was of metaphysical or, at any rate, philosophical importance, whether they were degenerationists like Buffon or Rousseauistic philo-Americans like Chenier. In this circle, discussion of the idea was of more immediate import than attempting to determine the reality. The editorial preface to the Parrott translation defines the limits of French interest in Filson's work and perhaps in the American frontier in general. The translation is an accurate one, but the title is strategically altered to imply a connection between Kentuck and the two canons of Americanist writing, Jefferson's Notes on Virginia and Crèvecoeur's Lettres d'un cultivateur américain, of which Kentuck is said to be the sequel. Parrod's preface characterizes Boone as the civilizing force in the forest and as a philosopher monk, whose home truth sayings, derived from experience in nature, which may be a different thing from wilderness, are akin to the admired homilies of Franklin. His heroic deeds and hardships do not, for Parrott, constitute adequate reason for an intelligent reader to interest himself in the account. It is Boone's sayings that offer important matière réflexions. The extent of Boone's civilizedness is, of course, measured by the extent to which his presumably naive moral philosophical speculations resemble those of French philosophes. For in addition to philosophic homilies, Filson had made Boone utter his most evocative descriptions of the wilderness landscape, thus making a love of the Indian's world one of Boone's chief distinguishing characteristics. Parrott minimizes this aspect of Boone, seeing him more as another. 316. Version of the cultivateur américain than as the solitary hunter and the adopted Shawnee. Boone's solitary sojourn, so crucial to his spiritual awakening in Filson, is for Parrott a time of desolate abandonment by society. Here Parrod's commitment to Rousseau leads him into incongruity. On the one hand, he is disposed to lament the sad fate of the vanishing red man, les naturels, rather than les sauvages, and to see in them a naive, prelapsarian democracy. On the other hand, he is committed to progress, to the replacement of the Indians by the Quaker farmers of America and the more stable republicanism that they represent. Thus he juxtaposes a sentimentalization of the Indian's plight with a glorification of one whom he characterizes on his title page as chiefly engaged in annihilating them. Moreover, in order to emphasize Boone's civilizedness, his amenability to Parisian philosophy, Perrault eliminates from the character of Boone the real signs of spiritual affinity between the American frontiersmen and les naturels. 5. To be sure, American writers stumbled over a similar dilemma in their perception that the achievement of true title to the wilderness seemed to require both the adoption of Indian lifeways and perspectives, Boone's vision, and the pragmatic elimination of the real Indians from the scene, Boone's victory. The difference between American and European responses to the dilemma is that the Americans, of necessity, had to adapt their conceptions and literary formulations to the solution of real problems, while the Americanists could content themselves with manipulating Col. Boone, les naturels, and les bons Quakers as emotive counters in philosophic or political argument. 6. The extent to which European intellectuals were committed to their American fantasies is revealed in their response to Gilbert Imlay, an American scoundrel and adventurer who made a career as a conspirator, speculator, and man of letters by playing on Americanist predilections. Imlay dramatized himself as the incarnation of Emile in buckskin's tender of sentiment but savage of judgment, experienced in wilderness life but able to hold his own in polite society. He apparently came to Paris directly from Daniel Boone's Kentucky, fulminating wrathfully against tire old order, adopting every liberal cause as his own and his nation's, evincing the proper degree of anti-Europeanism to ingratiate himself with the revolutionary intellectuals. This talent for adapting his character to flatter the prejudices of those around him enabled him, for brief periods, to gain influential positions, first with the political leadership of Kentucky and later with revolutionary politicians in Paris. His intellect likewise reflected this chameleon quality, which made his books catch-alls for current myths, images, and ideologies. 317. Imlay's first book was tremendously popular and influential throughout the 1790s and was frequently reprinted. Called a topographical description of the western territory of North America, it was derived largely from Filson's Kentuck, which Imlay reprinted verbatim in a later edition, and consisted of letters written by an American to an English friend, as in Crevecoeur's letters, contrasting American virtue and European vice. His second, an epistolary novel, The Emigrants, written with his mistress, the feminist Mary Wollstonecraft, was a fictional treatment of the subject matter of the Boone narrative, in which Imlay appears as the romantic hero and natural aristocrat Arleton, the rescuer of female Europe from infidel hands. These works provided Imlay with the intellectual and sentimental credentials that gained him an entry into intellectual and political circles in Paris. There was more to him than met the eye. He had been a lieutenant in the Continental Army during the Revolution, emigrating to Kentucky at about the same time as John Filson. On the way west he promoted himself to captain, and it was by this title that his Kentucky acquaintances knew him. He began buying land and borrowing money even before he arrived, and he continued to file claims on land from 1783 to 1786. By that time he was heavily in debt to most of the state's leading citizens, including Daniel Boone, and quite unable to make restitution. In 1786 he fled Kentucky, leaving his affairs in the hands of Judge Sebastian and General Wilkinson, the military commander of the West. Like Filson, Imlay had served as a deputy surveyor, and after his flight to Europe he promoted himself again, this time to commissioner for laying out lands in the back settlements. 7. In view of his later connection with French plans for an invasion of Spanish Louisiana, Imlay's close connection with Wilkinson and Sebastian is highly suspicious. Both men were agents in the pay of Spain and might have been bought to the French cause. Imlay went out of his way to sell Wilkinson to the French by giving laudatory accounts of his Indian campaigns in the topographical description and by dramatizing him as the noble General W. in The Emigrants. In 1790 Imlay appeared in Paris and formed close connections with the Americanist circles there. He became acquainted with Mary Wollstonecraft through a mutual friend, Helen Williams, who may also have been Imlay's mistress. Miss Wollstonecraft at first saw Imlay as exceedingly conceited, lean, and awkward in appearance. Later he seemed an alert, personable man of liberal opinions who seems to have been cultivating the impression that, more than most Americans, he was an unspoiled child of nature, an incarnation of Rousseau's Émile. 8. The imposture. 33.8. Worked, she became his mistress, bore him an illegitimate daughter, and even went on an obscure secret mission to Sweden in connection with a political or business intrigue of his. She also introduced him to Joel Barlow, Krieger, Paine, the German editor Forster, who printed German editions of Imlay and Filson, and through another of her friends to Brissot, the Americanist leader of the Girondists. Imlay worked this last connection hard, and after the appearance of his book in 1792 he was accepted by Brissot as an expert on Western affairs. At Brissot's instigation he prepared 2 reports on the West for the government. In them he urged an immediate French descent on New Orleans, offered to serve on the expedition, and promised that sympathetic American Democrats, perhaps under George Rogers Clark, would flock from the woods to aid their fellow Republicans. The fall of the Gironde scotched these plans and made Imlay a suspect character to the terrorists. 9. Mary Wollstonecraft's aid was more helpful in getting Imlay's literary works a sympathetic hearing by the Godwin circle. Nor was the response limited to critical acclaim. 10. Imlay's work stimulated attempts by French and English liberals to establish pastoral utopias in the wilderness. Brissot's vision of a new French empire on the Mississippi was strongly colored by his vision of an agrarian commonwealth, derived from Krieger, Filson, and Imlay's 2 reports. 11. The Pantisocratic community projected by Coleridge and Southey was inspired by Rousseau and the Revolution but got its specific direction from the topographical description, which first led them to consider the Ohio River as a settlement site. From the emigrants they took a model constitution and a set of marriage laws, which had been drawn by Imlay from Mary Wollstonecraft's vindication of the rights of women and Filson's abstract of the laws of Kentucky, and an image of the terror of Indian wars, which led them to reject their original enthusiasm for the Ohio and settle on the peaceful Susquehanna. 1-2 Southey was strongly influenced in his writing by Imlay and Filson, publishing Madoc, an epic based on Filson's Welsh Indians, and the dirgeful songs of the American Indians in 1805. 13 But his treatment of Miss Wollstonecraft showed the same lack of integrity as his business dealings in Kentucky and his treasonable proposals to Brissot. He enjoyed the prestige of their liaison, was flattered by the love of so intelligent a woman, and even proposed marrying her and moving to that utopian plantation in the West that the 2 of them had imagined in the emigrants. Her brother Charles, an associate of Coleridge and the Pantisocratic utopians, actually went to choose a likely site for such a colony. But Imlay never informed her of the impossibility of his returning to 319. Kentucky, just as he kept her in the dark on his intrigues with Brissot. Although he allowed her to use his surname, the marriage was never formalized, and he deserted her in 1796 after the birth of their daughter Fanny. The infamy of this desertion, publicized by Godwin in his memoir of Mary, whom he married, together with the collapse of his political intrigues, drove Imlay out of those circles whose favor he had so assiduously cultivated and into virtual nonentity until his death in the Isle of Jersey in 1828. The topographical description had been the key to Imlay's self-promotion, and it proved to have a certain amount of staying power as an influence on European ideas of America, being frequently reprinted. In it Imlay portrays an America that is at bottom physically and intellectually amenable to conventional European preconceptions, while rhetorically seeming to challenge or criticize Europe. He contrasts the simple manners and rational life of the Americans with the distorted and unnatural habits of the Europeans, but he attributes the latter, not to any congenital weakness of civilization, but to universally bad laws and the dominance of monarchs and established priestcraft. He evokes the Émile in buckskin stereotype very effectively, if simplistically, we have more of simplicity, and you more of art. We have more of nature, and you more of the world. Nature formed our features and intellects very much alike, but while you have metamorphosed the one, and contaminated the other, we preserve the natural symbols of both. You have more hypocrisy, we are sincere. 14 where Filson tried to deal with processes and realities with the evolution of Boone's character and culture through experiences involving hardship, solitude, and an apprenticeship to savagery. Imlay, like Perrault, needs only to deal with fixities, conventional images, and conclusions. Europe is decadent, progress in America moves on unchecked. The dark elements described by Filson are omitted from Imlay's picture. Here the landscape is uniformly Arcadian, and the frontiersmen and their families are seen picturesquely celebrating seasonal labors and festivals like the bogus shepherds and shepherdesses of Louis XVI's Versailles. Imlay also exaggerates Filson's tendency to describe the beauty of natural objects in terms appropriate to the discussion of works of art or craft. Where Filson vaguely implies that some hand has given his flowery veils their proportion, symmetry, variety, harmony, and color, Imlay completely urbanizes the scene by comparing nature's work to that of a florist and the mountains and cloud banks to city skylines and Pope's Temple of Fame. Where Filson describes Kentucky's progress by contrasting wigwam and settlers. 320. Cabin, Imlay draws an invidious distinction between the squalid stations of the settlers and his own pastoral villages. 15 Imlay's inherent Europeanism is even more to the fore in The Emigrants, which for all its American setting is addressed entirely to current European concerns, the woman question, the difficulties of class structure, the complications of romantic love. Imlay's American hero is a natural aristocrat, with the emphasis on the latter term. His frontiersman is a woods-wise but socially inferior rustic. The plot revolves around the transplantation of two English gentlewomen to the New World and their rescue from Indian captivity and European intrigue by Arleton. 16 Civilization, for Imlay, is essentially European in nature, subject to debilitating seizures of effeminacy and to artificial manners, but for all that characterized by sensitivity, intelligence, sophistication, and artistic sensibility. The marriage of English Caroline to Arleton will mellow and cultivate both the natural aristocrat himself and the rude land he represents. Imlay, the ostensible critic of all things European, becomes like Perrault a manipulator of conventional symbols for a narrow and self-absorbed segment of the European population. Early influence of the Boone figure in American writing. The evolution of the image of the frontier hero in America during this period differed in character, direction, and literary process from the evolution of the American image in Europe. Boone's Indian-like exploits proved more attractive to American publishers and editors than the métier réflexions that intrigued the French. Nor was the developing American myth shaped by the fluctuating sympathies of a volatile coterie. It was based, rather, on a popular literature that had a distinct sense of its audience, a set of traditions and narrative genres, and a marked bent toward conscious myth-making within those genres. European enthusiasm for the hunter and the proto-Indian in Boone never really developed, despite the suggestive ending of Crevecoeur's letters, and as the French Revolution turned toward terrorism and demagoguery, the liberal enthusiasm for the American Emile in buckskins markedly waned, although the belief in the reality of such a figure remained fixed. In contrast, the tendency in American writing from 1790 to 1805 was for Boone the hunter and explorer to permeate the scene and breathe his spirit into most attempts at fabricating an American hero. Even the character of Parson Weems's George Wash 321. Inkton the George of the Cherry Tree received his initiation into manhood in the Daniel Boone manner, as an Indian fighter and explorer. Just as American writers diverged from Europeans in their portrayal of exemplary American heroes and values, they went their separate way in literary forms and values. The Europeans preferred standard genres as vehicles for dealing with America vis-a-vis Europe. Conventionalized American types could be opposed to Europeans for a variety of literary purposes: to shed light on the philosophical and political issue of the natural rights of man, to add a new variation to the traditional pastoral opposition between nature and art, or to add a new type, the woolly American, to the gallery of social comedy that already included the lecherous French fop, the stingy Scot, and the hot-tempered Irishman. American writers copied European forms to some extent, but until the turn of the century, most popular writers persisted in working the old veins of the captivity narrative. These traditional genres were developing into vehicles for fiction, and as they did so, they tended to bring to the surface the peculiarly American archetypes that had been hidden within the body of colonial literature. The American fiction which developed out of this literary heritage differed in many respects from European literature, primarily, as Richard Chase has said, in its greater preoccupation with myth and the probing of the psyche, but also in its attempt to formulate popular visions of the American character and its destiny. Literary characters, to be believable as American heroes, would have to be rooted in the wilderness soil, rather than among the refinements of European civilization, and their admirable qualities would have to reflect the virtue of American soil, rather than the triumph of European manners over American barbarism. This distinction appears sharply if we look ahead to Cooper's portrait of Leatherstocking. Cooper's hero has the admirable stoic qualities of Imlay's Captain Arleton, the tender heart and the hard, practical, moral head. But where Imlay attributes his hero's tender sentiment to the gentle tutelage of society and his rough, practical morality and hardness of head to the wilderness, Cooper attributes the better qualities of both head and heart to the workings of nature in pure solitude and the moral biases to Leatherstocking's societal education, among Indians and whites. This divergence of American and European literature was partly a result of the literary trend toward myth-making that had already marked each of the narrative genres of colonial literature. The direction of this trend, however, was itself determined by developments within American society. European visions of the American character failed not only for literary reasons. Europeans were insufficiently sensitive to the archetypes. 322. That Americans recognized as paradigms of their historical experience, but also for social and political reasons. They did not speak to the Americans' need for heroes whose characters and values would be relevant to the chaotic society of a half-created nation. The French view of America as a stable political and social entity was unrealistic. Where the French saw a Franklinian republic firmly based on natural law, there was in fact a great creative and destructive flux of political ideas, in which no law, natural or statutory, was held so sacred that it defied the questioning of angry or ambitious men who had literally created the republic with their own hands. Where Perrault saw a national character type in Filson's Boone, with his admirable but strictly limited natural intelligence, there was in fact a conspicuous lack of any national self-image or culture hero. Where the French saw the frontier through their hazy dreams of a reasonable, benevolent nature and of the establishment of an imperial utopia in Louisiana, Americans were forced to deal with the harsh realities of the West, the savagery of frontiersmen and Indians, the hardships of the wilderness, and the conflicting land claims of the states, the Spanish, and the British. Almost all the states owned conflicting claims in the West, and the Confederation government had to reconcile these claims, yet before the Northwest Ordinance could be passed in 1787, there had to be some sort of national agreement on the proper role and character of an American national government. As a prominent landowner and politician, Boone was deeply involved in those practical problems. The presence of British forts in the West and of French and Spanish agents in Kentucky and Tennessee pointed up the connection between the international problem posed to the American nation by the war in Europe and the government's stance toward the Western territories. Indian wars, abetted by British agents, continued into the 1790s, and the tribes were powerful enough to maintain themselves in the field and threaten America with the specter of an independent Indian buffer state under British protection along the Canadian border. In 1786, George Rogers Clark fought an inconclusive campaign against the Indians, and in 1790 General Harmar was beaten by the Indians in Ohio. Gen. Arthur St. Clair, with most of the regular army of the United States, was ambushed and routed in 1791 by Indians in the Ohio country and lost 900 men. American power tottered in the West, while British, French, and Spanish agents schemed for territorial advantages and bought the services of prominent Americans. Included among the latter were General Wilkinson, commander of the American Army in the West, who was an agent in Spanish pay, and Gen. 323. Errol Clark, who accepted a French commission as Major General and proposed to lead American soldiers against Spanish New Orleans to seize it for France, an intrigue in which Imlay may have been involved. Boone himself accepted the syndicship of a Spanish province. Former Vice President Aaron Burr attempted to detach the Western states to form an independent commonwealth. The French Revolution and the Indian harried West together formed a complex dilemma, the solution of which hinged in part on the choice of a national self-image. Were we to be Republican revolutionaries from the wilderness, sacrificing life, treasure, and national interest to support the good cause among the more important nations of Europe? If so, Clark's filibustering in Louisiana for the benefit of France was an heroic act, the child of nature rendering service to the parent civilization of the age of reason and the hope of man. Or were we primarily interested in the exploration of the West and the exploitation of our potential for national power, rather than in political ideology, the age of reason, or the wars of Europe? America, half-formed in government and uncertain in will, cast up heroic images symbolizing solutions to her dilemmas. Washington was one, of course, with universal appeal, but local heroes like John Stark of New Hampshire, Israel Putnam of Connecticut, Ethan Allen of Vermont, and Daniel Boone of Kentucky had equally significant followings in the legend and literature of their own localities and served their people as legislators and political leaders as well. The treatment of Filson's Boone by American editors and literary pirates between 1784 and 1794 is one index to the national conception of its Western hero. In 1786 John Trumbull of Norwich, Connecticut, published a pirated version of Filson's Boone narrative, which was copied and reprinted in popular periodicals, pamphlets, and anthologies for the next 50 years. 17 Trumbull altered Filson's text, deleting all the philosophizing that intrigued the French and emphasizing the image of Boone as a man of action, as distinct from a man of thought and feeling. The Boone that emerges is a kind of Kentucky John Stark or Israel Putnam, lacking, of course, the former New England Rangers' education, formal military rank, and relative sophistication and breadth of view in matters of morality and national policy. The New England editor also subordinated the realities of the frontier to the literary conventions and cultural preoccupations of the East. Where Perrault drew his image of Boone from the theories of the Enlightenment philosophes, Trumbull drew his from the conventional image of the West that had emerged in the Indian war literature of the last century and a half, an image in which some of the realism of long experi. 324. Ince on the frontier mingled with the optimism of the visionary pioneer and the despair of the Puritan. The French were interested in the narrative as evidence confirming the intellectual predilections of a coterie. Trumbull was interested in printing and selling a pamphlet on the popular subject of Western adventure, and he catered to the public's taste for the sensational and its desire to define the character of the Westerner in familiar terms. Trumbull attempted to satisfy his audience's demands by binding the Boone narrative with the captivity narrative of Mrs. Francis Scott, an account drawn from current newspapers. He thus combined two major forms of Indian war writing, the Indian war narrative and the captivity narrative, the tale of man's conquest of the wilderness and the tale of woman's victimization by the wilderness. To Boone's narrative are reserved those images which reflect the beauty and promise of the West and the courage and prowess of the frontier hero. All of Filson's dark landscapes and passages of melancholy or philosophic meditation are deleted, leaving only the image of an Edenic Kentucky and an adventurous, uncontemplative Daniel Boone. Mrs. Scott's narrative, on the other hand, contains only those images of the West which reflect its terror and its harshness. She is presented as an all but helpless female, sentimentally contemplating the spectacle of her own piteous destruction. Is Boone so much the man of action that he is blind to the fate of females in his Hunter's Eden? No editorial attempt is made to reconcile the two visions of the frontier. Hunter and captive are simply left in dramatic opposition, and the true image of the West is presumed to lie somewhere between the two. This juxtaposition of the captivity narrative and the Indian war narrative anticipates by a decade the beginnings of Beaumontic fiction about the wilderness, in which the human hero of the Indian war narrative steps directly into the captivity narrative to rescue the maiden in distress. Trumbull's pamphlet reflects the persistence of the two main lines of myth about the frontier: the hopeful, outward-looking, woods-loving, realistic view typified by the works of Underhill, Church, Rogers, and Filson, and the pessimistic, inward-looking, fantasy-ridden view put forward in the sermon narratives of Mather and Hubbard, the Puritan captivity narratives, and later the Gothic fiction of Brockden Brown. Given the strength of the captivity tradition, any account which failed to acknowledge this darker aspect of the frontier would probably have failed to convince a New England audience of its accuracy. Subsequent New England editions led to the emergence of a characteristic format for New England revisions of the myth. The popularity of Trumbull's rough and ready, de-philosophized Boone is attested by the frequency with which his text of the Narra 325 Tiv was reprinted in various American cities and towns and by its wide service as a basic source for more ambitious works on the Trans-Appalachian West which now began to appear. Its literary influence was widespread. It affected all the traditional genres of colonial writing and the conceptions of the wilderness experience which these genres pervade. Evidence of Filson's hero's effect on American expectations can be seen in the exploration narratives published after 1784 by William Bartram and the pseudonymous Alonzo de Caves. Bartram, the son of that John Bartram whom Crèvecoeur so admired, had accompanied his father on naturalist explorations in the southeastern colonies in the 1760s and 1770s. He published his narrative in 1791, 7 years after the publication of Kentuck, and his record bears the distinctive markings of the mind of Filson's Boone. There are frequent echoes of Filson's phraseology, but more significant is his sharing of Boone's expectation of receiving wisdom from the wilderness and his consequent willingness to submit himself to experience in it. Like Boone, he is open to spontaneous impressions that reveal, without mental striving, great nature's message. His treatment of the Indians is particularly worth noting, since it differs sharply from the attitudes evinced by his father, who, Crèvecoeur notwithstanding, tended to find the Indians somewhat repulsive in person. William Bartram's strange meeting with an Indian in the Florida woods begins with a persuasive echo of Filson's scene on the commanding ridge. The time of day, state of the sky, and weather are described just as Filson describes the level of Kentuck. It was drawing towards the close of day, the sky serene and calm, the air temperately cool, and gentle zephyrs breathing through the fragrant pines, the prospect around enchantingly varied and beautiful. The gaily attired plants which enameled the green had begun to imbibe the pearly dew of evening, nature seemed silent, and nothing appeared to ruffle the happy moments of evening contemplation. Into the scene an Indian intrudes, armed and painted, frightening Bartram, who has no time to flee. Resigning himself to Providence, Bartram hails the Indian as brother and greets him as a friend. He then experiences what he believes to be an insight into the Indian's mind, which he reports as follows: "White man, thou art my enemy, and thou and thy brethren may have killed mine, yet it may not be so, and even were that the case, thou art now alone, and in my power. Live, the Great Spirit forbids me to touch thy life. Go to thy brethren, tell them thou sawest an Indian in the forests, who knew how to be humane and compassionate." Bartram later discovers that the Indian was a notorious murderer, who only the day before had been beaten by the whites. He draws from his 326 experience the principle that man has an innate moral sense, which renders the Indian truly our brother and equal in all save education and experience of the world. 1-8 Thus, like Boone, Bartram descends into the wilderness, finds a kindred spirit in an Indian, and emerges with moral wisdom. More profound than even the discovery of brotherhood with the Indian is the discovery by later writers that the Indian woman answers the longing of the American male soul for its missing, better half. Bird toyed with the notion, and the makers of folk tales about Boone involved him in a tale of hunting and ritual marriage to a wild creature. Alonzo de Caves, pseudonymous author of New Travels to the Westward, or Unknown Parts of America, offers a case history of such a marriage, that of the captive Dutchman Vandeleur, who refused to return to civilization and leave his Indian bride. The narrative of Vandeleur's captivity is based on fact, the rest of the book is absolute fiction. De Caves employs all the conventional motifs and incidents of the exploration narrative, reducing the archetypal formula to its bare bones and setting this romantic image of Indian marriage at the penultimate point of its protagonist's quest. His chief interest is not in creating, like Filson, an ideal American hero, nor in detailing information on the natural landscape and deriving philosophical generalities, as does Bartram. Rather, he fastens on the sensational and sentimental possibilities in the sequence, simply because it is what his public expects of a frontier tale. In thus reducing the experiences of the explorer, naturalist, and surveyor to their basic elements, de Caves focuses his reader's attention on a model pattern of a frontier experience. As in the Panther Captivity, this employment of the formula as the basis for literary fiction emphasizes its archetypal elements without analyzing or explaining them. The journey of de Caves and his companions follows the archetypal pattern of Filson's Boone narrative and of the other quests outlined by Campbell. The party are urged on by curiosity and a love of adventure. They cross a wasteland to the threshold of adventure, a mountain pass so high that they nearly die of cold and low oxygen. On the other side of the gate they are confronted by a monster, which they hunt and kill. He was 8 feet 7 inches long from one extremity to the other, had short, thick, and very smooth hair, of a dark yellow, rather inclining to green, with rows of spots of bright vermilion. His belly inclining to be red with spots of a black color. This dress, as the reader may suppose, appeared really beautiful, but his armor was terrible, having a mouthful of the most pointed teeth, and uncommon tusks. His claws were long and sharp, in the form of a cat, but in full proper 327 shin to his body. And a tail about 2 feet long with a small brush on the end, and appeared to be a formidable fellow, and one that would be dangerous to engage. 1-9. The hunt leads them to the discovery of a tribe of Indians of an equally remarkable appearance. What particularly drew my attention, was a noble disinterested countenance, and a regular articulate sound of the voice when they spoke that seemed more like the language of civilized nations than that of savages. The king of the tribe, Nipperdoling, is likewise a regal and imposing personage, equal in dignity to any European monarch and possessed of a palace far more luxurious in its artistic decoration than any European king's. 20. The green fur of the monster and green ostrich plumes adorn his person and his palace. The lands about the royal capital are fruitful and productive farmlands, tilled by freemen. Among them dwells Vandeleur, the Dutch captive, with his Indian wife and half-breed son. The adventurers offer to restore him to civilization and provoke a violent conflict of sentiments in the Dutchman's breast. The scene that ensues fulfills the prophecy of William Smith in 1766 that the sundering of captives from their Indian spouses would be a fit subject for romance, though Smith himself never dreamed of writing it. De Caves, writing 30 years later, notes the same ambivalence in the white captive. On the one hand was a native country, parents, connections, religion, and a civilized world, whose customs and manners all men are tenacious of; on the other, a wife, for whom he had conceived a tender regard, and an offspring of his body in a promising son, were powerful motives in his virtuous mind. To Smith such vacillation was the sign of a degraded mind and lower-class origins. De Caves takes this objection in stride and answers it by exalting the virtuous nature of the Indian woman and the nobility of Vandeleur's soul. Here the reader will say, perhaps, that this was not of a very delicate taste, to set a value on an Indian wife, that should overbalance the powerful incentives he had to leave her. I will give his answer in his own words, viz. That he had solemnly swore before God, to be her husband, and notwithstanding he cared but little about the God in whose pretended presence he swore, yet he absolutely gave up his heart to her in that ceremony, and in the presence of the Christian God, and therefore thought it sacred. And it is my opinion, that there never was one of the fair sex in a state of nature, who had so much true sense of virtue, modesty, and becoming decency, and at the same time so engaging a dress as this woman. 328. Nonetheless, Vandeleur concludes to go with them. He is only turned from his course by his inability to cause his wife pain by telling her he will leave her, so deep is his affection. In portraying the scene, De Caves does not palliate the nature of the Dutchman's choice, rather, he emphasizes that the choice confirms Vandeleur in a true marriage to an unmixed Indian and involves him in miscegenation. Yet he clearly admires the choice. The next day, having his half-Indian boy in his arms, and walking about his room, we observed he looked melancholy on his wife. He suddenly burst into tears and said, I can't, I never will leave my wife and this dear child." This he uttered in Dutch, so that his wife could not understand him, and she never had heard that he had an inclination to leave her. 21. Just as the concept of the nature of this frontier experience changed, so the concept of the American hero changed to produce one capable of wresting the greatest advantage from that experience. Bartram, the naturalist and philosopher, had the intellectual equipment to draw the necessary lesson from his meeting with the Indian. De Caves, the adventurer and romantic, was capable of dealing with the assaults of monstrous beasts and weather and of appreciating the significance and value of a marriage between Indian and white. The development of the captivity narrative in this period reflects a similar change. Alexander Henry, an Indian trader captured during Pontiac's rebellion, portrays his real captivity in terms that reflect a similar sympathy for the Indian life. Henry, whose narrative was published in 1809, was spared by his captors because of his friendship with Verwatam, a notable person in the tribe. Verwatam had adopted Henry as his son and brother before the rebellion and had tutored him in Indian ways and language. After the capture of Fort Michilimackinac, Verwatam intervened to save Henry from his angered fellow tribesmen. Yet Verwatam was no good Indian. He had known of the conspiracy against the whites and did not betray the Indians to them. Although he rescued the Englishmen for whom he felt a strong regard, he participated in a cannibal feast on the bodies of Henry's countrymen. Henry implies that Verwatam offered some of the English broth to him, and there is reason to suppose that, on this occasion or some other, Henry succumbed to cannibalism. One of the chief features of his long narrative is the recurrence of the notion of cannibalism, among hostile and friendly Indians alike, and even among Canadians during a time of starvation. Verwatam is portrayed with a sympathetic objectivity that does not blink either his savagery or his virtues. Henry's description of Verwatam. 329. Returning from the cannibal feast reflects the trader's understanding of Indian customs and psychology. After an absence of about half an hour, he returned bringing in his dish a human hand, and a large piece of flesh. He did not appear to relish the repast, but told me, that it was then, and always had been the custom, among all the Indian nations, when returning from war, or on overcoming their enemies, to make a war feast, from among the slain. This, he said, inspired the warrior with courage in attack, and bred him to meet death with fearlessness. 22. Yet Henry cannot leave Verwatam without the most grateful sense of the many acts of goodness, nor without the sincerest respect for the virtues which I had witnessed in Verwatam's family. 23. During his captivity he strove to gain Verwatam's respect as a hunter and to help provide the family with food, often at the risk of his life. His account of Verwatam's farewell reflects the mutuality of their regard, the extent to which the white man and the Indian had adopted each another, my father and brother, for he was alternately each of these, lit his pipe, and presented it to me, saying, "My son, this may be the last time that ever you and I shall smoke out of the same pipe. I am sorry to part with you. You know the affection which I have always borne you, and the dangers to which I have exposed myself and family, to preserve you from your enemies, and I am happy to find that my efforts promise not to have been in vain." 24. Even allowing for some exaggeration on Henry's part, the scene is a highly significant one in the literature of Indian captivities. Never before had the relationship between captor and captive been portrayed in this manner, outside of a few literary romances by Europeans. A sense of shared sympathy and even shared education with the Indian was no longer an automatic bar to a hero's entrance into the American pantheon. Indeed, such sympathy and education now became a prerequisite of sorts. One of the most popular of the adopted Indian heroes was Col. James Smith, an Indian fighter, politician, and religious enthusiast who had been captured by Indians shortly before Braddock's defeat and held for 6 years. In 1799 Colonel Smith published an account of his captivity and adoption by the Indians, in which life among the Indians becomes the basis of his later heroism as an Indian fighter. Further, he offers a description of Indian discipline and tactics that will, he hopes, enable his countrymen to share the benefits of his experience by learning to imitate the Indian art of warfare. Thus, like himself, all America will derive the prowess necessary to heroism from intimate knowledge of and sympathy with the Indian. 330. Smith's captivity reflects the increasing American identification with the Indian and with the frontier hunter who lives as an Indian. The captivity, unlike Mrs. Scott's, recounts his adoption into the tribe and the relative ease of his life among them. He gives a detailed account of the baptism that cleansed him of his white blood and acknowledges that he was moved by the Indians' faithful adherence to the promise of the ceremony that he would be as a son of their blood. The account is written, he declares, not to warn the whites not to become like the Indians, but rather to exhort them to imitate the Indians' way of fighting in the wilderness. It is only laziness and unwillingness to accept rigorous discipline that keeps the Americans from such imitation, not any innate contempt for Indian ways. After all, we have borrowed language, food, and weaponry from them in the past. 25. Thus Smith berates his countrymen in the language of Cotton Mather, rigor and discipline, in urging them to become more like the Indians, and he refers to a tradition of shared experience with the Indians, rather than to a European past. Smith declares that his close experience with the Indians has made him master of their tactics, and, in a later edition, he provides a treatise on the Indian mode of fighting and techniques of imitating them with white soldiers. Were only part of our men taught this art, I think no European power, after trial, would venture to shew its head in the American woods. 26. He offers his own career in evidence of his claims, for the adopted captive later became a leader of frontier militia and a noted Indian fighter. Impatient of legalities, he led the vigilante Black Boys in reprisal raids against Indians and gun-running traders, aping Indian vendetta justice. He was arrested several times and was tried at least once for murder, but freed. He also raided a local jail in 1769 to free some of his imprisoned cohorts. Thus the captive of Puritan tradition becomes, in Smith's account, a combative, self-willed hero, deriving power values and independence of mind from intimacy with the Indians. Parson Weems reaped the fruits of the literary development stimulated by Filson. Like Filson, he was concerned with fabricating a hero to be a model of the ideal American. His choice of hero was more ambitious than Filson's, it was Washington himself. But Weems drew heavily on the heroic pattern of Filson's Boone and on the climate of expectation in which the literary personas of Boone, Bartram, DeKalb's, and Smith approached their experiences in the wilderness. Like Filson, Weems drew together many strands of the literary tradition, many genre heroes, in composing his own hero's portrait. The result was so successful a piece of myth-making that its subject's reputation has been hard put to live it down. But the 331 moral fables that Weems inserted in the biography, to the horror of scholars and the delight of the righteous, are less integral a part of his portrait than his account of Washington's formative experiences in the wilderness, his initiation into manhood as a surveyor, explorer, and Indian fighter in the Boone mold. The young Washington enters the wilderness on an errand for the governor of Virginia, confronting with his untutored courage one immeasurable forest, from time immemorial the gloomy haunt of ravening beasts and of murderous savages, soundless save for the hiss of rattlesnakes, the shrieks of panthers, the yell of Indians and the howling tempests. His temperament, trained in the pastoral settings of his native Virginia, is patient and sympathetic. His mind operates through intuition to adjust to the wilderness and grasp at policies for overcoming it. His self-possession derives in large measure from his profession as surveyor, a simple, harmless employment, like that of John Bartram in Crevecoeur's letters, which more than any other, tends to tranquilize the mind. 27 Boone, it will be remembered, was also a surveyor. Once the French and Indian War breaks out, Washington leaves diplomacy and surveying for the role of soldier. He conducts an unsuccessful campaign against the French at Fort Duquesne, which ends in his surrender to them at Fort Necessity. This inglorious affair, actually the result of the unskilled Washington's impetuosity and blundering, becomes a Thermopylae in Weems's account, as Washington with his small band of heroes stands firm against hordes of attacking savages. Washington in Fort Necessity, like Boone in Boonesborough, is an explorer and wanderer of the woods who has come home to defend his island fort against a sea of wilderness troubles. The parallel becomes still more evident in Weems's account of Washington's role at Braddock's defeat. The scene he paints is in the lurid tradition of the captivities and of Boone's account of Blue Licks. Braddock's British regulars are seen as incapable of self-defense in these circumstances, fighting in the open against an invisible enemy. Such sights of their bleeding comrades, had the enemy been in view, instead of depressing would but have inflamed British blood with fiercer thirst for vengeance. But alas! To be thus entrapped in a dreary wild, to be thus pent up, and shot from behind rocks and trees, by an invisible enemy, was enough to dismay the stoutest hearts. 28. Braddock's men see the wilderness just as Puritan historians of King Philip's War, like William Hubbard, saw the Indians' chosen battleground as a swamp, a mire, in which mind and body become tangled and impress. 332. 1. In such terrain the English soldier is justified in refusing battle, but Washington, leading Braddock's Virginia auxiliaries, is, like Benjamin Church and Boone, in his element there. Because he knows the Indian's mode of fighting, the foe is not invisible to him, he can find and fight him with his own skills and weapons. Weems emphasizes the parallels by speaking of Washington as the commander of a group of rangers, who deliberately and successfully ape the savages. Happily, on the left, where lay the deadliest fire, Washington's rangers were posted, but not exposed like the British. For, on hearing the horrible savage yells, in a moment they flew each to his tree, like the Indians, and like them, each levelled his rifle, and with as deadly aim. 29. The Indians charge and are again met with their own tactics and weapons, as Washington's rangers interpose themselves between the Indians and the stricken British army. Faithful to their friends, Washington's rangers stepped forth with joy to meet the assailants. Then rose a scene sufficient to fill the stoutest heart with horror. Burning alike for vengeance, both parties throw aside the slow murdering rifles, and grasp their swift fated tomahawks. Dreadfully above their heads gleams the brandished steel, as with full exerted limbs, and faces all inflamed with mortal hate, they level at each other their last decisive blows. Here falls the brave Virginia Blue, under the stroke of his nimbler foe, and there, man on man, the Indians perish beneath the furious tomahawks, deep buried in the shattered brain. 30. Weems is, of course, fictionalizing here, drawing on the ranger mystique to grace his hero. Washington was in fact the leader of uniformed troops of the provincial military establishment. But Weems follows the legend through, the British officers and soldiers fail, and Washington and the Rangers alone remain to ward off disaster, as the regulars refuse Washington's call to rally. Similarly, after the battle the government refuses Washington's call, so like Benjamin Church's in 1676, to invade the Indian country, revealing again the depth of division between the wisdom of the frontiersman hero and the policy of townsmen and Europeans. Literary nationalism and the divergence of European and American images of American hero types. Weems's study of Washington is the most significant, but far from the only example of an American political hero associated by his panegyrist. 333. With the pattern of Boone, the explorer, hunter, warrior, and adopted Indian. Where the Europeans began with the rough, unpolished image of Parade's Boone and evolved from it the polished American of Captain Arleton's ilk, Weems begins with one born to the American purple as a Virginia plantation lord, or rather, in Crevecoeur's imagery, a planter husbandman, and traces his conversion into an American hero through a baptism by fire and terror in nature's wilderness. This divergence of American and European images of the American character carries with it the implication of a more profound divergence of cultural, political, and literary values. The divergence was accentuated by the European revulsion against the romanticization of the natural man and the savage Americans that followed the excesses of the French Revolution. Americans, equally appalled by the strife in Europe, pictured themselves standing against a decadent Europe. The causes of the change in European, and especially French, attitudes lay in the catastrophic disruption of the evolution of the European Enlightenment by the Revolution, the Terror, and the Napoleonic aftermath. German, French, English, and American rationalists had spent more than a century evolving a philosophy in which human behavior and natural laws were nearly reduced to a series of reasonable, comprehensible, power-bestowing formulas. Then, at the political crisis of the Enlightenment, even as the revolutionaries' feast of reason was instituted in place of the mass, unreason triumphed. The dark people ran mad in the streets of Paris, the good and wise of the nobility were slaughtered, the ideal of a universal reign of peace and order was drowned in a wave of imperial nationalism. Lavoisier and Chenier died with Louis, Marat, and Robespierre. The French democracy called a despot to the throne, and the Republic of the West fought by the side of perfidious Albion against their brother republicans of France. The image of the good savage had expressed the Enlightenment's faith in the essential goodness and reasonableness of the natural man, but the savages of France, given freedom to express their will, proved passionate and bloody-minded. The disillusion of the intellectual elite with their own philosophy extended to America, that imaginary country which had for decades served as the stage on which their philosophic principles, in symbolic dress, acted out the drama of reason. Even the most devoted Americanists, like Crèvecoeur, began to employ the degenerate image more frequently than any of the other stock images of the American character. Americans, once the social lions of Paris, were out of favor in the salons. French travel. 334. ERS no longer doted on the good Quakers and the pious yeomanry, but castigated American materialism and the Philistine coarseness of her civilization. Nor could the travelers praise American liberties, since fear of French radicalism had led to the Alien and Sedition Acts and the popular and official harassment of French diplomats and tourists. In 1785 Parod had offered Daniel Boone as the ideal specimen of the natural philosopher and a sensitive portrayer of landscape, the flower of frontier civilization. Scarcely a decade later, Talleyrand described his journey to the frontier as traveling backward over the progress of the human mind and characterized the frontiersman as a boor, insensitive to the natural wonders around him. The American woodsman is interested in nothing, any sensitivity is foreign to him. Those branches yonder arched by nature, that lovely clump of foliage, that bright spot of color lighting up a dark part of the wood, all that is nothing, it means nothing to him. His only thought is of the number of strokes it will take him to chop down the tree. 31 Crèvecoeur's Journey into Northern Pennsylvania and the State of New York, published in Paris in 1801 and translated into German in 1802, reflects the new European hostility toward America and suggests some possible reasons. In his Letters from an American Farmer, Crèvecoeur had written as a naturalized American to a European, answering questions a European might ask and thus subtly applying the experience of America to the perplexities of Europe. Although he preserves this fiction in the journey by posing as an adopted Oneida, he actually writes as a European visiting America, his mind filled with the troubles of France. The conversations that take place on the journey begin with an American situation, but they turn quickly and without much hesitation to European affairs. Instead of prophesying for Europe in the light of American history, he criticizes America, and his adopted Oneida kinsman, in the light of European history. The character types who appeared in the first book are reconstructed here, but their forms have hardened. Where the Americans had earlier been a people capable of infinite change, adjustment, and improvement, they are now rigidly defined in terms appropriate to the European class struggle. The Indians and the white frontiersmen become equivalents of the French Jacobins, savage, revengeful, Philistine. Never having known the refinements of the truly civilized classes, they quickly degenerate under the compulsions of their environment into beasts, becoming superstitious, irrational, intemperate, and untrustworthy. Civilization is represented, not by a good Quaker Bartram, who mediates between all worlds. 335. But rather by a purebred Frenchman, living in exile from his war-torn country as a means of reproaching her for her savagery. Crevecoeur's first book had ended with his persona contemplating the seeking of a refuge among the Indians. In the journey he offers an example of one man who did, a Scotchman living among the Winnebagoes. The section contains several echoes of the Boone narrative, suggesting that Crevecoeur regarded the Long Hunter as a white man who chose to live as an Indian. Crevecoeur contrasts this character with that of another exile, a European youth who has fled from the disordered violence of Europe to find peace as an independent farmer on the frontier. In effect, Crevecoeur splits the original character of Boone into two variant forms: the Indian-like hunter, able to maintain his identity among savages but unable either to preserve the Indian's culture or to aid the advance of agriculture, and the gentleman farmer, educated in Europe and bent on establishing civilization in the wilds. The Scotchman's expatriation among the Indians, involuntary at first, he is a political refugee, has become voluntary because of his fear of the disordered and unnatural state of post-revolutionary Europe. The revolution seems to him a shocking signal of coming convulsion in the New World as well, and he views the wilderness as a temporary tranquil port in the shelter of storms. Like Filson, he sees the basis of America's present felicity in the triumph of the values of the freeholding farmer, love of independence, desire for self-sufficiency, and willingness to gain these ends through patient cultivation of modest land holdings. This decent desire for economic self-sufficiency is contrasted to the Jacobin principle of unbridled ambition and license, which is extremely attractive to the multitude, because men, always discontent with their lot, hope to better it in the midst of tempests and tumults, and which results inevitably in social degeneration. The Winnebago Scot points out that his fellow Winnebagoes are as much afflicted with Jacobinic passions as the rabble of Paris, as much prone to drunkenness, rage, and bloody vengeance, as much impatient of leadership and fond of liberty. This liberty pushed to excess appears to me to be a great evil, since it sterilizes the seeds of reproduction while inspiring in these nations an invincible aversion to a sedentary fief of cultivation which would increase their strength and multiply their number. 32. The Indians' love of democracy, Crevecoeur observes, coupled with their unfortunate predilection for the hunting economy, creates among them a single racial type in which intelligence and reason are debased and dominated by the passions and fears of the nomadic hunter. Racial level. 336. Ling, a consequence of their political leveling, thus imposes on all members of Indian society the character type of the least perfectible type of man. 33. The point of Crevecoeur's argument is that the results of Indian leveling are identical with those of Jacobin leveling. In both cases, even the better sort of man who joins the Indians/Jacobins becomes himself degraded, no matter what his personal attainments. Tim's Crevecoeur's Winnebago Scot echoes Boone's philosophy of asceticism, simplicity, and self-restraint, but he lacks the truly civilized man's desire for earning and owning property. This proprietorial desire, evinced by both the real Boone and Filson's hero, is the antithesis of and the antidote for the Faustian ambitions of the levelers, Jacobins, and revolutionaries. Lacking this urge for the freehold, the exile is powerless and impotent, able neither to protect the Winnebago way of life nor to improve it. The Winnebago Scot is Crevecoeur's final formulation of the hunter half of Boone's personality, the quality in his being that enables him to immerse himself thoroughly and with some gusto into the life of the Indian and the solitary hunter. The Indian himself, although superior to the common herd of Europeans because of the virtues inculcated by nature in a society shaped by natural necessities, is empty of mind and therefore static, imperfectible, doomed to decline and extinction. Moreover, the Indian's degeneracy has become a fixed racial trait, one that can infect even whites and white cultures who adopt the savage economy and lifestyle. 34. Hope for mankind lies not with the Indians or the Jacobins but with the intellectual aristocracy, whose American equivalent is the gentleman farmer in this work, the young Frenchman who has exiled himself to that half-savage continent. Through this noble expatriate, Krieger voices again the agrarian philosophy of letters of an American fanator. Cultivation of the soil is said to bring man into harmony with nature and, at the same time, to create a humanized and civilized natural environment, free from the terrible compulsions of the wilderness, on the one hand, and of the European city or court, on the other. The farm is utopia in microcosm, where the natural conditions of agrarian labor create a patriarchal government, whose king is also a philosopher and a husbandman, a good shepherd. Missing from this reprise of the earlier book is the emphasis on the uniquely Anglo-American character of this utopia's conditions of life, process of evolution, and social and philosophical antecedents. The heroes of the letters and the personas correspondents are all Anglo-Americans. In the journey, emphasis is laid on the French character of the most admirable of its protagonists and on the wisdom he has derived from his unfortunate experience of French history and politics. 337. That this shift in his depiction of the American farmer signalizes a change in Crevecoeur's politics is borne out by his introduction to the journey. Here his literary rejection of the symbolic natural man, and of the idea that America is a melting pot in which free individuals may create new identities and a new society through the agricultural development of the wilderness, is seen to coincide with the rejection of revolutionary democracy and internationalism in favor of Napoleonic despotism and nationalistic expansionism. In a modern European nation-state, and by extension an American one, only a hero leader is capable of suppressing and redirecting the Jacobinic savagery that is latent in all men. In his preface he pays tribute to Washington, to whose leadership America owes the good fortune of having had a revolution without a terror. In creating a portrait of Washington as the archetypal American hero, Weems had compared him to the hunter-explorer Boone. Krieger, on the other hand, compares him with Napoleon Bonaparte, who healed the wounds of civil strife by suppressing democratic anarchy, freed from the chaos and horror of one of the most appalling revolutions that has ever drenched our land in blood, in fear and trembling even now at the memory of those laws of exile, expropriation, servitude, and disgrace, from which by a miracle the vision and the courage of a young man, Napoleon Bonaparte, of 31 has just delivered us. We are now like the sailor who watches with mingled feelings of fright and gratitude from the harbor he has safely entered the reefs he has had the good fortune to avoid. 35. A study of the United States by the scholar-traveler Volney, written in the same period, carries the implications of Crevecoeur's argument one step further. Since the premises on which the old image of American virtues was based have been discredited, the nation established on those premises must likewise be a monstrous creation. Volney rails at the folly of denominating the United States a nation, emphasizing its motley amalgamation of incompatible races and physical environments. By simply tracing their history, laws, and language, I propose to detect the error of those who represent, as a sort of newborn race, as an infant nation, a mere medley of adventurers from all parts of Europe. They have shown less frugality and order in their expenses, less integrity in their transactions with strangers, less public decency, less moderation and forbearance in their factions, less discipline in their seminaries of education than most of the old nations of Europe. The character and principles of their leaders have deplorably degenerated. 36. Like Krieger, Volney traces the origin of American degeneracy to R.A. 338. Shale and environmental causes. But where Krieger, in his first book at least, made much of the fluidity and flexibility of the American character, Volney sees it as fixed in its divisions, the Easterner turning naturally toward Europe and civilization, which he seeks to imitate, the Westerner turning to the Indian and going native, or degenerating into a state of Jacobinic partisanship and anarchism. 37. This distinction between the backwoods and the maritime sections of the country was in some measure justified by the facts. American writers like Timothy Dwight, Joel Barlow, and Hugh Henry Brackenridge found it necessary to refute assertions of American disunion and degeneracy by seeking out and exalting images of a national character. Dwight's epic poem, Greenfield Hill, New York, 1794, typifies the spirit of literary nationalism and, at the same time, reveals its dependence on a worked-up controversy with spokesmen for Europe. Although written by a member of the social and intellectual elite, it also reveals the dependence of Dwight and the other nationalistic poets of the Federalist school on the popular literary heritage of the colonial period, a heritage that differed widely from Puritan New England to cosmopolitan New York to Quaker Pennsylvania to slavocratic Virginia. Images of a national character, as men of Dwight's generation conceived it, were derived from traditional conceptions of their own section's best character. Thus Dwight's ideal American is a New England farmer, whose historical experiences and qualities of mind and heart are generalized and who is allowed to move freely from New England and the maritime provinces into the woods. The theme of the American's life in Greenfield Hill, whether he be Indian or Christian, is self-transcendence, progress toward a higher state of being through greater adjustment to the natural laws manifested in the American landscape. In this way Volney's bugaboo of degeneration is avoided. Dwight's American farmers live in a pastoral, nearly perfect present, the pleasure of which is enhanced by the memory of past trials, but the chief source of their happiness lies in their vision of an imperial future, in which the moral, natural sway of the American English will replace that of the corrupted European English through all the world. The overall structure of the poem reinforces this emphasis on future progress and the overcoming of a dark, tumultuous past. The poem consists of 7 books, the first 2 of which portray the present state of rural America in general, the prospect, and Greenfield in particular, the flourishing village. The past dominates the next 2 books. The first recounts the destruction of Fairfield by the British in 1779, and the second, the destruction of the Pequots by the Americans in 1638. This progressive 339 movement into the past involves some drawing on the conventions of the captivity and Indian war narrative genres, the cumulative effect of which is to point up the strong parallel between the savagery of the then uncivilized Indians and the tyrannous British. The 5th and 6th books move from the distant past to the present again and detail the advice of a clergyman and a farmer to the townsman. Although they speak in the present, their concern is in fact wholly with the future. They distill imperatives for future action out of the idyllic present and the memory of the dark past. These imperatives are viewed prophetically as accomplished fact by the poet himself in the last book, The Vision, which portrays the utopian future of the nation. From the start, Dwight deliberately molds his poetry to support a controversy with English character and English ideas of America. In his introduction he states his intention to imitate the manner of many British poets. In particular, he seems to have Goldsmith's deserted village in mind as a model. Greenfield, however, is the antithesis of Goldsmith's village, whose inhabitants have left cot, field, and barn to wander in the world, some to the dismal jungles of America, a dreary scene, where half the convex world intrudes between, through torrid tracks with fainting steps they go, where wild Altama murmurs to their woe. Far different there from all that charmed before. The various terrors of that horrid shore. Those blazing suns that dart a downward ray, and fiercely shed intolerable day, those matted woods where birds forget to sing, but silent bats in drowsy clusters cling, those poisonous fields with rank luxuriance crowned, where the dark scorpion gathers death around, where crouching tigers wait their hapless prey, and savage men more murderous still than they, while oft in whirls the mad tornado flies, mingling the ravaged landscape with the skies. Far different these from every former scene, the cooling brook, the grassy vested green, the breezy covert of the warbling grove, that only sheltered thefts of harmless love. Dwight's poem begins with a vision of Greenfield that refutes Goldsmith's view of the landscape and of the consequences of emigration and progress. Greenfield is a flourishing, not a deserted village, populated by independent yeomen rather than tenants and cotters. 340. How blessed the sight of such a numerous train on such small limits, tasting every good of competence, of independence, peace, and liberty unmingled, every house on its own ground, and every happy swain beholding no superior, but the laws, and such as virtue, knowledge, useful life, and zeal, exerted for the public good have rised above the throng. For here, in truth, not in pretense man is esteemed as man. 38. Dwight contrasts this image with that of the European villager, one cipher in a lumpish mass, scarce raised above the brutes, worn down by the dull horsemill round of drudging, unrewarded labor. America is pastoral and orderly, Europe ruined and chaotic, a deliberate, direct reversal of the traditional view of America as the kingdom of riot, disorder, and degeneration. The demons of hell arise, not to dance like Indians around an American fire, but to weep for the Europeans whose plight is more miserable than their own, under the sway of silly pomp, and meanness trained Theodore. Of wealth enormous, and enormous want. Of lazy sinecures and suffering toil. 39. In Maith Ryan's strain, Dwight rails against the foul theatres, the farcical and idolatrous churches, and the foppish concern for apparel. The moral for Americans is clear: reject Europe, turn to the simple and natural conditions of American life, and live by the laws inherent in those conditions. He denies Volney's assertion that cultivated America is a European backwoods that must look east for improvement rather than west to degeneracy. Ah then, thou favored land, thyself revere. 40. Emigration to the frontier is not a source of weakness to Dwight's green field, as it is to Goldsmith's deserted village. There is no sharp division, such as Volney cites, between the east-looking town and the west-looking backwoods. Movement between these regions is easy. Since the American pioneer is not driven from his home by fear or want, he brings to the wilderness the virtues of Greenfield Village and becomes an agent of progress. The frequency of emigration to the woods is a sign of cultural vitality and activity, the antithesis of the stagnation of the European village. Like Boone, Dwight's pioneer enters the woods in the name of progress and in the hope of achieving self-transcendence through his actions. The wilderness itself, breathed upon by gales of Eden cheer, is a warm, fruitful, abundantly endowed land, waiting impatiently to assume the plowed. 341. Fields and white churches of a new green field, a copy of its utopian forebear. The contrast between village and waste or empty lands in Europe is treated with the imagery traditionally reserved by European and Puritan writers for the American forests. In particular, he turns Goldsmith's imagery against Goldsmith's cause. Ah, dire reverse! In yonder eastern clime, the bewildered traveler, forked to roam, through a lone forest, leaves his friends, and home, dun evening hangs the sky, the woods around join their dun umbrage o'er the russet ground, at every step new gloom enshrouds the skies, his path grows doubtful, and his fears arise, no woodland songstress soothes his mournful way. 41. The reversal of landscape imagery is complemented by a reversal of the traditional characters of Americans and Europeans. In The Burning of Fairfield, the English play the role traditionally reserved by the Puritans for the Indians. They assault the town, burn it, disrupt families, and kill and torture without regard to age or sex. Volney and Creve Coeur, in disquisitions upon the Indians, refer frequently to the traditional hallmark of wilderness degeneracy, the fact that the Indians live in a state of incessant war and reject the notion of a society of freeholding farmers. Dwight accepts the values implicit in the tradition, but he reverses the roles of Americans and Europeans. The former become conservators of the bourgeois farmer tradition, while the latter become anarchic, almost Jacobin, and certainly savage assailants of the freeholders. Even the Indians, to Dwight, are capable of improvement, of self-transcendence. Peace and truth can illumine the twilight mind and turn them from the warpath and the scalping raid. 42. It is in Europe, not in America, that incessant warfare remains a way of life and, indeed, becomes more markedly characteristic of all nations. Hence it is the Europeans who are in process of degenerating into a savage, Indian-like state. See war, from year to year, from age to age. Unceasing, open on mankind the gates of devastation, earth wet deep with blood, and paved with corpses, cities whelmed in flames, and fathers, brothers, husbands, sons, and friends, in millions hurried to th untimely tomb, to gain a wigwam, built on Nootka Sound. 43. The Puritan destruction of the Pequots is another matter. The Puritans burned the Pequot village as the British Bumfair field, but their motives 342 differ, and thus the consequences of their actions differ. The Puritans attack in response to the murderous, malicious assaults of the savages. They first attempt to maintain peace with the Indians and bring them the light of progress and religion. When peaceful means are bloodily rejected, war is their last and sole alternative. Their warriors slain in a romanticized battle, the remaining Pequots become reconciled to the English or else fade away into some forest limbo. Regret that war should have been necessary, rather than rejoicing in a righteous victory, is the appropriate American reaction. Dwight calls on America to indulge, my native land, indulge the tear that steals, impassioned, o'er a nation's doom. The Indian ought to be as near to us as each twig, from Adam's stock, and Dwight calls upon the vanished chiefs to witness that his humble rhyme is in tribute to their valor and memory, as well as to the triumph of the Americans. 44. Reconciliation, not eternal division, ends Dwight's Indian War. The fight against the British, on the other hand, confirms the departure of the Americans from the downward path being followed in Europe. Ultimately, however, the spread of American liberty triumphing by revolution in China, Peru, and even Old Europe will bring a reconciliation of the New World and the Old similar to that between American and Indian. Joel Barlow goes further than Dwight in seeking to mediate between Indian and settler, savagery and civilization, and in identifying the American national spirit with the figure of the Indian. He even suggests a figurative mingling of bloods as the key to the emergence of a new, Americanized race of independent, patriotic heroes. In the Vision of Columbus, first published in 1787 and later revised and offered as an American Iliad, Barlow begins with a portrait of Indian savagery and bestiality that appalls his visionary hero. In the poem, Columbus falls into a reverie on a mount of vision, and has his great destiny revealed to him by a divine guide. Columbus's guide explains, in the environmentalist vein originally favored by Creve Coeur, that man takes his coloration of skin and temperament from the soil he dwells on, the food he eats. The American land, left without the refinements of artful, intelligent cultivation, has grown distempered, and the Indians, after some initial progress towards civilization, have consequently degenerated. From earth's own elements, thy race at first rose into life, the children of the dust. These kindred elements, by various use, nourish the growth and every change produce. And, while unchanged the efficient causes reign. 343. Age following age the unvaried race maintain. But where crude elements distempered rise, and cast their sickening vapors round the skies, unlike that harmony of human frame, where God's first works and natures were the same, the unconscious tribes, attempering to the climb, still vary downward with the years of time. 45. The dominance in human affairs of consciousness, the intelligent, reasoning, artificing aspect of the mind could alone have saved the Indians from decline. In the course of the vision, this element is infused into the New World through the settlers, who bring with them the arts and philosophy of cultivation. Yet these men gain something in return from the soil, which counteracts the servility and tolerance of tyranny which they have inherited from the overcultivated soil of Europe. Barlow glories in the notion that the settlers will acquire the darker complexions and the physical stature of the Indians and will imbibe likewise their passion for freedom and their patriotism. He even hints at a blood mixture that will lighten the savage as it darkens the settler. A dread sublimity informs the whole of the landscape, and wakes a dread sublimity of soul. Yet time and art shall other changes find, and open still and very still the mind, the countless swarms that tread these dank abodes, who glean spontaneous fruits and range the woods, fixed here for ages, in their swarthy face, display the wild complexion of the place. Yet when their tribes to happy nations rise, and earth by culture warms the genial skies, a fairer tint and more majestic grace shall flush their features and exalt the face, while milder arts, with social joys refined, inspire new beauties in the growing mind. 46. As the white man awakens the Indian to the light of social arts and beliefs and the glories of order and cultivation, the Indian awakens the white man to undreamed of possibilities for human power and vigor. He offers not only physical strength and beauty but also a renewal of the imaginative powers of the mind, too long crabbed by scholastic artifices. Fair Europe's noblest pride, when future gales shall wing them o'er the tide, a ruddier hue and deeper shade shall gain, and stalk, in statelier figures, o'er the plain. While nature's grandeur lifts the eye abroad. 344. O'er these dread footsteps of the forming God, winged on a wider glance the adventurous soul bids greater powers and bolder thoughts unroll, the sage, the chief, the patriot, unconfined, shield the weak world and counsel for mankind. 47. In case the reader has missed the point, Barlow provides a footnote: the complexion of the inhabitants of North America, who are descended from the English and Dutch, is evidently darker, and their stature taller, than those of the English and Dutch in Europe. 48. The succeeding books of the poem demonstrate further that the discovery of America and its progressive development was the single great cause of the ending of the Dark Ages and the opening of the Renaissance and Reformation. A active history of the Inca Empire and the Emperor Capac indicates that native culture had progressed to a point where it rivaled that of ancient Greece when it was destroyed by rapacious Catholic Spain. Barlow's attitude toward the Indian is traceable to his politics. Unlike Dwight, Barlow was a Francophile and a libertarian of the Payne-Jefferson rather than the Adams school. It is true that the vision of Columbus, despite its Republican fervor, was dedicated to Louis XVI only 2 years before his overthrow by Republican rebels, but only because Barlow naively saw in Louis's aid to the American Revolution a resemblance between the absolute monarch and the liberal noblesse who patronized Voltaire, Rousseau, and Crèvecoeur. Barlow's environmentalism and his notion of blending European and Indian to achieve an American national character can be traced to the romanticized image of the natural man that was so fashionable in 18th-century Paris. The same influence, as we have seen, played on Jefferson, Filson, and Crèvecoeur. Yet Barlow's image of white Indian unity goes much further than any of these, further even than Crèvecoeur in the distresses of a frontier man, when he contemplated fleeing to the Indians, certainly further than the Crèvecoeur of the journey. The contrast between Crèvecoeur's Napoleon and Weems's Washington, as between Crèvecoeur's Indian and American and those of Dwight and Barlow, suggests the nature of the divergence of American and European culture between 1784 and 1800. Each writer affirmed similar values in art, politics, and morality, but each denied that the national character of the other was capable of realizing those values. Although their aspirations were similar, the American and the European faced different realities, different cultural and environmental influences, and therefore developed 345 different styles for portraying and for pursuing the good life. The European intellectual, whose antecedents and best audience were among the social elite, when faced with the rise of middle-class commercialism and the radicalism of the lower classes, felt his world grow less beautiful and his power to control affairs grow weaker and more restricted. Liberty and equality in 1750 had meant freedom for Voltaire. In 1800 it meant freedom for some back-alley Robespierre or Marat. American intellectuals of the Barlow-Dwight stripe faced similar terrors in the wild Indian, who stalked the woods and the literature of the West, and later in the figure of the coarse, ungainly, Jacksonian politician and his artisan coonskin small farmer constituency. But just as the literary tradition of the Indian Wars blended images of terror and hope, so the Western land posed possibilities of power and beauty and of the improvement of the frontiersmen and Indians themselves. Thus Dwight and Barlow could view the expansion to the frontier, and even some degree of figurative Indianization, as a source of future power, while Goldsmith and Volney regarded it as a bleeding of the state and debasement of the race. Thus Weems could portray Napoleon as envying Washington the frontier surveyor and commander of Braddock's Rangers for the permanence of the empire he has founded, while Crèvecoeur was praising Washington for merely approaching, in far easier circumstances, the accomplishment of Bonaparte in bringing order out of chaos. The conception of abstract virtue is the same in both paeans. Order is valued above chaos, even democratic chaos, an empire is taken to be the final expression of a nation's virtuous power, rather than a corruption of a democratic ideal. Yet the imagery, and hence the potential for imaginative mythological extrapolation, in which the hero is presented is different. Weems's Washington is a natural product of the life of a free people in the Indian wilderness. Crevecoeur's Napoleon is a transcendent figure, arriving from outside the world of revolutionary Paris to impose order. The post-revolutionary European writer could hardly help despairing of the Enlightenment's dream and deserting it for Burkean conservatism, Napoleonic despotism, or romantic irrationalism. The American writer did not have to despair of the older dream, since the availability of cheap land seemed to offer the hope that the American people could enjoy the progress derived from the awakened ambitions of middle and lower class people without suffering a breakdown of the Constitution or of the principle of rule by the natural aristocracy, which were the political and social legacies of the Age of Reason. To be sure, the negative possibility also existed, as both Dwight and Barlow feared. In 1794, for example, the Whiskey Re. 34-carat rebellion in western Pennsylvania, provoked by an excise on locally produced whiskey, raised the specter of an American social revolution akin in its program and vindictive spirit to that of the French Revolution, then at the height of its terror and its radicalism. Hugh Henry Brackenridge's incidents of the insurrection drawn from the Whiskey Rebellion, in which he played a key role as deflector of violence and mediator of differences, invokes the old Puritan association of hostile Indians with rebellious commons in the new terms appropriate to the era of Robespierre and Marat. Brackenridge was a man of letters as well as a barrister. Before the American Revolution he had collaborated with Barlow on the Columbiad, an attempt at writing a national epic that was the germ of Barlow's vision of Columbus. Like Barlow, Brackenridge was a Democrat, favoring the liberal republicanism of Jefferson over the more conservative notions of Federalists like Dwight. Jeffersonian Francophilism notwithstanding, Brackenridge saw in the Jacobin spirit a profound threat to the civil peace and, ultimately, to the Republican government of the United States. Nor was he an uncritical believer in the wisdom of the common man, as his satirical novel Modem Chivalry reveals. While he believed that the people can only be ruled by their free consent, his incidents of the insurrection suggests that they must occasionally be manipulated by wiser heads to give their consent to the best measures. The basis of social authority, for his Jeffersonian intelligence, rests or ought to rest in the ability and wisdom of the chosen rulers there belonging to the open-ended natural aristocracy of merit and achievement rather than in their mere position or power. Yet the principle of social order, that men ought to consent to be governed, remains, and he invokes traditional imagery to support his argument with the power of popular mythology. Brackenridge first facetiously raises the association of rebels and Indians in a speech to a mob, in which he compares the government-rebel negotiations and an Indian treaty. An insurrectionist pamphleteer takes him seriously and sets forth his party's position in a mock Indian treaty, with the insurrectionists in the role of the put-upon natives. Brackenridge, who moves among the rebels like Boone among the Indians, feigning brotherhood while working for the protection of his community, Pittsburgh, at one point thinks of joining the rebels, whom he terms sans-culottes, but after an artfully rendered internal debate, he decides that to do so would require him to advocate secession and alliance with the British, the detested Spanish, the banditti of the borders, and the Indians from the woods. Thus he specifically invokes, in a negative context, the image of 347. The Indian and white Indian as an expression of the Jacobin spirit of the lower classes. 49 American writers, then, shared with disillusioned Europeans like Crèvecoeur a perception of the danger to even a, presumably, liberal and rational social order in the Jacobin spirit of 1793 and later in American history in the complex of social and political movements known as Jacksonian democracy. Whether Federalist or Republican, they likewise shared the traditional vocabulary of images in which the Indian functioned as a symbol for the internal and external forces threatening social order. However, in composing their national epics, they tended to emphasize the second and more hopeful association of the Indian with the natural potential for goodness in man, reserving the negative association for political, or, in the case of Brackenridge, satiric and political, prose. Beyond the realm of literature, the Indian figure likewise possessed a dual character as the despised nemesis of the frontier towns, hated and hunted by the Trans-Appalachian pioneers, and as the occasional symbol of parties in revolutionary, or merely partisan, opposition to the established government, expressing the depth of the opposition's alienation from the existing order. Examples of the latter use, already cited, include the Boston Tea Party, for which the insurrectionists dressed as Indians, the Jeffersonian Tammany Club, named for a legendary Iroquois chief, and the adoption of Indian guise and mock Indian treaty propaganda by the whiskey rebels, who, by and large, were far more hostile to the continued presence of real Indians in their vicinity than to the central government. The emphasis given to this positive association with the Indian distinguishes American from European treatments of the West at this time. As we shall see, there was a strong tendency in American works for the emphasis on the Indian as an exemplar of republican virtue to increase, while the image of the European, as in Dwight's Burning of Fairfield, ceases to connote civilization at its best. A reciprocal disenchantment, a reciprocal turning away, thus marks the intellectual relations between the New World and the Old at the century's turn. Mutual hostility was one symptom, but even those of one world who retained affection for the other tended, like Creve Coeur, to see that other world solely in terms of conventional symbols. Creve Coeur and Volney used negative stereotypes of the American character as rhetorical devices in speaking of European problems. Romantics like the young Chateaubriand and Byron, speaking for a more radical political viewpoint, employed favorable stereotypes. Neither school of thought had much interest in plumbing the reality of the American character. American writers. 34. Impelled by a cultural need for accurate self-definition, began to work out the dilemmas inherent in conventional formulations of the frontier experience and to seek clearer definitions of the realities of America and American experience. Epic poetry and the evolution of hero images. The direction of that exploration emerges when we examine the several attempts of American writers to compose a national epic. In 1813, Daniel Bryan of Virginia issued The Mountain Muse, which departs drastically from the patterns of thought and hero imagery set by the Puritans Wolcott and Thompson and their successors Dwight and Barlow. Bryan's poetic technique and his point of view are distorted by conflicting pressures, the attraction/repulsion for Europe and European art, on the one hand, and for the wild frontier, on the other. Stylistically, his poem blends elements of the European and American traditions in proportions that are characteristic of the era. His effusive introduction marks him as an imitator of what he fancies are European literary fashions. His scheme of social and moral values resembles those of New England's Dwight and Francis Volney. Civilization is the chiefest good, the society of men preferable to exile and solitude, refinement better than barbarity, and Christians better than Indians. Dwight had declared his literary independence of Europe by investing America with all those pastoral virtues he and his European fellows so esteemed in the abstract. Byron carries Dwight's 6*Zion a step further. If the American farmer is an ideal man and his society is the manifestation of progress, then the hunters who precede the farmers are the agents of progress, or better still, representatives of the heroic age of the progressive civilization. 50. Thus he chooses for his hero a man whom neither Dwight nor his European models and fellows could have tolerated as a representative of the best in Christian humanity, Daniel Boone, Daniel Bryan's kinsman by marriage. Yet despite his choice of a hero and his Americanism, Bryan is no more a leveler than Creve Coeur. His Boone is an aristocrat in buckskins, a sentimental romantic in his regard for picturesque scenery, but a man of the Enlightenment, or, more precisely, of the reaction of the heirs of the Enlightenment against the Revolution in his fear of the lower classes and his insistence on moderation, prudence, and progressive refinement in human and national affairs. In his introduction, Bryan is moved to admonish the sons of poverty not to despise prudent industry in their urge to imitate Boone's delightful preoccupation with lonely rambles and simple. 349. Amusements. 51. Heroes may hunt and fight with Indians, since it is the necessity of their roles, but for common men to mingle with savages and ape their ways is dangerous, productive of degeneration. Thus Bryan echoes the conservative thought of Filson, Crèvecoeur, and the Puritans. The woody solitudes are dangerous for those whose psychological or religious hold on civilization is weak and whose acceptance of the duties and pleasures of social men is not complete. Bryan's epic roughly follows the story of Filson's Boone narrative, emphasizing and elaborating the sentimental incidents and the philosophic soliloquies of the original. Bryan makes two significant additions to the narrative: a prologue, in which he creates an artificial pantheon of deities to inspire and sustain the hero Boone, and a romantic interlude involving the rescue of a maiden from the hands of white brigands. The pantheon testifies to his indebtedness to the Enlightenment. Religion, beauty, enterprise, and zeal are the guardian seraphs of the human spirit, and their chief human agents are Newton, Herschel, Locke, and Reid, exponents of theistic science and the common sense philosophy. Like the Puritan historians, Bryan abbreviates history to emphasize the critical nature of his hero's accomplishments. The poem begins immediately subsequent to the transformation of chaos into order by the deities and their human agents, and Boone's adventures are destined to make the triumph of enlightened order secure. Before electing Boone as their ultimate hero, the guardian seraphs build themselves a Roman forum, or firmamental hall, atop the Alleghenies, embellished with a magnific dome and other classical ornaments. 52 The building of the dome is symbolic of their intention to reform, refine, and exalt the human spirit by enabling Americans to civilize the rude wilderness of Kentucky, when naught but beasts and bloody Indians dwelt throughout the mighty waste, and cruelty and death and superstition triple-leagued held there their horrid reign, and impious sway. The guardian seraphs of benign reform with keen prophetic glance the worth beheld of the immense expanse, its future fame, its ponderous moment in the golden scales of freedom, science, and religious truth, when by refinement's civilizing hand its roughness shall all be smoothed away. Oh yes, companions in the joys of bliss, we will refine, exalt, and humanize uncivilized barbarians of the West. 53. 350. Although he serves the bright gods of the Enlightenment, Bryan's Boone is a romantic at heart. Characteristically for both a Puritan captivity and a sentimental romance hero, his first accomplishment on the road to his goal of a refined and civilized Kentucky is to aid in the rescue of the forlorn maiden and reunite her with her lover. The rescue motif had always been an important part of frontier literature, from the Puritan captivity narratives to the romantic treatments of the West by Imlay, Chateaubriand, and Charles Brockden Brown. In all of these works the kidnapped girl symbolizes the values of civilization victimized by the Indian wilderness. Bryan's kidnappers, however, are white brigands rather than Indians, a broad hint at Bryan's antipathy for the coarse frontiersmen of reality, recalling the strictures against the ambitious sons of poverty in the preface. Only the noble Boone, the noble savages of Kentucky, and the lovers exhibit the saving grace of romantic sentimentality. Bryan exhibits throughout the work a desire to portray Boone and his Indian foes as the purest types of romantic hero and romantic villain, and he does not permit reality or even probability to intrude on his dream. In our first view of him, Boone is seated, like Byron's Childe Harold or Chateaubriand's René, on the brink of a hideous abyss, enraptured with his own thoughts, lost in contemplation. As Bryan puts it, the angel on the holy battlement espied / in contemplation solemn stole enrobed, / the high-souled hunter. 54 The angel first inspires Boone's fancy and grants him a vision of the divine throne that sends him into a trance. Then the angel invigorates his reason and transmutes his vision into a sense of his civilizing mission. The landscape, in the worst romantic manner, reflects the turmoil in the hero's soul. Along the ragged precipice he saw the lightning's rived path. Each flickering breeze that swept the gray-browed turrets, seemed to shake the elevated mass. 55. This passage is in fact an elaboration of Filson's commanding ridge scene, in which his Boone undergoes a similar conversion experience. Bryan has personified Filson's natural landscape with active deities, thus restoring the pre-Filsonian vision of passive man receiving grace or revelation from an authoritative universe. After receiving this revelation, Boone feels justified in taking action. The hero prepares for his journey, enraptured with the vision of refinement's golden file with smoothing sweep slash. Embellishing a dark barbarian world. 56 Brian's determination to make Boone a thoroughly acceptable row 351. Mantic hero leads him to embellish every hint of sentiment in Filson's original. Where Filson's hero merely notes that he left his peaceable habitation, Brian draws out Boone's farewell to his wife to the point of agony. Rebecca Boone becomes the sentimental heroine, helpless before the pain of strong emotions and the fear of loss. Her farewell speech would have been more appropriate in the mouth of Imlay's English Caroline. "My Boone!" she cried, and pressed him to her groaning breast, "My Boone! How can you leave your home, your wife, and babes? My God! The horrid thought I cannot bear. How shall I rest in peace when dangers watch to take away my dear companion's life? How, when the dreadful, silent, solitude of dark and cheerless night surrounds my bed, when fancy's gloomy spectres flit along my dreary chamber, and your bleeding corpse by grinning savages or glare-eye beasts before my sleepless eyes is rudely dragged, how then shall I support my sinking heart?" 57. Boone is well prepared with an answer. Filson's hero had gone west with only his curiosity to impel him and with few preconceptions about his mission. Only after he had submitted to the initiatory ordeal of experience did he achieve the wisdom to see the divine purpose behind his actions. Brian's hero, having, unlike Mary Rowlandson at the time of her family's disruption, received prior revelation, needs no initiation, no tutelage by the wilderness. He has all his answers before he goes. "My bosom's dearest love. The splendors, titles, honors, wealth, and power, and all the glittering garniture of the earth to me are trash. The sovereign law of heaven requires, that man should oft the sweets forego of loved society, companions, friends, relations, children, tender wife, and all. To tread th adventurous stage of grand emprise. To scatter knowledge through the heathen wilds, and mend the state of universal man." 58. In his desire to fit Boone's experience into his strange romantic neoclassic mold, Brian transforms the crucial scene on the commanding ridge into a frontier equivalent of an evening at a London theatre or the Paris. 352. Opera. The wild scenery of the original becomes an artificial stage, filled with all manner of clever props, onto which nature sweeps in evening gown and tiara, bowing to Boone in his balcony box and disdaining the groundling Indians shuffling through the cane brakes. And off the princely pinnacle he scaled. Of a smooth hill, which o'er the green campaign in airy pride, and conic grandeur towered, he there in wondering contemplation gazed, on various God-proclaiming scenes, which shone in glorious fulgor far as eye could roll. He thence great nature's theatre beheld in all its pomp and splendid scenery clothed, herself the mistress of the grand display and the distinguished heroine actress too. Her curtain with the opening dawn she drew, and myriad strains of plausive melody her entrance on the gorgeous stage proclaimed. 59. No conversion or change of heart occurs here. Boone's sense of self has been acquired before he confronts nature in the wild. Elsewhere, while bowing to the glamour of civilization, Brian loyally echoes Filson's Boone's disdain of the city. But it is clear that Brian's hero does not miss the city's theatric pomp because he has it in the wilderness, and the loving accumulation of detail in Brian's portrait of the rejected city suggests that this is simply a rhetorical device, a bow toward the convention of viewing America as the natural world and Europe as the artificial. 60 Brian's portrait of the noble savage is no less conventionalized and dreamlike. His account of Kostia, the kidnapper of Boone's daughter and her two friends, reveals Brian's lack of concern with the reality of his uncle's career and the life of the real West. Kostia is a noble savage of great pride, bravery, and innate honor. He was a chief in manhood's vigorous prime. Of stature lofty, straight, and dignified. Strong, muscular, and springy were his limbs, and haughty elevation marked his step. Such was the savage chief, on whom alone the captive maids for tenderness relied. Nor was their feeble confidence misplaced. His mandatory frown each look forbid. Or freedom, that might shake with dread their breasts, or wound their modesty. 61. 353. The real Indian involved in the kidnapping was Hanging Ma, a middle-aged brave who, if his Indian name means anything, was gross of belly, rather than lofty and elevated in appetite and stature. Bryan was not so much interested in truth as in creating an image of the Western Indian as a fit subject for enlightenment and subjugation by the refining power of civilization. Boone, during his period of captivity with the Shawnee, makes this philosophy clear in a dialogue with Chief Montour. The Indian tells Boone his tribe's most important legend, the tale of the war between the Indians and the Mammoths, the old Titans of America. The war pitted the physical prowess of the Indians against the physical terrors of the monster mammoths, until the war ended in the near extermination of the latter. The result of the strife is a lasting enmity between the Indians and the last surviving mammoth, who roams the woods unseen, terrifying the Indians by his threat to avenge the downfall of his people and his gods. The Indian religion, the Indian attitude toward the land, is shaped by this primitive fear of the mammoth. Boone offers an alternative tale, the epic of man's discovery of scientific knowledge and the civilized arts, which have enabled the whites to triumph over their fears and the necessities of nature, to adorn and dignify the social sphere of polished man. Now philanthropy, science, printing, agriculture, and social love in sweet profusion pour along refinement's pleasure-blooming veils. Mount R, struck to the heart by this vision of a world so much finer than his own, mum's the rueful destiny that drowns in blood and gloom the Indian intellect. He pines to death very shortly thereafter. In Bryan's poem it is not the simple yeoman but Boone the hunter who is the agent of progress in the American wilderness. It is the hunter who first brings the values of Dwight's Greenfield farmers to the Indian's world. This movement from Dwight's epic to Bryan's suggests a development in national acceptance of its frontier heroes as representatives of American virtues. In the next major attempt at a national epic, Longfellow's Hiawatha, this development is completed. Here the American hero is a full-blooded Indian, and events are drawn directly from Indian mythological sources. Longfellow's poem thus completes a series of epics that began with Thompson's apocalyptic New England's Crisis, in which the Indians were devils visiting God's judgment on the passive saints of backslidden New England by means of fire, death, and the ordeal of captivity. In Wolcott's brief account of the agency of John Winthrop, the Puritans were not victims but heroes, righteously exterminating barbarians in the name of English Christianity and civilization, in battles smacking more of the Greek epics beloved by the neoclassical 18th century than of the 354. Humility of the Puritan 17th. In Dwight's Greenfield Hill the hero is no longer even nominally a European, nor is he either captive or avenger. He is an American farmer, native to his soil, moving freely between his independent farm, his ordered village, and the promising wilderness. Bryan's Boone is still more attracted by and acclimated to the wilderness, a hunter rather than a farmer. Yet he too is justified in his wilderness going by his role as a precursor of farmers, the true refiners of nature's design. Longfellow's hero is still more a child of the wilderness, an aboriginal American, an Indian, and although Hiawatha too is shown as a prophet of the triumph of agriculture, the hero's connection to that triumph is seen as an outgrowth of Indian myth and mysticism, rather than, as in Bryan, the confrontation of a correct and righteous view of nature, Boone's, with an incorrect and essentially unrighteous one, Montour's. Although the epic, as a genre in American literature of this period, is generally a production of elite or high culture artists and addressed to the middle and upper levels of the reading public, as the explicit pretension to the grandeur of classical models suggests, its stock of themes, symbols, and myths is so obviously drawn from antecedents in the popular literature that we can read these epics as extensions and exaggerations of tendencies at work in the literary imagination of the entire culture. Indeed, the popularity of Longfellow in his epic, and the relative lack of the high/low culture distinction in Puritan literature of Thompson's time, suggest that the epics of these two authors may be considered as much a part of mass culture as of an elite subculture. Changing views of the Indian. Hiawatha is expressive of Americans' desire for a sense of kinship with the Indians as fellow natives of the soil. However, before such expression could be achieved, the image and the actual person of the Indian had to undergo a final stage of evolution. Between 1800 and 1845 the last hostile tribes east of the Mississippi were either reduced to insignificant numbers or removed to lands beyond the Great River. The 5 nations, now 6, were humbled, placed on reservations, and reduced to dependence. The Cherokee for a time were suffered to live in their own country, where they adjusted to the ways of the Americans, adopting a written alphabet and an agrarian economy and educating their chiefs in white schools. The Bodinos, chiefs of the southern Cherokee, were lawyers and scholars, fluent in English as in their native tongue. The discovery of gold on Cherokee land provided the impetus for white land hunger, and in the 1820s the state of 355. Georgia attempted to force the Indians from their land. The case became a cause célèbre, putting the views of men like Dwight, who held that the Indian's savagery was the result of his economy and condition, rather than racial inheritance, to the test. Although the Supreme Court decided in favor of the Cherokee, President Jackson refused to prevent Cherokee removal, and the Indians were forced to march from Georgia to the Oklahoma deserts, robbed of their land and carefully accumulated property. Indian removal revealed a number of contradictory elements in the American attitude toward the Native Americans. Westerners like James Hall, who were relatively sympathetic to the Indians and portrayed them in a reasonably attractive light in stories of the West, regarded Indian removal as a desirable necessity. Racial hostility between whites and Indians, they felt, would always make close relations impracticable. Moreover, by living close to the whites, Indians would lose their native, pristine culture and acquire debased forms of white religion and white vices. This argument was drawn directly from the pro-Indian literature of the 1780s and 1790s, which asserted that the Indians were innocent children of nature, natural democrats who degenerated on prolonged contact with the whites. Hall's argument also reconciled this argument to the contradictory assertion of that period that the Indian was a latent Christian, requiring only the healing touch of refinement to whiten and civilize him. Even a Moor could be blanched in 3 generations, William Byrd had said. According to Hall, the Indian's virtues were his only while he remained pure, they perished when he mingled with the whites. Left to their own devices, the Indians would naturally evolve toward Christianity and cultivation. White interference, whether persecution or attempts to hurry them along the road, were unnatural and hence doomed to harm more than help. Hall was a Westerner, one of a people whose experience with the Indians was more recent and unhappy than that of the Cherokee's Eastern friends. But although those Easterners took a different stand on the specific question of Indian removal, their values and their image of the Indian's proper place in America were essentially the same as Hall's. In 1829 a pamphlet appeared in Boston under the pseudonym of William Penn, a name calculated to evoke images of the good Quaker and his long peace with the Indians, which stated the Cherokee's case. According to the writer, Jeremiah Evarts, the Indians' case hinged on questions of title. Certainly the Indians held their land by the right of original possessors, but the charge against them was that they had forfeited their right by not cultivating the land and, instead, pursuing the chase as a means of subsistence. It was this very argument that had cost Daniel Boone and other frontiersmen 356. Their land. The law required that a man improve his land, not simply enjoy it as a hunting park, and improvement meant agriculture. Evarts did not set himself against this principle, he simply denied that it applied to the Cherokee, who had become farmers. 62 Were they hunters? Like the primitive Indians, their title might not be so clear. As it was, their life was identical with that of Greenfield Village. They are at present neither savages nor hunters. It does not appear that they ever were mere wanderers, without a stationary residence. At the earliest period of our becoming acquainted with their condition, they had fixed habitations, and were in the habit of cultivating some land near their houses, where they planted Indian corn, and other vegetables. From about the commencement of the present century, they have addicted themselves more and more to agriculture, till they now derive their support from the soil, as truly and entirely as do the inhabitants of Pennsylvania and Virginia. For many years they have had their herds, and their large cultivated fields. They now have, in addition, their schools, a regular civil government, and places of regular Christian worship. They earn their bread by the labor of their own hands, applied to the tillage of their own farms, and they clothe themselves with fabrics made at their own looms, from cotton grown in their own fields. Yet the continuance of this idyllic condition depended on their being segregated from the society of white Americans. The assertion of the Cherokees, that their present country is not too large for a fair experiment of the work of civilization, is undoubtedly correct. The wisest men, who have thought and written on this subject, agree that no tribe of Indians can rise to real civilization and to the full enjoyment of Christian society, unless they can have a community of their own, and can be so much separated from the whites, as to form and cherish something of a national character. 63. Thus Evarts concurred with Hall in the opinion that separation of the Indians from white America was the prerequisite of progress for the Indians as for the whites. The sympathetic Evarts argued for the continuation of a segregated Indian establishment in Georgia and would have had its size undiminished to keep separation practicable. Hall simply argued that such separation was possible only if removal was effected. The two agreed in principle, though differing in policy, just as Dwight and Crèvecoeur had agreed on the virtues of the conservative freeholder and divided on his locus, nationality, and methods of government. Once the threat of real Indians was removed from proximity to American civilization and banished to the frontier, the mythicization of the in 357 Dion could proceed without the problems and complexities arising from the realities of Indian-white relations. Indian virtues could be symbolically exaggerated and Indian values accepted as valid for American society, without being rudely checked by some savage outbreak near at hand. The conventional roles of the captivity mythology could even be reversed and the Indian seen as a pathetic alien minority in an indigenous white America. Moreover, the Indian's removal cast a tragic aura about his vanishing person that appealed to romantic sensibilities. Whether by the natural processes of evolution, or by warfare with the whites, or by the ravages of white vices acquired through intermixing, or by forcible assimilation into the culture of his white captors, the primitive Indian was clearly doomed. The rise and fall of his culture, like that of the Romans and Greeks, provided an image of the historical process which the new imperial republic was now entering. The replacement of the primitive Indian by the white settler confirmed the Americans' belief in the progressive nature of historical process, even while it reminded them that all mortal things are transitory and doomed. Moreover, the expansion of the nation into the far west brought the Americans into contact with a very different group of Indian cultures, far more nomadic and barbaric, far less sophisticated in their forms of government, far more brutal to captives than the eastern tribes. Rape, for instance, was virtually unknown in the Indian wars of the East, since women captives were wanted for adoption as brides. The western tribes had no taboo against rape and, in fact, made it part of their celebrations of triumph, along with the torturing and sexual mutilation of male captives. Thus, even as the Indians disappeared from the East, interest in their antiquities and traditions increased. When Indians had abounded, most works dealing with them described them in the context of particular problems. The missionaries discussed their character and religion solely to establish their aptness or inaptness for conversion. Soldiers studied them with a view to mastering their technique of warfare, revival preachers with a view toward their fitness as symbols of divine displeasure, political pamphleteers with the aim of using Indian polity to justify particular political programs in terms of natural law. As the last Indians were removed beyond the borders or pushed, quickly and slowly by turns, towards extinction, more thorough and objective treatments of their life ways were undertaken, with the aim of preserving their own images of themselves and the wilderness. The most famous compilations were those of Heckewelder and Schoolcraft, both of whom lived with the Indians and gave accounts of Indian mythology. The former served as a source for Cooper, the latter for 358. Longfellow. These works brought to the public the Indians' primitive mythology and made it available to writers of every stamp, from significant artists to the literary hacks who filled popular magazines and compiled anthologies. Even before Heckewelder and Schoolcraft, American writing about the frontier had showed a marked fascination with myth-like tales and archetypal structures. The mythology surrounding hunters like Boone, in particular, had shown strong resemblances to Indian myths, a result of spontaneous developments in American writing, rather than a deliberate use of Indian sources. Once the Indian sources became available, however, they were deliberately mined for mythic materials in a manner analogous to Cotton Mather's mining of biblical materials. The influence of such efforts became evident between 1820 and 1850 in the series of Indian biographies and histories that appeared between 1830 and 1850, in the sudden, surprising currency given to the old myth that the Indians were the 10 lost tribes of Israel, and in the emergence in the 1820s of a viable literary mythology of the Indian in Indian dramas like Stone's Metamora, in Irving's biography of King Philip in the Sketch Book, and in Eastburns and Sands's Yamoyden. Interest in the Indians' past coincided with a renewed interest in the colonial literature in which the relationship of whites and Indians was the central subject matter, resulting in the issuance of new editions of the narratives of Church and Filson and the more famous Captivities. B.B. Thatcher's 2-volume Indian biography, published in New York in 1834, is typical of the reassessment of the historical Indian, and incidentally contains a Filson-based sketch of Indian fighting Boone. Thatcher is all on the side of progress and settlement, but like Filson's Boone he sympathizes with the Indian's love of his land, his patriotism, loyalty and courage, his stoic temperament and contentment with the simple life. Thatcher regrets the prejudices of white chroniclers who have failed to give the Indian character its due. His account of King Philip's war draws heavily on Church, with whom he is much in sympathy, save in the captain's barbarity toward the body of the slain Philip, denying Philip burial, calling him beast, and mutilating his body. Church's behavior toward Anawan, however, is praised by Thatcher. Thatcher concludes that since the Indians are all rapidly vanishing, it is possible, laudable, and safe to give Philip his due, although this involves Thatcher in a small paradox. He fought and fell, miserably, indeed, but gloriously, the avenger of his own household, the worshipper of his own gods, the guardian of his own honor, a martyr for the soil which was his birthplace. 359. And for the proud liberty which was his birthright. 64. In short, Thatcher's Philip is a kind of Indian George Washington in a doomed, mistaken cause. Such ennobling comparison was not reserved solely for long and safely dead Indians. Within a year of the conclusion of the Black Hawk War, the autobiography of Chief Black Hawk himself appeared in print, apparently taken from his own dictation by an army interpreter. The work begins with a letter, printed in both English and the transliterated tongue of the Sauk and Fox, addressed to General Atkinson, Black Hawk's conqueror, and through him to the American people, reminding them of the Indians' past glory and of the tragic decline that time visits on the proudest of nations. Sir, the changes of fortune, and vicissitudes of war, made you my conqueror. When my last resources were exhausted, my warriors worn down with long and toilsome marches, we yielded, and I became your prisoner. The changes of many summers have brought old age upon me, and I cannot expect to survive many moons. I am now an obscure member of a nation that formerly honored and respected my opinions. The path to glory is rough, and many gloomy horns obscure it. May the Great Spirit shed light on yours, and that you may never experience the humility that the power of the American government has reduced me to, is the wish of him, who, in his native forests, was once as proud and as bold as yourself. Black Hawk 65. The editor of the autobiography, in his advertisement or foreword, presents Black Hawk in the character of hero and patriot. It is presumed no apology will be required for presenting to the public the life of a hero who has lately taken such high rank among the distinguished individuals of America. In the following pages he will be seen in the characters of a warrior, a patriot, and a state prisoner. In every situation he is still the chief of his band, asserting their rights with dignity, firmness, and courage. 66. It had taken King Philip nearly a century and a half to receive sympathetic treatment by an American biographer. Black Hawk received not only sympathy but an accolade and a place in the pantheon of American heroes within a year of his strife with the Americans. The speed with which the frontier experience was assimilated into the national mythology had, by this evidence, accelerated so fast that there was hardly a break between the event and the mythologizing of the event. Moreover, the writer or editor engaged in composing the legend or mythologizing the facts could now take the Indian's point of view as his own. Heckewelder and 360. Schoolcraft listened to Indian accounts of the creation and the gods and interpreted their vision for the whites. Thatcher's Indian biography is an attempt to write a history of America as seen by the Indians. Black Hawk's autobiography reduces both that history and that religio-mythological vision to a single dramatic encounter and allows an Indian hero to tell the entire tale himself. Like the historians of the Puritans, who also fancied themselves an original people, through spiritual rebirth, Black Hawk begins his tribal history with an account of the creation and the genesis of the tribe. The life of the tribe, its ceremonial corn dances, and its rites of marriage are reported in detail and are invested with an air of the idyllic that may be due as much to the translator's affection for convention as to Black Hawk's own memory. His outcry against the whites is undoubtedly genuine and remarkable in its complete accordance with the belief of Evarts and Hall that the Indian is better off when separated from the white man. At this time we had very little intercourse with the whites, except our traders. Our village was healthy, and there was no place in the country possessing such advantages, nor no hunting grounds better than those we had in possession. If another prophet had come in our village in those days, and told us what has since taken place, none of our people would have believed him. What? To be driven from our village and hunting grounds, and not even permitted to visit the graves of our forefathers, our relations, our friends. How different is our situation now, from what it was in those days. Then we were as happy as the buffalo on the plains, but now we are as miserable as the hungry, howling wolf in the prairie. Bitter reflection crowds my mind, and must find utterance. 67. This association of the Indian with qualities symbolic of American virtue is most clearly evident in the spate of literature written to demonstrate that the Indians were the 10 lost tribes of Israel. This had been one of the earliest speculations about Indian origins, dating back to the accounts of the first discoverers Samuel Sewall, Daniel Gookin, and other proponents of Indian missions in Puritan times had adhered to this belief, but the first American work to examine the proposition in any great detail was Adair's History of the American Indians, 1775. Between 1800 and 1850 the idea caught on, and innumerable works were published for and against it. The idea became so much a part of the American canon that it figured in the revelation vouchsafed to Joseph Smith and became a most persuasive tenet of the Mormon religion he originated. One of the first of these 10 tribes' works was Elias Boudinot's Star in the West, Trenton, 1816. Like the works of Thatcher and Black Hawk. 361. Boudinot's book inverts the traditional symbolic roles of whites and Indians. Here the whites are persecutors and the Indians are strayed members of the chosen people, whose title to descent from Israel is clearer than that of any European tribe. Boudinot, caught up in the millenarian enthusiasm of the Second Great Awakening, anticipates the imminent second coming of Christ to redeem his people Israel. If the Indians are, in fact, the lost tribes, the awakening and conversion of the Indians is to be worked for and hopefully expected. Moreover, the Indians will provide a sign or an omen foreshadowing the coming of Christ to them and their Hebrew brethren. Perhaps Christ himself will come from among them, a star in the west answering and fulfilling the promise of the original star in the east that led the kings to Bethlehem. A very bright and portentous star having arisen in the east, making glad the hearts of God's people and urging the friends of Zion to unusual and almost miraculous exertions in spreading the glad tidings of salvation among the distant nations of the earth, the compiler of the following sheets, can no longer withhold the small discovery which has been made of a rising star in the west, from the knowledge of those who are zealous and anxious to behold the returning Messiah. Which star may in the issue turn out to be the Star of Jacob, and become a guide to the long-suffering and despised descendants of that eminent patriarch, to find the once humble babe of Bethlehem. 68. The idea was flattering to American nationalism, which had recently accepted a symbolic association of the two American races, native red and native white. In the Romantic period, such speculation cast a charm of antiquity over a landscape bare of spectacular Roman ruins. And to a people nourished on the lore of the Puritans and the exhortations of revivalistic preachers, the association of anything American with the biblical promised land and chosen people was bound to meet with sympathy. The theory quickly became popularized and entered into the American popular mythology by the usual routes. Editors did not deem it essential to conduct research among the Indians themselves. Instead, they relied wholly on the early published material by Adair, Colden, and Boudinot. Much of this early material was simply a kind of wishful speculation, but later editors accepted it as gospel truth and built a myth convention on that foundation. Ethan Smith's view of the Hebrews, Poultney, Vermont, 1823, was probably the most popular of these works and certainly the most influential, yet most of it is simply a plagiarism of Adair and Boudinot, combined with Smith's own exhortations. Israel Worsley's view of the American Indians, London, 1828, is in turn a plagiarism of Smith and of 362. Smith's quotations from Adair and Boudinot. Once the convention was established, it gave a shape to the speculations of more intelligent writers, the direction of whose research was determined by their acceptance of the 10 tribes theory as the chief problem and investigative starting point. Thus John Mackintosh's Origin of the North American Indians, New York, 1844, despite some field research by the author, reiterates the notion of the biblical descent of the Indians. Mackintosh, however, stops short of the 10 tribes theory. He subscribes, rather, to the theory that the Indians are either the sons of pagan Magog or, more likely, the sons of Japhet, Noah's son. It was Joseph Smith who transmuted the speculations about Indian origins into an epic which had the mythic power to evoke in numbers of Americans a religious sense of belief and conviction. The Book of Mormon, which Smith wrote or, as he claimed, translated, has as its theme the settlement of America centuries before Christ by the 10 lost tribes, emigrants from overseas, like the Puritans, their division into dark and fight folk, and their destruction in centuries of civil war. The last battle of the war took place on Hill Cumorah, where the white folk, who had cleaved to the righteous ways of their ancestors, fell before the dark folk, who had fallen into idolatry. The experience of this dark people, their acquaintance with the resurrected Christ, who visited them, and their prophecies relating to the nature of a true church and the coming of Messiah were inscribed on golden plates by Moroni. The plates were then buried beneath the hill of Cumorah until, in the fullness of time, the American English came from overseas, settled in the land, and became worthy of a new and special revelation. The Latter-day Saints who followed Joseph Smith were thus required to consider the Indians their brothers and to endeavor to restore to them the fight they had long lost, so that they might become a white and delightsome people. The racial and religious conversion of the Indians was a major concern of the Mormons after their emigration to Utah, as it had been, at least in theory, of the Puritans after their emigration. Moreover, the Mormons tended to associate themselves with the Indians as brothers in persecution, sharing grievances against the Gentile government of the United States. 69. The appeal of Smith's epic for his audience of farmers and frontiersmen in New York State, and later on the Missouri and Illinois frontiers, lay in its exaltation of America by associating it with Zion and the chosen people. This exaltation was reinforced by Smith's explicit claim that America, because of its virtues and its departures from the debaucheries of the old 363 world, was deserving of and had in fact received a special revelation from the Almighty. Although Smith's statement of the 10 tribes theme was the most elaborate, complex, and detailed and, in the long run, the most convincing to a considerable American community. Its values were shared by many Americans of the Romantic period. Eccentricities of doctrine, not belief in the Hebraic origins of the Indians, made the Mormons the objects of persecution and exile. Hiawatha, the Indian as American hero. The inversion of traditional Indian-white relationships and the romantic association of the Indians with those characteristic virtues acquired by the Americans in their transit from the Old World to the New made the use of the Indian as a symbolic American hero practicable as a literary device. In 1848 Albert Smith published an epic poem entitled Makatimi Shikiakiak, or Black Hawk. A national poem, in which the character of natural patriot given him in the autobiography is linked with that of the white civilizers who come to perfect his land. A more influential and enduring use of the Indian as a national hero is Longfellow's The Song of Hiawatha, 1855. Longfellow relied on this association of white with red Americans in offering his epic to those who love a nation's legends and the wilderness landscape of United States, and to those who admit at least their human kinship with all men, however savage. Yet whose hearts are fresh and simple. Who have faith in God and nature. Who believe, that in all ages, every human heart is human. That in even savage bosoms, there are longings, yearnings, strivings for the good they comprehend not. Listen to this simple story. To this song of Hiawatha. 70. Longfellow's attitude toward his subject is mixed. On the one hand, he offers Hiawatha as a godlike hero, embodiment of all the savage virtues and most of the Christian ones. On the other hand, he cannot deny that only through the conquest of Hiawatha's people and country by the white man have Christianity and civilization been brought into the Indian solitudes. This ambivalence is paralleled by his technique in composing the poem. In creating an epic, Longfellow wished to convey to his reader a 364 sense of the primitive, mythopoeic perception that characterizes the first narrative poetry of any people. America, in its coming of age as a nation and an empire, seemed in a state comparable to that of Homeric Greece or the Rome of Virgil, requiring an epic poem to sum up and crystallize the worldview and historical experience of the people. Unlike the Greeks and the Romans, however, America was the creation of human artifice as much as of natural evolution. Its people were, not a single tribe, but a mixture of emigrants from all over Europe at various stages of acculturation. The epic poet, like the writers of the Declaration of Independence, seemingly had to create a nation and a people by verbal fiat. The chief distinguishing feature of this people was the fact that their heritage had, through long years in the wilderness, become a mixture of Indian and European. Thus Longfellow turned to the mythologies of both primitive America and primitive Europe for his subject matter and his literary forms, borrowing the Indian legends compiled by Schoolcraft for his story and the verse form of the Finnish epic Kalevala for his meter. Similarly, the meaning of Hiawatha's heroic career became, in Longfellow's hands, a blend of Indian and European values. Hiawatha is both the Prometheus of his people and the prophet who prepares them for assimilation into the greater, Christian people who will succeed them in the land. The Indian legends are seen to embody the seed kernels of Christianity, and the growth of Hiawatha reveals the slow, organic growth of Christian principles out of savage soil. After the proem and invocation to the reader, the poem begins with an account of the Manitou's visit to the earth, his gift of the calumet, or peace pipe, to the Indian tribes, and the careers of his sons, the four winds. Mudjakeewis, the lecherous and fickle west wind, begets Hiawatha on the daughter of Nokomis, as Zeus begot Dionysus on Semele. Reared from childhood as a hunter and given magic gifts by the wise old squaw Nokomis, Hiawatha begins a series of quests by journeying to the home of his father, the West Wind, to revenge his mother's death. Like the heroes of the Norse, Greek, and Roman legends, he seeks a boon in the world of the gods that will benefit his people, and he emerges from his combat against his father with a divine power. The theme is later repeated in his fight with the divine Mondamin. From the buried corpse of Mondamin the corn, clad like the god in green feathers and golden hair, springs up. Other exploits lead Hiawatha, Beowulf-like, to the bottom of a lake, where he battles the great sturgeon, and to a far land across black, serpent-filled swamps to wrest the pearl feather, a magic talisman not unlike the golden bough, from its giant possessor. 365. The most important quests and ceremonies in the epic are those that relate to Hiawatha's power as a demigod of fertility, his power to make the land rich. In Longfellow's hands the sexual elements of the fertility myth are romanticized and made fit for the drawing room. More significantly, they are subsumed into the scheme of American values suggested by Dwight and others, in which the virtues of the agrarian life, not those of the hunter and adventurer, are supreme. Hiawatha's quests, like those of Filson's boon and Brian's boon, are not ends in themselves. The ends they envision are those which will make the people permanently happy and prosperous, and as Hiawatha discovers, such permanent bliss can come only through agriculture and a Christian spirit. The first step of Hiawatha's quest for the greatest of boons, the power to do all men great good, is his visit to his father, which gains him the ear of the gods. The next step requires him to fast in solitude and pray to the gods for aid. Wandering alone and hungry, on the threshold of death, he views the wild beasts and plants, and cries, "Master of life! Must our fives depend on these things?" In answer the Manitou sends Mondamin, who greets Hiawatha as a friend and bids the starving warrior rise and wrestle with him for 3 nights. On the last night he promises that Hiawatha shall slay him and is then to bury him with a certain ceremony in the earth. Mondamin, like the Green Knight, is dressed in the colors of vegetation, his feathered dress is long and green, and his long hair golden. Hiawatha fights and slays him and buries him in the manner required, and within a season, Mondamin is resurrected as the corn, clad in green and with golden, silky hair. Like Jacob, father of the biblical chosen people, Hiawatha has wrestled 3 nights with an angel of the Lord and gained a boon thereby. To make his power for good secure, Hiawatha, like Jacob, must found and father a people, like Jacob he goes to seek a wife. Minnehaha, or Laughing Water, is Hiawatha's bride, and like the water, she makes the soil of the cornfields fertile, ensuring a good crop. Nor is her power simply agricultural, her ceremonial fertilization of the cornfields becomes, in harvest time, the source of fertility in the maidens of the tribe. Minnehaha discovers her power only after the consummation of her marriage to Hiawatha, and she begins the ceremony at his command. Once, when all the maize was planted, Hiawatha, wise and thoughtful, spake and said to Minnehaha, to his wife, the Laughing Water, "You shall bless tonight the cornfields, draw a magic circle round them." 366. To protect them from destruction. In the night, when all is silence. In the night, when all is darkness. Rise up from your bed in silence. Lay aside your garments holy. Walk around the fields you planted. Round the borders of the cornfields. Covered by your tresses only. Robed with darkness as a garment. Thus the fields shall be more fruitful. 71. Minnehaha does as she is bidden and walks naked around the fields in the nighttime. At the next harvest, the women go to strip the garments from Mondamin and wrestle with the corn god among the stalks. And Wiener some lucky maiden found a red ear in the husking. Found a maize ear red as blood is, Nushka, cried they all together, Nushka, you shall have a sweetheart, you shall have a handsome husband. 72. Hiawatha's power, however, is not permanent. Natural decay weakens his powers, which were perhaps more limited than they first promised. He and Minnehaha have no son. In a great famine his wife, priestess of the calm, dies, and Hiawatha next appears as an old man, sadly foreseeing the doom of his people. In his final prophecy he remains true to the philosophy he has all along espoused, that men should live in peace and till the soil as farmers. His people's doom will come on them because they will forsake the ways of Hiawatha. The new-come white men, by contrast, will live up to Hiawatha's teachings better than Hiawatha's own people. Their wisdom, gleaned from natural sources like Hiawatha's but also from the superior light of revelation, will make them more powerful fertility gods than Hiawatha. Wheresoe'er they tread, beneath them springs a flower unknown among us, springs the white man's foot in blossom. 73. The Indian spirit, exemplified by Hiawatha, remains after the tribes have declined to illuminate the special nature of the New World to the Christian exiles who will come to it. Hiawatha stands in the same relation to the white man that Mondamin stood to Hiawatha. He dies and, in dying, gives the land to the white man's keeping, along with the gift of his knowledge of how to hunt and cultivate the land. The gift of Christianity to the Indian, which plays so prominent a role in early writings on the Indians, is 367. Almost wholly absent from the poem. The relationship of missionary to Indian is here inverted. It is the Indian who teaches and partially converts the white man, making the born European into a new, American man. Hiawatha's career also suggests to the white man the proper relationship man must maintain between the forest world and the agrarian world, between hunting and agriculture, between solitude and society. In all his lonely quests, Hiawatha bears in mind that his purpose is a social one. Even in his wooing of the forest goddess/woman Minnehaha, personal passion is linked with the social passion. The consummation of his marriage is not an isolated act of passion in deep woods far from men's haunts, it is a social event, culminating in Minnehaha's blessing of the fields with her body. When the white men arrive, they will have less need than Hiawatha to exile themselves in solitude. They will reap the benefits of Hiawatha's lonely quests in the gifts of corn and agricultural technique they take from their benefactor. Solitude, the physical and moral isolation of the individual in the wilderness, is, as Longfellow sees it, the Indian's appropriate milieu, the environment in which he is most himself. Hiawatha's social passion and agrarian religion are more appropriate to the white men who will succeed him than to his own people, who are unruly and selfish during his life and disobedient after his death. In this judgment Longfellow misses the central qualities of Indian tribalism, a psychology of tribal solidarity which pervaded the universe, converting beasts and deities into kinfolk, and an ethic of sacrifice for the tribe which was generally so strong as to permit wide latitude for individual action without endangering the solidarity and order of the body politic. What was solitude to a white observer was a peopled dwelling to the Indian. Longfellow carries to its logical conclusion the paradoxical premises at the heart of the Boone myth, that the American hero is simultaneously hunter and farmer, wanderer and citizen, exploiter and cultivator. Hiawatha's mingled passion for society and solitude, for agriculture and hunting, sets him somewhere between the two races and cultures, making him a spiritual half-breed or, more accurately, a mediating figure between mythological conceptions of the old and the new Americans like Daniel Boone. Longfellow heightens the contradictions inherent in the hero figure by making explicit the American tendency toward identification with the mythological Indian, by taking his hero from a well-known collection of Indian legends, and by presenting him in the poem as an exponent of the Indian way of life and mythopoeic consciousness of the wilderness world. At the same time, he emphasizes those aspects of Indian myths and life ways that indicate a tendency toward cultivation and improvement of N.A. 368. Tour. That it is the ideal of cultivation, and its implicit connotations of general progress and uplift, that is for Longfellow the chief justification of Hiawatha, and the line of hunter heroes of whom he is the latest expression, is evidenced by the conclusion of the poem, in which the Indian hero is seen as accepting the displacement of his race in the favor of his gods by the whites, an acceptance inconceivable to any hero of a truly tribal mythology. The dual character of Hiawatha is thus a part of that useful ambiguity about the character and historic role of the developers of the American frontier that permitted contemporary writers to see the displacement of the Indians and the exploitation of their land as an aspect of their cultivation and improvement. Chapter. The Frontier Myth in Romantic Literature, 1795–1825. Seen from a palace stair. The wilderness was distance, difference, it spoke in the strong king's mind for mercy, while to the weak, to the weary of choice, it told of havens where the Sabbath stayed, and all were meek, and justice known a joke. Some cast their crowns away, and went to live in the distance. There was nothing seemed remotely strange to them, their innocence shone in the special features of the prey they would not harm. The dread expense of golden times they dreamed was that their kingdoms fell. The deeper into tyranny, the more they stole. Through Ardens out to Eden isles apart, seeking a shore, or shelter of some spell, where harmlessly the hidden heart might hold creation whole. Richard Wilbur, Castles and Distances. The divergence of the European and American myths was a function of the difference in the psychological needs and environmental conditions under which the two cultures labored. In Europe, the French Revolution, the Napoleonic Wars, and the foreshadowings of the Industrial Revolution destroyed the old order, the social arrangements by which its moral structure had been sustained, and the philosophic premises that had supported it. The resultant chaos offered two possibilities for literary action. A writer, 370, might seek to re-establish some vision of order by the literary manipulation of conventionalized figures representing the old values and principles, the man of reason and order triumphing over the savage or Jacobin, passion, and rescuing beauty from brutish hands. Or the writer might ally himself with revolution by inverting the morality play, giving the hero's role to the man of feeling, equating art with passion rather than rational order, and seeking beauty in art rather than symmetry. In either case, the writer would be preoccupied with the problem of Europe and, in attempting to solve it, would be working with the vocabulary of images and character types then current, among which were the American, the savage, the good Quaker, and Daniel Boone. American types, if not examined too closely or realistically, could still serve occasionally as symbolic confirmations of European cultural values, as they had for Voltaire and Rousseau. In America, the frontier myth was continually reshaped and revalued by the ongoing process of adjustment to American conditions. Forced by their situation to deal with frontier realities, as Europeans were not, Americans found it difficult to maintain unaltered the conventionalized images of the wilderness and its people that were the mainstays of European literature about the New World. Even the established society of the coast, which was both physically and psychologically distant from the real frontier and therefore capable of fantasizing it, was bound to deal with the political and social problems the West presented and with the west-going impulse of people from the older settlements. Moreover, where the European stood amid the ruins of an established society and used its fragments to build a new house, the American felt himself to be the creator of something new and unprecedented. Where the European craved confirmation of older values, the American saw himself as exploring new moral grounds, returning to the primary sources of value for a new beginning, a new creation of the moral universe. Thus the American could not be satisfied, like the European writer, with simply employing the American conventions. He had to explore thoroughly the depths and the consequences of his myths. The resulting difference between the European and American approaches to the myth of the frontier was that which divides, to use Wheelwright's terminology, the romantic from the consummatory myth. The former is based on the use of conventionalized images and figures, drawn from a myth tradition, to invoke traditional values and sentiments. The American mythmaker, in order to satisfy the demands of his audience, had to turn to consummatory myth-making in his approach to the frontier. He had to revoke the primary, mythopoeic consciousness of the people in 371. Order to establish a new faith, a new sense of cultural identity, a new basis for moral order. European romantics employed American types to dramatize social and abstractly philosophical issues. Attitudes toward these types varied from writer to writer, according to his political allegiance, and even within the works of a single writer, according to the philosophical purpose of each work. There was, in general, more hostility toward America than there had been in the pre-revolutionary days or the Americanist days, and America's attack on France during its Republican phase, followed by her support of Napoleon against a relatively democratic Britain, augmented the disillusionment of liberal intellectuals like Crèvecoeur. There was a new spirit of critical realism toward America, which meant in practice the deliberate denigration of all those facets of America that the Americanists had romanticized. Yet, at the same time, writers like Chateaubriand and Byron were painting America in more attractive colors than any Rousseauist of the previous generation. Chateaubriand in particular portrayed an Indian chief who was a courtier at Versailles, sensitive to the beauties of civilization, yet outside his fiction he expressed the same contempt for American coarseness and Philistinism as his anti-American contemporaries, Volney and Talleyrand. Thus the Europeans, developing conventionalized images out of older conventions, moved further from the realities of the frontier and closer to a definitive American fantasy, in which, paradox or no, both the degenerate and the pastoral America were real. Americans also cultivated the active element in their traditional genres of frontier writing, employing the motifs of initiation, hunting, and captivity as the formulaic basis for literary genres. Like the Europeans, they also used frontier types as masks for philosophic principles and social values. But their sources of frontier material were being continually refreshed by new waves of narratives from the new frontiers, and their cultural need made their writers treat the frontier tale as a drama of evolving consciousness, as well as a confrontation between social types. It was therefore inevitable that the movement of the American literary mind during the Romantic era should be, figuratively and to a degree literally, a movement toward the Indian. The consummate myth-maker, by definition, seeks to re-achieve the kind of mythopoeic consciousness which the Indian possessed or, at least, which was traditionally associated with the Indian in European and American writing. This parallels the corresponding tendency, noted in the preceding chapter, to see the Indian as an American hero, even as the unique symbol of American virtues. The literary consequences of the European-American divergence can 37 be seen in the frontier novels of Chateaubriand and Charles Brockden Brown. Brown, considered America's first professional man of letters, was a spokesman for literary nationalism in the ideological controversies of the day, that is, he advocated the use of American materials in literary fiction. In practice, he employed such materials as the wilderness landscape and the Indians, and he drew on both the traditional action literature of the frontier and the soul-exploring narratives of Puritan popular literature. Most important, he approached these materials simultaneously, with the introspective and mythopoeic bias of vision that was to distinguish subsequent American writing. Chateaubriand, in contrast, used American types as shortcuts to express philosophic judgments on the course taken by post-revolutionary France. The only mind he considered worth examining was that of his European hero. The lives of the two men suggest some of the causes of the variation, not only in their literary methods, but also in the social and philosophic values each spoke for. Brown was a product of the American popular press, whose literary forms and inclinations grew out of the New England printing book-selling trade of the late 17th century. Narratives like Mrs. Rowland's Sons, the fictional Abraham Panther Captivity, and Filson's Boone were the staples of that press, which met the popular demand by issuing them in separate pamphlets or within the covers of popular magazines. Brown was a magazine editor and writer by profession and inclination. Captivity narratives and accounts of Indian warfare and travel and exploration were his stock in trade, and he prospered as a political pamphleteer for the Francophile Jeffersonians by his knowledge of the tastes and capacities of his audience. Although he read widely in European fiction, especially in Gothic romances, he read with an eye on his needs as an editor and the demands of his American audience. His opposite number, François René de Chateaubriand, was a product and servant of the intellectual coteries of Paris, a young member of the liberal noblesse of pre-revolutionary France, and a moderate republican who, like Chenier, opposed the extremism of the Terror, the execution of the king, and the substitution of established atheism for established Catholicism. His early development was shaped by the philosophical controversies of the Enlightenment, the intellectual and sentimental quest for a viable religious faith and a life's purpose, which he equated with an active role in political affairs. At the age of 17 he began preparing for the priesthood, then changed his mind and took a nobleman's place in the army. He fancied himself a disciple of Rousseau until the Revolution. Disgusted with revolutionary excesses and out of favor, he left France for 373. America in 1791, ostensibly to search for a Northwest Passage, but more probably to visit the primitive scenes theoretically beloved by his mentor Rousseau, or to take the American Grand Tour vicariously described by Crèvecoeur. His tour was brief but productive. From the notes of his American journey he drew material for his novel, Les Natchez, and a travel book. He used material from these two larger works repeatedly in other books on Christianity and government published during his career. Chateaubriand first gained literary fame through the publication of Attila and René, two fragments of Les Natchez. René appeared in 1802 as part of his work on Christianity, although the bulk of his American books had been written in London in the 1790s. His youthful radicalism and discipleship to Rousseau had now been exchanged for a legitimist position in politics and a liberal Catholic stance in religion. The change purportedly was sparked when his criticism of the Church in Essay sur les Révolutions, 1796, greatly saddened his dying mother, but he had always been romantically inclined to faith, as his early thoughts of the priesthood suggest. The publication of Génie du Christianisme, in which René appeared, marked his return to the fold and gained him temporary favor with Napoleon, who had just re-established the Catholic Church. His legitimism soon dissipated that favor, but it ensured him a career as diplomat and foreign minister after the return of the Bourbons. Thus, in composing their works, Brown and Chateaubriand drew on antithetical experiences and traditions. Behind Brown was the inchoate mass of myth literature of captives, hunters, warriors, and explorers, the literary given of any popular American writer and his audience in 1799. Behind Chateaubriand were the theories and illusions of Rousseau, Crèvecoeur, Perrault, and the Americanist coteries and the few American books favored by that circle. To Chateaubriand, America offered an exotic setting for the symbolic drama of a romantic novel pitting reason against passion, savagery against civilization, rebellious anarchism against respect for order and precedence. America was for him a fantastic landscape of unknown powers, in which almost anything in or out of human imagination might be expected to occur. Moreover, this exotic setting had already acquired a traditional and accepted role in French literature as an image of pure nature, a world in which God's law and nature's law act upon the individual directly, without the mediation of civilization. The workings of God and his meanings are there more clearly exposed to sight, and there the human soul is free to bring into the light the darkest yearnings of the most hidden recesses of the psyche. Chateaubriand had been to America and traveled in the West. In his youthful enthusiasm for Rousseau he had 374. Discovered Imlay's book on the West and his edition of Filson's Kentuck, and he had read and annotated both books extensively. Yet his portrait of America owes almost nothing to what he may have really seen on a Western tour or learned from a careful reading of Boone or Imlay. It owes everything to the romantic dream of a world made terrible, lovely, and exotic by love and melancholy, the lyric transformation of commonplace nature into something alien and strange. Chateaubriand's recasting of excerpts from Filson's Boone narrative, in the Imlay edition, is typical of his approach to his subject. He rewrote several of the landscape descriptions, emphasizing or adding picturesque elements, but retaining certain characteristic phrases from the original. One Boone's view from the commanding ridge particularly struck Chateaubriand, who enthusiastically endorses the life of the savage and the hunter and declares that Boone's experience is proof that man, in his happy natural state, is active rather than contemplative, adventurous rather than intellectual. In the original scene, the melancholy Boone is redeemed from a dark night of the soul by the vision of Kentucky from the ridgetop. He has killed a buck and is preparing to eat it on the mountaintop, hard by a spring of sweet water. He muses on the simplicity of his needs and his ability to retain internal felicity despite external discomforts. Chateaubriand restates the passage as a series of abstract propositions for living the good life, rather than as a dramatic moment in the narrative of either a hero's or a real frontiersman's life. He retains the elements of Filson seeing the dead animal, the spring, the meditation on the simplicity of man's real needs and the happiness of the hunter's life, but he pluralizes and generalizes them. Pourquoi trouver-t-il un tant de charme à la vie sauvage? Pourquoi l'homme le plus accoutumé exercer ses pensées et s'oublie-t-il joyeusement dans le tumulte d'une chasse? Courir dans les bois, poursuivre de bêtes sauvages, bâtir ses huttes, allumer son feu, apprendre soi-même son repos auprès d'une source, est certainement un très grand plaisir. Cela prouve que l'homme est plutôt un être actif, qu'un être contemplatif, que dans sa condition naturelle, il lui faut peu de choses, et que la simplicity de l'âme est une source inépuisable de bonheur. Why do we find so much charm in the savage life? Why does the man most accustomed to the exercise of the mind forget himself joyously in the tumult of the chase? To run through the woods, pursue the savage beasts, build one's hut, light one's fire, prepare oneself one's own repast near a spring of water, is certainly a great pleasure. This proves that man is rather an active than a contemplative being, that in his natural condition he needs few things, and that simplicity of soul is in itself a source of inextinguishable happiness. 2. 375. As his early enthusiasm for Rousseau waned, he exchanged this hypothetical view of America for another. By the time he turned to the writing of Les Natchez, his attitude toward the Indian and the hunter had completely reversed. Je suis point, comme Rousseau, un enthousiaste des sauvages. 3 Les Natchez, including Attila and René, was written to demonstrate his new belief that thought makes the man and that one cannot change life or identity simply by changing his condition. These American tales dramatize Chateaubriand's contention that the qualities of human nature which divide classes and races are immutable and ought to remain so, and that when rebels, French Jacobins as well as hostile Indian subjects attempt to alter this relationship, tragedy is the result. The tales Attila and René are told by their protagonists, the Indian Shaktas and the French exile René, but they are framed by the observations of a third-person narrator, who applies the messages of the tales to his own situation and that of other Europeans who wander in strange lands and schools searching for new wisdom. Brown's concerns and methods are quite different. The incidents related in the narratives of Indian warfare and captivity have for him a meaning in themselves that requires no framing of abstract philosophy. He declares in his introduction to Edgar Huntly that such incidents have special significance for Americans and, in fact, embody an essential and characteristic quality of the national experience, wholly different from anything in the ken of European man. America has opened new views to the naturalist and politician, but has seldom furnished themes to the moral painter. That new springs of action and new motives to curiosity should operate, that the field of investigation, opened to us by our own country, should differ essentially from those which exist in Europe, may be readily conceived. It is the purpose of this work to profit by some of these sources, to exhibit a series of adventures, growing out of the condition of our country, and connected with one of the most common and most wonderful diseases or affections of the human frame. 4. Brown's projected exploration of this American experience and the wonderful disease or affection that is, psychological state which he associates with it is undertaken in the name of national glory. Like Dwight, Brown intends to measure his work against the accepted European models, in this case the Gothic romance. The purpose of such romances is that of calling forth the passions and engaging the sympathy of the reader. For such evocative purposes, the incidents of Indian hostility, and the perils of the western wilderness, are far more suitable than European incidents. 376. Or milieus, and for a native of America to overlook these would admit of no apology. 5. Brown's purpose, then, is to employ incidents of Indian warfare and captivity as a means of engaging the sympathies of his American reader in Edgar Huntly's nightmarish discovery of the darkness and depth of his own hidden mind. His intention is essentially the same as that of a Puritan composing a personal narrative of a conversion of captivity. He even calls himself a moral painter. He differs only in that his protagonist is a fiction, at most a persona of the author, most likely an utter fabrication. Like the protagonist of the Puritan Confession, Edgar Huntley is a hero isolated in space and time. His acts relate essentially to the drama of his self-discovery and only tangentially to social conditions and issues. This treatment of Indianoir and captivity incidents as self-evidently significant, almost sacred, together with the emphasis on introspection, psychological probing, and confession, sets Brown's work apart from the romances of Chateaubriand. Chateaubriand's Les Natchez is addressed to the problem of Europe. The conflict between Indian and white is seen as an analogue of the strife between democratic anarchism and the rational love of order. Like the Wordsworthian Romantics, whose political evolution parallels his own, Chateaubriand finds both passion and reason admirable within the proper spheres. But when passion presumes to rule in the realms that are better left to intellection, that is, in national politics, the relations between classes, religious faith, and marriage, the result is conflict and catastrophe. Thus when Attila and René attempt to marry the worlds of passion and reason, savage and Christian, they waste away and are destroyed. Les Natchez is the story of an Indian rebellion against the French colonists at the mouth of the Mississippi in the 18th century. The chief characters are René, a young French exile, and Chateaubriand's namesake, living among the Indians, and Chactas, the patriarch of the tribe. The two men are united by their experience with forbidden and doomed love. Attila is Chactas's tale of a tragic, youthful love affair with a Christian Indian maiden. René is the young Frenchman's soliloquy, in which he recounts the Werther-like sufferings he is experiencing because he has fallen fatally in love with his sister, who has taken the veil. The two figures are in fact doubles. Chactas is an Indian who has lived for some time among the glories of French civilization before being restored to the forest. René is a product of French civilization but has become an exile among the Indians in order to escape that civilization and its discontents. Both aspire to forbidden marriages, pagan Chactas with Christian Attila, and René. 377. With his sister. Both are thwarted by women whose virtuous nature leads them to prefer death, in Attila's case, or the chaste prison of a nunnery to consummation of the forbidden union. The marriage metaphor, which had long been employed to characterize the colonists' acculturation to the Indians' world, here functions in its traditional manner. The union of Christian and pagan is regarded in the same light as incest. Like the figure of Daniel Boone, Chactas and René are mixed characters, blending traits of both white and Indian Christian reason and restraint, and Indian passion. The image of Boone sketched by Enlightenment writers like Perrault, Chenier, and Crèvecoeur portrayed these antithetical inclinations of character as balanced within Boone's nature, with reason offsetting passion and sociability, the hunger for solitude, to make an ideal type. In the old Chactas these elements are likewise in balance, although the equilibrium is achieved only as a result of the tragic events in Attila. Thus, in narrating his tale, Chactas echoes Boone's philosophy of self-restraint and of respect for women and for the attributes of superior civilization. Chateaubriand describes him as un savage demi civilis, not only acquainted with les langues vivantes but also conversant with the classical langues mortes d'Europe. 6. He does not willingly leave his woods for France, which might imply a refusal to acknowledge his natural limitations, but is carried there a captive. Once in the court of Louis XIV, respect for superior civilization compels him naturally to emulation, but it also confirms him in his belief that his proper sphere is the forest and not the castle. Like Filson's Boone, Chactas has the best of two worlds. He confesses that he has seen civilization at its highest point of splendor, basked in the rays of the Sun King's smile, attended fetes at Versailles, and participated in the production of Racine's noble tragedies and in the funeral rites of the cleric philosopher Bossuet. At the same time, he has remained the patriarch and the love of the deserts of America. 7. But although Chactas's experiences ennoble him, they also render him, in effect, impotent. This becomes clear as he recounts his earlier love for Attila, the embodiment of those virtues and civilized values inherent in Christianity. It was the Indian passion for hunting that first tempted him to leave the patriarchal tent of his adopted white father Lopez and led him into captivity to the tribe of Attila, who is Lopez's half-breed daughter, which implies that Shakta's passion, like René's, is incestuous, and a Christian. Attila, touched by the young captive's plight, rescues him and flees with him into the woods. The solitude and natural beauty of their situation, the handsome features of young Shakta's, and the heat of her own natural emotions tempt her to succumb to her love for Shakta's. He at first 378 mistakes her for the embodiment of his pagan equivalent of the Virgin, then for the maiden of last loves a girl given to a captive before he is about to die. His natural impulse is to make love to her, whether she be priestess or maiden, since this is the response appropriate to an Indian versed in his people's mores and rituals. He discovers, however, that she is a Christian and has been sworn by her dying mother to remain virgin at all costs. As the spell of the wilderness acts on Attila, destroying her restraint, the spell of her Christianity works on Shakta's. It awakens his power of sentiment, sensitizes him to the beauties of Christianity, and leads him to an appreciation of the benefits that flow from a belief in the Christian God, even in the midst of privation. Thus he takes from a Christian maiden the kind of knowledge and power of self-restraint that Filsonsboon gained from the wilderness. But the union of Shakta's and Attila is never to be, for she poisons herself rather than succumb to her own love for Shakta's. The good French priest who attends her bemoans the fact that, in her Indian ignorance, she made such an impious vow. Shakta's love for Attila will not permit him ever to love again within his own tribe, and so he is rendered effectually impotent, a king with no heir to perpetuate his rule of his people. He worships Attila's memory, worships remembered Paris, and fails to civilize his tribe or to prevent them from rebelling against the civilized French. If Shakta speaks for Filsonsboon's philosophy of self-restraint, René speaks for his passionate, Indian-like love of solitude and the dark woods. Chateaubriand's descriptions of René's astonished joy at the sight of the wilderness closely paraphrase passages from Filson. Filsonsboon says, "I had gained the summit of a commanding ridge, and, looking round with astonishing delight, beheld the ample plains, the beauteous tracts below." Chateaubriand alters ample plains to desert, in accordance with his hero's civilized prejudices. Otherwise, the feeling is identical. Les magnifiques déserts du Kentucky se déployant auxiliary Huitans du Jean-François. 8 In the opening scene of René, Shakta's, René and the tribe's French priest view a Kentucky landscape which, despite Chateaubriand's ill-informed alteration of geographical features, is recognizable as yet another borrowing from Filson's commanding ridge scene. In the original, Boone sees, on the other hand, the famous river Ohio that rolled in silent dignity, marking the western boundary of Kentucky with inconceivable grandeur. At a vast distance I beheld the mountains lift their venerable brows, and penetrate the clouds. 9. 379. Chateaubriand's alterations increase the color and picturesqueness of the original but retain its mood, its general composition, and much of its language. Vers l'Orient, au fond de la perspective, le soleil comengoit apparaître entre les sommets brises de Appalaches, qui se descenoyent comme de caractérise d'azur dans les hauteurs dorées du ciel, à l'Occident, le mescape reloit ses ondes dans un silence magnifique, et formoit la bordure du tableau avec un inconceivable grandeur. Toward the east, at the far end of the prospect, the sun was beginning to appear above the jagged peaks of the Appalachians, which seemed like figures of azure in the golden heights of the sky. To the west, the Mississippi rolled its billows in magnificent silence and marked the border of the scene with an inconceivable grandeur. 10. Chateaubriand associates Boone's initial love of the wild landscape with René, the Rousseauistic exile and romantic anarchist who has chosen to live in the wilderness rather than France. While there is no doubt that Chateaubriand created in René a sympathetic embodiment of his own youthful enthusiasms, René is clearly a man doomed by a mistaken philosophy of Rousseauistic environmentalism. Instead of examining his own soul, curing its melancholy and incestuous passions, and disciplining it to works of Christian love and the cultivation of beauty, René pursues gloom, solitude, and freedom from the obligations of civilization in a new environment. His sensitive soul, which would have made him a poet in Europe, dooms him to perpetual discontent amid the material bounty and merely sensual pleasures of living in the Natchez village with his Indian bride, Saluda. His weakness, not his strength, takes him into his exile. In his first disappointment, he had considered entering a monastery, but his inconstance naturelle turned him from the path of discipline, and he decided to wander instead. Like Byron's Harold, he went to Italy, seated himself on the brink of Mount Etna's crater, and indulged in Weltschmerz. Now he describes himself to Shaktas and the priest as a passionate youth, feeling himself always seated on the lip of a symbolic volcano, an abyss, suffering for the suffering people below, but remaining alienated from them. In his dream-ridden state, the world seems immense and crushing when reality breaks into his fancies, but it remains imperceptible, invisible, and unreal when he is in the grip of melancholy reverie. When he is awake, he can neither dominate nor control reality nor make his poetic dreams relevant to it. He can only appeal for the sympathy of his friends and indulge in sentimental cris de coeur. 11. 380. His reactions to the solitude of the forests are mercurial, rather than temperate like those of Boone. This inconstancy of passion, as Chateaubriand reminds us in Attila, is a quality of the Indian's character and a source of its weakness. Civilized men ought to resist extremes of sentiment, and Shaktas's strength of character largely derives from his intimacy with civilization. The romantic René, on the other hand, willfully makes himself a savage, even before coming to America, through his destructive preoccupation with his own passions. René's first reaction to solitude corresponds to Boone's. Boone found himself many hundred miles from his family, but he believed few would have enjoyed the happiness he experienced. 12. To René, the scenery and the absence of his friends, parents, and beloved give a sense of superabundant vitality. 13. But this swiftly changes to boredom, and his old disgust with life returns with renewed force. His heart is unquiet and furnishes discontent rather than felicity to his mind. Hellas. Jadidas sol, sol sur la terre. Un longer secret s'empare what de mon corps. Ce dégout de la vie que j'ai avoy ressenti de mon enfance revenoit avec une force nouvelle. Bientôt mon cœur en fumid plus d'aliment à ma pensée, etjenem apercevoy de mon existence que par un profond sentiment d'ennui. Alas! I was alone, alone in the world. A subtle languor possessed my body. This disgust with life that I had felt since my childhood returned with a new power. Soon my heart could furnish no more nourishment for my thoughts, and I was only aware of my existence because of a profound sense of boredom. 14. Having tasted civilization to the point of satiety, René flees to nature. When nature in turn disappoints him, he learns that man cannot gain happiness by changing his external condition through emigration. 1.5. The bloody failure of the Natchez revolt teaches him that revolution is equally useless for bringing improvement to the human condition. His discontent with the life close to nature is symbolized in his growing disaffection with Saluda, the female embodiment of Indian culture. Although she pleases him and satisfies his physical desires, she is a creature of material beauty, lacking the ethereal charge of his lost French beloved. She represents the overwhelming physical reality which, in America as in Italy, breaks into his dreams and dooms them to futility. He had desired freedom and a woman, and he found both in America, but his soul is still unsatisfied. Once again, happiness follows disgust in recurring cycles. Saluda, the beautiful child of the forest solitudes, pleases him, but he seeks instead to recover his lost forbidden dreams. 381. René evade desire un desert, un femme et la liberté, il poste tout cela, et quelque chose gâte cette possession. Tu aurais béni la main qui du même coup, Eliot débarrasse de son mal passé et de sa félicité présente, si toutefois c'était un félicite. Tu essayas en vain de réaliser ses antiques chimères, quelle femme était plus belle que Saluda? 11. Rmena au fond du forêts, et promena son indépendance de solitude en solitude, mais, Quand il elevate presa essajon epus contra sun sen au milieu de précipices, quand il one of eight aguri dans la region de nuages, il ne rencontrate point les délices tu il of eight rêves. René had desired a wilderness, a woman, and freedom. He possessed all this, and something spoiled that possession. He would have blessed the hand that would, at one stroke, have rid him of his past unhappiness and his present felicity, even if this was, nonetheless, a felicity. He tried in vain to realize his old chimerical dreams. What woman could be more beautiful than Saluda? He led her into the depths of the forests and walked in independence from solitude to solitude, but, when he pressed his young bride against his breast in the midst of the precipices, when he made her stray with him into the region of the clouds, he did not find the ecstasy of which he had dreamed. 1-6. Only one ending is possible for René and Saluda. The Indian girl's tribe has been destroyed in the rebellion. The young Frenchman's rebellion against his people has made him a permanent outlaw, and his disillusion with Indian life has long since become obvious to both himself and Saluda. They join in a double suicide, leaping into a cataract, and leave behind a daughter to tell their sad tale. Thus René's rebellion against civilization, his marriage of white and Indian qualities, and his preference for the sensual muse of the wilderness, rather than the spiritual one of Europe, lead to his progressive degeneration in both body and spirit. Shaktas's attempt to marry civilized and savage passions likewise leads to a physical degeneration. He is sexually and politically impotent, but at least the civilized savage has taken some quantity of the true light into his soul by way of compensation. The ending of both heroes is that which convention would lead a European audience to expect as a consequence of rebellion and the passionate attempt to breach the fixed limits of race and class. Chateaubriand's characterization of Shaktas thus typifies the European Romantics' technique for creating an American character. In order to make him interesting, Chateaubriand says he found it necessary to make him a Frenchman in red skin and eagle feathers, indistinguishable from the sentimental René, save in his humble respect for French civilization. 1-7 America offers conventionally accepted symbols for the man of nature and 382. An exotically wild natural backdrop for the drama, and Chateaubriand is consciously employing them as literary devices. He does not succumb to the spell of his own poetry and mistake the mirage for the reality. He knows that the Indian is a brute, the frontiersman an ignoramus, the life close to nature oppressive to the mind and destructive of poetic intelligence, and he expresses these ideas implicitly through the drama of René's destruction. The American wilderness is incapable of producing a new Adam or an Emile. The value of pursuing the adventures of Shaktas and René lies in our awakening to the destructive potential of romantic anarchism, savagism, passionism. Chateaubriand's view of the consequences of the wilderness amalgamation of Christian and Indian traits is typical of European, or at least continental, thinking at this time. Volney, in his book of American Travels, draws the same conclusions far more explicitly, associating the degeneracy of American life with its affinity for the Indian. An American writer like Rohn had an entirely different tradition to draw on in creating literary Indians and settlers, a tradition derived from long experience on the frontier, from captivity narratives and Indian war narratives like those of Rowlandson, Church, and Filson, and from the assertive nationalism that made Indian disguise a mark of national distinction for the Tea Party rebels in 1773 and the Whiskey rebels in 1794. That Rohn was aware of the nature of his controversy with Europe is manifested in his footnotes to his translation of Volney, where he argues against the Frenchman's anti-American stereotypes. Of Volney's comments on the degeneration of American political leaders and institutions and on the hypocrisy, inexperience and insolence of the national character, Brown says, these are topics, on which his prejudices as a Frenchman, and as a vain and captious mortal, would have abundant opportunity to show themselves. Of Volney's great distinction between the Proto-European coastal provinces and the Indian backwoods, and his idea that America is to Europe as the backwoods are to the maritime provinces, Brown observes caustically, Volney draws large inferences from a trivial circumstance. Volney observes that French settlers who fell for American pamphlets on the glories of the frontier have degenerated in health and fortune in that savage environment. Brown querulously attributes their leanness to a constitutional propensity, the result of French birth, rather than a spare diet. 18. Their most interesting disagreement concerns the Indians, whom Volney attacks, and Brown defends an inversion of the 18th century disagreement between French Rousseauists and American realists. Vol. 383. Knee states that the term Indian is inapplicable to the American natives, who could more appropriately be termed savages. Brown correctly notes that this substitutes a pejorative value term for a proper name. The French savage answers to the English savage, which is applied to persons or actions which we want to stigmatize as wicked and cruel, and is given to men in the rudest state of society, only when we allude to their ignorance or ferocity. 19. Parod, in his French translation of Filson some 20 years before, had referred to the Indians as les naturels. Volney's preference is symptomatic of the change in French thought in the intervening years. To Volney's mind, the Indian is fatally limited by his racial heritage. The Americans, caught in the Indian's world, have been infected with the same germs of anarchism, arrogance, and violence. In rehashing the arguments about the spiritual consequences of the hunting rather than the pastoral economy, Volney employs the ambiguous term American hunter, which, in the context, may be taken as a reference to both the Indian and those white Americans who, under environmental pressures, take up his ways. The American hunter, who had daily occasion to kill and eat the slain, has imbibed, of course, an errant, wasteful, and cruel disposition. He is akin to the wolf and the tiger. He unites with his fellows in troops, but not in fraternities. A stranger to property, all the sentiments springing from a family are unknown to him. Dependent on his own powers, he must always keep them on the stretch, and hence a turbulent, harsh, and fickle character, a haughty and intractable spirit, hostile to all men. 20. Crèvecoeur writes in a similar vein in Letters from an American Fanner and the Journey, even declaring that the hunter's love of solitude makes the Indian incapable of rooting his affections to the soil of his birth. While this was certainly true of white frontiersmen, the Indian's attachment for the soil had long been proverbial. Indeed, it formed the keystone of the romantic image of the Indian in the novels of Chateaubriand. Clearly, both Crèvecoeur and Volney identified the Anglo-American with the Indian, fusing the negative stereotypes of both peoples. Brown denies that the Indian is unchangeable, his character fixed by racial inheritance. Habits and conditioning make each man what he is, and the characteristics that develop from conditioning cannot be inherited. Change the education and circumstances of the Indian child, and he will not be a savage like his fathers before him. Volney's remarks, says Brown, are the result of ignorance and prejudice. Volney is an enthusiast against 384. The savages, and is as zealous to depreciate, as Rousseau was to exalt their character. 21. For the American, a sympathetic but critical realism is the necessary approach to this symbolically most important of questions. Brown offers a far more complex version of the frontier experience, charged with troubling ambiguities that suggest unexplored significances hidden deep within that experience. Like Chateaubriand, he brings Europeans, Indians, and colonists together on his American stage, but their relationships are not seen simply in terms of the conventional conflict between civilized and savage types. Edgar Huntley centers around the dreams and adventures of the title character, whose name suggests a kinship with the frontier hunters. Huntley himself denies the aptness of the name and disavows any skill or pleasure in hunting. Yet events prove him a compulsive hunter, a skilled tracker, a crack shot, and if not an experienced then an inspired Indian fighter. His denial of his name suggests something about the nature of his character and the strange events of his story. Huntley is only half aware of, and guiltily terrified by, his powers and capabilities. Like the more obviously possessed Mercy Short, Huntley has seen his natural parents massacred by Indians and has acquired from the experience an extreme aversion to the sight of savages. The extremity of his aversion, however, cloaks a fascination with the crime which, in the course of the story, comes to suggest an obscure sense of guilt in that primal murder not unlike the guilt that overwhelmed Mercy Short. The tale begins with another murder, that of his saintly and paternal friend Waldegrave. Horrified and fascinated by the crime, Hindley revisits the murder scene to see if he can discover clues to the murderer's identity or perhaps surprise him returning to the scene of his crime. Strangely, he chooses the night time to take up his vigil. Indeed, he shows a great preference for wandering alone in the night over any daylight activity. Beneath the great, ancient tree under which the murder was perpetrated, he discerns the half-naked figure of Clitheroe, a mysterious Irish immigrant, digging what seems a grave or a treasure trove. A second time he follows the entranced Clitheroe, who is in fact a somnambulist, to a rocky dell and cave very much like that described in the Abraham Panther captivity. As in that narrative, a strange change of identity between man and animal takes place. Clitheroe enters, and some time later an animal leaped forth, of what kind I am unable to discover. 22. Impulsiveness is Hindley's besetting sin. At first he wishes to take vengeance on Clitheroe, then he relents and forces from Clitheroe a confession. The Irishman is a sleepwalker, driven by an insane sense of guilt for 385. Having, through an awful combination of gratitude and monstrous conceit, seemingly murdered in her bed a woman who had been his benefactress and adopted mother. Some days after the confession, Clitheroe disappears. Hindley's response is characteristic. He attempts to hunt him down, to track him like an animal through the woods. He has already been strangely drawn to Clitheroe, and his embarking on the hunt carries the sense of kinship to its ultimate point. The hunter identifies himself with the beast he is hunting, becomes one with the thing he wishes to kill. Thus Church assumed King Philip's regalia at the end of his hunt, and Boone married the woman whom he had mistaken for a deer during his fire hunt. Hindley's quest brings him to the rocky dell and cave where Clitheroe had previously hidden himself and where Hindley had previously mistaken him for the mysterious animal that leaped out of the cave. As in the archetypal pattern of the Boone narrative, the dell in the hills and the cave are, in terms of Campbell's monomyth, the threshold of adventure. When Hindley crosses it, he enters a dark world in which identities shift and blend, and beasts and men interchange shapes and qualities. On his first crossing, he passes through the cave's impenetrable darkness and comes to an open place atop the mountain, divided in the middle by a chasm through which a stream dashes itself. Hindley, like Filson's Boone, is enchanted by the contrast between the terror of the pass and the beauty of the view from his commanding ridge, and by the fact that he beholds the scene in perfect isolation and solitude. The summit was higher than any of those which were interposed between itself and the river. A large part of this chaos of rocks and precipices was subjected, at one view, to the eye. The fertile lawns and vales which lay beyond this, the winding course of the river, and the slopes which rose on its farther side, were parts of this extensive scene. These objects were at any time fitted to inspire rapture. Now my delight was enhanced by the contrast which this lightsome scene bore to the glooms from which I had lately emerged. There was a desolate and solitary grandeur in the scene. A sort of sanctity and awe environed it, owing to the consciousness of absolute and utter loneliness. Since the birth of this continent, I was probably the first who had deviated thus remotely from the customary paths of men. 23. No sooner has he said this than he beholds on the other side of the torrent the savagely attired Clitheroe, who spies him, turns, and just as magically disappears. Hindley, if he will continue to pursue his double, must pass another obstacle, the torrent. He does so by felling a tree across it, but his exploration 386 is fruitless. He returns home, then comes a second time to the cave and surprises Clitheroe asleep, but fearing to wake and confront him, Hindley leaves food by his side and leaves to investigate the mysteries of Clitheroe's trunk and diary. A third time he returns to the threshold and crosses the chasm on the felled tree in search of Clitheroe. As in his first visit to the dell, he is assailed by an animal who guards the threshold, Camel's dragon or shadow presence. On this occasion the beast is a grey panther, whom Hindley calls a savage, thus associating the beast with both the Indians and, by extension, the now half-wild Clit hero. Although he claims to be no hunter, Huntley dispatches him with a tomahawk, and the beast falls into the chasm. Clit hero is nowhere to be seen. Huntley returns home and falls asleep. When he awakens, he is no longer in his bed but plunged in a cold, mysterious darkness that is pierced by no single ray of light. In his sleep he has again passed the threshold, he has become a sleepwalker like Clit hero and has fallen into the deep pit in the cave. The nature of Huntley's quest begins to become clearer. Clit hero, his double, represents that dark quality of Huntley's own nature which is moved by irresistible passions and impulses and which prefers nighttime and solitude to the genial day and healthy companionship. Like Clit hero, Huntley is now living the dark dreams that move beneath the conscious mind. That these dreams are potent with crime and violence we know from Clitheroe's career and from his association with the Panther-Savage. Now that we know Huntley is a sleepwalker, the possibility arises that his fascination with Clit hero and the murder of Waldegrave is prompted by a secret identification with the murderer. In his sleep Huntley may have murdered saintly Waldegrave, as Clit hero apparently slew his benefactress. Huntley has been carried, without conscious will, into a kingdom of darkness by dark impulses in his own character. The parallels between his plight and Mercy Short's captivity to specters or Mrs. Rowlandson's captivity to the Indians are obvious. They are rendered more so by subsequent events. The first peril Huntley confronts appears in the same guise in which Rebecca appeared to Roone on the fire hunt, two eyes gleaming like coals in the darkness. These are the eyes of a panther, apparently the mate or double of the one slain earlier by Huntley, but quite possibly something more mysterious. Huntley had seen traces of only one panther previously and assumed he had rid the cave of its denizen when he slew it. After slaying this beast too, he wanders lost in the cave until he finds himself near an entrance. He perceives at the cave's mouth four brawny and terrific figures, Indians in war paint and a white maiden bound captive. 387. Among them. Again his thoughts run to the notion of a captivity to strange powers. Had some mysterious power snatched me from the earth, and cast me, in a moment, into the heart of the wilderness. 24 Huntley rescues the girl and kills the Indians after the manner of Boone and Imlay's Captain Arleton, employing the Indians' own weapons and techniques of ambush to effect it. Pursued by a second party of Indians, Huntley flees with the girl to an abandoned hut, leaves her prostrate, and goes to seek food with an Indian's rifle. With horror he discovers that it is his very own piece, a weapon bearing unmistakable devices to identify it. He concludes that the Indians have massacred his family and that his ancient dwelling is now polluted with blood. 25 Like Clit hero, Huntley has apparently been bereaved of his adoptive family by an unnatural murder. Clit hero knows himself the perpetrator of the unfilial deed, but Huntley has no idea what his own implication in the murder may have been. At the very least, his sleepwalking has taken him away from home just when he would have been most needed. Again, Huntley's psychological plight raises echoes from the literature of the American past. The Puritan captivity narrative had developed largely as a device for dealing with the anxiety of the Puritan emigrants, an anxiety that expressed itself as a feeling of guilt for having separated themselves from the parental household. Huntley, pursuing the gloomy Clit hero of his nature, fears he may have committed while in some sleepwalking reverie a similar crime against his adoptive parents. Buried still deeper is the memory of his natural parents' murder by Indians and the aversion to savages which he developed after the discovery of that crime. The child Huntley had been unable to save his first parents, now the man Huntley, because of his obsessive sleepwalking search for Clit hero, had been unable to save the second parents. Is the repetition of this pattern a signal of the presence of some malignant power? Or is Huntley himself dream-willing these crimes? Are the Indian devils really the devils of his mind, or are they symbols of his calling? Is he another Clit hero? Before he can pursue this train of thought to its end and discover the nature of his kinship with Clit hero, the Indians attack him and mortally wound the girl. Once again his nature has led him to desert a woman and a hearth in order to seek revenge and destruction. He fights with despair in his heart, slays the Indians, but is himself wounded and falls in a death-like faint. When he awakes, he is again alone. A party of white men has rescued the girl and left him for dead among the Indians. Again he is afflicted with the sense that he is wandering in Death's dream kingdom, as much as in 388. The wilderness. This is enhanced by his discovery that the hut he has been defending is that of Old Deb, an Indian witch known locally as Queen Mab. He is at the nadir of his quest in the underworld, having suffered a symbolic death and resurrection in the chamber of a fairy queen. Now he must achieve his return. Alone, he begins to retrace the river trail back across the mountains toward his home. Before he can recross the threshold, another transfer of identity takes place. Huntley sees beyond the river a party of men whom he assumes to be Indians but who are in fact his friends searching for him. They in turn mistake him for an Indian, since he is on the side of the river where the war parties were most expected. The scene parallels Huntley's earlier sighting of Clitheroe across the torrent, but now Huntley stands in Clitheroe's place. Huntley and his friends, laboring under the mistake of identities, attempt to kill each other, and Huntley escapes by plunging into the stream. Once again it becomes clear that in crossing the threshold to the Dream Kingdom in quest of Clitheroe, Huntley has become strongly linked with the violent Irishman. He has become a hunter and a killer, like the panther, and is here mistaken for an Indian. Tattered and savage-looking, Huntley bursts into the house of a neighbor, demanding to be told the horrible truth about his family, that all are dead as he has imagined them. His friend regards him as a madman and demands to know what has filled you with these hideous prepossessions. 26 His uncle and adopted father is indeed dead, but not murdered. Rather, he has fallen in battle against the Indians, a victim of his own courage. It seems as if Huntley can at last awake from the guilt and horror of his wilderness dream. His friend clarifies the mysterious passage of his captivity and journey, his being left for dead at Queen Mab's hut, the mistake of identities at the river. The friend even holds out hope for Huntley's doomed soul fellow, Clitheroe, whose patroness was not slain by him but is still alive and married to a good friend of Huntley's in New York. Like Huntley, Clitheroe has but dreamed that, like a savage Indian, he had slain his parent. Eager to tell Clitheroe of his redemption, Huntley seeks him out, only to find that, more even than himself, his dream double has fallen prey to the savages and lies mangled by the tomahawk in a shocking manner. Despairing of his cure, Huntley tells Clitheroe that his deed against the lady was not fatal and leaves him to the ministrations of some Indian hags, who doctor him with herbs and dark incantations. To Huntley's surprise, Clitheroe recovers and disappears in the night to seek out the benefactress and reenact the ancient, bloody dream of matricide. Huntley, infatuated by his need to redeem his dark Clitheroe, has given him the woman's address and, in 389 effect, put the hunting wolf onto the scent. For Clitheroe can never change his nature now. Common ills are not without a cure less than death, but here all remedies are vain. Consciousness itself is the malady, the pest, of which he is only cured who ceases to think. Clitheroe declares to Huntley that he will seek her out only to ascertain that she is alive and well and his crime expiated, yet he hints of a malignant fate that impels him to bloody deeds. 27 Disturbed, Huntley writes to his friend to warn him of the danger to his wife, giving all particulars. The besetting sin of impulsiveness or perhaps some obscure, darker motive prompts Huntley to send this letter. He knows that the wife, a woman weakened in health by her experience with Clitheroe and now about to bear a child to Huntley's friend, may easily open the letter and read it, yet the knowledge slips his mind. During the friend's absence Huntley's letter arrives, and the woman opens it. The friend, writing to Huntley, describes the consequences. Terror could not assume a shape more ghastly than this. The effects have been what might have been easily predicted. Her own life has been imminently endangered, and an untimely birth has blasted my fondest hope. Her infant, with whose future existence so many pleasures were entwined, is dead. 28 So Huntley accomplishes the deed that Clitheroe dreamed, committing violence against that very woman whom Clit-Hero had wronged. Huntley, not Clit-Hero, strikes down the woman and the child in her womb by a rash, unthinking deed. Thus is the riddle of Huntley's hunt for Clit-Hero unriddled. Like the mythic hunters of Indians, he has become the thing he hunts. His fascination with Clit-Hero is but the obverse face of his aversion for the savages who murdered his natural parents, the embodiment of his unacknowledged sense of guilt. His search in the physical wilderness is likewise a mask for his inquisition into his own mind and soul. His search for the guilty Clit-Hero is an unconscious search for his guilty self. His nightmares of guilt, in which he fears that a malign and unknown fate has made him unwillingly the instrument inflicting multiple miseries upon his several families, his natural, adoptive, and surrogate parents, turn out to have been obscure, unconscious wishes. Although the Indians murdered Waldegrave and Clitheroe's visit prostrate his friend's wife, Indian, and Clit-Hero are in some sense the mere realizations of Huntley's dream wishes. The confusion of Huntley's identity with that of Clit-Hero and the Indians is now revealed as the clue to the character of Huntley's malady. Had he seen the answer sooner, achieved self-knowledge, recognized the Clit-Hero and the savage within himself, he might have avoided the deed. The friend points for him the lesson he ought to have learned from his Indian captivity: be more 390. Circumspect and obsequious for the future. 29 For Huntley, Clitheroe's choices are now open. He can become reconciled with his new consciousness, or he can reject it and, driven by remorse, go mad, to be cured of consciousness only by death. The consciousness that Huntley, at the end of his captivity, must contemplate is essentially that of the Puritan captive. Despite all the goodwill in the conscious mind, man is moved by secret impulses to evil. Like Clit-Hero, we are both blood-guilty Indians and helpless captives to Indians. Huntley's quest is a hunt for his identity from among the choices offered him by the American wilderness, that symbolic equivalent of the tangled mind of man. His adventure is psychological as much as physical and is shaped by archetypal myth patterns and a myth-like confusion of animal and human identities. These questions of psychology are not resolved in the novel. What Huntley may make of his discovered identity also is not revealed, but anything is possible. Like Boone, he may become reconciled with the wild beast he has hunted; like the Puritans, like Clit-Hero, he may try in vain to exorcise the features of that dark visage that have, as an inevitable result of his living in the world, become mingled with his own. In Chateaubriand's novel, the qualities of psychological light and darkness are played against each other in a symmetrical pattern, like the conflicts between civilization and savagery, order and rebellion, society and solitude. The ending is clear and pat: the savage life is destroyed, and the white man who sought savage ways perishes by his own hand. The movement from sin or error to the fatal consequence or punishment is clear and direct. For Brown there is no symmetry, no clear conclusion. Huntley's situation remains full of possibilities for further illumination, an unmeasured variety of possible truths. Indian warfare takes place in a tangled jungle, and even the victorious fighter can never shake the mire of it from his feet or the spell of it from his consciousness. No ending is possible, since the dark Indian and light Christian within us can never be wholly disentangled. Only the nature of their interrelatedness, their intimacy, can be clarified through further exploration. American literature in the next half-century continued that hunt for intimate knowledge of the Indian face of nature, while European literature rested content with its stereotypes. The power and fixity of these stereotypes is attested by their adoption by men like Byron, whose politics differed radically from the anti-Jacobin reversionism of Crèvecoeur, Talleyrand, Chateaubriand, and Volney, and by their persistence in European thought into the 20th century. Byron's Don Juan contains, in Canto 8, a brief interlude in which the character of Daniel Boone is offered as an al. 391. Alternative to the horrors of civilized warfare experienced by Juan in the Siege of Ismail. Byron falsifies the most obvious details of frontier reality in order to create a symbol appropriate to a poetic assault on the European establishment, just as Chateaubriand did in order to defend it. Like the innocent maid Haiti, Solitary child of the Edenic island where one had earlier found refuge from the criminality of society, Byron's Boon symbolizes the opposition of nature to the evils of civilization. He fives free of crime, happiest amongst mortals, the patriarch of an unsighing people of the woods, enjoying the lonely vigorous, harmless days of his old age in wilds of deepest maze. They are simple. Not savage, but therefore they are not noble and tragic like one. Byron's humorous rhyming of buck, he and Kentucky implies a kind of irony or patronization. 30 Byron's Boon derived from Filson, from Byron's epic poem based on Filson, and from the newspaper accounts that the intrigued Byron sought out 31 becomes nothing more than the good Quaker, the pious, pacifist, he hunts only for food, yeoman of the tradition. This favorable portrayal of Boon was, however, the only European treatment to be immediately republished in America. In 1823 it was bound with Filson's narrative and other material on Boon in an edition probably used as a source by Sims and Cooper. The persistence of the European stereotype is attested by the critique of Chateaubriand's American Exoticism published by Gilbert Chinard in 1918. Latter-day Rousseauists, enamored of the old ideals of popular revolution, were holding up the figure of Boon as an alternative to the conservative wisdom of Chateaubriand, reviving the image of Emile in buckskins. Chinard took the challenge seriously enough to attempt a defense of Chateaubriand against Boon, of the philosophy and chamber against the philosophy and forward. Finally he reduced it to a question of differences in style. Chateaubriand's is elegant, witty, and full of poetic insight, while Boon's is astonishing in its vigor and firmness but essentially rude and barbaric. From this Chinard concluded that Boon had been severely handicapped by having read only the Bible, like those good Quakers, and essentially brutalized by his intimacy with the Indians, since, says Chinard, he did not hesitate to scalp his enemies and display the hair as a trophy. 32 Chinard thus employed in his argument all of the vocabulary of stereotypes current in the writings of Crèvecoeur and Chateaubriand the good Quaker, Emile in buckskins, the savages. He even continued in the delusion, foisted by Filson on Perrault and Crèvecoeur, that the style of the piece is that of Boon himself. The original European versions of the Boon myth had been shaped. 392. By the prejudices, political problems, and literary predilections of the pre-evolutionary generation of Imlay, Perrault, Crèvecoeur, and Chenier. Byron and Chateaubriand drew their images of the West from these earlier treatments, rather than from contact with the frontier. In much the same manner Chenier had, in the 1780s, adapted his vision of the frontier to suit the fashions and conventions of the Paris coterie, borrowing from second-hand illusions rather than first-hand realities for the creation of his myth. Byron and Chateaubriand, writing within the closed circle of a European literary tradition, eliminated from their portraits of the West all those realities which did not suit their aesthetic needs. Like a dog chewing its own tail, the European myth of the frontier fed only on the symbols and images created by the original myth makers. In America, continuing contact with real frontiersmen and Indian problems kept the realities of the frontier in the public consciousness. American writers had to shape their myths to suit their audience's growing knowledge of that reality, but they could renew the power of their images by employing the new legends which continued to emanate from the West. Although they wished to domesticate the literary traditions and conventions of European romantics, American writers had their own complex tradition to draw on the dual vision of the good and evil aspects of the frontier which had been developed in the writing of Indian war and captivity narratives in the last century and a half. In the European mythology, whether in a pro- or anti-American phase, the frontiersman and the Indian symbolize the presumed preoccupation of Americans with the mere materials and commodities of the world, in preference to the pursuit of higher values and the cultivation of the finer things of the mind and spirit. The European romantic hero envies the frontiersman's condition as he might envy that of the babe in the womb or the mystic drowned in the maternal sea of his vision. His envy is a literary device, intended to demonstrate the poet-hero's own capacity for sentimental agony, his sensitivity. So great are the sentiments of René and Juan that they yearn to be relieved of them at any price. If turning savage will bring contentment and peace to tumultuous thoughts, All is well, if not, peace can still be found in the bosom of death. They yearn to share Boone's contentment with his mere circumstances, yet this very yearning marks them as discontented, and this discontent makes them Boone superior as poets and heroes. They are truly involved in the tragic drama of life, the great issues of existence, the spiritual flux of history, and the ethereal music of the spheres. The noble poet-hero embodies human aspiration, the 393. Frontiersman speaks at best for provincial, dull peace and at worst for a stultifying complacence. In the American romantic mythology the reverse is true. The man of action is as much the poet and hero as are noblemen like Don Juan and René. His natural education, in fact, makes him their moral superior, since his lonely quests in the woods are as productive of spiritual good as those of the poet exile and are perhaps of greater practical value to society. For René and Don Juan the wilderness is an escape from the reality of society, where riddles lie waiting for solution and where their real responsibility as heroes lies. For Edgar Huntley and Boone the path into the wilderness is the path of self-discovery and, for Boone at least, of social duty, the path that leads them into greater involvement in reality in all of its moral ambiguity and psychological complexity. Chapter: The Fragmented Image. The Boone Myth and Sectional Cultures, 1820 to 1850. As civilization approached, the wild animals of the forest, like the aboriginals, receded, and to enjoy the society of the latter, in preference to that of his fellow countrymen, Colonel Boone found himself necessitated to follow their example. See Wilder, in Filson's Life of Col. Boone. In an age of chivalry during the Crusades, Boone would have been a knight-errant, equally fearless and gentle. William G. Sims, Daniel Boone. The Indian way of life is the way of his heart. Giving scope to the exulting consciousness of his own appropriate and peculiar power. Timothy Flint, Indian Wars of the West. The myth of the hunter that had grown up about the figure of Filson's Daniel Boone provided a framework within which Americans attempted to define their cultural identity, social and political values, historical experience, and literary aspirations. To some extent the experience of each of the great sections of the country, the Trans-Allegheny West and Southwest, the Old South, and the Northeast, was common ground. Each section had, in its turn, been settled by emigrants seeking a change of fortune in a new land. Each had had to make radical adjustments to a new environment, sacrificing some qualities of its parent culture in order to survive in the new environment. Each had had to establish itself in the face of natural hardships, Indian hostilities, and British oppression. Each had had to discover and express its new character in literature. Daniel Boone, Washington, Franklin, and Jefferson were heroes to the whole nation because their 395 experiences had reference to many or all of these common experiences. The Hunters of Kentucky, a popular song that swept the nation in 1822-28, helped elect Andrew Jackson as president by associating Old Hickory with Boone, the hero of the West. Within this general pattern of national history, each section also had its own peculiar social and economic makeup, and its own history of relations with the Indians, hence each evolved its own special version of the national myth. As the poetry of Dwight reveals, a New Englander's version of the American hero was likely to be a representative of his section's virtues, and the same can be said for the South and West. The rising power of the West and the simultaneous growth of liberal social and political reform movements reinforced the traditional association of the frontiersmen with the radical Democrats, or Jacobins. For the proponents of the so-called Jacksonian democracy, this state of affairs made idealization of the Westerner easy. For the opponents of radical democracy, the anxious older states and the conservative classes of the Northeast and Old South, the association of Jacksonian frontiersmen with the Jacobins resurrected images fraught with terror: the white Indian, the Indian rebel, racially degenerate and politically unstable, who had haunted the dreams of the Puritans, and the rebellious Negro who bedeviled the South. The roots of these sectional differences went back further than the political squabbles of the Jacksonian era. The South, Northeast, and West had each had a different relationship with the Indians and with Europe, the two poles of the American experience, and each had developed a different literary tradition, through which its experience could find expression. The character of political and class tensions varied from section to section. In the West, the conflict was between the men on the make, farmers, speculators, and manufacturers, who sought to exploit the land and the law for the maximum personal profit, and the wealthier speculators who held their debts. In the plantation South, the economic situation was less fluid. There the chief problem was maintaining order in an unstable political and economic situation that set impoverished planters against their slaves and against the poor whites, who had been excluded from the best lands by the dead hand of plantation economics. In the Southwest, democracy took a form similar to that in the Free State West, save that ownership of slaves became the goal of the men on the make. Its achievement was the mark of a man's attainment of full equality with the best in American society. The Northeast's turn toward commerce and manufacturing made that section sensitive to the challenges to its economic power posed by the other sections and by Europe. This resulted in a different set of 396 internal tensions, those between employer and employee, aggravated by the influx of immigrant labor, and between established men of commerce and finance and the ambitious newcomers to their field. In European mythology, the frontier hero symbolized American materialism. The buffon-rainal conception of America as a continent of degenerated species was echoed by the assertions of Talleyrand that Americans were Philistines, ignoramuses, obsessed with engrossing land and turning profits. Even the more favorable romantic views of America emphasized materialism. Byron's General Boone symbolized material prosperity, circumstantial freedom, and physical well-being. Chateaubriand's Shaktas and Saluda were physically beautiful, physically free of the problems and obsessions of civilized men. Both Byron and Chateaubriand were somewhat patronizing toward these figures, even while they admired them, and Crevecoeur's Journey frankly presented the pioneer farmers and hunters as members of the lower class. In the social disorder of Europe in the Revolutionary and Napoleonic periods, these conventional literary images came to represent specific social classes. For men like Crèvecoeur and Talleyrand, the wildness and unruliness of the frontiersman, his devotion to materialism, and his disregard of traditional values made him a symbolic equivalent of the Jacobin, the lower-class radical. The poet-hero, on the other hand, was usually represented as liberal of mind and noble by birth and natural gifts, a representative of the enlightened noblesse of pre-evolutionary days. In America, the social tensions of the Jeffersonian period, 1800 to 24, made the European Romantic interpretation of the Western myth seem relevant to the American situation. Since Puritan times, one dominant theme in the Indian War literature had been the moral condemnation of the frontiersman as an irresponsible fugitive from the social responsibilities and moral duties of civilization. The fear of cultural dissolution lay behind the original Puritan condemnation, as it did behind the hostility of the ruling class intellectuals of Europe. The shifts in the economic and political balance of power between classes and sections in America brought this same fear to the older states and the propertied and privileged classes who had previously dominated business and government. The demands of class-conscious interest groups, the small fanners, businessmen, and laborers who advocated universal suffrage and more liberal land rent and debt interest policies, suggested the Jacobin image to the older merchants and the Squire Archie. These class-oriented demands for reform coincided with the rise of the West to a new position of political and economic strength, a rise which was due in large measure to the draining off of the Eastern Pop 397. Relation to the frontier. The Virginia-Kentucky nullification crisis of 1796 and the real links between members of the Jefferson Party and Revolutionary France reinforced the association of Jacobinism, the West, and the radicals of the East. Yet this association did not produce a simple-minded rejection of the West as a land of degeneracy and riot. In addition to the anti-frontier tradition, the literature of the Indian Wars had also transmitted a tradition in which the frontier represented the field on which America would realize her full potential, her ability to create a superior civilization. Cultural anxieties and the competition of sectional interest groups fostered a sectional divergence in the interpretation of this historical mission and hence of American character. Writers in each section attempted to create a rationale of American history in which the history and the cultural attitudes of their own section would emerge as the moral quintessence of the American national experience. But despite their differences, writers in all the sections focused on the frontier and Filson's Boone myth in posing the problem of national character and mission. The coastal states, being not only closer geographically to Europe than those of the West but also longer settled and more thoroughly cultivated, seemed to be at a stage of civilization more closely approximate to that of Europe. The northeastern states in particular were drawn to Europe through their extensive commercial and intellectual contacts there. The relatively urbanized Northeast still stood in much the same relation to Europe and to the West as it had in the earlier period, serving as a mediator between frontier barbarism and the cultivation of Europe, a middleman bringing civilized amenities to wild Indians and frontiersmen and the virtues of natural democracy to corrupt Europe. The Western view of the East, on the other hand, was much like the Eastern view of Europe. The East was the area of civilization, the home country from which Westerners had emigrated and whose ways they had rejected in favor of those the wilderness had impelled them to adopt. New York was the Nineveh to which Western evangelists like Charles G. Finney came, preaching against the intellectual Pharisees. Just as the emergence of national consciousness in the eastern states prompted men like Dwight to overtly reject Europeanism in literature, so Western writers like James Hall and Timothy Flint rejected Eastern characterizations of Western heroes and adopted their own. Since their experience with Indian troubles was most recent, the ambivalence of their attitudes toward the Indians was more pronounced than that of Eastern writers. In the South, the dependence of the Southern way of life on Negro slavery gave a peculiar twist to 398. Their evolving sectional mythology. Southern fears took the form of a triune image in which was mingled the blood of the red savage, the black rebel, and the white Jacobin. The results of these differences can be seen in the variations which each section composed on the theme of Daniel Boone. Western writers emphasized his powers as man, exalting the image of the solitary, antisocial hunter to heroic proportions and rejecting the sentimental, philosophic Boone of Filson. In the East, Boone became either the embodiment of Western Jacobinism and racial degeneracy, a white Indian, or else was cleaned up and given some specious social graces to make him fit for the company of his civilized betters in the Eastern pantheon. In the South, Boone appeared in historical romances either as a disguised aristocrat, more noble than the herd of savages and white renegades about him, or as a humble subordinate to some more aristocratic hero representative of Southern virtues. The paths of literary and cultural influence leading to these sectional variations of the Boone myth can be traced in the lines of the book trade that tied the sections to one another and to Europe. New York and Philadelphia formed the axis of this book trade. European works reached the West and South through the center, and Western and Southern works passed through the hands of Axis distributors before circulating through the rest of the nation and Europe. Writers in New England, the West, and the South who sought a wider readership brought their works to the Axis for publication and distribution. The geographic poles of the trade were also the poles of thought about the frontier. On the one hand was the West itself, the source of personal narratives and oral folk legends about the West and of whatever knowledge of the real frontier the other areas possessed. At the other extreme was Europe, the source of still other fantasies whether hostile or friendly about a West which was imagined with either fear or longing. The publication history of the Boone narrative from 1793 to 1824 offers some insight into the nature of this literary interaction between the sections and its effects on sectional attitudes toward the West. In 1793 Imlay's edition of Kentuck appeared in New York. It was coupled with his own romantic interpretation of the West in the topographical description, which painted Kentucky as a Godwinian utopia of liberty, pastoral economy, and rampant freedom for the development and pursuit of romantic love. Copies of this New York edition passed along the main lines of the New York book trade into the West and New England. In 1812 Imlay's edition was used as a source for Humphrey Marshall's History of Kentucky. 399. Published in Frankfort, Kentucky. Many subsequent histories and anthologies of Indian war narratives published in the West between 1812 and 1848 cited Imlay's edition as a source. In 1809 or 1810 Henry Trumbull had published the Boone narrative in the first edition of his Discovery of America, which became the most popular anthology of Indian war tales in the period. The first edition appeared in Brooklyn, New York, but all subsequent editions save one were published in New England, most of them in the Boston area. Although Trumbull's text of the narrative may have been drawn from the edition published in 1786 by his kinsman and teacher, John Trumbull of Norwich, he also borrowed from Kentuck the minutes of the Piankashow Council, a chapter which had not been reprinted in any American edition of the work save those of Filson in 1784 and Imlay in 3.793. This circumstance, coupled with the fact that Trumbull's proposals, or advertising bill, for his book listed Imlay's narrative of the Scott Wilkinson expedition in the abstract of contents, suggests that Trumbull's source was the New York edition of 1793. Thus the New Englander Trumbull drew on both the literature of his section and that imported through the Axis in creating his portrait of the Indian Wars. Once the narrative had circulated to writers in the West and New England, it was edited to render it useful as a justification of each section's attitude toward the frontier. In New England, Trumbull used it to justify the thesis that expansion of the frontier beyond present limits would destroy the orderly fabric of society and government. Westerners like James Hall took the opposite viewpoint, influenced by the oral mythology of Boone the Hunter, which had been created by the hero's fellow frontiersmen. Hall offered the Boone narrative as proof that the early pioneers had heroic qualities of mind as well as of body. His Letters from the West, 1822-28, presented Boone as a typical specimen of the class of frontiersmen, brave, adventurous, restless, delighting in danger and strife more than in the garnering of material wealth. Both Hall's Western image and Trumbull's New England anti-image were then disseminated through the Axis. Hall's letters, some of which were originally published in his Shawneetown, Illinois, newspaper, were sent east in 1823-25 for publication in the Philadelphia Portfolio, a literary gazette. In 1828 they appeared as a book in London. Trumbull's anthology had reached the West before Hall's letters reached Philadelphia. In 1821, Samuel L. Metcalf used several items of the anthology in his own collection of Indian war narratives. Metcalf also published the Boone narrative, using the text of Imlay's 1793 edition rather than Trumbull's expurgated version, in order to counter Eastern doubts of the Western hero's intellectual capacities. 400. In 1823 and 1824 the East-West-East pattern of influence which these works represent again focused in New York, in an edition of the Boone narrative published by C. Wilder. Wilder brought together in a single pamphlet the John Trumbull text of the Boone narrative, from the Norwich, 1786, edition, a fragment of an admiring treatise on the Indians from Metcalf's Anthology of Frontier Heroics, a contrasting editorial condemnation of Boone's character as Indian-like, and Byron's eulogy of Boone. Wilder's edition thus presented within a single volume the several traditional strains of national and sectional interpretation of the myth without attempting to integrate them. By juxtaposing all the versions of the myth from Byron's romantic Boone to Wilder's racially degenerated Boone, the New York editor in effect formulated it as a literary and cultural problem. In this form it became a source for more probing questions about the character of the frontier hero and for literary examinations which were intended to replace sectional prejudices with a true national vision of the American frontier. Ultimately, Wilder's edition became an important source for Cooper and Sims, whose novels sought to unify and reconcile the conflicting traditions. Sims devoted his efforts to making the Boone myth amenable to the emerging worldview of the slave-holding South. From this general pattern of circulation, certain patterns of cultural interaction between the sections are discernible. The Axis and the West seem to have engaged in a constant exchange of literature on Boone and the West. The Axis cities acted as a middleman or cultural broker between the sections and ultimately nurtured the publication of works which combined and integrated the views of all the sections. The South's dialogue with the West was conducted primarily through the Axis during most of the 19th century. After the West itself, the literary presses of the Axis had the most ready access to literature derived directly from the oral mythology of the frontiersmen, works like Hall's Sketches and the later Tales of McClung, 1832, and Flint, 1833. The influence of European romantics, especially during the early years of the 19th century, was weakest in the West because of that section's immersion in the realities of the wilderness and the natural difficulties which impeded the distribution of books in the area. Not until 1819, with the publication of the Western Review by Boston-born W. G. Hunt, was a systematic effort made to acquaint Western readers with Scott and Byron. The South's literary ties to Europe had always been close, and upper-class Southern writers like Byrd of Virginia and Cook of Maryland had taken English poets and novelists for their models, while their New English 401 land brethren were working the vein of their own 17th-century Puritan sermon form and personal narrative. Since literature there was more the pastime of an elite class than a popular one, the South did not develop a popular periodical press of the kind prevalent in New England and later in the Northwest. Thus the South lacked that background of quasi-literary, proto-mythological personal narratives that was the seed ground of literature in the Northeast and West. The differences are discernible in the works of Dwight and Bryan. Even though the New Englander was working with reference to European models, the books of his poem took on the traditional genre forms of New England popular literature, the Captivity and Indian War narratives and the sermon. Bryan too had European models, but he had no American ones. Hence the Mountain Muse was a more consistent imitation of traditional epic narrative poetry as practiced by Milton and Scott. Although Bryan could only ape his models ill, he was more dependent on them than was Dwight. For the Southerner, imitation of English narrative poetry and later the historical romance was second nature. Southern writers turned to European writers and adopted their literary forms as the primary vehicles of their imaginative writing about the frontier, or else they eschewed fiction altogether and wrote histories. For the Easterner and later the Western writer there were intermediate forms, partway between history and fiction, short narrative forms that enabled a writer to turn experience into instant literature. In these spontaneous literary outbursts, the writer's imaginative reconstruction of an event was relatively free of the conventional restrictions of plot and characterization, and thus hidden emotions and the patterns of archetypal myths often emerged with surprising clarity. The northeastern states had long had a native printing and bookselling trade and had early developed a market for popular fiction. A strong and distinct literary tradition had, as we have seen, developed in this section even before independence, a tradition sustained primarily by quasi-fictional personal narratives written for the local audience. Works in this tradition derived from a speedy transmutation of an actual event in the wilderness into literature and myth. The growth of Philadelphia and New York into the printing distribution axis of America made the Northeast the literary marketplace and clearinghouse of the nation. The South, during the colonial period, had lacked a native literary press and audience and tended to depend on the London presses for the publication of its own literary works. London was also the chief source of its literary readings, and its preferred authors were European. For these reasons, and because of the low literacy rate relative to New England, the South did not develop the 402 plant or the audience capable of sustaining a popular literary press and developing a distinct literary tradition independent of European literary concerns. The West, where printing and bookselling were trades of recent origin, depended on two sources for its literature. The first source was the Eastern presses. The second, which became increasingly important during the 19th century, was the popular journals and news sheets published in various large Western towns, which drew on the oral traditions of the frontiersmen to fill their pages with sensational tales and sketches. These strong oral traditions, the folk myths of the frontiersmen, were thus translated into print before their heroes were dead and with only the briefest of gaps between the ostensible occurrence of each mythic event and its recording. Western versions of the myth. The emergence of Western writers in the 1820s and 1830s, coinciding with the West's emergence as a political and economic power in the nation, is perhaps the most important literary event of the period. It added a new viewpoint to the traditional controversy between Europeans of the Buffon-Raynal or Rousseauistic schools and Eastern proponents of the myth of the American farmer. The effect is comparable to that of Indian fighter Benjamin Church's entrance into the lists of Puritan literature, setting the point of view of an active frontiersman against the second-hand histories of the town-bred clergy. The difference is in the scale of literary events. Church contributed a single book, while the Western writers of the 1820s and 1830s filled popular periodicals, anthologies, pamphlets, and books in every section of the country with Western material. Like Dwight in the 1790s, they were highly conscious of their national and sectional distinctiveness vis-a-vis Europe and the effete East. Although they began by imitating Eastern writers in both form and attitude, a distinct Western viewpoint gradually emerged. Daniel Boone's reaction to Bryan's Mountain Muse suggests the prevalent Western attitude toward literature. Boone is reported to have told a visitor that such productions ought to be left till the subject was put in the ground and that he deeply regretted he could not sue the author for slander. His reaction would have been shared by most Kentuckians. The language of the poem was affected, highfalutin, and the depiction of the West bore no resemblance to reality. Like the Puritan literary censors, the Western public wanted realism along with its sensational tales of violence and bravery. 403. Like the South, the West lacked a body of published literature treating the frontier in terms of a distinct set of traditional symbols and attitudes. Unlike the South, however, the West had only loose connections with the printers and poets of Europe. European books reached the West only after passing through the New York-Philadelphia axis, and Western authors had always gone to the axis, rather than to Europe, to seek publication in the days before literary printing began in the Ohio Valley. Whatever literary ties the West had, bound it to the literature of the Northeast, where the Romantic influence was diluted by Yankee skepticism and Puritan symbolism. The literary background of Western writers like Hall and Flint was derived from Eastern sources, and Western writers with ideas of reaching a national public kept the Eastern audience in mind. The closeness of the 19th-century Westerners to the early pioneers and to the remnants of the primitive wilderness and Indian tribes also augmented their disinclination for romantic fantasies about their section. These circumstances made for a strong vein of realism as well as uncritical admiration in the oral mythology that grew up in the West around pioneers like Boone. This oral tradition did not envision heroes wrapped in the solemn stole of contemplation or enraptured with romantic fancies. Westerners admired men of action and prowess, men who knew how to live like Indians, fight like Indians, think like Indians, and take scalps like Indians. A real hero was one who could beat the Indians at their own game, live on less food, kill more animals, and even take more scalps. This is not to say that the Westerners saw themselves as barbarians, devoid of all interest in establishing a stable civilization. Trumbull and his readers admired the Puritan fathers, without wishing for a return to the rule of the old ministers and magistrates. The environment of the wilderness had made it essential for men to imitate the Indians in order to survive and build. If some of the founding fathers of the West were renowned chiefly for their skill in destroying trees, men, and game, others were respected for their skills in settlement building and lawmaking. Just as the demise of the northeastern tribes had led to the romanticization of the leading figures of the colonial wars, so was there a noticeable shift in the development of later legends as the West became more fully settled and the worst days of the Indian troubles passed. New England legends had focused on the drama of the captive, the civilizer, and the vanishing noble red man, but Western mythmakers gave greater prominence to the hunters and fighters than to the less violent heroes. These men were the unique property of the West, symbolic of her sectional distinction. The 404. East was the land of the lawyer and the merchant, the West was home to the crack shot, the hunter and Indian fighter. This vision of Western distinctiveness was eventually embodied in the song Hunters of Kentucky, 1822, which won the West for Andrew Jackson in 1828 and confirmed a symbolic unity of interest between the frontiersmen and the reform-minded radical classes of the East. Literary printing in the West began before the cult of the hunter replaced the worship of the pioneer gentry in the oral mythology of the section. The earliest literary periodicals, the Western Monthly Review, the Western Monthly Magazine, and W. G. Hunt's Western Review, were section-conscious in their choice of materials and their advocacy of specific political and economic policies. 3. Hunt's magazine most accurately reflected the temper of the time in its blend of literary miscellanies from European reviews and novels, practical essays on farming, and accounts of the Indian Wars written by participants. Hunt was an Easterner from Boston and a prominent publisher in Lexington, Kentucky, and Cincinnati. Around him gathered many of the intellectual leaders of the West, including Horace Holly, president of Transylvania College, and Samuel L. Metcalf, or Metcalf, a noted chemist and editor of a volume of Indian war narratives. Hunt's magazine brought the tales of the frontiersmen into print for the first time, and Metcalf's anthology collected many of these in convenient book form. 4. Together these works constituted the first systematic attempt to bring the oral legends into literature. Like the Puritan personal narratives, these were more or less factual accounts. With such material as this circulating among his friends and neighbors, with the actual heroes living within visiting distance, the Western reader did not need the trappings of poetry or fiction to make the tales seem real. Where the Southern interpretation of Boone grew out of the romantic fantasies of Bryan, the Western versions grew, like the earlier Puritan versions, out of the oral tradition and the early personal narratives, such as those collected by Metcalf. Samuel Metcalf, 1798–1856, compiled his anthology while finishing his medical studies at Transylvania College. He called his book a collection of some of the most interesting narratives of Indian warfare in the West and drew his accounts primarily from the pages of the Western Review and Trumbull's Discovery of America. The featured item in the collection was Filson's Boone narrative, supposedly the most considerable piece of writing by any Indian fighter. Metcalf reprinted the whole of Filson's original text, probably from one of the remaining copies brought west by Filson in 1785 or from an edition of Imlay's topographical description. 405. New York, 1793, the narrative therefore stood out from the other anecdotes, both as a literary performance and as a character sketch of the mind of the West. The only comparable entry was Col. James Smith's sympathetic treatise on the Indians, and this account was later attributed to Boone in pirated versions of Metcalf's text. Metcalf's introduction marks him as one of the admirers of the civilized rather than the hunter hero. He frequently echoes Filson and Imlay in his admiration for the growing civilization and refinement of Kentucky, where lately stood a few dismal, smoky cabins, surrounded by woods and cane brakes, are now to be seen fertile fields, flourishing orchards, blooming gardens, elegant and commodious cities, houses, populous and refined cities. He disclaims all evil intentions toward the Indians and pleads for tolerance and understanding of their plight. Above all, he insists on the authenticity of his sources. Nearly all the facts have been furnished by persons who were immediately concerned in the transactions which they described. 5. The search for a sectional identity, however, turned the literary accomplishment of Metcalf's Boone into a handicap. Boone was distinguished from his fellow Indian fighters in the anthology by the superiority of his literary style and intellectual sophistication. The West demanded an image of its average man, its common man, its typical character. To the extent that he seemed more sophisticated, more intellectually aristocratic, Boone was unsuitable as a frontier culture hero. The religious revival that swept the West and made it the source of a national religious revival was largely responsible for Western anti-intellectualism. Between 1821 and 1827 Horace Holly fought and lost his battle to keep Transylvania College intellectually liberal. In his study The Frontier Mind, Arthur K. Moore calls his defeat the West's symbolic rejection of Athens, the city of philosophers, as its ideal. This rejection was echoed in the rejection of Filson's Boone by Western writers, who either denigrated Boone as a too fastidious aristocrat among frontiersmen or altered his character to remove all traces of the contemplative, sentimental, Filsonian philosopher. These trends in Western thinking did not fully mature until the 1830s, but by 1822-25 the alteration in the Western vision of Boone began to be apparent. In 1819 Judge James Hall of Illinois began publishing a series of letters from the West in his newspaper office at Shawneetown. In 1822 he was invited by the publishers of the Portfolio, a literary periodical in the Axis city of Philadelphia, to become a regular contributor. Among the letters published by the Portfolio was a sketch of Daniel Boone, drawn 406. From Filson's account and reworked in accordance with Hall's own views on Western character. This letter and others written for the series were eventually published as a book in London in 1828. 6. Hall's views of the West were shaped by his desire to please both his own Western audience and the literary audiences of the East. As a Westerner he wanted to portray the West with absolute realism, faithful to both fact and spirit. At the same time, he coveted a literary reputation in the cities of the East and Europe. He was skillful or fortunate enough to achieve a little of both. His Western stories and sketches were popular in the East because of his touches of romanticism, and in the West for the occasional realism with which he depicted Western badmen like the Harps. In Letters from the West he was chiefly concerned with defining the distinctive characteristics of the Westerner through portraits of types. Rough boatmen, pioneers, hunters, generals, and Indians were all sketched with relative accuracy. Letter 15, titled The National Character, paradoxically consists of an elaborate differentiation between the character types of the various sections of the country. The first Americans had a distinct character, says Hall, which they derived from Britain, but life in various sections has altered the manners and appearance of the original stock, and the only common trait retained is that of patriotic opposition to Britain and all other rival powers. In New England the soil is not rich and the population is dense. The mass of the people are, of course, laborious, close and frugal. They are usually moral and upright family men, but they are given to Yankee tricks and are up to everything. In Virginia the character of the people changes. Most of the gentlemen are bomb gentlemen, they are wealthy, and receive liberal educations. From their cradles they despise money, because they are not in the habit of seeing those with whom they associate actively engaged in the pursuit of it. Slavery gives them leisure to cultivate their minds and indulge their sentiments, and enables them to enjoy the pleasures of life and to be princely in their hospitality. 7. The Western character owes much to the Virginian, since most of Kentucky's settlers came from the Old Dominion. But these sectional characters, Hall asserts, are not fixed or immutable. Removed from his home to the West, the American of New England or Virginia adjusts. His spiritual resilience, martial disposition, and physical strength enable him to grow up to the requirements of the new land. His manners change, Yankee and Cavalier qualities blending together, and he becomes a devotee of honor and hospitality while retaining his characteristic American faith in liberty and hard work. Thus the West is the ground. 407. On which the essential qualities of the American character emerge from the crust of habit and custom built up in the more settled East. Hall chooses Filson's Boone as representative of the Western character. In Letter 16 he sketches Boone as the chief individual of a class peculiar to the United States, the backwoodsman. In Hall's account, Boone is born in the rich and peaceful country of the East, where the path to quick riches is both broad and easy. Unlike the frugal New Englander or the luxurious planter, Boone disdains monetary gains. He goes west for the pure love of adventure and excitement and revels in the exercise of his skill and the discovery of new lands. As devoid of selfishness as of softness, he depends on no arm but his own for sustenance. The first settlers of this country were men whose object was not gain, but who appeared to have been allured by the very difficulties which discouraged others. The American who takes a retrospective view of the early history of his country, must regard with admiration the sturdy woodsman, who, as the pioneer of civilization, made smooth the road for others, but he will find him an isolated being, professing tastes and habits of his own, and voluntarily supporting hardships, peril, and privation, without the usual incentives or the ordinary rewards of courage. 8. Hall's Boone symbolically turns his back on a civilization which, as Hall himself suggests, is a veritable golden age of agricultural plenty and abundant wealth. His values are not those of his Eastern forebears, they are unique. He loves the wilderness for its wildness, the danger for the joy of overcoming it. Boone himself is the very prince of hunters, exalted above the speculators and half-savage renegades who follow in his footsteps by the purity of his motives. Although he lives apart from civilization's golden age, he is an exemplar of heroic virtue reminiscent of classical epic heroes. Although he flees the society of the East, he carries his wife and family with him to provide the amenities of human society. Moreover, his wife is a true daughter of the wilderness, able to share her husband's enjoyment of the West and to make her own way through its dangers. If many of the heroes of Greece and Rome derived immortal fame from a single act of heroism, how much more does Boone deserve it, whose whole life presents a series of adventures of the same character? Nor did he suffer and conquer alone, his wife accompanied him to the wilderness and shared his dangers, during his captivity. She returned with her family to her father's house in North Carolina, braving the toil and perils of a journey through a wilderness of immeasurable extent and gloom. 9. 408. In Hall's portrait, Rebecca Boone finally receives her due. She is the symbol of the civilization of the New West, as Caroline was Imlay's symbol of refined European culture and Mrs. Rowland son of imperiled Puritan virtue. Hall's own desire for recognition in the literary capitals of the East led him gradually away from his early attempts at realism. His sketch of Boone appeared in the Western magazine in Cincinnati in 1833, as did his sketches of history, life, and manners in the West in 1834 and 1835. Both works, however, were purportedly objective studies of history and not works of literature. In the sketches, Hall remained faithful to his original characterization of Boone as the type of the common man of the West. He was not an eccentric man, nor did he stand in a class by himself. His character and adventures are studied and admired, because he was a complete and admirable specimen of his class. But even here a hint of Hall's preoccupation with the literary values of the East intrudes with his assertion that the adventures of these bold explorers are bill of romantic interest. 10. Although his native Cincinnati was well on the way to becoming a major publishing center for the West at this time, Hall went to Philadelphia to have his fiction collected in book form, a clear indication of his desire to reach an Eastern as well as a Western audience. In his short story The Backwoodsman, he blended romantic themes and motifs with a few touches of authentic frontier-iana. The tale, which recounts the kidnapping of a young maiden by Indians and her rescue by a figure who is certainly Daniel Boone, opens at a camp meeting in one of the settled districts of the West. Thus the tale begins squarely in the midst of the distinctive civilization of the West during a peculiarly Western religious ceremony, the camp revival. To underscore the characteristic nature of the revival, Hall injects a bit of humorous Western dialect. In patronizing italics, "It took a powerful chance of truck to feed such a heap of folks." He loyally defends the superior virtue of his section by saying of the camp meeting, "It was thus our first parents worshipped their Creator in paradise, and thus the early Christians assembled in groves and secluded places." 11. But he emphasizes the picturesque quality of the spot, rather than its austere harshness, and his worshippers are not harrowed and slain by preachers of hell and damnation. Instead, the scenery makes their hearts romantic, their minds elevated and refined. Having thus interpreted the revival meeting in terms of romantic conventions, he can appeal to those same conventions in describing his hero and heroine. It is unnecessary to inform the erudite reader that the young lady, who was just turned 7/409, was beautiful and interesting, and her lover tall and handsome. Needless to say, during her captivity, her bodily afflictions were light in comparison with the gloomy anticipations of her mind. 12. Her rescuer is Daniel Boone, but a Boone adapted to the tastes of Hall's Eastern audience. He repeats the major characteristics first sketched by Filson, the contemplativeness of Boone's nature, his contentment with simple things, his amiable disposition, his love of the wilderness, and his enjoyment of the companionship of friends and family at the hearthside. The only alteration offered by Hall is an archness about the eye, which showed that its possessor was not deficient in humor, a quality conspicuously lacking in Filson's original. Yet even this trait is rather a reflection of Leatherstocking's rustic irony than the broad humor of later Western heroes. Hall's Eastern Boone is not, however, the same lover of wildness and excitement that was offered in Letters from the West. This new Boone seeks the wilderness in the same spirit in which the philosopher retires to the seclusion of his closet. 13. He seeks knowledge and the solitude necessary to philosophic meditation, rather than adventure. Nature is, not his loving adversary, but a metaphorical book from which he reads intellectual and moral abstractions. He came to Kentucky to enjoy unmolested the train of his own reflections, and to follow without interruption a pursuit congenial with his nature. Though unacquainted with books, he had perused certain parts of the great volume of nature with diligent attention. And without having any knowledge of the philosophy of schools, he had formed for himself a system which has the merit of being often true, and always original. 1-4. Hall, like Filson and others before and after him, thus attempted to reassure Europe and the East that the wild woodsmen of the West learned nothing harmful in the woods and, indeed, became better and more Christian citizens, not outlaws and white Indians. Their religion was not pagan but, rather, like that of Adam and Eve or the primitive Christians, and if their philosophy of life was, like Boone's, distinctive and original, it was still true, that is, free of moral error and evil result. But Eastern opponents of the new men of the West in politics and economics were not convinced by Hall, nor were Western audiences sympathetic to his well-scrubbed Boone. The gentleman philosopher image did not jibe with the reality of Western life or with the self-image which Westerners coveted for themselves. John A. McClung's Sketches of Western Adventure, Maysville, Kentucky, 1832, measures Boone by the standards of a self-identified West. 410. Erner standards in which the virtues of the gentleman philosopher do not figure at all. McClung's standards were those of his audience, and throughout the text he keeps those standards before his readers by means of a running argument with Eastern interpretations of frontier character. This points up his own presumed fidelity to sectional values and styles. McClung presents the West as the realm of violent adventure, in which a man's courage, prowess, and intelligence are proven in a struggle for survival against the wilderness and the savages. His aesthetic theory demanded realism, or at least a semblance of it, fidelity to historical truth, a wealth of exciting incident, and an accurate and sympathetic portrayal of the characters of real frontiersmen. He demanded little in the way of characterization of individual Indians but insisted that the race be treated with due attention to its savagery and treachery as the great antagonist of his frontier heroes. He declares his admiration for Cooper's Last of the Mohicans because it presents a minute detail of all the circumstances of its hero's adventures, but he scorns the extraneous plot material, the scenery descriptions, and the romantic treatment of the Indians. McClung's portrait of Boone presents him as a man of action rather than thought, a man of simple rather than subtle speech, a participant in thrilling combats rather than a sensitive landscape painter. He ridicules Filson's portrait of Boone for its overemphasis on Boone's sensitive reactions to the landscape, and he terms those descriptions gaudy and ambitious sketches of scenery which swell the bulk of the piece and neither excite nor gratify curiosity. Filson is condemned for having done scant justice to his material, creating an artificial barrenness of incident in a career filled with exciting adventures. No amount of flashy description can compensate for this obscuring of the truth. If the reader finds his own treatment dull, says McClung, he may blame Filson. 1-5 In purifying and westernizing Filson's Boone, McClung emphasizes Boone's passion for hunting, solitude, and excitement. Where Filson's Boone was sensitive to the natural order in the wild beauty of the forest, where the romantic's Boone admired its picturesqueness, McClung's Boone chiefly delights in the absence of all touches of order and civilization. He enjoys his loneliness and the hardships and dangers of the land. The wild and solitary grandeur of the country around him, where not a tree had been cut nor a house erected, was to him an inexhaustible source of admiration and delight, and he says himself that some of the most rapturous moments of his life were spent in these lonely rambles, although he sometimes lay in cane brakes, without fire, and heard the yells of the Indians around him. 16. 411. McClung admired in Boone, Simon Kenton, and other heroes of the sketches all those qualities which Southern, Eastern, and European writers emphasized when they sought to portray the frontiersman as the foe of civilization. Just as Hall emphasized the absence of all traces of Eastern commercialism from his portrait of Boone, so McClung sought to disparage Boone's pretensions to philosophic insight or literary accomplishment. Let the hunter stick to his rifle and tell only true stories of his hairbreadth escapes, leave literature to the dudes, who come to dress rough truth in the trappings of spurious poetry. McClung actually condemns Boone for falling victim to the literary blandishments of the East, mocks his literary interest and desire for fame in the East as unworthy of his hunter's vocation. He compares Boone, the strong champion of the West, to Samson, shorn of his strength by the artful temptations of an effeminate civilization. The written account of his life was the Delilah of his imagination. The idea of seeing his name in print completely overcame the cold philosophy of his general manner, and he seemed to think it a masterpiece of composition. 17. McClung's own admiration, as the rest of the text makes clear, was reserved for men who read less and took more scalps. McClung's interpretation was undeniably popular. Western audiences admired the prowess of his bold and sometimes bloodthirsty heroes, seeing in them a confirmation of the vigor and skill of their section. Eastern audiences appreciated the sensational narratives and could also read in them confirmation of their own conception of the Westerner as a man of rough habits and violent disposition. The book was first published in Cincinnati, the chief publication distribution center in the Ohio Valley, in 1832. It was also issued in the same year in Maysville, Kentucky, and in Philadelphia, which still shared honors with New York as the literary publishing capital of the East. A fourth edition appeared that same year in Dayton, Ohio. Subsequent editions appeared in Maysville in 1836, 1839, and 1844, and in Cincinnati in 1836 and 1839. Thus the book enjoyed a wide circulation, its 9 editions being issued in the most important publishing center of the West, the second most important in the East, and 2 additional cities in the West. The West's preference for the image of Boone the hunter over Boone the philosopher is not difficult to understand. The West was preeminently the land of opportunity for men on the make. Boone himself had seen the West in these terms when he carved out a baronial land grant for himself and speculated unsuccessfully in land. Everything in the West was a commodity or a resource, something that could be mined, cultivated, or exploited for profit. A farmer could leave bad land for good and settle a few. 412. Western acres long enough to make a few crops, then, if the soil were depleted or the market for a cash crop fell, he could sell out and move on. Land could be farmed without a plow by a speculator clever enough to buy it cheaply before the rush of emigration came. Trees were timber, animals were hide, tallow, and meat, and in the Southwest, Negroes were livestock rather than men. Behind the economic motives and aspirations of the Westerners were more subtle impulses of fear and of hope. Like the Puritans, they conceived of their movement to a new land as a means of achieving a new life, in a spiritual as well as an economic sense. The revival spirit was strong in the West, as it had been in New England in the 17th century and the Great Awakening. Like the Puritans, the Western emigrants feared the changes that their new environment might induce and the dark impulses it might discover within them. They feared the unfamiliar surroundings, the threat of Indians, the thick, encumbering woods that isolated them from their past and their kind. However, they differed from the Puritans in some crucial respects, not the least of which was their possession of a store of historical knowledge, derived through legend and literature, of the experiences of their predecessors in the wilderness, which provided precedents for their life in the forest that their ancestors had lacked. More crucial than this was the belief of the new frontiersmen that their own individual prowess, their associated power, and the efficacy of their time-perfected technological gear, axe and rifle, made them able to contest with the forces of the natural wilderness as an equal antagonist. The growth of this confidence is the central theme of the evolution of the literature of human frontier heroes out of the Puritan literature of human subjection to God and natural forces. The conditions of survival in the wilderness and the terrors of settlement there had changed little, but the response of the settlers to the terror and the promise of the wilderness had changed greatly. The consequences of this development were every bit as disastrous for the Indians and forests of the New West as for the old Puritan frontier, but the motives of destruction differed. Where the Puritan cleared the country in the name of converting heathendom to an exemplary Christian commonwealth, the heirs of Daniel Boone did the same in the name of getting ahead, or merely getting on, and of self-realization through the prideful display of individual prowess and independence of social or other external restraints. They turned on the woods and its creatures with violence, destroying that which they had come to save from barbarism and to bring under cultivation. Trees were hewed down for the sake of destruction, animals were hunted for the pride of destruction as 413. Much as the lust for profit. Indeed, the two emotions went hand in hand. The hunter and the Western entrepreneur, the man on the make, were essentially the same in their attitude toward the world and their fellows. Both relied on material success on a massive scale to prove the power of their manhood in a threatening world. The speculator proved his value by engrossing more profitable land than his competitor, the hunter, by killing more beasts or cutting down more trees than any three men in the county. The first felt that he had demonstrated his superiority to the poverty of his origins, the second that he had asserted his power over the obstacles put in his way by nature. The reality of this link between the spirit of the free hunter and that of the speculating proto-capitalist can be verified by examining the careers of the legendary mountain men, those semi-barbaric figures who cut a swath in the popular literature of the 19th century. They were usually viewed by the fastidious as filthy white Indians and by the romantic as an heroic, but only temporarily free, alternative to the money and status society of the East. Yet the hard evidence indicates that the mountain men shared the Jacksonian passion for upward mobility and self-transcendence through capitalist endeavor. Many mountain men lived for the chance to exchange their dangerous mountain careers for an advantageous start in civilized life. A study of the careers of 446 mountain men, 45% of the total, reveals that only 5 remained trappers until retirement, 182 were killed at the work. Of the 154 whose subsequent careers are fully known, all adopted civilized careers, ranging from the somewhat Arcadian careers of farmer and rancher to the more urban careers of politician, artisan, or mechanic, shopkeeper, and the like. One became a horse thief, a far more social occupation than trapping, since it requires neighbors. 1-8 Thus the mountain man was, not an alternative to the money and status religion of Jacksonian America, but an idiosyncratic and extreme expression of its values. The sectional character of the Western hero is in fact a radical departure in style and mode of economic operation, which conceals a basic affirmation of social values widely, if not universally, held by the rest of the nation. This does not diminish the significance of the differences in sectional myths, where divergences of style and imagery reflect real differences in sectional self-images, political attitudes, and approaches to economic activity. It does in part explain the national popularity achieved by sectional and even local color heroes in a time of intersectional political rivalry, and it illustrates the role of myth as a way of expressing a national ideology in locally accepted terms. 414. The most perfect embodiment of the Western style was Col. David Crockett of Tennessee, a frontier hero of indubitable backwoods origin, whose national reputation was manufactured by Whig politicians to offset the appeal of the Democrats' Old Hickory Jackson. Crockett learned, like the fictional Simon Suggs, that it was good to be shifty in a new country. 19 His early years were spent wandering from farm to farm on the frontier, with intervals of militia service, Indian fighting, speculation, and hunting. He had a gift for gab that opened politics up for him as a potential field of speculation, and he answered the Whig desire for a figure who could offset Jackson's claim to represent the Westerner and, by association, the common man. For a while, the image worked so well that Crockett was a presidential possibility. He doomed himself when he stepped out of character, opposing Jackson on bills dear to the Western heart, such as Indian removal. The sources of the Crockett myth are difficult to unravel. In one sense he is a product of the Eastern stereotype of the frontiersman as lowbrow and clown. In another he is clearly a product of Western popular literature, a clown whose apparent simplicity masks a cleverness that is superior to city wit and a human sensitivity more profound than the effusive sentimentality of the city, for all its being concealed under a bantering, ironic manner. Crockett, or his ghost writer, portrays the Colonel's eccentricities and pursuits as examples of the highest heroic virtues and, at the same time, emphasizes that Crockett is the representative man of his section. Crockett's Fife, as he presents it in a narrative of the life of Col. David Crockett, Philadelphia, 1834, is a sequence of exploits in which he gradually grows from poor frontier farmer to war hero to successful politician to successful speculator to successful hunter. His failures are also exploits, chances for him to demonstrate his resilience, his ability to resist the hard knocks and scramble back to his feet. His vocations of hunter, politician, and speculator blend into one another until they seem different phases of the same quest, the same picaresque movement from the bottom to the top of the social heap. After a successful trapping season, he comes to town to sell his peltry, passes a few words with some local politicians, and is immediately drafted for the legislature. Between political campaigns he engages in a successful lumber speculation and, without pause for breath, embarks on an epic bear hunt. It is in the bear hunt that he is most himself. Politics and business do not involve as much of his passion or his talent, since they do not provide the same opportunity for concrete engagement with an antagonist. In the bear hunt the forces opposing him, keeping him from his desires, become tangible. They can be met in direct. 415. Open combat and vanquished. The triumph is more satisfying because the struggle is physical rather than cerebral, and the slain bear is more tangible and permanent evidence of his prowess than any set of paper profits or votes on a tally sheet. The source of Crockett's satisfaction with politics lies in his association of vote-getting and hunting, as when he belabors the metaphor of the canvas as a bear or coon hunt. 20. Crockett dwells with great pleasure on the act of killing itself, the moment in which he has most clearly asserted his power over the beasts of the forest. I pursued on, but my other hunters killed the bear before I got up with him. I gave him to them, and cut out again for a creek called Big Clover, which wa'n't very far off. Just as I got there, and was entering a cane brake, my dogs all broke and went ahead. I listened a while and found my dogs was in two companies, and that both was in a snorting fight. I sent my little son to one and I broke for t'other. I got to mine first, and found my dogs had a 2-year-old bear down, wooling away on him, so I just took out my big butcher, and went up and slapped it into him, and killed him without shooting. In a short time, I heard my little son fire at his bear. When I went to him he had killed it too. We pushed on, and found that we had a still larger bear than either of them we had killed, treed by himself. We killed that one also, which made 3 we had killed in less than half an hour. 21. Sheer quantity comes to delight the Colonel, for once the repeated killing is done, he has only the bears' bodies as testimony to his deeds. The 105 bears are neither more nor less to him than the profits he realizes, or attempts to realize, on his lumber and other business speculations, or the votes he garners as he stalks the hustings. They are quantifiable indicators of the degree of his prowess, symbols of great deeds of skill. Women, those Puritan symbols of Christian values and civilization, play no ameliorating role in Crockett's universe. His wives, he had 3, do not figure prominently in his narrative, they appear chiefly as conquests of a hunt, as do bearskins, votes, and a powerful reputation in the community. The implications of the Crockett figure were fully elaborated in the writings of the Southwestern humorists, a group of popular writers who devoted their works to the delineation of the character and lifestyle of the denizens of the southern Appalachian and Trans-Appalachian frontier. Their works pretend to realism in their preoccupation with the low life of the settlements, their scruffliness of appearance, the queer cracker dialect spoken by the inhabitants, and the rude manners and base concerns of the people, whose primary aims in life seem to be fighting, getting drunk, and 416. Swindling or befooling their neighbors or visiting dudes. The attitude of these writers toward their subjects is simultaneously patronizing and admiring. They recognize rudeness when they see it, being, like the respected reader, men of literacy and feeling, yet they are also struck by the simple force of their heroes' characters and by the tremendous skill with which they conduct their worldly business. In works of this genre, works like A. B. Longstreet's Georgia Scenes, I. 835, G. W. Harris's S.U.T. Loving Good Stories, collected in 1867, and Johnson Jones Hooper's Some Adventures of Captain Simon Suggs, 1846, the confidence game is so often played by the hero that it becomes his self-defining activity and a metaphor for all forms of social, and, as Melville's The Confidence Man suggests, metaphysical, transactions. The hunter-prey drama is enacted within a social framework in which the clever hero euchres a dupe, playing upon his ignorance or on the vainglory of his dreams and ambitions. Typical targets are fops and pretentious tenderfeet, preachers, school teachers, sheriffs, the hero's own father, and local men of property, all symbols of respectability, social position, and authority whom the hero's skill sets at naught. 22. On the other hand, the hero is glad to take advantage of the credulity he finds among the wretched of the earth, chiefly poor farmers, Negroes, and Indians. 23. Only occasionally does he meet a fellow swindler whose powers are equal to his own, and their confrontation becomes an exercise in virtuosity. 24. The hero who, in one incident, stands for the power of the skilled individual to transcend and defy the limitations of social class and order is seen, in the next, engaged in bilking the already bilked and dispossessing the already dispossessed. The paradox of social values inherent in the Southwestern hero's behavior is matched by the contradiction in his creators, and his audience's, attitude toward him. The tone of the stories is at once patronizing and genuinely fascinated. Distance is established between the hero and the author, whose language reflects higher social position, yet there is an effort to explain and even justify the hero's crudeness of manner as directness or pithiness born of hard experience. Both the social and the stylistic paradoxes of the Southwestern heroes can be resolved if we recognize that the language of the confidence man is an exaggerated and stylistically eccentric version of the more respectable languages of American commercial expansionism, the language of anticipation, as Daniel Boorstin calls it, of the boosters and land promoters engaged in Western development, the language of speculation, the language of the Jacksonian men on the make, arguing against the dear money policies of the Bank of the United States and the creditor classes, and for a 417 loose, expansive, mobile currency, the language of manifest destiny used to persuade the nation of the necessity of imperial expansion. 25. The aura of the free hunter which surrounds Crockett, Suggs, and Loving Good makes romantic and palatable the essentially commercial and exploitive character of their ambitions and activities, just as the Indian trappings of the mountain man concealed his essentially Jacksonian character. The Southwestern hero's ethic is the hunter's: get what you can from the territory, then move on, relying on the bounty of nature to repair the waste of timber or game and to provide those who have been defrauded with the opportunity to renew their fortunes. But however similar in economic motive the commercialism of the Crockett's and Suggses might be to that of northern capitalists like the Vanderbilts and southern New Rich planters like Jefferson Davis's family, they differed in political aims and methods according to the economic development and mythology of their sections. The patronizing tone taken by the writers of Southwestern tales toward their heroes was a device for defusing and denigrating the threat to older vested interests implicit in the rise of the Western states to economic power and political consciousness. Indeed, it was the Whig opposition to Jackson that gave birth to the stereotypical Southwestern hero, Davy Crockett, and Hooper. Some Adventures of Captain Simon Suggs begins with a barbed comparison of Jackson and Satan. 26. However, the same work might serve in the West as a defiant satire on Easterners and Eastern manners, a literary echo of Jackson's War on the Bank of the United States, and the images of Western scrubbernesss might be glossed as a mannered and deliberate inversion of Eastern values. Certainly the image of the Westerner conveyed by the Crockett-Suggs type of story is identical with that painted by Talleyrand of the frontiersman as an insensate boor, incapable of seeing anything more in a grove of trees than an opportunity to cut down more of them in an hour than his neighbor. Like Talleyrand, American writers of conservative sympathies, like Fenimore Cooper, associated this type of Western hero with demagogic politics, Jacobinism, Philistinism, savage anarchy, and disrespect for social position and private property. 27. In the West, the same type of hero, common in origin and speech, materialistic, and skilled in all the arts of hunting and speculative economics, was presented as the quintessential representative of local spirit and virtue. 418. Timothy Flint, the Indian kinship of the Western hero. In developing their myths of the hunter, writers of both the West and the East stumbled on the dilemma inherent in traditional interpretations of that necessary symbol, the Indian. Since Puritan times, the Indian had been associated with precisely those traits of character that now composed the virtues of the frontier hero: skill in woodcraft, independence of social restraint, crudeness of manner and origin, materialism, hostility to social order, and rebelliousness. With the gradual vanishing of the Indian populations east of the Appalachians, it became possible to romanticize the Indian as the noble savage and to employ him as a symbol of American libertarianism and independent patriotism. This romantic tendency did not in any substantive way alter the policy of the nation toward actual Indians, as the removal of the Cherokee from Georgia suggests, nor did it alter the fundamental conviction of the nation that the Indians were a race doomed by constitutional and institutional weaknesses to diminution, assimilation, extinction, and replacement by the civilization of the whites. In literary terms, however, it became possible for a writer like Cooper to transfer the burden of the negative Indian qualities from the red man to the common borderers and squatters, the vengeful, clannish bush family in the prairie, for example. In contrast, Cooper's Indians, though doomed to extinction, are upright, moral, proud, and occasionally aristocratic. For the Western writer aiming at achieving a national recognition for himself, for his literary creation, and for the culture of his section, the problem was a complex one. He was cut off from the vocabulary of Eastern Romanticism, in which heroes might be identified with the symbolic noble savage, by the nature of his section's recent and continuing engagement with the task of despoiling and suppressing the Indians. He was likewise faced with the presumption that, as a man of the frontier, he and his heroes were quasi-Indians themselves, embodying those negative qualities traditionally associated with Indians. The Western writer logically had to reject the Indian as a model of his own character, but his chosen myth of the hunter pointed up the strong affinities between the red and white hunters of the West. Given a choice between the effeminacy and incompetence of Eastern dudes and the masculine prowess of the Indian, the Westerners had chosen the latter. Their justification of this choice had, however, to be couched in terms that would effectively vitiate if not resolve the paradox of their attitude toward the Indian. Sut Lovingood and Simon Suggs suggest one. 419. Method of handling it: they play their tricks on dudes and redskins alike, proving themselves superior to both. Or they achieve their fame by killing Indians, then use their achieved position to argue against the latter-day efforts at robbing the Indians of land or liberty, like Benjamin Church's resistance to the enslavement of surrendered Indians and Crockett's protest at the removal of the Cherokee. A more profound and basic method, which subsumes both the Suggs and the Crockett approaches, is that of defiantly converting the resemblance into a virtue, adopting as heroes men whose crude, boastful, materialistic manner is the very antithesis of Eastern notions of heroic gentility. Like the Puritans and Easterners of the early Republic, Westerners found it easiest to define their identity by setting themselves off against other groups, describing what they thought they were by satirically repudiating what they were not or by inverting the ostensible values of their cultural opponents. The literary consequences of the Westerners' attempt to find a nationally viable image of their sectional virtues can be seen in the writings of Timothy Flint and Benjamin Drake. Flint was a popular writer-journalist in Cincinnati, which had recently emerged from the status of frontier station to that of urban center. Like Hall, Flint was a self-appointed interpreter of the West to the East, and his early works were historical and geographic studies aimed at increasing the store of accurate information available about his section. Like Hall, he owed much to the literary and intellectual heritage of the East, having been educated for the ministry at Harvard. 28 His several treatments of the Boone legend were attempts at presenting the authentic virtues of the Western character in terms that would be equally acceptable in Cincinnati and Philadelphia. Although he presents Boone as sympathetic to the Indian and enamored of the Indian lifestyle, he embeds the savage spirit within a character of essential gentleness, manifested as courtesy toward women and a refusal to indulge in excesses such as scalping. The qualities of character that Easterners found threatening in their earlier ideas of the Indian and their current ideas of the Jacksonian Westerner were ameliorated by abstraction. The Indians and the confidence man's delight in sheer skill becomes, in Flint's portrayal of Boone, an instance of professionalism analogous to the disciplined delight of an artist or a preacher in his calling. The activities of the hero are firmly established in an historical setting, and thus limited in time. Various incidents are invested with an aura of mythic mystery and treated explicitly as legendary, which increases their evocative power and relevance to the traditions of other sections while diffusing the social threat implicit in the image of the real contemporary Westerner. 420. Flint treated the Boone myth directly in 3 works published between 1828 and 1833 in Cincinnati, A Study of the Geography and Population of the Mississippi Valley, Indian Wars of the West, and Biographical Memoir of Daniel Boone, the last being the first full-dress biography of the hero. Flint drew on the available sources with a thoroughness not equaled by any predecessor. He mined newspaper files for incidents and first-person accounts of historical events, interviewed Boone's surviving family and friends, and gathered folk legends about Boone from the people of his section. It was Flint who first put into print the fire hunt legend that is so crucial to any understanding of Boone as a myth hero. In composing his books, Flint employed the conventional forms of Western popular literature artfully. In Indian Wars, his central theme is the conflict between Indians and whites and the adaptation of the whites to Indian ways. The book is a series of dramatic incidents linked by theme and common characters, in effect, an anthology of popular narratives and hero tales, put together in such a way that they seem a unified narrative. In the Boone biography, the theme is that of a single representative man's development into a Western hero through his pursuit of the art and religious discipline of hunting. At the outset of Indian Wars, Flint draws a sharp dividing line between the savages and the white frontiersmen. He admits that the white borderers have too often been more savage than the Indians themselves, and have often committed aggression upon the Indians. But viewing the whole of Western history, he finds that the racial characteristics of the white and the Indian place the greater burden of crime on the Indians' shoulders, in the proportion of 100 to 1. The whites are a race more calculating, more wise, with ampler means, while the Indians are characterized by the instinct of gratuitous cruelty or a natural propensity to war as a pursuit. 29. Although the whites enjoy, with the Indians, the thrill of the chase, they have not the same gusto for human slaughter. Thus their kinship is limited. The whites accept the sublimation of the warlike passions in the Indian discipline of hunting, but unlike the Indians, their blood is not so heated by the chase that it leaps for the fuller expression of the bloody passion in war. Flint sees the experience of his Western heroes in terms of archetypal structuring patterns. In his study of the Mississippi Valley, he retraces the course of Boone's adventures, without reference to the hero himself, as a kind of general pattern of Western experience, an archetype cast as a folk tale at a campfire, the narrations of a frontier circle, as they draw round their evening fire, often turn upon the exploits of the olden race of pioneers. 421. Who wore hunting shirts, and settled a boundless forest, full of panthers, and wolves, and bears, and the more dreadful aborigine savages. Not a white man within 100 miles. A solitary adventurer penetrates the wilderness, and the strokes of his axe resound in the forest. The Indians find him out, ambush, and imprison him. A more acute and desperate warrior than themselves, they wish to adopt him, and thus add his strength to their tribe. He feigns contentment, uses the savage's instructions, outruns him in the uses of his own ways of management, but watches his opportunity, and, when their suspicion is lulled, and they fall asleep, he springs upon them, kills his keepers, and bounds his way into unknown forests, pursued by savages and their dogs. He leaves them all at fault, subsists many days upon roots and berries, and, finally, arrives at his little clearing. In a palisade, 3 or 4 resolute men stand a siege of hundreds of assailants, kill many of them, and mount calmly on the roof, to pour water on the fire which burning arrows have kindled there, and achieve the work amid a shower of balls. 30. For the sake of emphasizing and dramatizing the archetypal quality of the experience, the teller exaggerates the violence of the events and the odds against the hero. In much the same way, Flint embroiders his material on Boone, adding his own inventions to newspaper accounts, the Filson biography, and the oral legendary. Boone appears in Indian Wars as the representative Westerner, the initiator of a virtually new species of man. His chief distinguishing characteristics are his love of wild nature and his emulation of the Indian hunter. He stands at the head of a remarkable class of people, almost new in the history of the species, trained by circumstances to a singular and unique character, and in many respects dissimilar to that of the first settlers on the shores of the Atlantic. The thoughts of these backwoodsmen expatiated with delight, only when they were in a boundless forest, filled with game, with a pack of dogs behind them, and a rifle on their shoulders. Yet as much as their character seems dashed with a wild recklessness, they were as generally remarkable for high notions of honor and generosity, as for hardihood, endurance, and bravery. 31. Flint takes pains to distinguish the Western from the Eastern pioneer and to emphasize the difference in sectional characters. The Westerner is a true Bowmantic in his disdain of the artificiality of traditional education. He relies instead on spontaneous emotion, intuition, and instinct, his natural quickness of apprehension. These same qualities mark him as a Christian of the revivalistic or evangelistic stamp, relying on an inner light rather than on stagnant tradition for his moral justification. His intuition gives him the 422 spiritual necessities of life, a stern firmness of decision, strength of character, self-possession which fit him for self-command and self-dependence. Thus, without recourse to Puritan theology, the frontier hero embodies all the virtues most needed by the Puritans in the wilderness. Beyond these simple necessities, the frontiersman needs nothing. He is as content as Filson's Boone with fresh wafer and unsalted deer meat and no bread or strong drink. But Flint, still generalizing the character of Boone, carries his portrait beyond Puritan limitations. Boone's admirable, restrained character finds its truest expression in the Indian arts of the chase and ambush. A Nimrod by instinct and physical character, his home was in the range of woods, his beau ideal the chase, and forests full of buffaloes, bear, and deer. More expert at their own arts, than the Indians themselves, to fight them, and foil them, gave scope to the exulting consciousness of the exercise of his own appropriate and peculiar powers. 32. This exulting consciousness finds its purest expression when Boone is living the life of the Indian in the Kentucky wilderness, exercising his skills of woodcraft. Thus Boone's Indian captivity becomes the pivotal experience in Flint's account of his career, just as the commanding ridge scene formed the turning point in the career of Filson's Boone, the point at which the hero realizes the nature of his own powers and discovers his true relation to the wilderness. Flint's account of Boone in Indian Wars follows the sequence of Filson's narrative, with a single exception. Flint shifts Boone's Indian captivity to an earlier point in the narrative, where it replaces the commanding ridge scene. In the Bowmantic manner, Filson's Boone experienced spiritual regeneration and discovered his life's mission by perceiving divinity in the natural landscape. There are similar scenes in Imlay's novel of the West, in Byron's Childe Harold, in Goethe's Werther, and in Rousseau's Confessions and Emile, as well as in Crèvecoeur and Jefferson. Flint's Boone realizes his identity through his adoption into the life of the Indian tribe. Flint, striving to express an archetypal pattern, generalizes this part of Boone's life, as he generalized the captivity pattern in his book On the Valley. In the process, he makes the outline of Boone's career fit the captivity escape pattern. He fights the Indians in numerous woods and ambushes. His companions fall about him. He is one of those peculiar persons, whom destiny seems to have charmed against balls. At length he is taken. But the savages have too much reverence for such a grand medicine. 423. Of a man as Boone, to kill him. He assumes such an entire satisfaction along with them, and they are so naturally delighted with such a mighty hunter, that they are charmed, and deceived into a confidence that he is really at home with them, and would not escape if he could. 33. Through his emotional response to the natural landscape, Filson's Boone discovered a sympathy between his human heart and the mind of the Enlightenment's reasonable, civilized God of nature. Flint's Boone, by contrast, discovers that the Indian way of life is the way of his heart. His satisfaction with the Indian life is not entirely feigned. Flint goes so far as to suggest that Boone's affection for the Indian tribe is nearly equal to his love for his family and for the culture of Boonesborough. It is almost one thing to him, so that he wanders the woods with expert hunters, whether he takes his diversion with the whites, or the Indians. Like any artist or devotee, he feels most akin to those who share his craft, his calling, and his passion. Even his religious creed does not contain many more articles than those of his red rival hunters. 34. In Flint's biographical memoir of Daniel Boone, this element of violence and conflict is muted and sublimated into the slow process of his hero's initiation into the calling of the hunter. The account, published under various titles, first appeared in Cincinnati in 1833, along with Indian Wars, was issued in a second edition the following year, and became one of the most frequently reissued and widely circulated accounts of Boone's life. Flint employs Filson's narrative again, but he now goes into far more detail on Boone's exploits and his preparation for heroism, basing his account on his own researches among Boone's family and acquaintances. The oral tradition surrounding Boone's life is, for the first time, systematically collected and presented, with the evidence, as a unified whole. Flint's study seems a deliberate attempt to express a myth of the West in terms of a symbolic confrontation between the hunter and the hunted, between the solitary Boone and the Indian, the wild animal, and the spirit of the wilderness itself. He repeatedly insists that Boone's pursuit is an art, a discipline, a religious calling or vocation. Boone is first presented in his early youth, already exhibiting the traits of character that will later make him unique among men. Flint presents him as a man without a past or an ancestry, a figure wholly independent of the limitations of heredity and history. The ancestors of Boone were not placed in positions to prove, whether he did or did not receive his peculiar aptitudes as a legacy from his parents, or a direct gift from nature. He presents himself to 424. Us as a new man, the author and artificer of his own fortunes, and showing from the beginning the rudiments of character of which history has recorded no trace in his ancestors. 35. Thus Boone is the perfect type of the self-made man. Indeed, he represents an exaggeration of that figure to mythic proportions, springing from the womb an independent and all but matured hero. He begins as a man free of inherited traits or traditions, and he remains throughout his life the author and artificer of his own destiny, his own identity. This disinclination to accept any modification of his character that is not of his own choice or making becomes evident when he confronts the problem of education by tricking and exposing the schoolmaster to ridicule. Traditional schooling is not for him, the hunt is his classroom, and the animals he pursues are his teachers. Because of this rejection of traditional schooling, Boone becomes in Flint's eyes a kind of Western bard. He is described as essentially a poet whose métier is action rather than versification. 36 Boone's real education and his initiation into the life of the wilderness begin when, as a man, he escapes from the schoolroom and pursues his other study more deeply. This early initiation culminates in the fire hunt, in which Boone stalks a deer which metamorphoses into the woman he will marry and is himself mistaken for a panther by the wild, shy girl. Flint portrays the hunt as a kind of ritual. Although forbidden by game laws, the nocturnal fire hunt is pursued by the more enterprising local youths. It serves as a local manhood ritual, testing the youth's ability to successfully deal with the powers of nature and the powers of society. Only by matching strength and skill with the adults of the tribe and the laws they make can the boy attain full equality with them. Only when he has proved that he can successfully break the law will his obedience to it have moral significance. Flint reinforces the implication that the fire hunt is a ritual by emphasizing the nocturnal setting, the extra-legal nature of the act, which sets Boone outside the bounds of commodity life, the mysterious nature of the metamorphoses and of the impulse that causes Boone to withhold his fire from the deer/woman, and the fact that the incident has become local legend. Thus Boone is portrayed as a semi-divine, heroic lover of the wild and free wilderness spirit, whose acts of love are the acts of the hunter. The spirit of the wilderness rewards the faithful lover, making him a wife out of the substance of a wild creature. Boone's departure for Kentucky, in Flint's account, follows immediately upon his consummation of his marriage to Rebecca. Having married the avatar of the wilderness spirit, he is ready for the great quests of his heroic career. 425. The fire hunt clarifies the symbolic relationship between Boone and his wilderness world. His relation to his beloved is that of hunter to prey, painter or panther to deer. His act of worship and love is the violent act of the hunter, but it is Boone's restraint of that act, his sublimation of the hunter's passion in that of the husband, priest, and artist which enables him to achieve his symbolic marriage with the female spirit of the wilds. In a similar way, his sublimation of the passion for war in the passion for hunting enabled him to resist degeneration into savagery during his captivity in Indian wars. Once he has exhibited this power of self-restraint, free expression in his art is permitted him, and he begins to paint violent tableaus with his rifle for a brush. Boone kills a bear, a panther, and a deer in extraordinary circumstances or with an incredible marksmanship. He kills 2 Indians with 1 bullet. He picks off the chief of his opponents. The peculiar mingling of love and violence that was implicit in the fire hunt myth of his courtship of his wife becomes his characterizing trait. He destroys the wilderness and the game by the very acts which reveal his love for them. He admires the Indian as an adversary, but his combats ensure that his character as Indian fighter will die with the achievement of victory. Thus his imitation of the Indian becomes the means by which he brings progress to the West and destroys the basis for his own lifeway. Flint's biography of Boone ultimately becomes a justification of the life of the hunter, a life that is regarded as representative of the Western character. Hunting is not simply a necessity for Boone. If it were, he might have become like the Indians, whose dependence on the chase made them unamenable to Christian feelings and progress. For Boone, hunting is at once a luxury and indulgence and a form of religiously disciplined art. Flint describes it as a profession, a discipline in which Boone demonstrates, like any other artist, his tact and superiority, his powers of discrimination and selection, and his power to control his materials, create events, and impose his will on his subject. Flint does not deny that Boone fled from civilization in order to pursue his art, but, he asks, is there any shame in the scholar seeking a quiet study, the saint a cloister, the holy hermit a desert, or the painter a picturesque site for his easel and exotic pigments for his palette? 37. Flint's allusion rings a significant pun out of Rebecca's identification of Boone as a painter. Flint carries the myth a step further and applies it to the character of the whole American nation, as well as of the West. He cites the works of Byron, Bryan, and Cooper as proof that the image of the hunter has charms for all enlightened men and especially for Americans. Even in cities, the mainstays of civilization, men seek to practice this natural 426. Fashion of hunting at every opportunity. The businessman and politician are hunters in their daily lives, and all desire the clean, uncomplicated expression of the hunting passion in the actual chase of a beast. Every American shares with Boone the love of the chase, the conflict, the kill. 38 His acts demonstrate his peculiar combination of love for the wild country and the urge to destroy, digest, and remake it in his own image. In Boone's decency of behavior and gentleness of outward manner there are overtones of the traditional image of the good Quaker and of the gentle warrior depicted by Chenier, Chateaubriand, Byron, and Perrault. But Flint's hero is far more active. He is simultaneously a passionate devotee and lover of the wilderness. He is not simply a man who, by unfortunate circumstances, must hunt game and kill Indians to survive. He is a professional killer, a solitary acolyte perpetually sacrificing and consuming his god. Changing images of the Indian in the West. Flint's vision of the Boone figure provided a model of the Western hero capable of satisfying many if not all of the expectations of both the popular, Southwestern humor-oriented audience of Davy Crockett and the eastward-looking audience of the more respectable James Hall. Flint's Boone mediates between symbolic savagery and civilization, combining the gentleness and self-restraint of Hall's backwoodsman with the professional prowess and independence of the Indian and the Southwestern hunter. We can appreciate the nature of Flint's accomplishment by noting its effect on the image of the Indian in Western writing. For Westerners, the Indian was paradoxically both their racial antagonist and the symbol of their defiance of the East, their wildness and freedom, their independence of customary restraint. Their literary reconciliation to identification with the Indian, exhibited in Indian biographies and other works of the 1840s and 1850s, takes the form of a systematic association of certain Indian heroes with the character of Flint's Boone. They reject Eastern models of reconciliation with the symbolic Indian, the association of Indians with farmers and patriots in Thatcher and Evarts, the linking of images of the noble savage and the childlike innocence of Leatherstocking in Cooper in preference for Flint's hero. Such alteration of the Indian's image in no way altered the Westerner's conviction that the Indian constituted an obstacle to progress on the frontier and that he must be removed from his land and sent into the desert places of the far west. In both East and West, the adoption of a favorable mythology of the Indian coincided with the rapid disappearance of real Indians from the local scene. 427. Prominent among the Western contributions to the literature of Indian biography is Benjamin Drake's Life of Tecumseh, published in Cincinnati in 1841. The history of Tecumseh's Shawnee, like that of Black Hawk's Sauk and Fox's and Evarts's Cherokee, is made to resemble American history in microcosm. For Bostonian Evarts, this history is essentially that of a progressive movement from a pagan culture based on hunting to a Christian culture based on farming. Salvation comes to the Cherokee when they accept from the white, chosen people the gift of Christianity. For Drake, history has a different pattern. Tecumseh is seen as a tragic hero, admirable because he holds unswervingly to the traditions and beliefs of his race, tragic because, for that same reason, he is doomed to defeat by the whites. Evarts's view of history envisions a reconciliation of the races through the destruction of the Indians' racial integrity. Drake's history is a clash of irreconcilable opposites, each with an identical tradition in which it appears as the chosen race and each emigrating from a distant pole to converge on the West. By a tragic paradox, the very similarity between Indian and American history, which suggests the spiritual kinship of Westerner and Indian, is the source of their historical division and conflict. Tecumseh and his brother, the Prophet, are seen as preachers of an Indian revival, red-skinned Puritans in manner and message. The similarities between Tecumseh's account of the Indians' fall from grace and that expounded by white revivalists could not have been lost on Drake's audience. The Shawnee hold themselves born, like Greek Athena, from the brain of God, unlike other Indians, who believe themselves native to their soil. They do not believe that they have emerged from under a mountain or lake, as Heckewelder reports of the Delaware, rather, they report themselves as having emigrated from another land. Like the Israelites from whom the Christians trace descent, they are divided into 12 tribes, and like the Israelites, they periodically receive prophets, who warn their kings of impending doom and turn them to the righteous path. Like the Christian Americans, The Shawnee are said to believe in the fall of man. Originally they were the favored and chosen people of the Master of Life, who was himself an Indian, and the other races were inferior. The Shawnee were made of the brain of God, the French and English of his breast, the Dutch of his feet, and the long knives or Americans of his hands. The Shawnee were given a promised land, Ohio, to dwell in, while the inferior peoples were cast out beyond the stinking lake, the Atlantic. Tecumseh and his brother, the prophet, describe the fall of the tribe in the Jeremianic terms of Cotton Mather preaching to the New English. They became corrupt, and the Master of Life told them that he would 428. Take away the knowledge which they possessed, and give it to the white people, to be restored, when by a return to good principles they would deserve it. Thus the whites appear, as the Indians had appeared to the Puritans, in the guise of divine justice and punishment for sin. God has given the Indians into the hands of these white devils for punishment and regeneration. Tecumseh's message and prophecy are apocalyptic. These things will soon have an end. The Master of Life is about to restore to the Shawanoes both their knowledge and their rights, and he will trample the long knives under his feet. 39. Drake shifts his point of view back and forth between that of the Indian and that of the white man. The wars between them are seen as the result of provocations by the vile classes of whites, who pollute the frontiers with whiskey, debauch, and cheat the Indians, incite them to revenge, and thus set off the cycle of raid and counter-raid that quickly escalates to war. The courage, daring, and tactical genius of the Indians are praised most highly, and the accolade given to American troops is for besting the Indians with their own skills and weapons. Thus there is a blending of character qualities that crosses racial lines. The frontiersmen and the Indians share a common heroism that transcends political and economic differences. Violence accomplishes what a peaceful love could not. Indian and white man are reconciled in the bond that unites the victim with his killer, the prey with the hunter. Tecumseh, the great hero of the Shawnee, embodies this truth in his own career. His education is portrayed as identical with that of Flint's Boone. Like Boone, he is from his youth a leader, particularly delighting in the martial sports that were to be his vocation as a man. Like Boone, he blends humanity with the love of violence and protests against the burning of captives, despite its traditional acceptance by his tribe. If he differs from Boone, it is only in one important respect. Boone was free to choose the life of the hunter as his profession, whereas Tecumseh is compelled to it by circumstances. Therefore Tecumseh, unlike Boone, is subject to and tolerant of the Indians' fanaticism and earthy passions. With this exception, they are brothers in spirit. Drake describes hunting as Tecumseh's favorite amusement, a phrase repeatedly applied to Boone in virtually every work about him. Like Boone, Tecumseh achieves his leadership over his people through his hunting exploits. The parties took to the woods, and at the end of the stipulated time, returned with evidences of their success. None of the party, except Tecumseh, had more than 12 deer skins. He brought in upwards of 30, near 3 times as many as any of his competitors. 429. From this time he was generally conceded to be the greatest hunter in the Shawanoe nation. 40. Like Boone, he pursues hunting for its own sake, not for mere material profit. Hunting is a means of fulfilling social duty. It is the true role of a man in his tribe. The love of property was not a distinguishing trait of his character. On the contrary, his generosity was proverbial. He loved hunting because it was a manly exercise, fit for a brave, and, for the additional reason, that it gave him the means of furnishing the aged and infirm with wholesome and nourishing food. 41. The shared identity of Boone and Tecumseh seems at odds with the assertion that the two are representative heroes of antithetical cultural poles, one of which must be annihilated if the other is to survive. Yet the paradox is itself the essence of the myth of the hunter, in which each man kills the thing he loves, and the thing he loves is both his darker self and his necessary other half, anima. On Papago Mountain, the dying quarry looked at me with my love's eyes, says the Indian chant. In the act of seeking and struggling with this other self, one's own identity is created and confirmed. Thus Benjamin Church takes his new identity from the trophies of the dead King Philip, Boone weds the deer woman, and Melville's Ahab hunts whales on a leg made of whale bone. Preeminent among such heroes in the Western political pantheon was Sam Houston, the George Washington of Texas, a figure who bridges the gap between Boone and Tecumseh. In an autobiography, published anonymously in 1855 as a ploy in his campaign for the presidential nomination, Houston describes himself as the hunter, patriot, and statesman of Texas. Stress is laid on his frontier background, and an affinity for the Indians is among his virtues. In his teens, he says, he left his family and civilization itself to live as an adopted Cherokee, for he preferred measuring deer tracks to tape. He liked the wild liberty of the red men, better than the tyranny of his own brothers. Running wild among the Indians, sleeping on the ground, chasing wild game, living in the forests, and reading Homer's Iliad withal. The description makes him sound like a blend of Boone, Tecumseh, and Thoreau, with perhaps a touch of the classical hero implied by his carrying the Iliad as his sole tie to Euro-American culture. This sojourn of some years among the untutored children of the 430 woods was not a mere boyish holiday but a necessary portion of that wonderful training that fitted him for his strange destiny. In the Indian camp he was initiated into the profound mysteries of the red man's character, and a taste was formed for forest life, which made him, many years after, abandon once more the habitations of civilized men, with their coldness, their treachery, and their vices, and pass years among the children of the Great Spirit. 42 years later, after a failed marriage has blighted the ambitions engendered by his early success in Jacksonian politics, he determined instantly to resign his office as governor, and forego all his brilliant prospects of distinction, and exile himself from the habitations of civilized men. Houston defends this as a resolution more likely to have been begotten by philosophy than by crime. Thus he follows through on the program of going back to the Indians that Timberlake and Crèvecoeur had ironically or sentimentally toyed with at the end of the previous century. He returns to the Cherokee, now displaced to Oklahoma, and when the call to Texas comes, he has been living for 3 years as the chief's adopted son. Houston leaves his wigwam for Texas, and the passage makes an interesting contrast to Boone setting out for Kentucky from his peaceful habitation. Houston's starting point for regeneration and the rise to fame is the wilderness, not the farm or town. Nor does he regard his Indian proclivities as idiosyncratic and only to be justified, as in Boone's case, by his extraordinary powers of philosophy and self-restraint. Rather, they are presented as typical of a new, heroic race of empire builders, these hunter legislators, these squatter founders. A young hero people, a new Rome, coming out of the forests, walking in light, clothed in strength. 43 For Houston, the image of the American hero is that of the white Indian. It is certainly the image he chooses to project of himself in his campaign biography, and he attempts to persuade his reader that he is, like Flint's Boone, not unique but representative of a new class of men. That he is consciously invoking the positive myths of the Indian is reflected in his speaking of his translation from Tennessee to Cherokee, Oklahoma as his return to the forest, although Oklahoma is a land of grassy plains and open spaces. 44 In the world of the Western writers, Boone, Tecumseh, and Houston represent a set of cardinal virtues. They are generous as well as diligent in their trades and pursuits. They do not seek to amass property but consume or give away all that they take. Their values emphasize individual initiative and reliance on one's own forces. Progress is equated with the remaking of one's individual fortune and one's individual spirit. The self-made man is 431. Perpetually engaged in a bustling strife of self-transcendence, making a new identity, or, as Western revival preachers said, a new soul, as he might make a new fortune. Divested of its rhetorical trappings, however, this Western figure appeared in the East in a nightmare guise. Boone's contempt for property and generosity suggested the attitude of the spendthrift, the reckless speculator, the cheap money man, always angling to defraud the creditor of his due. The protean qualities of the self-transcending Westerner, seen with a cold eye, were taken as signs of political and emotional instability, a tendency to disorder, a belief that men might escape the just consequences of flouting civil and divine law. And for the South and the Northeast, the Western resolution of the problem of American kinship with the Indians was not acceptable. It too readily equated the American character with the radical democratic, Jacobinic spirit traditionally associated with the Indian. It made figures like Jackson politically powerful symbols around which the radical sentiments of Eastern workers and reformers could coalesce. Eastern responses to Western heroes. The traditional division of the seaboard states into New England, the Middle Colonies, and the Old South had some value as a description of sectional divisions in the East. The Middle Colonies, or, more specifically, Philadelphia and New York City, were the hub of the nation, the main entry ports for European goods and literature and the distributors of such things to the other sections. Of all the seaboard states, New York and Pennsylvania had the closest literary ties to the West, since they lay at the terminus of the main routes of commerce and since they contained substantial tracts of wilderness and recently settled territory themselves. The Axis cities were also the centers to which New England writers with aspirations to a national reputation brought their works. The resemblance between the popular literary tradition of the West and that of New England derives in part from the fact that the Axis distributors made money by transmitting literature from New England to the Northwest and back again. This circumstance reinforced the links forged by the patterns of emigration. When New Englanders emigrated, they followed the Erie Canal Great Lakes route to the West. The impact of the West and its literature on the New England mind was therefore strongly felt. New England's reaction to the West was shaped by its political and social tensions but complicated by its long-standing commitment to bring civilization and Christianity to the wilder. 432. Ness. The dilemma was much like that of the 17th and 18th centuries, in which the Puritans were torn between their vision of the promise of America and their fears of cultural dissolution. New England was economically weak as the 19th century began, and it only slowly gained a position of relative economic security. The states were small in size, and their populations, which had been ample enough in the 18th century, were no longer growing as quickly as the population of the western and middle states. The errand into the wilderness was valid in the small area of New England, but the West was too vast, capable of absorbing too many people and changing them into hunters and half-Indians. In literature, the New England reaction fell into traditional patterns. Its writers dealt with the West through the old literary genres of the war narrative, the captivity, and the travel or emigration narrative. One of the most popular practitioners of this New England art was Henry Trumbull, a kinsman of John Trumbull of Norwich and author-editor of History of the Discovery of America, the most popular anthology of Indian war narratives in the 19th century. 45. The anthology first appeared in Brooklyn, New York, and Norwich, Connecticut, in 1810 and was extensively edited and added to over the next half-century, appearing at various times in Boston, New York, and Trenton. The thesis of this work, implicit in the ordering of the various articles, is that the true flowering of America was in the days of the Puritan triumph over the Indians, that all before that epoch was a strife between pagans and papists for material booty, and that the annexation of the transmontane West, motivated by materialistic greed, caused Americans to overextend themselves in the wilderness, dissipate their power, and purchase a series of horrid defeats. 3 types of Indian war narratives are used to convey this message. The first third of the book is an account of the greed-motivated Spanish conquest of the Aztec and Inca empires, written by Trumbull himself. The second part, also by Trumbull, deals with the Indian Wars of New England and the triumph of Puritanism over King Philip. The last third of the book consists of accounts by various hands of the British and American defeats in Indian warfare west of the mountains, beginning with an adaptation of Filson's Boone narrative. A running commentary by Trumbull, plus certain editorial changes in the articles, constitute the only explicit links between the pieces. In subsequent editions of the anthology, the last section on defeats was enlarged until it accounted for virtually half of the text. Like Filson, Trumbull begins with a preface in which he defines a motive for the discoverers of a new world. Filson, bowing to the values of the Enlightenment, cited curiosity for knowledge of God's world as boons. 433. Chief motive. Trumbull omits this passage and substitutes for it a Calvinist vision of human selfishness and depravity. To the avarice of mankind, and the enterprise of the Portuguese, we owe the present abundance of the gold, the silver, the precious stones, and the rich manufactures. To that same avarice we owe the discovery of the New World, the idea of whose very existence was for a long while held so absurd, that the love of gain itself could not prompt men to the undertaking. 46. Thus Trumbull, like the Romantics, associates materialism with the aspirations of the frontiersmen, the explorers and adventurers who are the vanguard of civilization in the wilderness. But his tradition is Calvinist, and his heroes are the militant divines and pious soldiers who imposed a religious order on the material chaos of the New World. Where the Romantic admires passion and indulgence in a variety of intense emotions, Trumbull admires the orderly and restrained habits of the Puritans. The ruling metaphor of his work is the contrast between the symmetry of Puritan law and life and the monstrous, disproportioned, American world of nature gone wild. Let us for a moment contemplate the situation of this country. Before 1620 an almost impenetrable forest, abounding with savages and beasts of prey. The vast trees that grew up to the clouds so encumbered with plants that they could scarcely be got at, the human race, clothed with the skins of monsters, fled from each other, or pursued only with intent to destroy. But our forefathers landed, and very soon changed the face of New England. Essential to their achievement of symmetry is the destruction of the Indian, a task which Trumbull sees, with Mather, as a holy crusade. They destroyed or dispersed a horde of fierce and bloodthirsty savages. They introduced order and symmetry by the assistance of the instruments of art. And thus the New World, like the Old, became subject to man. 47. The focus of Trumbull's anthology is the section dealing with New England's triumphs. The chapters on the conquest of Latin America serve to emphasize the piety and asceticism of the Puritan fathers by dwelling on the imperial opulence of New and Old Mexico and Peru, and on the blood orgies of the pagans and the Inquisition. The defeats of the Western armies, recounted in the last third of the book, are also used to point up the differences between the conquest of New England in the name of God and the conquest of Kentucky for wealth and power. Within the section on Indian wars before 1765, Trumbull's entire concern is with the New England. 434. Wars. No mention whatever is made of the Carolinian Wars against the Cherokee in 1760-62, the Yamasee War of 1715, or the Jamestown Massacres. To Trumbull, the history of the American attempt to establish a nation in the wilderness is the history of the Puritan conquest and transformation of the Indian's world. Trumbull's version of the Boone narrative is in the final section of the anthology, dealing with the Indian Wars of the West. The major theme of the section is the defeat and destruction of the whites, climaxing the incredible hardships and dangers of Western settlement. Although Boone succeeds in surviving the Indian Wars, the reader is forced to conclude that America has reached her farthest limit in Kentucky. No longer does God make victory relatively easy, as he did in the days of the Puritan fathers. Trumbull presents Boone in the context of numerous accounts of defeat, implying that Boone's accomplishments have been achieved with the last strength rather than the renewed energy of civilization. The power of God and of civilization, which sustains Boone, has reached its limits in his settlements. To extend its sphere of action farther from the center of society would weaken it to destruction. Trumbull uses a text of the Boone narrative which is virtually identical with that of John Trumbull's 1786 Norwich edition. In both versions, Boone's philosophical and sentimental meditations are deleted, to emphasize the man of action in Boone and weaken the traces of intellectual sophistication in his character. Where Filson shows the frontiersman as an exemplar of civilized virtues, John and Henry Trumbull portray a man of minimal cultivation or education, resembling the truly civilized man as the shadow represents the body. Trumbull's Boone does represent civilized values, although these have been weakened through long exposure to the wilderness. 3 textual alterations made by Henry Trumbull in his 1811 edition suggest the nature of this weakening process. In the original, Brooklyn and Norwich, 1810, editions of his anthology, he copied the ending of John Trumbull's edition of the Boone narrative with the words, "Peace crowns the sylvan shade." In the later editions he eliminates this phrase and ends on a more pious note with Boone's assertion that I have been, an instrument ordained to settle the wilderness. By eliminating the reference to the attainment of peace, Trumbull implies that the war with the Indians has not yet been resolved. At the same time, he suggests a kinship between Boone and the Puritans, who also battled in the name of God. But Boone is a weakened son of the Puritans, subject to unmanly terrors, a helpless witness to unspeakable atrocities. In Filson's original portrait, Boone viewed nature's 435 loveliness from his commanding ridge and achieved an inner sense of peace and resignation. Trumbull's Boone is allowed no such resolution. After the account of Boone's view from the ridge top, Trumbull inserts the words, "At a distance I frequently heard the hideous yells of savages." Fear, not felicity, is the result of Boone's wilderness ordeal. Finally, Trumbull adds a touch of sensational heightening to Filson's original account of the settlers' sufferings, as if to emphasize the overwhelming power of Indian evil in the West. Filson recounted an attack on Ashton's Station, in which the Indians killed one man and carried off a Negro slave. In Trumbull's 1811 edition, this passage is drastically altered. No men are killed, but the Indians are said to have ravished, killed, and scalped a woman and her 2 daughters near Ashton's Station. 48 The publication history of Trumbull's anthology spans nearly 40 years and suggests that his persistent association of the West with defeat and terror gradually made his book a distinctly New England document. The first edition appeared in Brooklyn and in Norwich in 1810. Since New York was a major publication and distribution center, works published there circulated widely throughout the areas it served, the New England towns along the Sound, the Hudson Valley, and western New York. Although Philadelphia was still dominant in literary publishing for the South and West, New York had begun to make inroads in these sections as well. However, after these 2 editions and a Trenton edition in 1812, Trumbull's book did not appear outside of New England. In New England it was first published in Trumbull's hometown of Norwich. It went through 2 editions there in 1810, a third in 1811, which contained several important textual changes, and a fourth in 1812. In 1817 Trumbull took the work and his shop to Boston, where all subsequent editions appeared in 1819, 1822, 1828, at least once in every year from 1830 to 1836, and in 1840. In 1841 the title was changed to History of the Indian Wars, and under that title it was reissued in 1844 and 1846-48. In 1840, in Boston, Jerome Van Crowninshield Smith published a condensed history of the wars with the Indians, which substantially reproduced Trumbull's 1840 edition. Despite Boston's reputation as the hub of the universe, books published there did not circulate widely even in New England at that time. New England authors who sought circulation usually went to New York publishers. The book's popularity within this restricted area was considerable, however, and its reputation was fairly high. In the 1820s Samuel G. Drake listed it as one of the standard texts on the Indian Wars. It is a virtual certainty that Cooper, who was educated in the southern New England area and who read Indian war books avidly, was acquainted with an early edition of the 436 work. But while its influence could be felt in national literature through the medium of Cooper, its influence as a cultural document remained purely sectional. Trumbull's portrayal of Boone as a latter-day Puritan victimized and all but defeated by the terrors, Indians, and renegades of the West, but still holding to his belief in God's power suited New England's traditional conception of its own relationship to the frontier and gave little scope to later conceptions of the frontiersman as hero. Trumbull elaborated on this concept in a pamphlet, published at Providence in 1817, 1819, and 1824, called Western Emigration, Journal of Dr. Jeremiah S. Impleton's Tour to Ohio. The work, cast as a fable or a fiction, is a tract denouncing emigration to the West. Trumbull draws on all the conventions of the come-outer Puritan emigration tracts as well as Mather's anti-immigration sermons and turns them against the new land of promise. The motives for emigration, by this account, are born of man's darker, wilder nature. They chiefly consist in an irrational restlessness, an indisposition to be content with enjoyment of God-blessed New England, not unlike Adam's and Eve's discontent with the garden. Instead of power and wealth, emigrants find ruin and death, the wastage and dissipation of vigor. In Trumbull's eyes, the emigration impulse is not simply Adamic but essentially Faustian. It reflects a desire for all kinds of temporal power. Wealth and popularity that can, as in Crockett's case, be turned to political advantage are the obvious aims of this wild and chimerical pursuit, but Trumbull also speaks of the emigrant as seeking the philosopher's stone in this boasted land of promise. Happy are those who return, before irremediably ruined, to their ancestral home, to take up again the frugal and industrious life of New England and enjoy the benefits of the unrivaled society of Puritan Christians. 49 Simpleton expects the West to be another Garden of Eden, abounding in docile game and fruitful soil. He expects to survive by hunting until his first crop is made, but he finds the life of the hunter too full of surprising reverses. While you are ambushing a bear or buffalo, in fond expectation of making a meal of one of them, one or the other may lie in ambush with as fond expectation of making a meal of you. 50 This is, in fact, the outcome of Simpleton's own hunt for a bargain in land and a life of ease. The speculator from whom he thinks to take his trophy entraps him, as he says, far more easily than he could have snared an animal. Simpleton's ambitions to be great in the West depend for their fulfillment on the sparseness of the Western population, retired from the world as a body may say, I am captain and colonel of all I survey. 437. All within my power to control. A farm of 300 acres I've here. If with pickaxe I pick up an acre a year, how long will it take me to pick up the whole? Hi-ho. Deedle-dum day. 51. Through Simpleton, Trumbull mocks the Western fondness for military titles, a trait remarked by most European travelers as a symptom of the upstart nature of the Westerner, his insolent desire to equal and surpass his betters by fair means or foolish. Simpleton's aspirations in this line have dire consequences. His fortune and health are ruined. Moreover, he exposes the females of his family to the physical and psychological hardships that, as a Christian and a civilized man, he ought to have kept far from them. These are entirely the result of that solitude that Simpleton has sought in order to overstep his rank and station. 52 Simpleton's sin consists in having willfully sought the solitude of the wilderness, embarked on a quest or hunt for some prize in the woods. Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett, being far more ambitious hunters, were therefore far greater sinners. Their active pursuit of the Indians' amusement of hunting and their refusal to return to the civilized fold were taken as signs of their racial degeneracy. This denigrating view was held by a number of Eastern writers. Thus Washington Irving's Astoria, 1836, prophesied that those who settle in the Great Plains will become a mongrel race of brigands. 53 C. Wilder, who edited and published an important edition of Filson's narrative in 1823, spoke mockingly of Boone's prejudice in favor of the Indian and his dislike of the Yankees, implying that Boone was a white Indian, the product of a spiritual marriage with the barbarous spirit of the wilderness. Wilder's edition was important because it brought together several sectional versions of Boone's character: the John Trumbull text of Filson's narrative, an account of Boone's career from Western sources, the Indian War Treatise on Tactics by former captive James Smith, erroneously attributed to Boone, Wilder's own sarcastic critique of Boone, and Byron's effusive eulogy from Don Juan. The book itself, which appeared in Brooklyn in 1823 and was pirated in Providence by Henry Trumbull in 1824, testifies to New York City's importance as a literary marketplace, tying the West, the South, New England, and Europe together. It suggests that New York editors and writers were subject to a broader spectrum of influences than those of the other sections, and that New York publishers were the discoverers and interpreters of American literary taste and the channel through which the taste of the South and West moved, to influence. 438. The production of literature on the coast. 54. From the compendium of images of Boone offered by Wilder, writers could choose those images that suited the stereotypes of Western character which had evolved from the social conditions of their particular sections. South Carolina's William G. Sims, for instance, preferred the Byronic image of a noble, aristocratic Boone, while New Englanders elected that offered by Wilder in his own contribution to the melange, the image of a white Indian renegade. The text of the Boone narrative used by Wilder is that employed by John Trumbull in 1786 and later by Henry Trumbull in his famous anthology. This text omits most of Boone's philosophical and mental speculations, leaving the impression that he was a man of action, rarely a man of thought. Hunting is his chief amusement, rather than his dire necessity or his art. To reinforce this barbaric adventurousness, the editor attributes to Boone the remarks made by James Smith in his treatise on the Indians. This treatise had been published along with the Boone narrative in Metcalfe's anthology, and the vague wording of the title page of Metcalfe's book seemed to indicate that Boone had written the treatise. Wilder apparently saw Metcalfe's edition and amalgamated the accounts of Boone and Smith. However, he did not use Metcalfe's text of the Boone narrative, in which the philosophical pretensions of Filson's original were retained intact. Wilder shared Trumbull's hostility toward the West, and he vented his anger on Boone. His editorial comment on Smith's Indian treatise is typical. By the foregoing the reader will perceive how greatly prejudiced was Colonel Boone in favor of the tawny inhabitants of the western wilderness, whose manners and habits he did not hesitate to declare to the day of his death were far more agreeable to him than those of a more civilized and refined race. 55. Smith's treatise, which is the immediate occasion for this editorial rancor, is hardly an apology for the Indians. Like most realistic treatments written by frontiersmen, it recognizes the Indians' prowess and urges its imitation by white soldiers. Its most positive evaluation of the Indians is its recognition of their intense love of the wilderness land, a love in which Smith finds nothing objectionable. But Smith's treatise is included by Wilder in a sketch of Boone's later career, ostensibly written by a kinsman of the hero living in Cincinnati. The attitude of this putative relation is indicated by his assertion that the great object of the colonel appears to have been to live as far as possible from every white inhabitant in order to pursue his barbaric amusements without hindrance. Wilder interprets the Sen 439 Timent as a sign of active hostility toward his own racial traits, a deliberate and degenerate preference for the Indian over the white. His reaction to Boone's elbow room remark exactly parallels that of Increase Mather to the same expression 150 years before. 56. Wilder has Boone state his sentiments in the terms most offensive to his audience. It was frequently remarked by him, that while he could never with safety repose confidence in a Yankee, he had never been deceived by an Indian, when he had once declared himself friendly disposed, and that so far as his own experience would enable him to judge, he would certainly prefer a state of nature to a state of civilization. 57. This section is followed by the editor's commentary quoted above and then by an account of Boone's death, in which Wilder's irony is apparent. Considerable search found the poor old man stretched lifeless on the ground near one of his traps. Beside him stood his faithful dog, pawing and smelling of the dead body of his master. Nor would he quit it until forced to. It was supposed that the death of this extraordinary man was occasioned by a fit of apoplexy. 58. For apoplectic rage, as Wilder has insinuated, was Boone's characteristic reaction to the encroachments of civilization. Despite the ironic tone of this passage, Wilder appends Byron's eulogy without editorial comment. This is especially surprising, since Byron's view of Boon's peaceful and harmless old age contradicts his own. The net impression left by the book is that of an unresolved problem in point of view. Is the reader to accept the prose turn and pro-Indian statements of Boon and Smith, or the critical strictures of the Easterner, or the effusive admiration of the English Romantic poet? Wilder did no more than suggest his own choice in the pamphlet. Even the excerpt from Smith's treatise on emulation of the Indians in warfare is allowed to speak for itself before Wilder imposes on it his editorial judgment that it indicates Boon's anti-white bias. The American elements that make up Wilder's book are drawn from the West and the Middle States as well as from New England. They are written by participants like Smith, clever editors like Metcalfe, Filson, and Trumbull, and outright fantasists like Byron. The image of Boon in England and in the several sections of the United States had been fixed and stereotyped under the pressure of literary conventions and social conditions. By juxtaposing these stereotypes, Wilder helped to unfix the image of the hero, to make him problematical and thus provoke deeper investigation of the Boon hero and his cultural implications. Moreover, Wilder couched the problem of Boon in literary terms. 440. Suggesting literary patterns of solution to the fledgling novelists of the 1820s and 1830s and making possible the merging of the myth-oriented popular works with the literary writing of the American Renaissance. As Wilder's inclusion of Byron's eulogy suggests, New England's view of the West was not wholly negative. If the descendants of the Puritans felt something like their grandfathers' dismay at the threat of degeneration in the wilderness, they also had inherited the hope that impelled the early Puritans to emigrate. New Englanders continued moving west through upper New York State and into the Northwest Territory, where New England governments had reserves of land for their people. There was a crucial difference, however, between the New England emigrants and the Boons and Crockett's. Where the latter moved singly or in clans into empty districts, the New Englanders often moved as communities or at least attempted to establish all the forms and institutions of their home villages in a prospective settlement before or during the process of moving in. In addition, the social radicalism of the Jacksonians gradually became respectable through its persistence in national politics, especially since the intellectual progress of New England made it a hotbed of enthusiasm for democratic reform movements. The results can be seen in the development of an alternative to the white Indian Boon in New England and New York literature, an image of Boon as the protector of the social values cherished by the Puritans, rather than of the antisocial values so attractive to the European Romantics and Westerners. Development and extension of captivity mythology. This positive image of Boon was most clearly expressed and permanently fixed in marble by Horatio Greenough in his Rescue Group, commissioned for the National Capitol in 1838 and finished in 1851. The statue consists of 5 figures, dominated by a naked Indian brandishing a large tomahawk. His arms are spread and pennywoned by a powerful, giant figure clad in a rough blouse and a strange hat, half helmet and half liberty cap. The 2 figures together make a single vertical column in the center of the statue. To their left is a hunting dog, and to their right is a woman huddled over her infant, shielding him from the hatchet. Proportions are strangely distorted. The woman is exceptionally diminutive when compared with the Indian, while the rescuer is so gigantesque as to make the Indian seem adolescent. Yet the giant's whole purpose is centered on the small woman and tiny infant. It is for them that he exerts his strength. Without the least. 441. Coaching from the sculptor. Greenough's work was popularly dubbed Daniel Boone Protects His Family, testifying to the ubiquity of the image of Boone as the archetypal American hero. This was the aspect in which the successors of the Puritans could see Boone as a hero, as the rescuer in the framework of a captivity, not as the hunter in an open wilderness. In the former context, Boone's role as hero is determined by his relationship with social and Christian values, as represented by the woman and child. In the latter he is alone. The context is, to Eastern eyes, dark and empty of all save dreams and fears, and the hero is embarked on a profound and solitary quest, with violence and strange marriage at its end. Perhaps the most significant use of the captivity mythology was in the narratives of Southern slavery published by the abolitionists between 1830 and 1860. 59. These narratives were largely personal accounts by escaped or freed former slaves, some of them genuinely autobiographical, some fictional, some the result of collaboration between the former slaves and white abolitionists. Given this variety of auctorial characters, the consistency of the narrative pattern from account to account is remarkable. The black slave undergoes the classic captivity. He, or she, is born with a natural predisposition to Christian meekness, humility, and charity that, in Puritan times, would surely have been taken as a sign of indwelling grace and marked him as elect. The slave's circumstances, however, make it impossible for this Christian soul to realize itself. The slave system denies him, in most cases, the full benefits of instituted worship, subjects him to the lusts and whims of a worldly master, and perverts his loyalty and willingness to work into the brutality of the overseer and the laziness and carelessness of the forced laborer. Like the white Puritan captive to Indians, the slave is in an alien environment, a Christian in hell. If he succeeds in hell's terms, he becomes like the devils around him, like the white Indian renegade. If he fails, by being shiftless, thievish, or careless, he falls into habits that any exponent of the Protestant ethic must regard as evil and in that way shares the devil's nature. There is nothing he can do but escape or be redeemed from his captivity. The escape is often accompanied or preceded by a religious conversion. Discovering the sweetness of Christ, the slave perceives his master's distance from the white man's ostensible Christianity and recognizes his own sinfulness in cooperating with, admiring, and emulating his white master. In one of the best of these accounts, Father Josiah Henson's story of his own life, this sense of sin, the necessary precondition for Puritan conversion, is accentuated by the fact that Henson has served as an overseer and, in an attempt to be like his master, has prevented some of 442 his fellow slaves from attaining freedom. Revulsion from sin frees the black soul of its spiritual bondage to slavery, the aid of Christian men frees his body as well, and the redemption of the soul is followed by the rescue of the body, as in the classic captivity of Mary Rowland's son. True to the pattern, the narrative ends with the reunion of the family group sundered by captivity. In this slave captivity narrative, the contemporary characters of black man, Southerner, and abolitionist take on the mythic disguises of 17th and 18th century captivities. The black, like Mrs. Rowland's son and her fellows, is passive under the sufferings of exile, enforced servitude, and the rupture of the family. Father Henson, V/Ho's mother is sold away from him, accepts the tragedy as part of his lot and tries to be a good nigger. The captives and the slaves' heroism is internal, they become true Christians under the stress of unchristian circumstances. Physical rescue is an adjunct of this spiritual rescue and is most often effected, not by the captive's strength or intelligence, but by the power of an outside, semi-divine agency. Father Henson frankly avows a sense of pride in his skill and courage, which enabled him first to make his escape from the South and then to return and aid other slaves to escape. Harriet Beecher Stowe, who based the character of Uncle Tom on Henson, found it necessary to eliminate this quality of Henson's character in order to make her protagonist more perfectly an embodiment of the Christian values of American society, values that had traditionally been embodied in the figure of the white female captive. She embodies the militant aspect of Henson in the figure of George Harris, whose pride and willingness to shoot his way to freedom are morally suspect and are rebuked both by the pacifism of the Quakers on the Underground Railroad and by the sentimental pleas of his Christian wife, Eliza. Uncle Tom's Cabin acquires much of its force from its ironic inversions of the classic captivity narrative situation, in which the dark people captivate the white. Nonetheless, it preserves the structures and moral biases of that mythology intact. The admirable qualities of Tom are those of the captive: passivity, persistence in Christianity in the face of torment, charity, sympathy, purity. As Mrs. Rowland's son moved from the mild bondage to vanity, in Lancaster, to a vision of the explicit bondage of her soul to sin, in the Indian camp, So Tom moves from the gentle servitude of Kentucky to the more drastic slavery of the Deep South. His qualities of character are, as William R. Taylor notes, feminine qualities, as these were seen in the literature of 19th-century America, and the archetypal protagonist of the captivity was either actually or symbolically Fay 443. Male. Thus Wendell Phillips reports that at an abolition meeting a former slave failed to rouse the enthusiasm of the crowd until he had evoked an image of a black mother being whipped for protecting her child, and pictures and anecdotes in anti-slavery journals dwelt upon the persecution of female slaves in images and language which echo the captivity literature of the Mathers. 60. The masculine qualities of intelligence, lust for power, strength, and the will and capacity to exploit are, in Mrs. Stowe's novel, the attributes of whites, not, as in the captivity myths, the attributes of darks. George Harris is proud and violent because of his white blood and white appearance. Tom is described as a pure African. The quintessential character of the white male exploiter is that of Simon Legree, a planter whose style of life and manners are those of a Simon Suggs or Sut Loving Good, whose ancestry is sharp-dealing Yankee, and whose current status is that of slave driver in short. A figure who combines all the evils of exploitive commerce, as these were perceived in New England. 61. Significantly, Legree shares the characteristic attributes of the most evil figures in the captivity narratives. He is a monster of sensuality, with a craving for miscegenation. He is lazy, living by the labor of captives and women. He devotes his time to pleasure, profligacy, and hunting. There are good planters as well as bad, but their goodness arises from their sharing the nature and, to some extent, the situation of the captive. Thus St. Clair is seen as an unwilling captive of the slave system, bound to it by spiritual weakness. As a man, he is more effeminate in his helplessness than Uncle Tom and therefore is still more to be pitied, according to the standards of the captivity myth. The spectrum of Southern character and motivation, both black and white, is reduced in this novel to the presentient, simple types of the captivity mythology. The real slave's complex motives for acquiescing in and rebelling against slavery, as expressed by Father Henson, are reduced in Uncle Tom to the ineluctable image of captive feminine Christianity. The slave owner appears either as the white Indian Legree, a latter-day Simon Girty, the courtier gone native Alfred St. Clair, an updated François Hurdle, or the enervated Augustine St. Clair, a moral successor to the Canadian priests whose long sojourn with the dark Indians sapped their fiber and made them passive before the evils their flocks engaged in. Mrs. Stowe's use of the captivity mythology is, however, not self-conscious, as is Cooper's use of frontier materials. Her falling into the idiom of the captivity myth and her audience's response to that idiom is apparently unconscious and characteristic. That this coincidence of mind be 444. Tween audience and propagandists significantly contributed to the success of abolitionist propaganda seems clear. But the success of the captivity myth in abolitionist tracts had its ill consequences as well, reinforcing as it did the tendency toward stereotyping of sectional characters and the oversimplification of the South's problem. The captivity myth's terms contained a pattern for solving that problem which was to prove ultimately destructive of the ends of abolitionism. More obviously sinister was the revival of the captivity myth in the anti-Catholic propaganda of the nativist movement of the Jacksonian period. Playing on the traditional participation of the Catholic nunneries of Montreal and Quebec in the forcible conversion of Indian captives from 1689 to 1764, writers like Charles Frothingham told tales of Protestant maids being abducted and persecuted into conversion. Maria Monk's spurious account of the frauds, abductions, and sexual abominations of Montreal's Hôtel Dieu was both a bestseller and a cause célèbre. She and others mention the presence of squaw nuns and Indian superstition in the convent. Frothingham's works were in part responsible for the destruction of Charlestown's orphanage and other Catholic institutions by Protestant mobs. 62. The apparent revival of the captivity mystique was accompanied by the resurrection of most of the old Puritan narratives of captivity and disaster. In the 1820s, Samuel G. Drake of Boston began a series of reprints of colonial narratives that continued to appear into the 1860s. Increase Mather's tracts on King Philip's War and the tracts of Saltonstall and Hutchinson were among those reprinted. The most popular single narrative was Drake's edition of Benjamin Church's narrative, but he set the old hero's tale in a framework of captivities, both current and traditional. In this guise the work was reissued 13 times in New York, Boston, and Exeter, New Hampshire, between 1825 and 1846. Other collections of captivities and similar or related narratives were titled Indian Captivities, Boston, 1839, Tragedies of the Wilderness, Boston, 1846, The Old Indian Chronicle, Boston, 1836, and Indian Biography, which was reissued 9 times between 1832 and 1845 under various titles and with numerous editions. Drake sometimes reprinted the narratives as he found them, but he sometimes composed versions of his own for the purpose of discovering the dominant themes and significances of the captivity experience. Like Flint in his abstraction of Boone's hunting expedition and captivity, Drake was detailing the pattern of an experience which he himself regarded as archetypal. Among the most interesting of the reprints that appeared during this 445 period, although not published by Drake, is the first American reprint, 1831, of Robert Rogers' Adventures, Reminiscences of the French War, 3.765. Rogers, out of favor because of his pro-British leanings in the Revolution, is here refurbished as an authentic New England hero, and his revolutionary disservices are discounted. The editor of the volume, Luther Roby, is at pains to identify Rogers' Rangers with New Hampshire and the New England frontier. However, he acknowledges freely, and even with a touch of unpuritanical pride, that Rogers's men fought in the barbarous manner of their enemies. They were, to fight the enemy according to his own fashion, and with his own weapons. If they sometimes deviated from the usages of civilized warfare, in making use of the scalping knife, the barbarity of the enemy, the law of retaliation, and the emergency of the time must be their apology. They were compelled to fight the Indians upon their own terms. 63. Obedience to the principle of retaliation, inherent in the captivity mythology, sanctifies their Indian-like mode of warfare. Frank acceptance of this principle, however, signifies the open adoption of a method of justice that had been traditionally associated with the vengeful Indian and, on that ground, condemned. Just as in Mather's treatment of the captivity to specters of mercy short, the need to combat the Indian becomes the excuse for adopting an Indian ethic. The author of Reminiscences goes so far as to offer Rogers's example as a means of preserving American loyalty to revolutionary principles, despite the fact that Washington proscribed Rogers as a British sympathizer. 64 Reminiscences also includes a number of highly interesting captivity tales which reflect both the continuing power of the captivity myth, with its anti-Indian values, and the counter-tendency to accept initiation into the Indian's world as a precondition for American heroism. The story of William Moore, one of the Rangers, involves a captivity of 6 years, during which Moore is compelled to eat, or at least mouth, the heart of a fellow captive and is then adopted as a son by the mother of an Indian Moore had killed. Thus killer and victim, captive and captor become reconciled. Like Boone, Moore gained the affections of the savages during his protracted stay. 65 His partaking of the wilderness Eucharist seems not to have disqualified him for membership in the roll of those sanctified by captivity. Even more striking is the narrative, included in Roby's book, of John Stark's captivity and later adventures. Stark, New Hampshire's great hero in the Revolution and a former ranger, was captured by the St. Francis Indians when a young man. His treatment among them is described in much. 446. The same manner as that of Boone. Like Filson's Boone, he gains their approval and adoption by a chief because of his bravery and refusal to do squaw's work. Like the Boone of Wilder's scurrilous account, Stark's experience leads him to contrast civilized with savage men to the advantage of the latter. They were pleased with his boldness, called him young chief, and he was accordingly adopted as the son of their sachem. In the latter days of his life, he used to relate with much humor the incidents of his captivity, observing that he had experienced more genuine kindness from savages of St. Francis, than he ever knew prisoners of war to receive from any civilized nation. 66. That Stark should be permitted to speak thus, in a narrative intended to portray him as an exemplary hero, is a sign of the changes in New England attitudes toward the frontier that had taken place since the Puritans. Still, it is worth noting that Stark's acceptance of Indian adoption is sanctified by the fact that he is a captive, not a voluntary renegade. Even Crockett acquired an odor of sanctity after his captivity and martyrdom at the Alamo. Thus the captivity tradition held as strong in popular literature as in religious enthusiasm. In 1824, the same year in which Henry Trumbull's pirated version of Wilder's book appeared in Providence, two popular captivities were published in New England and New York. The response to these works suggests that the captivity pattern still expressed that section's conception of its relationship to the two extremes of American life and history: civilized Europe and the savage wilderness. The first of these works was Israel Ralph Potter's tale of his captivity in England, published by Henry Trumbull. The second, James Seaver's account of the Indian captivity of Mary Jemison, the white woman of the Genesee. Both narratives are in the quasi-fictional form traditionally favored by American presses, but both were received as literature. Seaver's narrative sold as well as the novels of Scott and Cooper during the 1820s, and in the year of its appearance it sold better than either novelist. Potter's narrative, while less popular, became the basis for a novel by Melville. Both narratives reflect the developments in the frontier literature of the preceding half-century, particularly the discovery that the marriage myth or marriage metaphor lies at the bottom of the captivity genre, and of the Indian war and exploration genres as well. Potter and Seaver offer an inverted view of the marriage metaphor as Flint and Bird had expressed it. Flint, Spoon and Bird's English colonists are renewed in strength by their marriage to the women of the wilderness. The marriages 447 of Potter and Mrs. Jemison result in the prolongation of their exiles. Their captivities are of 50 years' duration and the intensification of their miseries. Like Wilder's Boone, the protagonists suffer a racial degeneration by their wedding of American and non-American qualities. As in the traditional captivity narrative, Israel Potter and Mary Jemison represent the values of American society in an alien and hostile world. Their ordeals are a testing of their fidelity to those values and of the power of such fidelity to redeem the soul from its hellish bondage. Potter and Mrs. Jemison attempt to live by the remembered standards of American or Christian morality and social decency, and both, or their editors for them, express an acute awareness of the view society will take of their acts during their captivity. Both, however, are forced to adjust to their surroundings, and the power of American values in their daily lives weakens as memory grows faint. This necessary adaptation to their circumstances is most dramatically expressed in their marriages to representatives of the cultures that hold them captive. Ultimately, however, Mrs. Jemison and Israel Potter are redeemed from captivity and attain something like a proper place in their native society. Potter begins life as an Indian trader and mariner, fights at Bunker Hill, and is captured by the British on a privateering foray. He is taken to England and, like Ethan Allen before him, attempts to serve his nation's cause as a spy and a spokesman for the American cause. His marriage to an Englishwoman and the birth of a son make it impossible for him to take passage to America with other returning captives at the war's end, for the American government will pay only for its own citizens, and Potter, like the Dutchman Van Leur in de Kalb's narrative of the Western Indians, will not desert the wife of his captivity. He is thus compelled to eke out a miserable living as a mender of old chairs, doomed to poverty, dependence, and social inferiority when he might have lived as an independent yeoman on his own land in America. Ultimately, the death of his wife frees him, and he returns to America at the age of 70 to seek, unsuccessfully, a pension. Mrs. Jemison's narrative closely parallels Potter's, but where the former soldier experiences the social hardships of a poor American in a class-oriented society, Mrs. Jemison experiences the profound psychological trauma of a helpless Christian soul in the clutches of the devil's people, the embodiment of all her dark impulses. Her psychological plight is far more severe than Potter's, since he is a mature man when captured and she is a young girl. Potter retains strong memories of his past, but she soon loses the memory of Christianity and the habits of white communities. Re. 448. Taining only the unhelpfully vague knowledge that she does not belong among her adopted people. Potter returns from Europe, but Mrs. Jemison never wholly escapes from the world of the Indian. Even though the tatters of her white inheritance still invest her in her captivity and enable her to end her days in respectability and relative affluence as the heiress of tribal lands, she retains a sense of guilt about her marriages. Her peace of mind is constantly threatened by the outbreaks of fratricidal and Oedipal violence within her family and by her own inability either to impose matriarchal order or to mollify by feminine suasion, in the manner of Mrs. Rowland's son. Although Seaver's account closely resembles the traditional captivity narrative, he makes some important departures from the traditional images and value structures, which reflect the changing attitudes of New Englanders toward the Indians and their historic relationship to them. Seaver's treatment thus becomes a blend of self-contradictory and ambivalent ideas about the Indians and their merit relative to America and Europe. He gives a sympathetic account of the Indian myths of creation and Indian morality but decries Indian superstition. He appends numerous accounts of Indian and renegade atrocities but makes no attempt to conceal or explain away Mrs. Jemison's evident affection and admiration for her warrior husbands and her attainment through them of a respectable financial position in New York State. Potter emerges from European captivity an old, broken, ruined man. Mrs. Jemison emerges with more wealth and position than she had before her captivity, albeit with severe psychological wounds. Potter's tale was retold by Melville, but even in that form it had a limited popularity. Mrs. Jemison's narrative was a bestseller in 1824 and for many years thereafter, its sales, in fact, placed it on a par with the novels of Cooper and Scott. 67 Seaver describes Mrs. Jemison, from whose lips he heard her narrative, as an extraordinarily active woman of 50, whose behavior smacked oddly of both the cabin and the wigwam. Her complexion remained white, and she expressed emotion with a freedom and sensitivity not expected of an Indian or a white Indian. He makes much of her virtuous, industrious habits and stresses her puritanical humility and plainness of dress. Although her wealth was sufficient for her to dress fashionably, she preferred her Indian clothes and rejected ostentation. Seaver puzzles over whether this is a result of her Indian habits or of the natural simplicity and austerity of her nature. Like an Indian, though, she was jealous of her rights and suspicious of white people, she kept a lawyer by her side throughout her in 449. Interview with Seaver in order that she might not confuse her legal title to her lands by any unguarded word. Potter's marriage in England involves him in the complications of social life, the conflicts of manners and classes. Mrs. Jemison's captivity in the wilderness involves her in psychological more than social complications. Early in her account she tells of her first marriage to an Indian, Sheninjee, a gentleman and a good provider for her and their children. Sheninjee was a noble man, large in stature, elegant in his appearance, generous in his conduct, courageous in war, a friend in peace, and a great lover of justice. He supported a degree of dignity far above his rank. Yet, Sheninjee was an Indian. The idea of spending my days with him, at first seemed completely irreconcilable to my feelings, but his good nature, generosity, tenderness, and friendship towards me, soon gained my affection, and, strange as it may seem, I loved him. 68. Not many years after their marriage, Sheninjee dies, and she is forced to remarry. Her next husband, Hiokatu, is no such quasi-Christian as Sheninjee but a war-loving, scalping, torturing red devil, renowned for his cruelty to the whites. This marriage plunges her into a deeper union with the true spirit of the Indian. The results for her family are disastrous. The sons of her two marriages are perpetually at each other's throats, and fratricide occurs twice. Her brood seems marked by the degeneracy associated with the frontiersman. As if to corroborate this impression, Mrs. Jemison also experiences an untoward ingratitude from a white kinsman, a frontier farmer, whom she has befriended. But although her brood is degenerate and self-destructive, Mrs. Jemison and her second husband the pure white and the pure Indian emerge as admirable characters in her narrative. She states that she has refused an opportunity to return to her white family, preferring her family ties to the bloody Hyokatu. Mrs. Jemison clearly admires Hyokatu for his courage and his power. Indeed, he emerges in the narrative as a kind of Indian Daniel Boone, preserving his sexual and martial powers until his death at the incredibly ancient age of 103. She says, admiringly, that although he was an old man when I first saw him, he was by no means enervated. Like Boone, he was trained from the cradle as a hunter and soldier and was renowned as the performer of incredible feats of strength. Her description of him is strikingly like current descriptions of Boone, as well as Cooper's description of Natty Bumppo and Sims's portrayals of frontier types in Daniel Boone and Guy Rivers. Hyokatu was about 6 feet 4 or 5 inches high, large-boned, and rather inclined to leanness. He was very stout and active, for a 450 man of his size, for it was said by himself and others, that he had never found an Indian who could keep up with him on sic a race, or throw him at wrestling. His eye was quick and penetrating, and his voice was of that harsh and powerful kind, which, amongst the Indians, always commands attention. His health had been uniformly good. And, although he had, from his earliest days, been inured to almost constant fatigue, and exposure to the inclemency of the weather, in the open air, he seemed to lose the vigor of the prime of life only by the natural decay occasioned by old age. 69. Mrs. Jemison herself shares the strength of physical constitution and adds to it the austerity of Puritan virtues. Like Mrs. Rowlandson among the Indians, she neither smokes nor drinks nor joins in dances or frolics. 70. She describes her situation in 1823 with a good deal of contentment, and wittingly or unwittingly, Seaver's account of her words recalls both Byron's image of the aged Boone seated in the midst of his happy brood of unspoiled children of the woods and Dwight's image of the free American farmer on his own land, a revolutionary variation on the Restoration scene that concluded the captivity tales of the Puritans. I live in my own house, and on my own land. Thus situated in the midst of my children, I expect that I shall soon leave the world, and make room for the rising generation. If my family will live happily, I feel as though I could lay down in peace a life that has been checked in almost every hour, with troubles of a deeper dye, than are commonly experienced by mortals. 71. The Jemison and Potter captivities reflect the mingling of new positive attitudes toward the Indian and the West with the traditional patterns that fear of the wilderness had always taken. They also reflect the emergence of distinct images of the wilderness and the Old World as alternative models for American life. The contrast between the Potter and Seaver narratives also reveals the literary consequences of the divergent traditions of European and American prose fiction, the former derived from the literary tradition of social drama, the latter from the Puritan personal confession and captivity narrative tradition. The Old World exemplifies all the social ills from which America had, with labor, attempted to free itself. The New World of the wilderness is the realm of psychological terror, in which the dreams that led Americans to break free of Europe take on tantalizing or nightmarish shapes. It is in the West that the answer to the riddle of American identity lies, for in Europe the rigid class structure and the fixed stereotypes of established bigotry place narrow limits on the American's ability to realize and express his individual identity. Yet the social rigidity of Europe has its reassuring qualities, providing a sustaining stroke for 51. Clear for the individual. The wilderness solitudes can as soon destroy the American as enable him to create a new self. Typical of the New England tradition in frontier writing during this period is Catherine Sedgwick's Hope Leslie, 1827. The plot itself plays numerous variations on the captivity theme, and it is clear from the epigraphs to her chapters that the author had read extensively in the colonial histories of captivities and Indian wars, either in the original or in Drake's reprints, in the tracts of Indian missionaries, and in more recent studies of Indian life, as well as in the early Leatherstocking novels of Cooper. Her sympathetic treatment of Tyre, vanished, Indians is typical of the trend already noted in connection with the pro-Indian biographies and the Tent Reeves tracts of the 1820s and 1830s. Similar plots and attitudes appear in Lydia M. Child's Hobomok, 1824, in which, as in Hope Leslie, a white captive woman marries an Indian James Eastburns and Robert Sands's Yamoyden, 1820, and the Indian dramas of the 1820s, of which Bird's Oraluza and J. A. Stone's Metamora are typical examples. The hero of Hope Leslie is Everell Fletcher, scion of an English family too fond of liberty to remain in England and too tolerant to be entirely comfortable in the Puritan coastal towns. With his mother and the Leslie sisters, Hope and Mary, his wards, he moves to the frontier in 1642, just after the conclusion of the Pequot War, and settles in the environs of Springfield. To the household is added Magawisksa, daughter of the last surviving Pequot chief and now a servant to the victors. She is tall and aristocratic in bearing, a wild doe from the forest, and between her and Everell a strong emotional attachment is formed. A similar affection grows between Mary Leslie and Magawisksa's brother Oneko, then children of 10. Magawisksa is tormented by divided loyalties and affections. She is aware of her father's plan to avenge the murder and enslavement of his people by attacking the Fletchers, yet her affection for Everell and his mother runs counter to the ties of blood. Thus the key problem of the novel is posed: to which world does the American belong, English, or Indian, or some divided blend of the two? Magawisksa cannot betray her father. He attacks, and Mrs. Fletcher and her daughters are murdered horribly on their doorstep, while Everell and Mary are bound and carried into captivity. Mary, too weak to travel, is saved and borne by Oneko. Magawisksa attempts to assuage her divided heart by freeing Everell, but she fails. He is brought to a sacred mountain for sacrifice, and just when her father is about to slay Everell, in the very manner in which the English killed his own son and heir, she suddenly leaps from a thicket and interposes her 452 arm. The chief's stroke descends, her arm is lopped off, she cries that this sacrifice has bought Everell's life, and the Indians, awestruck, allow the mourning Everell to escape, believing the girl is dead. At this point a second narrative begins, and another character is introduced, Hope Leslie, sister of the captured Mary and the embodiment of all that is pure and good in Christian maidenhood. She replaces the remembered Magawisksa in Everell's heart. Against her virtue, and simultaneously against the liberty of New England, a plot forms. It is led by a trinity of villains drawn from the bosom of New England tradition: Sir Philip Gardner, a sensual, materialistic Englishman with the cold heart and calculating depravity of a European courtier; Thomas Morton, the famous debauchee of Marymount, now grown old and suffering the physical consequences of his sins; and Janet, the Fletcher's maid, an incarnation of all that was wrong with Puritanism, a bigot and persecutor of Indians and witches. The Indians, in romantic contrast, are treated sympathetically. Their lust for vengeance and their cruelty are seen as instinctual and inevitable reactions, for which nature rather than their own souls is blamable. In this context their overcoming of nature in frequent acts of mercy and charity becomes more remarkable. The Indian Hagnellama cures a sick Englishman, though she has every reason to hate him and his race. Janet responds by accusing her of witchcraft, since, to a mind unacquainted with Indian herb skill, the cure seems to pass the bounds of nature. To be sure, the plot against the virtue of Hope Leslie and the political liberty of New England fails, but not before Hope has gone through a series of trials in captivity. Magawisksa returns, hiding her deformity beneath a robe, to spy out the land for her father and, incidentally, to re-establish contact with Everell. She brings with her Oneko and Mary, who, it now appears, have been married. Hope's reaction is intense. At this first assurance that she really beheld this loved lost sister, Hope uttered a scream of joy, but when, at a second glance, she saw her in her savage attire, fondly leaning on Oneko's shoulder, Her heart died within her, a sickening feeling came over her, an unthought of revolting of nature. 72 This is, as Miss Sedgwick knows, the traditional Puritan revulsion against sexual marriage with the Indians. But Hope, apparently, is not wholly a girl of her time, for sisterly love overcomes her revulsion. Nonetheless, she is convinced of the superiority of her religion and culture and tries, by fair means and some casuistry, to win her sister back. For this the author rebukes her soundly, through the mouth of Magawisksa. At this moment the treacherous gardener intervenes and snatches Magawisksa and Mary. Oneko grabs Hope and flees. The exchange of Capti 453. Vashons offers a contrast that underlines the changes in the New England notion of Indian captivity. The English captives are persecuted and unjustly jailed. Hope, fleeing from Oneko, is nearly captured and raped by European pirates in Gardanespe. But the Indians treat their captive civilly and even kindly, with a natural respect for virtue. It is the Indian heroine Magawisksa who, at the conclusion of the novel, resolves the problem of divided love and loyalty that troubles Everell, Mary, and even Hope herself. It is she who informs Everell that love, even sibling love between them, is impossible, for they are too much bound by blood and experience to the fate of their severed races. When Everell offers to share the land with Magawisksa and her people, she replies, "It cannot be. My people have been spoiled, we cannot take as a gift that which is our own, the law of vengeance is written on our hearts, you say you have a written rule of forgiveness, it may be better if ye would be guided by it, it is not for us, the Indian and the white man can no more mingle and become one than day and night." 73 Earlier she has compared the coming of the whites to the daylight that chases away and destroys the shadow and its Indian people. 74 Magawisksa, for all her racial pride, perhaps because of it, does exactly what the Puritan would have her do, refuse to mingle her blood with the white man's, preserving her racial integrity and his. As Magawisksa says, the proper bride for Everell is Hope. But the novel has a further message. It is possible for one to become wholly absorbed in the wilderness way of the Indian, to the extent that one loses all ties to the white world. This is the experience of the captive Mary, who has married Oneko. Miss Sedgwick violates Puritan psychology and aligns herself with the more radical environmentalists in asserting that Mary's proper place is now with her Indian husband, and in seeing this acculturation in a positive light, rather than as a sort of degeneracy. It is Magawisksa who explains this to Hope, both virtue and duty. "Bind your sister to Oneko. She hath been married according to our simple modes, and persuaded by a Romish father, as she came from Christian blood, to observe the rules of their law. When she flies from you, as she will, mourn not over her, hopelessly, the wild flower would perish in your gardens, the forest is like a native home to her, and she will sing as gaily again as the bird that hath found its mate." 75 Thus, by means of the captivity, each of the characters finds his proper identity, his proper place in the world, his proper social milieu. For Everell and Hope, the social world of American Christendom is clearly appropriate, their doubles, Mary and Oneko, find the same bonds of social. 454. Amity in the Indian villages. Only Magawisksa, the divided heroine whose blood sacrifice redeemed Everell from the grave, remains unmated and solitary. But she herself dispels the notion that she must perish forlorn in a wilderness solitude. She has, as Miss Sedgwick notes, the God-making eye of the Indian, whose imagination breathed a living spirit into all the objects of nature. When Hope fears that her mind will be wasted in those hideous solitudes of the wilderness, she replies, "Solitudes? Hopelessly, there is no solitude to me, the Great Spirit and his ministers are everywhere present and visible to the eye of the soul that loves him, nature is but his interpreter, her forms are but bodies for his spirit. Those beautiful lights that shine alike on your stately domes and our forest homes, speak to me of his love to all, think you I go to a solitude, hopelessly?" 76 Hopelessly suggests both the continuing power of the captivity myth and the changes it had undergone since the days of Cotton Mather. The romanticization of the Indian, the acceptance of the idea of white Indian intermixing, and the use of the conventional romantic novel form set the book off from its literary ancestors. Yet the centrality of the captivity myth is still evident. Captivity is the means for whatever acculturation the whites are permitted to undergo, the means to whatever reconciliation between Indian and settlers is possible. The alternatives posed to the characters are still the same. One can either succumb to the Indian spell or resist and reject it, seeking proper love objects among one's own people. But the book has a further suggestion to offer, regarding the proper approach of a white man to the wilderness. If, like Gardner, the American enters the wilderness as a hunter of free land, wild beasts, and Indians, he will become like the thing he hunts, a creature wholly subject to animal impulse and the material world. If he enters as a captive, resisting changed circumstances and the temptations of strange marriage, striving always to preserve his white Christian heritage, his adjustment to the wilderness will not debase him and will require only minimal adjustments in his character and habits. Indeed, he may even be able, in the end, to impose his inherited culture on the wilderness he enters. The power of the captivity motif to sanctify the marriage of the American and the wilderness can be seen in two poems dealing with the wilderness, Whittier's Mog Megon and Bryant's The Prairies. In Whittier's poem, the consequences of the hunter's life are tragedies, murder, betrayal, and miscegenation. In Bryant's, the experience of captivity is part of the natural process by which nations, like plants, flourish and decay. It is thus an important part of the revolutionary process called progress. 455. Whittier's tale revolves around the destruction of Norridgewock in the 1720s by New England Rangers, who killed the tribal chiefs and the Jesuit missionary Sebastian Raleigh, or Raleigh. The villains of the piece are white renegades, John Bonethon and Father Raleigh. The former is an outlaw from New England, a hunter more disposed to the Indian than the Puritan life, who lives with his daughter Ruth in the Indian-haunted solitude of the woods. Ruth is the child of solitude, whose passions, innocent of any need for restraint, grow great in the emptiness of the wilds. She is seduced and betrayed by an English ranger, who deserts her, and abets her father in a plot of revenge. The Indian chief Megon is promised the white girl for his squaw if he will return with the Englishman's scalp. When he has enacted the Bonethon's revenge and comes to claim his bride and lusted for bedfellow, Bonethon makes him drunk. Ruth, more savage than her father, murders Mog, then goes to confess to Father Raleigh. The priest, whose evil designs against New England died with Mog, rejects her and profanes his priestly role. In retribution, he perishes a coward during the English attack. Ruth flees into the wilderness and dies there. Such are the consequences of the life of solitude, the life of the wilderness hunter, for those whose appropriate sphere is social. The Indians are seen in a favorable light, praying with Raleigh or tending their pastoral fields under his supposedly paternal care. The Indianized whites and the Indians suborned to serve white designs, the amalgamated figures, are the sources of evil. Whittier's tale is therefore a dramatization of the end psychological effects of Indian solitude on white sensibilities and of white culture on the Indians. In Bryant's poem, the outcome of the captivity marriage is seen in more optimistic terms as the foundation of a new race. Bryant views the prairies, imagining them first as a garden or temple, then as a great ocean of land, a sea beneath whose earthy billows the bones of wrecked cities lie like shattered hulks. His realization of the oceanic quality of the prairie is accompanied by his immersion in an inward ocean of the mind, of reverie. In his dreams he sees the history of the first conquest of the continent, in which the conquering role now played by his own people is transferred to the present Indians, who come to destroy the native mound builders and lay their cities waste. The red men are utter savages, roaming hunter tribes, warlike and fierce, unlike the agrarian, urbanized mound builders. Some of the older natives remain as captives and are adopted into the tribe, where they mingle their blood with the red man's, disappearing with a lingering sense of regret into the less admirable life of their conquerors. 456. Haply some solitary fugitive, lurking in marsh and forest, till the sense of desolation and of fear became bitterer than death, yielded himself to die.